September 6, 1973. A suffocating pressure struck her. Xiao Junshi felt her breath cut off, her body turning icy cold. In her ears, there was a strange rushing sound of water, and at the same time, something was pressing down on her head. How bold! Someone dared to attack her. They must be tired of living. Just as she was about to fight back, a flood of memories surged into her mind. Dizzy and disoriented, her eyes suddenly snapped open, cold and sharp. River water rushed into her eyes, stinging slightly, but it also allowed her to see clearly. She was in the water. Someone was holding her down in the river. Her lips curved faintly. Her hand shot backward. With a splash, her palm touched a body. From the shape, she quickly realized she had grabbed an arm. Her fingers tightened with force. A muffled cry escaped. The hand pressing her head instantly loosened. Xiao Junshi didn't let go. Using the man's arm as leverage, she pushed down hard. Another cry rang out. The water rippled violently as the man was dragged under, his voice swallowed by the river. Before he could react, Xiao Junshi drove her elbow into his chest, then kicked hard, creating distance between them and the water. With a loud splash, her head finally broke the surface. She inhaled deeply, filling her lungs with fresh air, while her eyes quickly scanned her surroundings. She was in a wide river. The sky was dim, the area deserted. In the distance, she could just make out reeds and tall weeds along the shore. Another splash followed. The man surfaced, furious, shouting, "Xiao Xiaoxi! How dare you fight back against me?" He shook his head, flinging off water, his face twisted with rage as he glared at her. "Look at you, weak and sickly. No one else would even want you. You'd better behave, or I'll make sure you don't live to regret it." He swam steadily, his strokes strong, his voice filled with menace. The man looked to be in his 20s. His skin was sallow, his face covered in pockmarks. His lips were thick, his eyes small, his nose flat with wide nostrils. Two dark holes that made his appearance even more unpleasant. Seeing that she stayed silent, the man continued to threaten her. "It's still dark. No one is around here. If you don't do as I say, I'll drown you in the river, and no one will ever know." Xiao Yunxi looked around. It was true, there was no one nearby. She turned her gaze back to the man, her breathing unsteady at first, but after a few moments she managed to calm herself. The man grew angrier at her silence and sneered, "Don't think I won't do it. Every year people drown in this river. One more won't make a difference." He looked her up and down with disdain. "With your looks, you should be grateful I even bother with you. Don't think you're still the same as before." She suddenly smiled. From the water, her hand emerged holding a pair of rubber gloves. She wasn't sure if fingerprints could be traced in this time period, but being careful was always better. Besides, she found him filthy. The man frowned in confusion. Why would she carry gloves with her? They looked unusual, even expensive. What was she planning? Something about her felt different. She had always been timid and submissive, but now she seemed unafraid. Still, he dismissed the thought. He was already 26 and still unmarried. If he forced her, he believed she would have no choice but to become his wife, and he might even gain some money from it. The idea made him feel smug. He remembered how beautiful she had once been when her adoptive father was alive, like a delicate flower he dared not touch. But after her father's death, in just a year, hardship had worn her down. Yet now, in the dim light, she seemed strangely more striking. Her wet black hair clung to her thin face, giving her a vivid, almost familiar beauty. Though her figure was frail, her eyes, bright and sharp, seemed to pierce right through him, making his heart race. His expression shifted, and he tried to soften his tone. "Xiao Xiaoxi, your stepmother agreed to this. If you just listen, I'll be gentle. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Xiao Yunxi ignored him completely. Floating on her back, she slowly drifted away, her hands moving steadily as she slipped the gloves on. She lifted her eyes and glanced at the man again, her gaze cold, as her body quickly sank deeper into the water. Lu Matsi was shocked. Things had gone far beyond what he expected, and for a moment he froze, not knowing what was happening. Suddenly, something tugged at his leg. "Ah!" He cried out, but before the sound faded, he was already being dragged under, leaving only ripples on the surface. The river was quite deep, about 4 or 5 meters, and near the shore, thick water plants grew. Xiao Juanxi swam with one hand while dragging Lu Mozi's leg with the other, heading toward the underwater plants near the bank. Lu Mozi struggled hard, but strangely, his body felt weak, and he couldn't use his strength. Panic flashed in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he bent forward, reaching out to grab Xiao Juanxi's hand. Her face remained expressionless, her loose hair floating around her in the water. She turned back coldly and suddenly lifted his leg upward with force. Just as Lu Mozi thought he was about to catch her, his body was thrown backward. His head spun, and his vision flipped upside down. Xiao Juanxi twisted his ankle sharply, applying pressure. The sudden pain made Lu Mozi open his mouth in shock, and river water rushed in, filling his throat and lungs. His eyes widened in terror, muffled sounds escaping his throat as he struggled to breathe. He felt suffocated, his chest tightening, dizziness clouding his vision. Instinctively, he thrashed about. Ignoring his frantic movements, Xiao Juanxi dragged him toward the thick water plants near the shore. She grabbed a handful of plants and quickly wrapped them around his leg, making it look as though he had gotten tangled by accident. Once she was sure the plants were tight enough to hold him for a while, she finally looked at him. By now, Lu Mozi's eyes were shut tight, bubbles escaping from his mouth as his hands flailed weakly. His leg, bound by the plants, twitched helplessly. This story is set in an alternate background inspired by that time period. Some details may not fully match reality, so please enjoy it as a fictional setting. Clearly, he was already close to losing consciousness, his body making its final, instinctive efforts. A cold light flickered in Xiao Juanxi's eyes as she slipped into the hidden space. Lying on the floor of the villa, she gasped for breath. This body was too weak. Just dealing with that scoundrel had taken all her strength. If only her lightning ability had come with her. Then she wouldn't have needed to struggle. She could have ended it in an instant. Fortunately, her storage space had followed her here. That was at least some comfort in this unlucky situation. After a long while, she finally caught her breath. Sitting up, she ran her fingers through her hair, confused about how she had ended up here. She had entered the world of a novel she had read long ago, called The 70s, The Beloved Wife. She remembered the original character because they shared the same name. The original girl was also called Xiao Yunxi, though her foster family often called her Little Shi, or even insulted her with harsh names. The man from earlier was Lu Mozi, a lazy troublemaker who lived by stealing and cheating. He was the man her foster mother, Yi Xianghong, and foster sister, Qin Sirui, had chosen for her. Although the original girl was timid, she wasn't foolish. She firmly refused to marry him. So her foster family plotted together, planning to trap her, so she would have no choice but to agree. That morning, before dawn, Yi Xianghong woke her up and told her to deliver a message to a relative in the east of the city. The girl had long been used to being ordered around. Even though she felt something was wrong, she didn't dare resist. She quickly washed up and left. When she reached the riverbank, Lu Mozi suddenly grabbed her, trying to force himself on her. Though timid, she resisted with all her strength, shouting for help. In the struggle, they both fell into the river. Angered by her resistance, Lu Mozi pushed her under the water to scare her. But her body was too weak, and in her panic, she drowned. According to the novel, Lu Mozi was shocked at first, but soon calmed down. He dragged her body to the riverbed and hid it with water plants before leaving. Her body wasn't found until a week later. The police investigated but found no clear evidence, and the case was closed as an accidental drowning. Xiao Juanxi estimated that the time was almost right. This era was not like the end of the world, where one could kill freely. Even if she could commit the perfect crime, with Yi Xianghong and her daughter as witnesses, she would definitely be investigated for a while. After all, a death was always a serious matter. Since that was the case, She decided to give Lu Motzi a reasonable cause of death that had nothing to do with her. After all, this was the life of the body's original owner, and she wasn't going to let it go so easily. She took out a bottle of clear liquid from her space. This potion, called jiaoqi, was extracted from mutated animals. It didn't have any special effects, except that it caused confusion, memory loss, and cognitive problems. In simple terms, it turned a person into someone foolish and unstable. It made people act strangely, both silly and odd, which was quite an unusual effect. More importantly, the drug would gradually slow down a person's reactions until their whole body became paralyzed, eventually leading to death in endless suffering. Of course, whether Lu Motzi would even live long enough to reach that stage was uncertain. He had offended many people before, and once he became foolish, he would likely offend even more. The potion was colorless, tasteless, fast-acting, and left no side effects or traces. It was easy to carry and could be considered a very convenient tool. Still, this matter was not easy to handle. With the original owner's memories, she knew that in this era, even if she reported Lu Motzi to the police, and even if the evidence was solid and he was punished, her own reputation would still be ruined. Not only in this time, but even in her own era, many people believed that rumors don't spread without reason. What's more, it was unreasonable for her to appear here before dawn. Her foster mother already hated her and wished her gone. If she let her foster daughter go out alone before sunrise, wouldn't that make it obvious to everyone that she was mistreating her? So, her foster mother would never testify for her. On the contrary, she might even accuse her of secretly meeting a lover, completely destroying her reputation. As for Lu Motzi, he would never admit to forcing the original owner. Crimes like that could cost him his life. Faced with two choices, he would definitely pick the one that harmed him less. With even a little sense, Lu Motzi would insist that the original owner had asked him to meet by the river, and he might even claim that she had tried to seduce him. With both her foster mother and Lu Motzi giving such testimony, she would never be able to clear her name. Since that was the case, there was no need to say anything more. Xiao Juanxi moved swiftly and stepped out of her space. The eastern sky was breaking into dawn, and the first light of morning began to shine. 5 men, each around 30 or 40 years old, were walking along the quiet path by the Daliu River. The surroundings were silent, with only the sound of their footsteps. Suddenly, faint cries for help could be heard. Still a little drowsy from the early morning, the 5 men were startled and exchanged glances. Every year, a few people drowned in the Daliu River. Since they were in a group, they didn't feel too afraid. A tall, strong man asked, "Did you hear something?" It sounded like someone calling for help. "Let's go check it out." The 5 of them ran toward the riverbank. People in those days were still quite simple and kind-hearted. The riverbank was covered with reeds and weeds taller than a person. Without the cries for help, they might not have noticed anyone in the water. After circling around a large patch of reeds, they finally saw what was happening in the river. About 10 meters from the shore, a figure was floating up and down in the water. The cries had already stopped, and it was clear the person was in serious trouble. The strong man, who was a good swimmer, immediately jumped into the water with a splash to save the person. Seeing movement on the riverbank, Xiao Juanxi quickly put her phone away into her storage space. The cries for help earlier had actually come from her phone. She had recorded many such materials during the apocalypse. She sank into the water and entered her storage space. Inside, she removed her gloves and changed out of her wet clothes. She wrung out her clothes and pants, shook them hard, and placed them into a quick-drying machine, even putting her cloth shoes on top. Suddenly remembering something, she checked the pocket of her pants and found a food coupon and 50 cents. She looked at them curiously, examining the money and coupon from this era. These had been given to the original owner that morning by Yi Xianghong, most likely to avoid suspicion. He had pretended to ask her to deliver a message, and then buy some breakfast like buns and fried dough sticks. After looking at them for a while, she placed the money and coupon on the dryer as well. Once everything was taken care of, she checked the situation outside. Lu Motzi had already been pulled ashore, and the men were trying to revive him. She ignored them, quickly changed into a diving suit from her storage space, and equipped herself with an oxygen tank and other gear. Once ready, she left the space. Ripples appeared on the river surface, but the men on the shore were too focused on saving Lu Motzi to notice. Even if they had, they would have thought it was just the wind. Following the original owner's memories, she swam upstream. The Dahlia River twisted and turned. Walking along the path would take about 50 minutes, but swimming straight along the river was much faster. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Xiao Juanxi climbed ashore, slipped into a patch of grass, and quickly entered her hidden space. She dried her hair, tied it into 2 braids like the original owner, and changed into clean, dry clothes. After making sure no one was around, she stepped out and took a shortcut. In less than 3 minutes, she reached a quiet street in Dahlia City. Walking for a while, she finally saw signs of life. The street was paved with uneven stone slabs, the morning breeze was cool, and the air was fresh. From a distance came the smell of steamed buns. The fragrance made her mouth water. She couldn't even remember the last time she had eaten something good. She quickened her pace. Before the world had fallen into chaos, she had been a wealthy young lady, the beloved daughter of her parents. But after everything collapsed, she lost it all. Her parents gave their lives to protect her, leaving her to struggle alone in a world full of danger. Soon, she reached the place selling buns. It turned out to be a state-owned restaurant, and at the entrance, more than 10 people were lined up for breakfast. Looking at the steaming food, a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. She wanted to grab it all. This was food, after all. But she forced herself to stay calm. This wasn't the end of the world. In this time, even though supplies were limited, as long as one had money and ration tickets, there was food to eat. She lowered her head, quietly reminding herself to stay composed. A moment later, she lifted her head, her face calm again. She obediently stood at the end of the line. After more than 10 minutes, it was finally her turn. Seeing the plump buns and golden fried dough sticks, she swallowed hard and said, "I'd like 5 meat buns, 6 plain buns, 2 fried dough sticks, and 1 sweet soy milk." The prices were clear: 5 cents for each meat bun, 2 cents for each plain bun, 4 cents for each fried dough stick, and 5 cents for the soy milk. Altogether, exactly 50 cents, perfect. She handed over both the ration tickets and the money. The server, noticing how small and thin she was, asked, "Are you sure you want this much?" Xiao Juanxi gave her a sweet smile. "Yes, big sister. I'll eat some here, and the rest I'll pack to take home for my family." The server was momentarily stunned by her smile. Hearing herself called big sister made her secretly happy. After all, she was already in her 30s, and it was the first time a teenage girl had addressed her that way. Feeling flattered, she quickly packed up the breakfast for Xiao Juanxi. Xiao Yunxi took the food, thanked the waiter, and found an empty table to sit down. At that time, plastic bags were not common yet, so the food was packed in oiled paper bags, one with buns, one with fried dough sticks. The sweet soy milk was served in a big bowl, giving off the unique fragrance of soybeans. Xiao Yunxi took a sip, the sweetness spreading in her mouth, and her eyes narrowed with happiness. She let out a soft breath and began to eat. The fried dough stick was crispy on the outside and soft inside, tasting even better than she had imagined. The meat bun had a thin skin and plenty of filling, with savory juices that made it especially delicious. She felt so happy that it almost brought tears to her eyes. She ate quickly, but her movements were graceful, not rushed or messy. After finishing 1 fried dough stick and 1 meat bun, she realized she was already full. Only then did she remember that this was the original owner's body, and this was the original owner's stomach. She calmed herself and slowly drank the soy milk. The bowl belonged to the state-owned restaurant, so it couldn't be taken away. The bowl was really large, and the portion was generous. Xiao Yunxi was very satisfied. A few minutes later, she finally finished the soy milk. She let out a small burp with the scent of soybeans, then stood up slowly, carrying the 2 paper bags as she left the restaurant. After walking a short distance, she saw a quiet alley. She went in, made sure no one was around, and then stored the paper bags into her space. Only then did she come back out and stroll along the street. By now, it was already past 7 in the morning, and the streets were getting crowded. She saw many men and women riding bicycles to work, occasionally a bus passing by, and ordinary people dressed in the typical clothes of that era. Xiao Yunxi felt as if she had entered another world. Everything seemed unreal. Just a short while ago, she had been fighting zombies, and now she was in a peaceful time. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, her mind was clear. Estimating the time, she slowly walked toward the Daliu River. After 20 minutes, she turned into a small path. Taking this shortcut, she could reach the east side of the city quickly, while the main road would take 40 minutes longer. This was why the original owner, though afraid, still chose this path. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it back in time with breakfast for her foster family, and she would have been scolded or punished. Soon, she arrived at the Daliu River. By then, Lu Motzi was nowhere to be seen, but a few middle-aged women were standing in small groups, whispering to each other. As Xiao Yunxi walked closer, she could hear their voices. Serves him right. Why didn't that Lu Motzi drown? How do you know he didn't drown? I saw his swollen face. TSK? He must be dead, right? Sho, keep your voices down. Don't let others hear. Who doesn't know about Lu Motzi's reputation? I think Dahu is right. Just look at the way he was lying there. He might not even make it to the hospital. Even if he survives, he'll be badly hurt. Serves him right. Xiao Junxi pretended to be curious and asked an older woman nearby, Andy, what are you talking about? The woman turned her head and saw a thin young girl looking at her eagerly. She immediately felt like sharing the gossip. Oh, little girl, you don't know. This morning someone almost lost their life here. She glanced around and lowered her voice. Do you know Lu Motzi? He nearly drowned. They've already sent him to the hospital, but no one knows if he's still alive. Her tone carried both gloating and pity. Xiao Junxi was startled and patted her chest. No way. I know Lu Motzi. How could he have drowned? Who knows? Coming here so early in the morning, he was probably up to no good. It's just karma, a strong-looking woman cut in. The first woman quickly pulled her back. Dahua, keep your voice down. If his mother hears you, she'll definitely cause trouble. But even though she said to be quiet, her own voice wasn't exactly soft. Am I supposed to be afraid of her? Think about all the things her son has done. Even the 2 chickens I raised were stolen by him. Don't think I don't know. Although Dahua claimed she wasn't afraid, she still lowered her voice a little. At that time, 2 chickens were considered a big part of a family's wealth, and losing them had really upset her. Lu Motzi was known as a local bully, and his mother was also unreasonable and aggressive. Usually, people tried to avoid them. The weak feared the strong feared the reckless, and the reckless feared those who had nothing to lose. As soon as this was mentioned, more women joined in, complaining and criticizing together. They finally found someone who shared their feelings. Xiao Junxi was pushed out of the gossip circle by one of the women. She touched her nose helplessly, feeling a bit speechless. She continued walking toward the east side of the city, planning to look at the scenery of this era and also deliver a message to her second aunt. After all, if she was going to act, she had to do it thoroughly. After delivering the message, Xiao Junxi walked back home along the same road. She walked slowly, since her body was very weak. If she walked too fast, she would quickly run out of breath. An hour and a half later, Xiao Yunxi walked through a narrow alley and arrived at a 4-story residential building. Her foster mother lived on the 2nd floor, and she quickly went up the stairs. Following the original owner's memory, she soon reached the door. The door was tightly shut. Xiao Yunxi knocked, and a slightly nervous female voice came from inside. Who is it? Aunt Yi, it's me, Xiao Yunxi said softly from outside. After a short silence, the door suddenly opened, revealing a woman in her 40s with a fair face, her foster mother, Yi Xianghong. When Yi Xianghong saw Xiao Yunxi, her eyes narrowed slightly. She looked her up and down with suspicion, then glanced behind her, not seeing the person she had expected. Her expression turned sharp, and her voice grew heavy. You. Why did you come back? Xiao Yunxi raised her head, her expression puzzled. Aunt Yi, didn't you ask me to deliver a message and then buy breakfast on the way back? Yi Xianghong froze for a moment, feeling things slipping out of her control. She glanced around nervously and lowered her voice. On the way. Nothing happened, right? Xiao Yunxi looked even more confused. What could have happened? She tilted her head, studying Yi Xianghong curiously. Yi Xianghong felt uneasy under her gaze. She was about to scold her harshly when the girl suddenly added, Actually, something did happen. Yi Xianghong's heart skipped a beat. She quickly asked what happened. Someone nearly drowned in the Dahlia River. I don't know if he survived, but I heard he was taken to the hospital. Do you know who it was? Xiao Yunxi asked, staring at her. Her eyes were cold, as if she were looking at someone already gone. Yi Xianghong was so startled that she stepped back and instinctively asked, Who? Xiao Yunxi lowered her voice. Lu Mozi. What? Lu Mozi? Yi Xianghong's eyes filled with disbelief and panic. How could this be? What went wrong? Why was this girl standing here unharmed? No, something was wrong. She narrowed her eyes at the unscathed Xiao Yunxi, her expression turning dark and sharp. She demanded, Didn't you go deliver the message? Xiao Yunxi shrank back a little and whispered, Aunt Yi, it was too dark. I was scared. So I waited downstairs until morning, had breakfast, and then went to the east side of the city to deliver it. Xiao Yunxi explained herself again and again, but every word seemed to cut deeper. She hadn't listened. She left only after sunrise and even ate breakfast alone before going. How could she take her words so lightly? What was worse, because of this girl's disobedience, her plan had failed. And if Lu Mozi really had died, then she herself might also be in trouble. Yi Xianghong felt anger rush straight to her head. Looking at the delicate girl in front of her, hatred flashed in her eyes. You little brat, you don't even listen to me anymore, do you? You pretend to agree but go against me, sneaking off to eat breakfast. You ungrateful thing. Are you trying to starve me? I ought to teach you a lesson. As she spoke, she raised her hand to strike Xiao Yunxi across the face. Ah! Yi Xianghong cried out in pain. Her hand had slammed into the doorframe instead, and the sharp pain made her scream. Xiao Yunxi lowered her head and said softly, I didn't mean to avoid you. If you want, you can try again. Yi Xianghong grew even angrier and swung her hand at Xiao Yunxi once more. Xiao Yunxi tilted her head slightly. With a loud bang, Yi Xianghong's hand missed her face again and hit the door. The sound alone made it clear how painful it was. Perhaps even a bone was hurt. Ah! This time her cry was even more pitiful. Her hand trembled uncontrollably, and the pain twisted her face into something almost unrecognizable. Xiao Yunxi quickly stepped forward with a worried look, trying to help her up. But Yi Xianghong staggered back, and somehow her foot caught on something. With a heavy thud, she fell hard to the ground. The pain in her lower back was so sharp she thought something might have cracked. Sweat poured down her face as she gasped for breath, and only after a long moment did she let out a series of cries. Xiao Yunxi grew even more anxious. Auntie, what happened? Let me help you up.
Stop! Ye Xianghong shouted.
She forced herself to endure the pain, staring at Xiao Yunxi with suspicion. Something about today felt strange, almost unnatural. Suppressing both her doubt and her anger, she said coldly, Don't come over. I'll get up myself. Oh, I'll listen to you. Xiao Yunxi answered obediently and stood still. After a long while, Yi Xianghong finally managed to pull herself up with the help of a stool and sat down. She looked Xiao Yunxi up and down, forcing herself to calm down. Everything about today felt odd. How is it that the girl just happened to leave at sunrise? And how is it that Lu Mozi just happened to drown? Lu Mozi. Yes, Lu Mozi. She had to first make sure whether Lu Mozi was really dead. She glared fiercely at Xiao Yunxi and said, I'll deal with you when I get back. After saying this, She held her swollen right hand tightly with her left, endured the sharp pain in her hip, and limped out the door. Xiao Yunxi watched her leave, her face calm and unreadable. She closed the door, turned around, and went back to her room. Or rather, the room she shared with Qin Sirui. The apartment wasn't big, about 60 to 70 square meters. The entrance led directly into the living room. On the left was a small kitchen, and next to it a bathroom. Facing the living room were 2 bedrooms. Yi Xianghong slept in the one on the left, while the original owner and Qin Sirui shared the one on the right. The living room was divided by a curtain. The outer part served as a dining area, and the inner part was where Qin Sirui's twin brother, Qin Sihua, slept. At that time, most city homes still used shared kitchens and bathrooms. Having a private kitchen and bathroom wasn't considered luxurious, but it was already quite good. Entering the room, Xiao Yunxi looked around. It was small, with just a table, a chair, a bed, and a cabinet. She walked to the wall by the window. Based on her memory, she pressed lightly on a certain spot. As expected, it was there. She took out a blade from her storage space, carefully loosened a brick, and slowly pulled it out. Behind it was a dark hollow. Xiao Yunxi reached inside and soon felt a small cloth bag. She pulled it out, then put the brick back in place. After restoring everything to how it was, she stood by the table and opened the cloth bag. Inside were several booklets. The first one she saw was a household registration booklet. The head of the household was Xiao Yunxi. Her registration wasn't tied to her adoptive father, Qin Yifeng, but was kept separately under her own name. Her biological parents had both been soldiers and comrades of Qin Yifeng. During one mission, they both lost their lives. Her father, Qiao Weigua, had been raised by his widowed mother alone, since Qiao's grandfather had passed away when Weigua was only 2. After decades of relying on her son, Qiao's grandmother couldn't bear the shock of his death. Within days, she too passed away. At that time, the original owner was only 8 years old. During that same mission, Qin Yifeng was also badly injured and had to retire from the army. He and Xiao Weigua had been as close as brothers, and he couldn't bear to let the child be sent off to distant relatives of uncertain character. He immediately submitted an adoption request to his superiors. Since they knew about his close relationship with Xiao Weigua, after much effort, the request was finally approved. The second item was a bank book. When Xiao Junxi opened it, she was almost blinded by the balance, 8,132.21 yuan. In that era, what did more than 8,000 yuan mean? With that amount, one could almost buy 10 houses like the one she was living in now. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Junxi recalled the reason. The original owner was the orphan of martyrs. Both parents had sacrificed their lives for the country. Because of this, she received a monthly allowance of 45 yuan. This allowance continued until the age of 20. By now, after 9 years, it had added up to about 4,900 yuan. On top of that, there was the compensation given when her parents passed away, 650 yuan for her father and 600 yuan for her mother, totaling 1,250 yuan. Historical note: according to records, in 1979, the compensation for officers at the division level was 700 yuan, regiment level 650, regular soldiers 500, and civilian workers 470. Although this story is fictional, it still draws from the general background of that time. The heroine's parents died in 1964, and the compensation standard was referenced accordingly. Both parents were soldiers, and their benefits were not bad. They lived in a military compound, and Grandma Qiao was good at managing money. Back then, the family's savings account already had more than 1,000 yuan. All of this money was carefully saved for the original owner by Qin Yifeng. He never touched a single cent. In fact, he even set aside about 10 yuan from his own salary every month to deposit into her account, worried that she might struggle in the future. That was why the account now held more than 8,000 yuan. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Junxi's lips. Qin Yifeng was truly a good man, worthy of being a soldier carefully trained by the country, with the spirit and responsibility of one. She set the bank book aside. Next were her parents' marriage certificate, their martyrdom certificates, and other important documents. Then came a land and property ownership certificate. In those days, such certificates were just a single sheet of paper. The name of the owner was clearly written, Qiao Juanxi. After that, there was a work permit, also under the name Qiao Juanxi. This meant that Qin Yifeng had transferred both his house and his job to her.
But why?
Qiao Juanxi frowned, trying hard to recall the story. Soon she understood. Qin Sirui was the villainous supporting character in the novel 70s, the delicate wife. To highlight her flaws, the author had given her a background of being born outside of marriage. According to the book, Qin Yifeng was described as a fool, someone who didn't realize he was being taken advantage of, happily raising children that weren't his. But was that really the truth? Looking at the land and property certificates, along with the work permit in front of her, Qiao Juanxi smiled. How could a soldier who had earned countless military honors on the battlefield be a clueless fool? As for why he never divorced, Qiao Juanxi recalled Qin Yifeng's past. Before retiring, he rarely came home because of his duties in the army. His parents were in poor health, and it was Yi Xianghong who took care of them. Not long after his parents passed away, he was injured and had to retire. He was an outstanding officer and the state offered him benefits, but for some reason, he didn't ask the government to arrange a job for him. After recovering, he returned to Lushi. There, he still had some connections and quickly found work at the local machinery factory. He was hardworking, capable, and quick to learn. Even though he started as an apprentice, within half a year, he was promoted to a mid-level technician and 2 years later, to a senior technician. He earned 90 yuan a month, which was considered very good pay at that time. Qin Yifeng would say he needed money to host gatherings with his comrades, so he gave 40 yuan each month as household expenses. For a family of 4, plus the original wife, making 5 people in total, this was only average. Then he added another 10 yuan, saying it was his wife's contribution to the household, so she wouldn't feel like she was living there for free. In those days, 10 yuan was a significant amount. From the remaining 40 yuan, he usually saved about 10 yuan for her and kept some aside for emergencies. The rest he often spent taking her out to eat or buying clothes and accessories for her. Unfortunately, after Qin Yifeng passed away, all those clothes and accessories were taken by Qin Sirui, even the watch he had bought for his wife. With 50 yuan, the family could live without worrying about food and basic needs, but they weren't wealthy. Especially since Qin Yifeng insisted on good food and never wanted his wife to feel wronged. But when Yi Xianghong wanted to buy nice clothes for her children, it became difficult. For example, a single skirt made of synthetic fabric could cost several dozen yuan. Left with no choice, she had to take on odd jobs. On top of that, she still had to care for the whole family, doing laundry, cleaning, shopping, and cooking, essentially working as a full-time housekeeper without pay. The original girl only needed to study quietly without worrying about anything because Qin Yifeng had already planned everything for her. Qiao Yunxi gradually understood Qin Yifeng's intentions. Both he and the girl's parents spoiled her, believing that girls should be raised with care and comfort. But they forgot to teach her independence and strength. If her parents were still alive, and if Qin Yifeng were still healthy, this way of raising her might not have been a problem. However, after Qin Yifeng was injured, his health declined. Otherwise, he would not have retired from the army. About a year ago, his condition worsened quickly. Perhaps sensing that he didn't have much time left, he quietly transferred his job to the girl and even gave her his house. Still, he was cautious. Worried that Yi Xianghong might cause trouble, he also had a fake property certificate made, with Yi Xianghong's name written as the owner. He worried about the girl's future. At that time, he even asked her if she wanted to end the adoption, and he would buy her another house so she could live on her own. But she was too dependent. At just 16, she cried and was too afraid to live alone. Maybe it was then that Qin Yifeng realized his way of raising her had problems, but it was already too late. All he could do was arrange as much as possible for her future. He temporarily gave his job to a trusted apprentice, He Xiaobei. The job paid 90 yuan a month. He Xiaobei took 45, and Qin Yifeng took 45. In those days, jobs were fixed positions. Even with skills, without a vacancy, one couldn't get in. So of course, He Xiaobei agreed. At the same time, Qin Yifeng told He Xiaobei that if Yi Xianghong asked, he should say he earned 55 yuan a month, while Qin Yifeng only got 35. The extra 10 yuan would still be given as household expenses by the girl. With that 10 yuan, Yi Xianghong at least wouldn't throw her out. He Xiaobei was loyal. He admired Qin Yifeng's past achievements and respected his character. Since Qin Yifeng was also his teacher, he agreed without hesitation. So now, Yi Xianghong received 35 yuan plus 10 yuan, a total of 45 yuan each month. In those times, that amount was already very good for just 3 people's food and living. In their eyes, the girl was like a servant. If they were in a good mood, they gave her food. If not, it was normal for her to go hungry for a couple of days. Ironically, their life now was even better than when Qin Yifeng was still around. Qin Yifeng also felt troubled about the matter of work. He knew that once he passed away, Yi Xianghong would immediately sell the job, perhaps even giving it to the man she favored. So, he could only transfer it to the original girl first. This way, they would have no way to sell it. At the same time, he made it clear that once she turned 20 and got married, the job would be transferred back to Qin Sihua. It was like using a carrot to keep the whole family tied together. But he underestimated human greed and selfishness, and overestimated the girl's ability. After Qin Yifeng's death, Yi Xianghong immediately forced the girl to drop out of school and stay home to do housework, serving the whole family. In the 1970s, primary school lasted 5 years, middle and high school 2 years each, making 9 years in total. The girl had started school early, at age 7, so she should have graduated from high school at 16. However, after her parents and grandmother passed away, her health, already weak, worsened. She fell seriously ill and needed more than half a year to recover. Qin Yifeng, worried about her, let her rest for another half year. Because of this, she lost a year of study. So, when Qin Yifeng passed away, the 16-year-old girl was in her second year of high school. Yi Xianghong resented that Qin Yifeng had transferred the job to the girl. After his death, she immediately forced her to quit school and constantly scolded and mistreated her. Later, they even schemed to ruin her reputation, so she would be forced into marriage, giving them the chance to reclaim the job. They also set their eyes on her pension and subsidies. Fortunately, although the girl was timid, she was not foolish. No matter how much they pressured her, she never revealed how much money she had. The hiding place for the money had been prepared long ago by Qin Yifeng, who had carefully thought about her future in every way. In fact, if the girl had been a little stronger, Yi Xianghong would not have dared to treat her so badly. After all, she was the orphan of a martyr. In any era, people respected and admired martyrs, especially in such a special time. She naturally had an advantage, but sadly, she did not know how to use it. At the bottom of the cloth bag was a stack of photos, more than 10 in total. Aside from one family portrait, the rest were pictures of Qin Yifeng and the girl, some alone, some together. Xiao Junxi put them all into her space and entered it herself. She planned to take a bath, since the river water didn't feel very clean, and the undergarments of that era made her feel uncomfortable. She quickly took a shower and looked at the girl in the mirror. She was about 160 centimeters tall, weighing less than 35 kilograms, with a very thin figure. What stood out most were the bruises all over her body. Old and new injuries covered her, leaving no unmarked skin except for her face and arms. Yi Xianghong was clever enough not to hit her face or arms, since those were too noticeable. Despite being short, her body proportions were good, with long, straight legs. Her face was delicate, with a small oval shape, a fine nose, full lips, and especially striking eyes that seemed bright and captivating. Unfortunately, she was far too thin, looking almost like a skeleton. Even with such beauty, her appearance was reduced to almost nothing. She stepped on a scale, only 34.5 kilograms. A cold light flashed in Xiao Junxi's eyes. She was not as gentle as Qin Yifeng. Just wait. She took out properly fitting underclothes from her space, put them on, then changed into the original owner's clothes. Sitting comfortably on the sofa in the villa's living room, she took out a meat bun and began to eat. She let out a satisfied breath. The taste was wonderful. This body had a small appetite, but she could eat small meals more often to slowly recover her health. Thinking about it, she felt a bit emotional. The original owner clearly had money, yet had starved herself into this state. But then again, in this era, most things required ration tickets. Without them, money was useless. As for buying from the black market, the original owner didn't have the courage. After finishing the bun, she left her space and walked to Yi Xianghong's room. The door wasn't locked. She went straight to a small cabinet. The cabinet was locked, but that didn't matter. As her hand neared it, the household registration book appeared in her space. Her space allowed her to take things from a short distance, but only within 20 centimeters, and it couldn't pass through thick walls. Quite inconvenient, really. With the book in hand, she left the house and walked for about 30 minutes until she reached the office for educated youth. Yes, she was preparing to go to the countryside. She didn't want to spend her life in a factory, clocking in and tightening screws. The countryside offered wide open land and more opportunities. Food, especially, was easier to get there. Could it be harder than surviving the end of the world? As long as she had food, she wasn't afraid of hardship. Besides, she had money. She didn't need to rely on earning work points. By the way, let's also sign up the twins, Qin Sihua and Qin Sirui. In tough times, family members should look out for each other, so it's better if they go together. She was determined to take good care of them, especially Qin Sirui, and make sure everything about her future was handled properly and reasonably. The staff at the youth office watched the thin girl walk away and couldn't help but admire her. One of them sighed. This family has such strong awareness. They only have 3 children, yet all 3 volunteered to go to the countryside. Truly a model for others. Another staff member standing nearby nodded in agreement. Yes, with such outstanding young people, our country will definitely become better and better. Xiao Juanxi didn't hear their words. Holding the 300 yuan subsidy she had just received, she felt very satisfied. This era was really good. Going to the countryside even came with subsidies. One person got 100 yuan, so with 3 people, that made 300. Not bad at all. Plus, there were also some nationwide ration tickets. After that, she went to the bank and withdrew more than 8,000 yuan. At that time, this was considered a huge amount, enough to draw the attention of the bank manager. Xiao Junxi showed her newly issued countryside assignment certificate to the manager, explained her situation, and was finally able to withdraw the money smoothly. Back then, there was no union pay system, so once you left your city, you couldn't withdraw money elsewhere. Looking at the pile of cash in front of her, Xiao Junxi felt a little speechless. The largest bill was only 10 yuan, so more than 8,000 yuan meant over 800 notes, a real mountain of money. Fortunately, she had already expected this and brought along a large cloth bag. After leaving the bank, she slowly transferred the money into her personal storage space. Next, she went to the government's civil affairs office to explain her plan to move to the countryside. She needed to transfer her household registration there, and naturally, her monthly subsidies also had to be redirected to the local government office in the countryside. Many readers question why the heroine insists on going to the countryside. All I can say is, this is her character setting. What seems like hardship to some may be an advantage to her. She has already survived through a harsh and dangerous world, so why would she fear a bit of hard work? For her, choosing a rural area with plenty of food is the most logical choice. Staying in the city with limited rations would actually be the stranger decision. For the heroine, going to work on time, clocking in, and tightening screws only earned a few dozen yuan a month, just a few hundred a year. With her skills, hunting 2 wild boars would be enough to cover a whole year's factory wages. Besides, she had money. Even if she didn't earn full work points, she could take leave whenever she wanted. How hard could it really be? I've also watched many real videos of former educated youths who went to the countryside. Most of them are now in their 70s or 80s. Some cried as they recalled how bitter those years were, but others said that the experience was the greatest treasure of their lives. It might have felt hard at the time, but looking back, it was deeply meaningful. In the end, everyone has a different level of endurance and everyone values different things. The Civil Affairs Department in Lushur took this matter very seriously. After all, she was the orphan of martyrs. Both her parents had sacrificed their lives for the country. There was no way they could easily allow such a girl to be sent to the countryside. But Xiao Juanxi repeatedly emphasized that she was volunteering. She wanted to carry on her parents' legacy and contribute to the nation's development. Her words were so sincere and full of conviction that the leaders were nearly moved to tears. Truly worthy of being the child of heroes, her awareness was high, her thinking upright, her roots strong. She was a model youth of the nation, unafraid of hardship, willing to set an example. In the end, the leader waved his hand and agreed, but reminded her again and again, if she faced difficulties, she must turn to the organization, and the organization would always stand behind her. After Xiao Juanxi left, the leader looked at her file with deep admiration. He immediately called the local government office where she would be sent, explaining the situation and asking them to take special care of this outstanding young woman. Xiao Juanxi knew nothing of this. She was slowly walking home, guessing that Yi Xianghong should be back by now. Sure enough, just after she returned the household register, she heard the sound of the door opening. Yi Xianghong closed the door, looking dazed and uneasy. She leaned against it, patting her chest nervously. In those days, there wasn't much entertainment, so news spread quickly. She had already heard about the incident with Lu Motzi. Whether he survived or not was unclear, but he had been sent to the hospital. They said he was still breathing when he was carried in, though unconscious. Her heart was restless, filled with a sense of dread. Lu Motzi was not someone easy to deal with. Since the matter was directly connected to her, she couldn't help but worry if he recovered, would he come looking for her later? How did he not drown? If he had, it would have been better. No proof, and no one could blame her. She took a few deep breaths before slowly walking back to her room. Sitting on the bed, lost in thought, she didn't go looking for trouble with Xiao Juanxi for the moment. Around 5 p.m., Qin Sihua and his younger sister Qin Sirui came home from school. Both were in their second year of high school. They were already 18, having started school later than others, so they were still in the same grade. Qin Sihua went straight inside, pulled the curtain aside, and began doing his homework, looking every bit the model student. Qin Sirui, however, was surprised to see Xiao Juanxi at home. After glancing at her, she quickly walked into Yi Xianghong's room and whispered, "Mom, what's going on? Why is Qiao Xiaoxi still here acting like nothing happened?" Yi Xianghong glared at her, then raised her voice toward the outside. "Qiao Xiaoxi, go make dinner. Do you expect me to cook and serve you instead?" "Yes, Auntie Yi," Xiao Juanxi answered sweetly and obediently before heading into the kitchen. Only after hearing her enter the kitchen did Yi Xianghong close the door and quietly explained what had happened earlier that day.
What?
Lu Motzi almost drowned?
How could that be?
Qin Sirui's face was full of anger and frustration. Why is that girl's luck always so good? Such a perfect chance, and yet... She slapped the bed hard in resentment. When she was little, she had longed for her heroic father to come home. He did return, but with him came a beautiful little girl. From then on, that girl took away all of her father's love, as well as the attention of friends and classmates.
Why?
He was her father first. Those friends and classmates were hers first. Even though she was younger, her grades were better, she was in a higher grade, and she was prettier. Whenever they stood together, Qin Sirui felt like nothing more than a speck of dust. She still remembered when she once took a pair of hair clips from Xiao Juanxi. When her father found out, he punished her harshly with a bamboo stick. She had to rest for a whole week before she could return to school. The cold, distant look in her father's eyes still made her shiver whenever she thought of it. In that moment, she felt she wasn't his daughter at all, but rather an enemy. From then on, not only she, but also her brother and mother, understood Xiao Junshi's place in the family. She was the little princess of the house, while they were nothing more than her servants. Although her father later returned to his gentle self, she was so frightened that she never dared to provoke Xiao Junshi again and behaved very cautiously. In recent years, as Xiao Junshi grew older and became a young lady, she no longer relied so much on her father. Spending more time with her, she began to test the waters by borrowing things. To her surprise, Xiao Junshi, being rather naive, didn't tell their father. Still, she didn't dare to go too far, afraid of being discovered, so she only took small items or a little money. Seeing her daughter suddenly lost in thought, Yi Xianghong frowned and asked, "Sirui, what's wrong?" Qin Sirui came back to herself, shook her head, and with a flash of bitterness in her eyes said, "Nothing, Mom. Do you think it could have been that girl who got Lu Matzi into trouble?" Yi Xianghong gave her a look as if she were being silly. "What are you thinking? With Qiao Xiaoxi's build and courage, do you really think that's possible? Besides, there were several people helping at the time. If anyone else had been nearby, it would have been noticed." Qin Sirui pouted. She knew her idea was far-fetched, but she wanted so badly for that girl to suffer some misfortune. Unwilling, she asked, "Then what should we do now?" Yi Xianghong stroked her head and sighed softly. "Let's wait and see. We don't yet know how this matter will end." What worried her most was whether Lu Matzi would cause trouble after waking up, and especially his mother, who was notoriously difficult to deal with. If they came to make a scene, her own scheme against Qiao Xiaoxi would be exposed, and the consequences would be serious. It seemed she needed to find a chance in the next couple of days to visit the hospital and check on Lu Matzi's condition. Qin Sirui hugged Yi Xianghong's arm and said playfully, "Mom, why don't we consider Uncle Zhang from the 3rd floor? He has a steady job, and since he's close by, there would be more chances." The Uncle Zhang she mentioned was a man in his 30s with a son and a daughter. His former wife had tragically passed away due to his violent temper. Yi Xianghong shook her head. She had thought of him before, but his reputation was far too bad. After all, Qiao Junshi was the child of a martyr. Although Lu Matzi's background and reputation weren't good either, at least he treated his mother decently and had never been married before, which sounded a little better. Qin Sirui clung to Yi Xianghong's arm and pleaded, "Mom, why not?" Yi Xianghong looked helpless. "We'll see in the future." Qiao Junshi checked the kitchen carefully and quickly figured out the situation. There were more than 10 pounds of rice in the container. She stored 8 pounds away and left 2 pounds to cook into porridge in the big pot. In the basket, there were 26 eggs. She stored 20 and steamed the remaining 6. There were also about 5 pounds of coarse grains, which she stored away as well. A small bowl of pickled vegetables was left aside to eat with the porridge. There was also a handful of fresh greens, some dried vegetables, and about 2 pounds of sweet potatoes, all of which she stored away. As for oil, salt, and half a bottle of soy sauce, she already had enough in her storage, so she didn't take them. After 40 minutes, the white porridge had thickened, and a gentle fragrance filled the air. Qiao Junshi felt a little hungry and scooped out a bowl for herself. She poured most of the rest into her storage, leaving only a small amount in the pot. To make it look fuller, she added 2 spoonfuls of water, stirred it, and let it keep cooking. She slowly drank her bowl of porridge. Although it was plain, to her it tasted wonderful. The simple flavor was just right for her weak stomach. After finishing, she put the 6 steamed eggs into her storage as well, saving them for when she got hungry later. Looking at the thin porridge left in the pot, she felt something was missing. Searching around the kitchen, she found a few small dark pellets. With a faint smile, she dropped them into the pot and stirred until they blended in. The porridge now looked a little different in color, but otherwise seemed perfect. Qiao Junshi thought to herself that she never understood why some people would let their enemies cook for them. Even if poison wasn't added, who could guarantee nothing unpleasant was mixed in? How could they eat with peace of mind? Soon, she carried the porridge to the dining table, set out 3 pairs of bowls and chopsticks, and placed the small bowl of pickled vegetables, now even less than before. Then she called out, "Dinner's ready." The 3 others came out of their rooms. Chin Sirui saw the plain porridge on the table and immediately complained, "What kind of dinner is this? How can anyone eat this?" Xiao Junshi lowered her head and said softly, "Eating porridge at night is good for the body. I did this for your sake." Chin Sirui glared at her. "You," before she could finish, Yi Xianghong pulled her to sit down. "Enough. At least we have porridge to eat." She really wasn't in the mood to argue right now. She decided to wait a couple of days before dealing with it. Ever since she saw Xiao Yunxi unharmed, she had felt uneasy, her eyelids twitching nonstop. Qin Sihua usually ignored the family quarrels. As long as he had food, he didn't care. Xiao Yunxi stood there, and just as she expected, no one invited her to eat. After standing for a while, she quietly returned to her room. Her small, lonely figure looked pitiful. Yi Xianghong cast a cold glance at Xiao Yunxi's back, then ignored her. She scooped up a spoonful of porridge and swallowed it, frowning. Something about the taste felt strange. She lowered her head and looked at the porridge. The color was a little darker than usual. She assumed Xiao Yunxi hadn't washed the pot properly. Since the pot was used every day, she didn't mind too much and let it go. Qin Sirui, however, kept complaining nonstop, saying the porridge tasted awful, and mocking that even cooking porridge was too much for someone like her. Late at night, Xiao Yunxi opened her eyes, clear and alert. She got up from the floor. Yes, she could only sleep on the floor. She walked to the bed and looked at the sleeping Qin Sirui. A faint smile appeared on her lips. From her hidden space, she took out a colorless, scentless sleeping agent. She gently waved it under Qin Sirui's nose. Without noticing anything, Qin Sirui sank into a deep sleep. Xiao Yunxi lifted her leg and gave her a push. But Qin Sirui only shifted about 2 centimeters. Well, at least she moved a little. Xiao Yunxi sighed, almost forgetting this wasn't her original body. Taking a deep breath, she gathered all her strength and pushed again, this time with more force. With a dull thud, Qin Sirui rolled off the bed onto the floor, still fast asleep, showing no sign of waking. Xiao Yunxi walked to the door and listened carefully. Everything outside was quiet. It seemed they were all sleeping deeply. She took out night vision goggles from her space, put them on, and gently opened the door. In the living room, she pulled back the curtain and saw Qin Sihua sprawled out, sleeping soundly. Using the same method, she made sure he stayed in a deep sleep. Yi Xianghong, half asleep, thought she heard knocking at the door. She assumed it was her imagination, turned over, and tried to sleep again. The knocking came again. Yi Xianghong frowned and asked softly, "Who's there?" Startled, she sat up straight, listening nervously. But there was no sound outside. Maybe she was just too tense after what happened with Lu Motzi earlier today. Comforting herself, she slowly lay back down, trying to sleep. But then she suddenly sat up again, her voice trembling as she asked, "Who's there?"
"Speak."
"Mom, it's me." A muffled voice came from the doorway. It sounded like Qin Sirui. Yi Xianghong let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. "You silly girl. Why didn't you say something earlier? You nearly scared me to death. What are you doing out there?" But outside, it went quiet again. Worried about her daughter, Yi Xianghong fumbled for the light switch. In those days, electric lights weren't common, but their building had them. Her room only had a 5-watt bulb, giving off a dim yellow glow. She slipped on her shoes, hurried out of bed, and opened the door. The moment she pulled it open, under the faint light, she saw a woman standing there with a twisted, distorted face. Her hair dragged along the floor, her eyes were hollow dark sockets with faint traces of blood, and her long red tongue hung out unnaturally. The woman grinned at Yi Xianghong, showing sharp, blood-stained teeth, and let out a chilling, buzzing voice. "Ha.
Ha. Ever. Caught. You."
Yi Xianghong's eyes widened in terror. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. After a few breaths, she finally let out a scream. "Ah." The moment the cry left her lips, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. "Xiao Yunxi." This was just one of the haunted houses she had stumbled into while searching for supplies during the apocalypse. She had thought the props inside were amusing and had casually taken a few. Looking at the clawed gloves on her hands, she sighed. She stepped into Yi Xianghong's room, dragged her inside, shut the door, bolted it, and even locked it with a small padlock. By the time she finished, she was already out of breath. This body was truly weak. After resting for a while, she turned off the dim bulb and took out a solar-powered lamp that glowed green, placing it in the corner of the room. Her gaze fell on the unconscious Yi Xianghong. A long needle appeared in her hand, her eyes cold. She drove the needle hard into the sole of Yi Xianghong's foot.
Ah!
A piercing scream filled the room as Yi Xianghong's upper body shot upright, her face twisted in pain. When the pain eased a little, she realized something was wrong. The room looked like hers, yet somehow not. The eerie green glow made everything feel unsettling and strange. Fragments of memory slowly returned before she lost consciousness. Her whole body broke out in goosebumps, and cold sweat instantly soaked her back. Her stiff neck turned like a rusty robot, slowly shifting toward Xiao Juanqi. The same ghostly figure she had seen before was now glowing faintly green, staring at her with a chilling gaze.
Ah!
Yi Xianghong screamed, her eyes rolling back as she fainted again with a thud. Xiao Juanqi. She had never seen a woman who fainted so often. The long, thin needle appeared again, this time pricking her thigh. Strangely, she didn't wake up after the first jab. Xiao Juanqi, without hesitation, jabbed her several more times.
Ah!
This time Yi Xianghong seemed to recall something. Seeing the ghost, she panicked and dragged herself backward in fear. She cried out frantically, "Who are you? I don't know you. You've got the wrong person. I don't know anything, go find the one who hurt you." Luckily, the house was well soundproofed, or the neighbors would have been disturbed in the middle of the night. Xiao Juanqi slowly raised her claw to her lips and, in a chilling, eerie tone, whispered, "Shoot, don't be so loud. Have you forgotten? Today you harmed a man."
A man?
"What man? I didn't do anything. I don't know anything. It's not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame that awful Xiao Xiaoxi. Please, let me go, let me go." Yi Xianghong's terrified eyes darted around the room.
Ha!
"Wasn't it you who sent him to wait by the river? He may still be alive, but his soul has been taken. From now on, he's nothing but an empty shell. His spirit is right on your shoulder.
Ah!
He's whispering in your ear now." Xiao Juanqi's voice was low and ghostly, as if it came from the depths of the underworld. Whether it was her imagination or not, Yi Xianghong suddenly felt a heavy weight on her shoulder.
Ah! No!
"Go away, go away," she cried, frantically slapping at her own shoulder. Xiao Juanqi watched her nearly collapse in terror, baring her blood-red mouth as she crept closer.
He says you owe him.
"He wants to drag you down. To the underworld."
Ha ha ha.
Seeing the ghost closing in, Yi Xianghong no longer cared about the shadow clinging to her shoulder. Terrified, she scrambled and crawled toward the door, her trembling hands clawing desperately at it, trying to escape. Unfortunately, the door was locked with Xiao Juanqi's small lock. Yi Xianghong struggled for a long time, but couldn't open it. At that moment, the female ghost was already standing behind her, staring at her with a terrifying expression. Yi Xianghong felt her whole body go weak. She leaned against the door and slowly slid to the ground. She wanted to run, but her legs wouldn't move, as if they no longer belonged to her. Panic grew in her heart. Her legs were completely numb, unresponsive, as though they were useless. She felt her spirit leave her body. Supporting herself with her hands, she tried to crawl away, mumbling incoherently for mercy. "Don't come closer. Don't come closer, please. It wasn't me, I didn't mean it.
Please let me go. Haha, I've caught you again."
"Go to the underworld with him." The female ghost suddenly appeared right in front of her, less than 10 centimeters from her face. The horrifying face loomed larger before her eyes, and she could even smell the damp, moldy scent of water. A chill shot straight up her spine, freezing her from head to toe. Terrified, Yi Xianghong flailed her hands wildly, trying to block the ghost's approach. Smack! Her hand accidentally touched the female ghost. The icy, sticky sensation spread across her palm and into her mind.
Ah!
Overwhelmed by fear, Yi Xianghong's face twisted uncontrollably, her mouth and eyes distorted, her hands twitching without control. With a thud, she fainted again. Suddenly, an unpleasant smell filled the air. Xiao Junshi glanced at Yi Xianghong and saw that her pants were wet, with a dark patch spreading across the fabric and a puddle forming on the floor. Xiao Junshi. What's wrong with this person? Fainting is one thing, but this too? Looking at Yi Xianghong, whose face was still twitching even in unconsciousness, Xiao Junshi frowned. Could she have had a stroke? Suddenly, she lost interest in continuing. This person's mental strength was far too weak. If she ended up paralyzed, it would ruin the rest of the plan. Xiao Junshi walked to the cabinet where the household register and money were kept. She gathered all the cash, tickets, and valuables into her storage space. After tidying up the scene and erasing any trace of her presence, she unlocked the door, stepped out of Yi Xianghong's room, and then used her spatial ability to lock it again from the outside. Back in her own room, she changed her clothes and looked at Qin Sirui, who was still lying on the ground, completely unaware of what had happened. Xiao Junshi took out a steaming bowl of rice porridge from her storage space, paired it with a fried dough stick, and finished it quickly. She wanted to eat an egg too, but her stomach couldn't handle more, so she decided to save it for tomorrow. She threw Qin Sirui's blanket onto the floor, replaced it with the old, worn blanket of the original owner, and soon fell into a deep sleep. At dawn, Qin Sihua slowly opened his sleepy eyes. He felt unusually well rested, realizing he hadn't even woken up once during the night. He sat up, stretched, and felt refreshed. Walking into the living room, he noticed the house was unusually quiet. He frowned. Normally, at this time, Qiao Xiaoxi should already be up making breakfast. As the older brother, he didn't feel right directly ordering his sister around, so he knocked on Yi Xianghong's door, hoping his mother would arrange breakfast instead. He knocked for a while, but there was no response. Qin Sihua frowned deeper and called out, "Mom, are you awake?" "Mom, I'm going to be late for school. Are you up yet?" He raised his voice. Inside, Yi Xianghong faintly heard someone calling her. Her body felt weak, but she forced her eyes open and realized it was already morning. To her shock, she was lying on the floor. For a moment she was confused, but then memories of last night rushed back. She suddenly sat up straight, her face filled with fear as she looked around. It was morning, the ghost was gone. She was still alive. Overwhelmed with relief, she quickly unlatched the door from where she had fallen near it. Sihua, I finally get to see you again. I thought I was going to die." She cried, her words slurred as she looked up at her son like he was her savior. Qin Sihua was startled when he saw her. Her hair was a tangled mess, her eyes were dark and swollen, and worse, her mouth was crooked, her speech unclear, and saliva dripped from the corner of her lips. Her facial muscles twitched from time to time. He instinctively stepped back in shock.
"Mom, what happened to you?"
Realizing his reaction seemed like rejection, he hesitated, then forced himself to step forward and support her tremblingly. Suddenly, a strong, unpleasant smell hit him. Looking down, he noticed a darkened patch on the floor beneath where his mother had been sitting. Qin Sihua looked at Yi Xianghong in shock. Yi Xianghong also realized what had happened. Her face turned red, and she felt so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear. She stammered loudly, "I'll let Xiaolei come here." As she tried to get up, she found her lower body weak and unable to move. Startled, she looked down at her legs, only to realize she couldn't feel them at all. Was she paralyzed? Impossible. This couldn't be happening. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried out anxiously to Qin Sihua, "Hurry, go call Old Master Yi." Old Master Ye's full name was Yi Huiran. He used to run a traditional medicine clinic and was very skilled. But after a period of great turmoil, he hid his abilities and lived as an ordinary man. He had a good relationship with Qin Yifeng, so whenever someone in the family had minor illnesses, they would secretly ask him to come and help. "Okay, Mom, wait here. I'll go right now," Qin Sihua said, then quickly let go and ran out. Without his support, Yi Xianghong lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. She wanted to cry, but had no tears left, her head aching so badly that she couldn't even speak. She thought bitterly that raising this son had been in vain. With a loud bang, Qin Sihua rushed back in. He suddenly remembered that he should wake up Qin Sirui first. He pushed the door open and ran inside, shouting, "Qin Sirui, get up quickly. Something happened to Mom."
Ah!
Qin Sirui screamed. She sat up straight, clutching her right leg and trembling in pain. It turned out that when Qin Sihua barged in, he hadn't noticed Qin Sirui lying on the floor, and he had stepped right on her leg. Qin Sihua was startled, then speechless, when he saw the scene. "Qin Sirui, what's wrong with you? Why are you sleeping on the floor?" Qin Sirui, still confused, sat up with a blank expression, looking around in a daze. When she saw Qiao Juanxi sitting lazily on the bed, yawning as if she had just woken up, anger surged in her heart. She immediately stood up, ready to grab her. But Qin Sihua quickly pulled her back, his face full of urgency.
Stop!
Mom's in trouble. I'm going to get old Master Yi. You go check on her first. With that, he turned and ran out again. Qin Sirui was startled and no longer cared about Qiao Juanxi. She stood up, ignoring the soreness from sleeping on the floor and the pain in her foot, and limped toward Yi Xianghong's room. When she saw Yi Xianghong's condition, Qin Sirui was shocked. Tears streamed down her face as she cried anxiously, "Mom, what's wrong? What happened?" She quickly went over to help, struggling to pull and support Yi Xianghong onto the bed. While crying, she kept asking what was wrong. Yi Xianghong closed her eyes, forced down the discomfort in her chest, and scolded softly, "Why are you crying so loudly? I'm not gone yet. Go get me a pair of pants to change into, and bring some hot water so I can wash up." Sniffling, Qin Sirui fetched the pants and placed them on the bed, then turned and walked out. Yi Xianghong, waiting for her daughter's help to change, was speechless. This daughter is really unreliable. Why is my life so hard? She had no choice but to tremble as she lifted her unsteady legs and struggled to change her pants by herself. Meanwhile, Qin Sirui went to the kitchen but didn't know what to do. It had been a long time since she had cooked. When her father was alive, she used to help her mother in the kitchen. After her father passed away, it was Qiao Juanxi who usually cooked. Her mother rarely did it, and Qin Sirui almost never entered the kitchen anymore. Thinking of Qiao Juanxi, Qin Sirui's eyes lit up. She immediately shouted, "Qiao Xiaoxi, get up and boil some water." Qiao Juanxi had just finished washing up. She glanced at Qin Sirui, nodded, and said, "All right." Then she went to the kitchen. Qin Sirui's eyes showed a trace of pride. No matter how much Dad used to spoil her, now she still has to lower herself and do things for me. But once in the kitchen, Qiao Juanxi didn't plan to work. Instead, she quietly took out an egg, a bowl of porridge, and a meat bun, and began to eat her breakfast. 10 minutes later, just as she finished eating, Qin Sirui's voice came from outside. "Is the water ready? Why is it taking so long?" There was no reply from the kitchen. Qin Sirui frowned in displeasure and walked over, only to see Qiao Juanxi sitting on a small stool, lost in thought. Qin Sirui instantly jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She raised her hand angrily to slap Qiao Juanxi and shouted, "You useless girl. I told you to boil water. Why didn't you do it?" Qiao Juanxi saw the hand about to slap her face and stepped back in fear, but her foot lightly hooked out. Qin Sirui, who was about to hit her, looked fierce and proud, but suddenly tripped on something. She stumbled forward and fell straight toward the stove.
Bang!
Her forehead hit the edge of the stove, and blood immediately flowed down her face. Dazed from the fall, Qin Sirui slowly pushed herself up with trembling hands. She felt liquid running down her cheek, wiped it with her hand, and saw it was covered in red.
Ah, blood. I'm bleeding.
She screamed in panic, and only then did the sharp pain hit her. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Xiao Juanqi. Seriously, why does this family faint so easily? It makes her look like a bully, but she really hadn't done much, just stretched out her foot. In the bedroom, Yi Xianghong, who was lying on the bed groaning after changing her pants, heard her daughter scream. She shouted anxiously, "Sirui. Sirui, what's wrong? Little Rui, can you hear me? What happened?" After calling several times with no reply, Yi Xianghong grew frantic. Her legs were too weak, and after struggling a few times without success, she angrily pounded the bed. Remembering that Xiao Juanqi was still in the kitchen, she yelled, "Xiao Xiaoxi, are you deaf? What happened to Sirui?" She accidentally fell. Xiao Juanqi's voice came from the kitchen. Yi Xianghong felt something odd in her tone, as if she didn't care, but she had no time to think about it. "Then how is she? Is it serious?" Expressionless, Xiao Juanqi looked at the unconscious Qin Sirui on the floor and answered uncertainly, "Not too serious, I think." She just hit her forehead. "Then why isn't she saying anything? Bring her here, so I can see." Yi Xianghong shouted, furious that no one was making things easier for her. Xiao Juanqi replied calmly, "Oh," she fainted. Yi Xianghong froze, then quickly realized what that meant. Her heart raced as she roared, "What did you say? Are you useless? Hurry and help me over there." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Xiao Juanqi poured herself a cup of hot water and drank slowly. Her thoughts drifted away. If only there were some chicken soup. She really should find a way to get a couple of chickens, maybe some meat and bones too. This body is in very poor condition. The original owner's parents and Qin Yifeng have always pampered her, which may also be related to her poor health. Over the past year, she has been neglected and mistreated. Yi Xianghong did not hear Xiao Juanqi's reply and was both anxious and angry. "What's wrong with you, you little brat? That's your sister. I'd have more conscience if I raised a dog." She cursed loudly, knowing she couldn't rely on Xiao Juanqi anymore. She supported herself on the bed frame and lifted her foot to the ground, planning to move to the kitchen to check on the situation. The door was opened, and Qin Sihua entered with an elderly man. The man was probably in his 60s, with gray and white hair and a face marked by wind and frost. This was Yi Huiran. "Grandpa Yi here. My mom is in this room," he said, hurriedly leading someone towards Yi Xianghong's room. "Hurry, go check on your sister in the kitchen. She's bitten." Yi Xianghong heard Qin Sihua's voice and breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly ordered loudly. Qin Sihua paused, feeling confused. It had only been half an hour. How could there be another patient? He didn't have time to think much and hurried to the kitchen. Seeing Qin Rui covered in blood and lying on the ground, he was shocked and quickly asked Yi Huiran to check her. Xiao Juanqi had finished drinking water and was staring blankly at Qin Rui, as if frightened by her blood-covered face. Yi Huiran checked Qin Rui's forehead. The bleeding looked heavy, but the wound wasn't large, and the bleeding had mostly stopped on its own. He also checked her pulse. "The bleeding has stopped. Do you have first aid supplies? Clean her up, disinfect, and bandage her. It's not a big problem," Yi Huiran calmly instructed. Qin Sihua saw the wound, about 2 centimeters long. He was a bit worried and asked, "Does she need stitches? Will she leave a scar?" Yi Huiran stood up and looked at him. "Given the current situation, she will definitely have a scar. You should take her to the hospital to get checked." "I don't have medicine, and I can't do much." Qin Sihua understood Yi Huiran's situation. Besides a set of silver needles, he had nothing else. He couldn't help but ask, "How did Sihue faint? Are you sure her brain isn't injured?" Yi Huiran's tone was calm. "It's nothing. She fainted from being too nervous. She'll wake up soon." Qin Sihua clenched his teeth. "All right, I'll go check on my mom first. I'll come back later to treat her wound." The two quickly returned to Yi Xianghong's room. They overheard her previous conversation, which made her heart ache deeply. At this moment, She ignored her own feelings and hurriedly told Qin Sihua to help Qin Sirui treat her wound. In the past, when Qin Yifeng was at home, they could get disinfectants like iodine or alcohol. Now only red medicine and a small amount of gauze remained. Qin Sihua looked worriedly at his mother. Seeing her concern for Sirui, he could only go to tend to his sister's injury first. However, he still asked Xiao Juanxi to go into Yi Xianghong's room to see if anything else was needed. Xiao Juanxi carefully entered Yi Xianghong's room. Yi Huairan was also shocked when he saw Yi Xianghong's condition. A few days ago, she was fine. How did she suddenly become like this? He sat by her bed, began checking her pulse, and his expression grew more serious. After a while, he withdrew his hand and asked, "What kind of shock did you experience?" Yi Xianghong remembered what happened last night. Even now, she felt a bit confused. She usually didn't believe in ghosts or spirits, especially now that superstitions are being strictly suppressed. But the feeling at that moment was too real. She truly sensed the presence and warmth of a ghost. Deep down, she believed that Lu Matzi had come to find her last night, and he had asked a powerful old ghost to bring this new ghost along. Such strange things are hard to believe unless you've experienced them yourself. And because it involved Lu Matzi, she couldn't tell anyone. It had to stay a secret. She hesitated for a moment and could only vaguely say, "Last night, I had a very vivid nightmare. I was so scared I didn't sleep all night. When I woke up this morning, I was like this. Can this be treated?" Yi Huairan didn't press further. He simply explained his diagnosis. Because of extreme mental stress, your muscles have been tense, causing local blood circulation issues. In simple terms, your leg is temporarily paralyzed. What? I'm paralyzed? No, that can't be. Yi Xianghong shouted excitedly, her eyes full of disbelief and fear. Yi Huairan looked at her expressionlessly. This is only temporary. Rest for 2 days and you'll be fine. I can also do acupuncture. It will take about 30 minutes to recover. Before she could relax, Yi Huairan continued, but the more serious problem is your face. You now have central facial nerve paralysis, which is a bit more complicated. He couldn't understand how much fear and stress could cause paralysis. He had seen similar cases before, but they were very rare. What do you mean? Yi Xianghong's heart immediately tightened. She woke up in the morning and found her leg numb, so she focused on her leg. Although her face felt uncomfortable, she didn't pay much attention to it. Xiao Juanxi, who was very clever and considerate, kindly handed her a mirror. Yi Xianghong looked at herself in the mirror, her eyes crooked, her mouth drooping, and drool coming out, and was extremely frightened. She threw the mirror away. Mumbling unclear words, she said, No, this isn't me. It's not me." Yi Huairan glanced at Xiao Juanxi, who shyly smiled at him, and then lowered her head timidly. Yi Huairan looked thoughtful, but said nothing. He comforted her, looking a bit frantic. "You better not get too excited, or it might get worse." Xiao Juanxi felt something was strange. This didn't seem like comfort, but more like intimidation. Hearing his words, Yi Xianghong dared not scream anymore. Her face was tense with hope and fear as she looked at him, pleading, "Dr. Yi, please save me. You can help, right?" "Save me," Yi Huairan nodded. "Of course, I can. I can help you recover with acupuncture, but it will take 5 sessions, about a month to fully return to normal." Yi Xianghong quickly nodded, eager to start acupuncture as soon as possible. Yi Huairan looked at her, but didn't move. Yi Xianghong could tell what he meant from his expression. She clenched her teeth secretly. When Qin Yifeng was here, this old man wasn't so greedy. "How much will the treatment cost?" "I'll pay soon," Yi Xianghong said, trying to suppress her frustration. Yi Huairan smiled. "Just 10 yuan. Not much. I'll treat her legs too." Yi Xianghong felt sick inside. 10 yuan wasn't much, but she had no choice now. As long as her face could be fixed, she would pay 50 yuan if needed. She couldn't face people like this. Seeing her agree, Yi Huairan took out a small cloth bag from his pocket, which contained a full set of silver needles, and began acupuncture. This time, Xiao Juanxi didn't cause trouble. The treatment went well, which was good. Otherwise, the story wouldn't be interesting later. An hour later, Yi Huiran, sweating heavily, finished removing the needles. Yi Xianghong's legs were still a bit weak, but she could move. After resting for a few days, she would fully recover. Her face was still crooked and she drooled slightly, but at least she could speak clearly now. Yi Huiran began to explain to her, telling her to stay calm and happy and not to get too emotional, or she might have a stroke. Yi Xianghong nodded quickly.
She was also scared now.
She was only 40 years old. If she had a stroke and became paralyzed, how would she live? What about her 2 children? Qin Sihua and his sister had been waiting in the room. Qin Sirui woke up half an hour ago. When she found out she might be disfigured, she started crying and fussing, wanting to go to the hospital immediately. At that moment, Yi Xianghong was in a critical situation. Qin Sihua was too upset to comfort her, so he scolded her and promised to wait until their mother finished her treatment. Once she had the money, he would take her to the hospital. Now that their mother was feeling better, the siblings both relaxed. Qin Sirui, crying and sniffling, showed Yi Xianghong her wound and insisted on going to the hospital right away with the money. Yi Xianghong looked at her daughter's wound and felt heartbroken. "Quick, Sihua, go to the cabinet and get the money." "Oh, and give Dr. Yi 10 yuan." Yi Huiran wrapped the silver needle and put it back in his pocket. It was inconvenient to stay in someone else's house now, so he went to the living room and Xiao Yunxi followed him. Soon, a scream came from the room. "What? No way. Sihua, look again. The money and the ticket are in the cabinet. Hurry, find them." "Mom, there's really nothing. The money and tickets are gone." "I've looked everywhere," Qin Sihua's anxious voice said. In the room, Qin Sirui no longer cared about her own wound. She also started rummaging through the cabinet. After 2 minutes, the brother and sister finally gave up. Yi Xianghong suddenly felt dizzy.
How could this be?
The cabinet lock was fine, with no signs of being forced. No one had entered the room. Wait! Last night, a female ghost entered her room. Could it have taken the money? But why would a ghost take money? These are real bills. Could ghosts use money in the afterlife? Or maybe, last night, not only did a female ghost visit her room, but a thief also entered? Thinking more carefully, something was wrong. The door was locked with a latch. Was the latch broken? She had opened the door herself this morning. Ghosts could pass through walls, but how could a person do that? Could it be that her belongings were stolen when she went out yesterday? She slapped her forehead, feeling truly confused. Last night, before going to bed, she took out some money from the cabinet to prepare for buying groceries this morning. Yi Xianghong's mind suddenly became muddled, feeling confused and unable to understand what was happening. "Mom, has someone broken into our house? We should call the police right away," Qin Sirui said anxiously and angrily. Her forehead was still waiting for medicine to treat her wound. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked quickly, "Mom, do you have any other money somewhere else? I need to go to the hospital." "I don't want scars," sob. Yi Xianghong remained silent. Her money was not kept separately. The security here is very good and she mostly stays at home, so her money was all together. Seeing her daughter's forehead covered with blood due to her excitement, Yi Xianghong felt very worried. She trembled as she reached into her pocket and took out some bills, giving her the largest one, 5 yuan. These were her usual grocery money, only about 6 yuan in total, plus a few tickets. Qin Sirui immediately took the money and said to Qin Sihua, "Brother, come with me to the hospital." Yi Xianghong also said, "Go quickly and come back as soon as possible." Qin Sihua hesitated and said, "Mom, you're alone at home. I don't feel safe leaving you." Finally, Yi Xianghong felt a bit reassured and said, "It's okay. Xiao Xiaoxi is here, don't worry. Sihui's injury is more important." Qin Sihua nodded and hurriedly took Qin Sirui to the hospital. Only 3 people remained inside. Yi Huiran looked unhappy and asked at the door of Yi Xianghong's room, "Where is mine?" Yi Xianghong's eyes flashed with displeasure and anger, but her face showed hesitation as she said, "Dr. Yi, as you can see, our house was robbed. I don't have the money to pay you right now. Can I pay you later?" Yi Huiran shook his head. "You know I took a big risk to treat you, and you saw how much effort I put into the acupuncture. If you don't pay me, I won't come again next time. Dr. Yi, when old Qin was here, you weren't so petty. Our house was really robbed, and I can't get the money right now. I didn't say I wouldn't pay. I just need a few more days. Please be understanding. Yi Xianghong pleaded emotionally. Yi Huairan suppressed his sarcasm and said, Old Qin is old Qin. Don't compare him with others. Hurry up and pay. I need to go back. Why are you acting like this? Yi Xianghong asked angrily. Seeing Yi Huairan's expressionless face, she suppressed her anger and held back her hostility because she still needed his medical skills and didn't want to offend him. Yi Huairan is not a good person, but his medical skills are excellent. Others might not be able to treat the patient as well as he can. Thinking about this, Yi Xianghong shouted outside the door, Qiao Xiaoxi, our family is in trouble now. Can you cover the medical expenses for a while? Although Qin Yifeng said that this person only receives 10 yuan in monthly support, which goes to her family, no one really believes that. Besides, even if the support is only 10 yuan, her parents receive a good amount of pension money. Moreover, Qin Yifeng used to give her a lot of pocket money, but this person hides it very well, so she can't find it. Otherwise, she would have taken it long ago. Qiao Xiaoxi weakly said, Aunt Yi, I have no money. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so hungry. Yi Xianghong choked. She was caught saying that she was abusing her in front of others. She clenched her teeth and suppressed her rising blood pressure. She remembered Yi Huairan's words and dared not get too excited, fearing she might really collapse. She silently repeated in her mind, I won't get angry. I won't get angry. Inside, she was furious, but on her face, she looked annoyed. You child, what nonsense are you talking? Isn't it because your body is weak that you're so thin? However, she was not an actress, so her acting was not very good. The hatred in her eyes was not fully hidden, and combined with her facial paralysis, her face twisted into a very strange expression. Yi Huairan and Xiao Junshi both watched her perform with calm faces. Seeing their expressions, Yi Xianghong knew she couldn't continue acting. Fuming with anger, she clenched her teeth and took off a gold ring from her finger, handing it to Yi Huairan. I really have no money left. Is this ring okay? Xiao Junshi was careless and didn't search thoroughly. Yi Huairan took the gold ring. The gold price at this time was about a few yuan per gram, but of course, if sold for recycling, it would be cheaper. Due to the special circumstances of this period, it was not easy to sell it, so the price was heavily discounted. The ring was about 4 grams, so it was worth around 10 yuan after the discount. Yi Huairan didn't say anything else and left with the ring. Xiao Junshi hesitated for a moment and followed him out. It is now the busy time when people are going to work or school. The corridor is crowded, making conversation difficult. Xiao Junshi follows from a distance. After a few minutes, they reach a quiet spot. Yi Huairan stops and looks back at her. Xiaoxi, is something wrong? Xiao Junshi looks at him, hesitates for a moment, then speaks. I will go to the countryside in a few days. If you need anything, you can write me a letter. In the past, the original owner was very sick after her grandmother and parents passed away. She saw many doctors, but didn't get better. Finally, Yi Huairan was the one who helped her. For the next few years, he kept her health in check. Yi Huairan is a very good doctor, but unfortunately, a few years ago, someone accused him of treating foreigners, calling him a capitalist, and even suggesting he was a spy. Qin Yifeng used his connections to rescue him, but after that, he stopped seeing patients openly. Life became very hard for him. Qin Yifeng and Yi Huairan had a good relationship. When his family had health issues, he would quietly help. If acupuncture worked, he would do it. If not, he would write a prescription, and Qin Yifeng would buy the medicine. After Qin Yifeng passed away, Yi Huairan saw the original owner being bullied. He gave her advice and often supported her, but she couldn't stand up for herself. His abilities were limited, and most of the time, he could only watch helplessly. Now, hearing Xiao Junshi's words, Yi Huairan frowns. Did he tell you to go? Xiao Junshi shakes her head. I decided to go myself. I also signed up for Qin Sirui's brother and sister. We are going to the countryside together for support. Yi Huairan is surprised inside, but doesn't show it. He carefully observes Xiao Juanqi. She seems unchanged on the surface. He hesitates and asks, "Have you been through something recently?" Xiao Juanqi doesn't say anything. She takes 10 large packets of detongjia out of her pocket and hands them to him. "I want to improve my health. Can you give me some prescriptions? Also, if you have any dietary therapy recipes, I want those too." Yi Huairan is startled by the money and quickly pushes it back. "No need. You're going to the countryside, so you'll need money. I can give you the prescriptions, but keep the money for yourself." Xiao Juanqi insists and gives him the money. "I get a subsidy every month, don't worry." Yi Huairan looks at the money in his hand, feeling complicated. After a moment, he softly says, "Come to my house." A few minutes later, they arrive at a dilapidated courtyard. As soon as they enter, they hear an old voice from inside. "Is the old man back?" Yi Huairan quickly went back inside and said, "Wife, I'm home." Xiao Juanqi followed him into the house and soon saw an elderly woman lying in the inner room. She was in her 60s and was Yi Huairan's wife, Zhang Sumei. "Xiao Shi, you're here. It's been a long time. How have you been lately?" Zhang Sumei slowly sat up with Yi Huairan's help, looking kindly at Xiao Juanqi. Yi Huairan and his wife only had one daughter, who was already married. Zhang Sumei was not in good health. She had been hurt badly during the political struggles a few years ago. Now that she was older, she often felt weak and sick. Luckily, Yi Huairan was a skilled doctor, or she might have passed away long ago. "Grandma Zhang, how are you? If you're not feeling well, just lie down. We're not strangers," Xiao Juanqi said as she helped support her. Yi Huairan placed a pillow behind Zhang Sumei so she could sit comfortably and talk. "I'm fine, just the same as always. I just feel like I've been a burden to my husband," Zhang Sumei said, patting Xiao Juanqi's hand. After a little chat, Yi Huairan checked Xiao Juanqi's pulse. The past year had been hard on her, and her body was quite weak. Based on her condition, Yi Huairan gave her 2 health-preserving prescriptions. He also wrote a few dietary therapy recipes, tailored to her current needs. Looking at the frail girl in front of him, Yi Huairan handed her several prescriptions. "Your body is weak. You used to cough often and catch colds easily. Here are some prescriptions that might help." He then carefully explained which prescription to use for each symptom, even marking them below the recipes, so she wouldn't forget. Yi Huairan knew her body well, probably better than she knew herself. That was why she came out today. Besides wanting to repay Yi Huairan for his care over the past year, she also wanted to prepare some medicines based on her health. In her original life, she had fallen ill once or twice a year. Living in the countryside, good doctors weren't always available. Now that she had the prescriptions, she just needed to buy the ingredients accordingly. Xiao Juanqi looked at the prescriptions in her hand. Most of the herbs listed were common, and some even had suggested substitutes. Clearly, Yi Huairan was worried she might have trouble finding ingredients in the countryside, so he replaced some herbs with alternatives. Zhou Yunxi felt grateful inside. Her body was the foundation of her strength. In her past life, she was very powerful, but now she was just weak and sick. Her lightning powers were gone, and her body was fragile. Fortunately, she had experience and skills from her past life. It was easy to handle 2 or 3 people, but for her, who was used to being strong, that was not enough. After a short conversation with 2 others, Zhou Yunxi left the yard. Watching her walk away, Yi Huairan sighed. He felt sorry for her. She was a sad girl. Back inside, he saw Zhang Sumei lost in thought. He asked quickly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Zhang Sumei looked at him and sighed softly. "That girl, I see she's changed a bit. I hope she stays like this. If not, well..." Yi Huairan's eyes were deep. He also sensed that Zhou Yunxi was different. He guessed that Yi Xianghong had done something to cause this change in her. That was good. Otherwise, she might be hurt badly. When Zhou Yunxi returned downstairs, she heard noise from the 2nd floor. Her eyes lit up. She was coming. A neighbor saw her and hurriedly said, "Xiao Shi, you're back. Come home quickly. Something's happened at your house." An aunt, full of curiosity, asked, "Do you know what happened?" "And there are 2 police officers here." Zhou Yunxi shook her head, looking worried. She quickly went upstairs. The neighbors looked at each other and made way for her. Some had to go to work and left sadly, while others who didn't need to work watched the scene from upstairs and downstairs. Before she reached the second floor, she heard Lu Mu's hoarse, angry shout, "Yi Xianghong, you old harlot! You lying, disgusting woman!
You owe me my son.
You owe me! You caused my son's death! It's your fault! You wicked woman! You murderer! Wah! You owe me my son!" When Zhou Yunxi reached the second floor, she saw the corridor crowded with neighbors watching and whispering, pointing and talking quietly. "Who is that? Why do they say Yi Xianghong harmed her son? I actually know. That old lady lives near Dahlia River. Her name is Lu Mozi's mother. She's very fierce, just a tough old woman. Wow, Lu Mozi? That street troublemaker? I heard he was drowned. Is he dead? Manhwa, tell me what's going on." "Uncle Wu, I'm not sure about that. But just now, the police said Lu Mozi is awake, though maybe he was in water too long and his brain got damaged. Now he's become a fool who can't take care of himself," whispered the woman known as Manhwa. "I heard that when he was taken to the hospital yesterday, he was unconscious. His face was as white as a ghost. I thought he was dead," added another woman. Uncle Wu was about to ask more when he saw Zhou Yunxi come over. He quickly shut his mouth, smiled at her, then thought it wasn't appropriate and pressed his lips together. "Your family has a problem. Go back and check on them quickly." He pushed aside the people crowding the hallway. Everyone in the building knew Zhou Yunxi, so they made way for her. Uncle Wu pretended to protect her as they reached her door, but he was actually the first to get a good look at what was happening. When Zhou Yunxi got home, the police officer was already talking to Lu's mother. "Ma'am, we understand how you feel. Please don't get too upset. Let's talk slowly." "Talk slowly? Look at my son now. How is he different from being dead? Hurry up and catch this murderer and troublemaker. Arrest her and take her away," Lu's mother shouted angrily. The two police officers looked at each other helplessly. Just as they were about to ask Yi Xianghong more questions, a thin young girl came in. They looked her over and asked, "Who are you?" Lu's mother also saw Zhou Yunxi, and her eyes flashed with anger. "It's you. You're the murderer who hurt my son. You want to go shooting?"
No.
"You're coming to my house to take care of my son, to care for him all his life, to have children for him, and carry on our family line." Zhou Yunxi shrank back in fear, lowering her head and not daring to speak. Uncle Wu, worried that the crowd might take his place as the main observer, quickly explained to the police, "This is Yi Xianghong's adopted daughter, Zhao Xiaoxi." The police looked at each other, then nodded at Zhou Yunxi. "Stay here for now. We'll have questions for you later." Zhou Yunxi nodded obediently. The police saw she was small and thin, and sighed inwardly. They looked back at Yi Xianghong and asked, "According to the old lady, on September 6th, was it you who told Lu Jian to go wait at Dahlia River before dawn?" Lu Mozi's real name was Lu Jian, but everyone called him Lu Mozi because of his face full of moles. Yi Xianghong immediately denied it. "I didn't.
I don't know any Lu Jian."
"You must be mistaken." Mother Lu rushed forward and slapped Yi Xianghong twice. The two police officers, being quick, couldn't stop her in time. After hitting her, Mother Lu pointed at Yi Xianghong and shouted, "You lying troublemaker, troublemaker! How dare you say you didn't come to talk to my son the day before yesterday?" At this moment, the police finally realized what was happening. They quickly held Mother Lu back. "Calm down and speak properly. We will investigate the facts clearly. No hitting people." Then they asked Yi Xianghong, "Are you sure you don't know Lu Jian?" Yi Xianghong, her face red from the slap, looked at them with resentment, anger, and a bit of guilt and panic. After Yi Huiren gave her acupuncture, her legs and arms could move again. When the police arrived, she didn't want to pay attention to them, but she knew she couldn't ignore them. She slowly sat in the living room. Seeing the police's serious look, she was afraid to speak. Her mind was torn. Because of what happened with Zhao Xiaoxi, she had met Lu Mozi a few times privately. She wasn't sure if anyone had seen her. Before she could think further, Mother Lu couldn't hold back anymore. "You wicked woman! The day before yesterday, you clearly told my son to wait at Dahlia River before dawn on September 6th. You let Xiao Xiaoxi pass by Dahlia River in the morning, then you planned everything, making Xiao Xiaoxi become my son's wife. You, cursed by lightning, still dare to lie. Wow. The crowd around gasped. The two police officers' faces didn't change much. Apparently, they had already learned about this from Mother Lu. Yi Xianghong was about to argue when Xiao Juanxi suddenly looked up, her face full of shock and disbelief. Aunt Yi, is that true? Is it real? She looked a bit unsteady, as if she couldn't handle the shock. Aunt Wu, who was watching, quickly stepped forward to support her. She steadied herself and leaned gently into Aunt Wu's arms. Her eyes were red from holding back tears, but she couldn't cry. She looked very pitiful. So no wonder. No wonder you asked me to send a message to Aunt Second at Qingdong before dawn yesterday. It was all because of this. Xiao Juanxi was heartbroken and couldn't accept it for a moment. The crowd gasped again and whispered among themselves, how could Yi Xianghong be so cruel? Xiaoxi has been raised by her for 8 or 9 years. That's right. Xiaoxi gives her a 10 yuan allowance each month. A little girl like her can easily buy enough food with that, yet she still wants to sell her to Lu Motzi. Lu Motzi is known to everyone, just a second-rate man who spends his time drinking, gambling, and womanizing. He's also planning to ruin someone's reputation. Isn't that pushing people to despair? It's true. People may look innocent, but you never really know their hearts. The Yi family is so cruel. No wonder her face suddenly went numb. She must have faced some karma. Exactly. Heaven is watching. She deserves it. Oh, Xiaoxi is so pitiful. How dare Yi Xianghong do that? Xiaoxi is an orphan of a hero. Hearing the gossip, Yi Xianghong secretly hated herself. She had just signaled to this wicked woman not to speak carelessly, but she still blurted it out. Usually, you wouldn't see this wicked woman with such scheming intentions. Listen to this, listen. This little wicked girl confirmed everything. It was you who told my son to wait for her in the morning. You shameless old prostitute, Lu's mother shouted loudly, seizing the chance. Yi Xianghong immediately retorted, I only asked her to pass a message. I didn't know your son was waiting there. I also want to accuse your son of having improper intentions toward my adopted daughter. Lu's mother tried to go over and hit her, but the police held her back. She was stopped, but her mouth kept talking. You full of nonsense. Why did you need to send a message so early? You abuse your adopted daughter every day. Who doesn't know that? The police also asked, if it was just for Xiaoxi to pass a message, why did it have to be so early? Yi Xianghong felt a rush of panic and stammered, I told her to bring breakfast on the way back. If she was late, Si Hua and Si Rui wouldn't make it to school on time. The police looked at her with a complex expression. Your children can't get to school on time, so you let your adopted daughter go out before dawn. Have you thought about her safety? Yi Xianghong was momentarily speechless, mumbling, I didn't think that much. Isn't it usually safe here? The police didn't comment and turned to Xiao Juanxi with a gentler attitude. Xiao Juanxi, right? I have a few questions for you. Don't be nervous. It's just a simple inquiry. Juanxi looked up at him, then lowered her head. My name is Xiao Juanxi. The police was surprised, having mistaken her name. He looked a bit awkward. Sorry, my name is Wang Zhengwo. This is my colleague, Zhao Hongqi. Xiao Yunxi nodded to the two people as a greeting. Wang Zhengwo's tone remained gentle. What time did you wake up this morning? When did you leave the house? Did you pass by Dahlia River? Xiao Yunxi nervously clutched her clothes, unsure. I don't have a watch and there's no clock at home, so I don't know what time I woke up. When I went out, I saw it was still dark, probably around 4 o'clock, maybe a little before 5. It takes about an hour and a half to get from here to the east side of the city. A round trip would take about 3 hours. The nearest place to buy breakfast is a state-run restaurant, which is usually crowded. There are long lines every day, and it takes at least 10 minutes to wait. Considering this, after passing on the message and buying breakfast, it would be past 8 o'clock when she returned. So, Yi Xianghong's suggestion that Xiao Yunxi buy breakfast and come back doesn't make sense. The timing is wrong. High school classes start at 7:30 a.m., and it takes about 20 minutes to walk from here to school. Yi Xianghong should know this. Zhao Hongqi had already started taking notes in his notebook. Wang Zhengwo suppressed his emotions and continued asking, based on the distance from here to Dahlia River, it takes about an hour. When you passed Dahlia River, did you see Lu Matzi? Or hear any sounds? Qiao Yunqi looked up shyly at Yi Xianghong, then lowered her head and remained silent. Wang Zhengwo looked at Yi Xianghong. Understanding flashed in his eyes. He spoke softly to comfort Qiao Yunqi. Just tell the truth. As long as you haven't done anything bad, no one here will hurt you. Qiao Yunqi hesitated for a moment before quietly saying, when I left, I saw everything was very dark. I was scared and didn't dare to go. I stayed downstairs and waited until dawn before leaving. Everyone's minds immediately pictured a small, trembling figure downstairs, shivering with fear and helplessness, curled up in a corner. The house was right in front of her, but she didn't dare to go back. Some older women in the crowd, with tearful eyes, said, poor girl. She's an orphan of a hero, yet she's being treated like this. How can those brave martyrs rest in peace? Another woman wiped her tears and said, that's right. Yunqi's health was very poor when Qin Yifeng brought her back. She was a sickly child, and at that time, she almost didn't make it. Qin Yifeng finally managed to get her healthy, but after only a year, Yunqi was worn down like this. Yi Xianghong isn't afraid of Qin Yifeng coming to find her in the middle of the night. That's right. Even if she's not your biological daughter, you shouldn't treat her badly. The Yi family is really cruel. Although everyone was whispering, their voices were loud enough for others to hear. Yi Xiang's face turned bright red, then purple. She was embarrassed, angry, and anxious, not knowing what to say. At this moment, the two police officers finally heard about the martyr's orphan. They looked at Qiao Juanqi and asked, are you the martyr's orphan? Qiao Juanqi nodded. Yes, my parents died in a mission in 1964. My foster father, Qin Yifeng, was my father's comrade. He was also seriously injured during that mission and retired afterward. Wang Zhengwo and the other officer looked at her with respect. These were heroes who sacrificed for the country. They were also soldiers. If one day they sacrificed and their children or family were treated badly like this, they probably wouldn't rest in peace. Thinking of this, they felt more compassion for Qiao Juanqi. Wang Zhengwo cleared his throat, and the crowd's whispers quieted down. He then asked gently, what time did you pass through Dahlia River? Qiao Juanqi felt a little shy. She lowered her voice. That night, I didn't have dinner. I stood downstairs for a long time and was very tired. When Auntie gave me money and a ticket, she said breakfast was included for me. I just wanted to eat breakfast first before passing on the message. Otherwise, I might not make it to the east side of the city. She paused, giving the onlookers a chance to listen. Sure enough, the crowd started talking again. Such cruelty. They're starving her, not giving her dinner or even breakfast. No wonder she is so thin, almost like a skeleton. Yi Xiang is really a wicked woman. I asked her before, and she said she was sick, so she stopped her from going to school, which made her even thinner. Who would have thought it was like this? Abusing a martyr's orphan is probably illegal. The police should arrest her. I think Xi's parents are watching over her from heaven. Otherwise, she might have already died. Sigh. What kind of people are so heartless? Yi Xiang, who had been stabbed again, felt like she was about to vomit blood. This wicked woman was truly different. She used soft words, but delivered deadly blows. Qiao Juanqi continued. So, I arrived at Dahlia River quite late. I heard many people talking, and I was curious, so I asked about Lu Matzi being drowned. She quickly looked up at Lu's mother and then lowered her head, saying, after that, I went to deliver the message. Once I finished, I went home. It was too late, and I was worried Aunt Yu would be upset. I left in a hurry and accidentally dropped the breakfast I bought. Everyone understood and looked at Yi Xianghong with disgust and contempt. This woman was too cruel, often hitting and scolding, which scared the children. Wang Zhengwo also looked at Yi Xianghong with a cold gaze but still responsibly asked, is there any witness? The 5 people who helped the victim said there were no others around at the time, but Lu's mother had doubts. Out of a sense of responsibility, She asked for more details and also gave the young girl a chance to testify. Xiao Junshi pretended to think for a moment and then mentioned she bought breakfast at a state-run restaurant. When I went to the state-run restaurant for breakfast, the staff even asked me why I bought so much. She might remember me. Wang Zhengwo nodded, understanding, and said, "We will verify that later." Xiao Junshi nodded. She hoped they would investigate thoroughly. The more responsible they were, the better she could clear her name. The focus returned to Yi Xianghong. Wang Zhengwo asked a few more questions. Yi Xianghong insisted she had not been to Dahlia River. Yesterday morning, she even specifically saw Qin Sihua and Qin Seer off the stairs, and several neighbors had witnessed it. Although neighbors disliked Yi Xianghong's character, they dared not lie when questioned by the police, so they served as witnesses for her. Seeing that they couldn't get any more information, Wang Zhengwo and the others prepared to leave. Lu's mother, however, refused to give up. "Comrade police, you're not standing up for the people. Oh, my son was so badly harmed. How can I go on living? Is there no justice? Oh heavens, I can't go on like this." Wang Zhengwo also felt helpless. Although he had only met her for a day, he already understood how difficult this old lady was. There's no evidence to prove she harmed your son. In fact, based on the scene investigation, it was clear that Lu Matzi had simply lost his footing and fallen into Dahlia River. It was dark, and the road was hard to see. The riverbank was covered with grass, and there was dew in the morning, making it very slippery. Falling was quite normal. Every year, several people drown in Dahlia River. He had seen it many times. However, from what they could tell now, Yi Xianghong and Lu Jian had conspired to harm Xiao Junshi, but the girl was lucky and escaped. As for Yi Xianghong, she stubbornly denied everything. There was little they could do for now, and they would need to investigate further. His gaze grew colder. Mother Lu didn't care about evidence. What evidence? She told my son to go to Dahlia River. Even if she didn't do it herself, she is still to blame for hurting my son. Mother Lu caused a scene, trying to go forward and hit Yi Xianghong, but she was stopped by the police. She was held back, still cursing and using foul language, insulting Yi Xianghong so badly that she wished she would just die immediately. After more than 10 minutes of chaos, Mother Lu left only after being warned by the police, but before leaving, her eyes stayed on Yi Xianghong with a fierce, crazy look. Yi Xianghong was so frightened that her face went stiff, and she was about to drool. She knew this wasn't over. At least, not with Mother Lu. The onlookers also started to leave. Aunt Wu and a few other women told Xiao Junshi that if she needed help, just ask. Neighbors might not be able to do much, but small favors could still be done. Soon, news spread that Yi Xianghong and Lu Mazi had conspired to harm Xiao Junshi. After everyone left, Xiao Junshi closed the door and turned around to see Xianghong glaring at her with anger. "Are you satisfied now, you wicked woman? I feed you and take care of you, and this is how you repay me?" Xiao Junshi looked at Yi Xianghong with a dangerous squint. Some people are truly evil to their core. Instead of harming others, they blame the victims for not being obedient enough. Xiao Junshi's expression was mysterious. Who is supporting whom? Aunt Yi, don't you know what's in your own heart? After saying that, she ignored her and turned back to her room. Yi Xianghong was left speechless, feeling full of resentment as she watched Xiao Junshi's back. When Qin Sihua and Qin Sirui returned from the hospital, Yi Xianghong's vicious reputation had already spread through the neighborhood. The neighbors looked at them with suspicion and dislike. If the mother is so corrupt, how can the children be good? Moreover, Yi Xianghong's abuse of Qiao Xiaoxi was no secret. The two siblings probably knew, or maybe even colluded. Qin Sihua looked confused, but Qin Sirui's face darkened. She felt something was very wrong and quickened her steps. When they got home, they saw their mother sitting in the living room, glaring fiercely at Xiao Junshi's room and cursing. They hurried to help her back to her room. Only then did they learn what had happened. Qin Sihua looked disapproving. "Mom, how can you treat Xiaoxi like that? We've raised her for many years, and we should have some feelings for her." Yi Xianghong looked at her son, who was eating barbecue, with an angry face. Why does your father's job go to her? Besides, she definitely gets more than 10 yuan in allowance each month. If she considers us family, she should give all her allowance to the family. Qin Sihua didn't know how to reply at first. Deep down, he also felt that his father shouldn't have given the job to Qiao Xiaoxi. Qin Suerwei agreed and said, exactly. Everyone's life is hard now, and it's wrong for her to hide her savings. Qin Sihua looked at Qin Suerwei's face and became tense. You're involved in this too? Qin Suerwei didn't think she was wrong. She lifted her head high. So what? Lu Motzi is a bit older, but being older means he's caring. He's very filial to his mother and is a good person. Before Qin Sihua's siblings returned, Qiao Junqi, hearing Yi Xianghong scolding, ate a meat bun and half a bowl of porridge. After working hard all morning, she felt tired and lay down to rest. At this moment, hearing their conversation, she felt nothing. Her mind entered her space to check what she took from Yi Xianghong's cabinet last night. She found a total of 532.4 yuan, a pair of gold earrings, a gold bracelet, and a jade bracelet. There were also food coupons, including rice, meat, sugar, salt, cloth, and coal coupons, but not many. Just after finishing counting, Qin Suerwei stormed in angrily and slapped Qiao Junqi. Qiao Junqi caught her hand calmly. Sister, hitting someone without a reason isn't good. She applied a little force, and Qin Suerwei felt her hand might break. She was scared and tried to pull back her hand, but there was a cracking sound. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain and screamed. Her hand was broken. Her hand was bent at a strange angle, dislocated or maybe fractured. Qin Sihua heard the noise and hurried in. Seeing Qin Suerwei's hand bent at a strange angle, his face changed. Suerwei, what happened to you? Qiao Junqi quickly explained, it's not my fault. She wanted to hit me, and I don't know how her hand ended up like this. Qin Suerwei was sweating heavily, in pain, and unable to speak clearly. She glared at Qiao Junqi with a fierce look. Qin Sihua looked at Qin Suerwei with disapproval. What exactly is going on? Xiao Shi is our younger sister. How can you? Before he finished speaking, Qin Suerwei suddenly lifted her twisted, painful face, her eyes filled with disbelief. She was already like this, yet her brothers still blamed her. Clearly, Qiao Junqi was the one who caused her hand to break. Seeing his sister's eyes, Qin Sihua stopped speaking, his expression a bit unnatural. Qiao Junqi curled up in the corner of the bed and softly suggested, Brother, I think sister's hand might be dislocated. You should take her to the hospital quickly. Qin Sihua, just back from the hospital, said nothing. Looking at Qin Suerwei's distorted, painful face, Qin Sihua held back his impatience and hurried to Yi Xianghong's room. Hearing Qin Suerwei scream, Yi Xianghong was very anxious. She was trying to get up from the bed when she saw Qin Sihua come in and immediately asked what was going on. Qin Sihua explained the situation with a helpless look and reached out his hand to ask her for money. Mom, the 5 yuan I had before has already been spent, 3.5 yuan gone. I only have 1.5 yuan left. It might not be enough. Please give me some more. Yi Xianghong almost spat out her old blood. She silently suppressed her anger, clenched her teeth, and gave him all her last money. You know the house was robbed. This 1 yuan and 50 cents is all we have left. Do you think it's enough? Qin Sihua wasn't sure if it was enough, but he and Qin Suerwei both had some pocket money. Although not much, they still had 1 or 2 yuan. Together, it should be enough. Qin Suerwei, in pain, had no strength to bother Qiao Junqi. She just wanted to go to the hospital quickly to treat her hand, and then come back to settle accounts with her. Qin Sihua helped Qin Suerwei, who was about to go to the hospital, when Qiao Junqi suddenly called out to them. In their shocked and confused gazes, Qiao Junqi slowly pulled off the watch on Qin Suerwei's unbroken left wrist. This is mine. Thank you for returning it to me. Qiao Junqi held the watch and smiled shyly at Qin Suerwei. Qin Suerwei's eyes nearly popped out with rage. She was so angry her heart trembled, but seeing the strange, weird hand and in unbearable pain, she dared not delay any longer. She glared fiercely at Xiao Juanqi, gritted her teeth, and withdrew her gaze. She tugged at the still-dazed Qin Sihua, and the two hurried out to the hospital. The room instantly fell silent. Yi Xianghong was lying half on the bed. She didn't dare cause trouble. Since yesterday, Qiao Xiaoxi, that despicable girl, had become a bit different. She must be patient, waiting until her body heals. Thinking about being broke right now makes her feel hopeless, and she doesn't dare report the incident. Last night's sensations felt so real. She truly believes an old ghost, along with Lu Motzi, a new ghost, came to seek her life. The doors, windows, and even the locks on the cabinets inside the room were not broken. The door was still bolted from the inside in the morning.
Who would believe that?
She herself doesn't believe it. After resting during her lunch break, Xiao Juanqi took out her phone from her space to check the time. It was 3:35 p.m. The room was very quiet. Qin Sihua and her brother and sister still hadn't come back. Thinking for a moment, she chose a vintage watch from her space and put it on. She didn't want the watch she had taken back earlier, so she planned to get rid of it when she had the chance. Anyway, she has many watches in her space. Unfortunately, she can't sell them because most have production dates on them. Plus, the craftsmanship from this era is different from her future time. These vintage watches look similar on the surface, but once opened, they reveal everything.
So, she doesn't plan to sell them.
Wearing them is fine. She also felt a bit sad. Nowadays, a watch can sell for over 100 or 200 yuan. She has dozens of vintage watches that look very much like this era's, which could be worth a lot. She wondered if she could somehow remove the date. Since the craftsmanship is different, she could explain they are new models from abroad, but the date is really hard to hide. Feeling hungry, she took out an egg from her space and ate it slowly. Just after finishing, she heard some movement in the living room. Xiao Juanqi thought Qin Sihui and the others had returned. But after a while, everything went quiet again. Only the soft closing of a door in Yi Xianghong's room. Her eyes lit up. She was coming. The person she had been waiting for finally arrived. No wonder she had hurt Yi Xianghong so badly. She took out a stethoscope and pressed it against the wall. She could hear sounds from the next room, though not very clearly, but enough to make out. What's going on? Why did Lu Motzi suddenly get into trouble? A deep male voice asked. Yi Xianghong looked bitter and angry. How should I know? Su Deong, don't you care about me? My face is paralyzed. A smile appeared on Xiao Juanqi's lips. This Su Deong must be Yi Xianghong's lover. It seems the original owner's death was also caused by this person, maybe even the mastermind. Su Deong choked and said, Why don't I care about you? If I didn't care, I wouldn't have come here now. Don't you know how I feel about you? Yi Xianghong seemed to calm down a bit. The room was quiet for a moment before she whispered, Deong, I think Lu Motzi has become a vengeful ghost. He definitely won't let me go. What should I do? Stop talking nonsense. We can't believe in superstitions now, or we'll get into serious trouble, Su Deong warned softly. Yi Xianghong's voice was anxious. It's true. I can feel it. Last night I saw him. I even touched him. Enough, stop saying useless things, Su Deong interrupted impatiently before she could finish. Seeing Yi Xianghong's ugly, expressionless face, he looked away in disgust. Remember, this has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with Sihua and Sirui. You must swear you haven't seen Lu Motzi. Looking at his disdainful face, Yi Xianghong felt a cold shiver in her heart. She had betrayed Qin Yifeng for him and bore him 2 children. When she married Qin Yifeng, she dreamed of a happy life, but unfortunately, he was a soldier. He was home only a few days each year. Gradually, she became dissatisfied with the situation. Unable to endure it, she eventually ran off with this man. It wasn't until Qin Yifeng retired from the army that she finally broke up with him. She didn't dare take a step outside. Qin Yifeng looked gentle, but she knew he was very sharp. She was actually a little afraid of him. She even suspected that he already knew that Sirui and Sihua weren't his children. Thinking of this, she felt lucky. That year, Qin Yifeng happened to come home for a few days during his leave. 2 months later, she found out she was pregnant. At that time, she didn't even know who the father was. Initially, Qin Yifeng liked Sirui and Sihua very much. Most of the monthly allowance was sent back home. But when the children turned 3, his affection for them clearly faded. It was then that she realized the children looked more and more like Su Deong. Although people can resemble each other, she knew it wasn't a coincidence. She thought Qin Yifeng might have suspected something because of this. The money he sent each month also decreased. A few more years passed. His rank was high enough for his family to accompany him, but he didn't take her with him. When he returned during holidays, he rarely contacted her. Even after retiring, although they shared a bed, they were like strangers. He said he was injured on a mission. She didn't believe it, but she dared not ask. She lived trembling like this until Qin Yifeng died. She felt she finally came back to life and got together with Su Deong. Although she was very upset inside, she could only reply, "I know." Then she gritted her teeth and said bitterly, "It's all because of that damn girl, Qiao Xiaoxi." Su Deong looked impatient but didn't show it. A girl like her, there are many ways to deal with her. You just weren't harsh enough before. Otherwise, her weak body wouldn't have lasted until now. A faint light flickered in Qiao Juanxi's eyes. Could it be that the abuse of the original owner was also the work of this man? Was it his idea? He wanted to take the original owner's life. Only because the original owner occasionally received help from old Yi, she managed to hold on for so long. But with her current body, if she hadn't come, even if she hadn't drowned yesterday, she probably wouldn't have lasted much longer. Yi Xianghong opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. She was actually quite harsh to Qiao Xiaoxi. However, for some reason she hadn't been sick at all this year, even though she used to get sick once or twice every year. She hadn't been ill once this year. Su Deong ignored her expression and continued, "Lu Motzi doesn't need to worry. The trouble now is that everyone knows you want to harm that girl. Don't touch her for now. I'll listen to you," Yi Xianghong said reluctantly, knowing this was the best way to handle things for now. Suddenly, she remembered something. She hurriedly told him about the theft last night. Seeing Su Deong's disbelief, she intensified her tone. "It's true. It must be Lu Motzi, who came back and took my money. De Yong, what should I do?" After confirming that the man inside was Yi Xianghong's lover, Qiao Juanxi stopped listening. She looked at the time and guessed that some neighbors who finished work early should be coming back soon. She took out the deep love from her space, left the room, and quietly blew it through the crack in Yi Xianghong's door. This was in her post-apocalyptic world, where a private base had developed the strongest love potion, gas, colorless, tasteless, and completely undetectable. Yi Xianghong and Su Deong were talking when suddenly she felt extremely dry, as if thunder and fire were igniting inside her, unstoppable. Hearing the increasing noise inside, Qiao Juanxi looked frightened. With a loud bang, she pulled open the door and ran outside. She looked around the corridor and saw Aunt Wu chatting with a few women. She hurried over, anxiously shouting, "Aunt Wu, please help me, Aunt Yi. It seems like a thief has entered her room and is hitting her. Aunt Yi is crying out for help so loudly. I can't open the door myself. Please go save her." Aunt Wu and the others were startled and asked quickly, "A thief? Are you sure it's a thief?" Qiao Juanxi was almost crying with worry. "It's true. Aunt Yi keeps shouting for help. Her voice is so sad. She's about to be hurt badly." Seeing that Aunt Wu didn't seem willing to help, Qiao Juanxi turned to some neighbors who had just finished work and asked for help. "Uncle Yang, please help Aunt Yi. She's been hurt badly. Also, send someone to call the police. Please, I beg you." Everyone finally understood her words and felt sorry for her kindness. Even though Aunt Yi, Xianhong, had betrayed her, she still cared so much. Her gentle nature made people wonder how she would survive in the future. Everyone didn't hesitate. Although they disliked Aunt Xianhong's actions, they were neighbors and wanted to help. 2 older women quickly went to the nearby police station to report. Others hurried home to get tools, and soon more than 10 people came out, even more than before. It seemed someone inside had heard the thief and came out too. They followed Xiao Juanxi into the house. Sure enough, they heard loud banging sounds from Aunt Xianhong's room. Inside, Aunt Xianhong was shouting loudly, "Ah, no. Help me." Everyone looked at each other. The sound seemed strange, almost like Xiao Juanxi didn't care about their expressions. Seeing them standing still, she anxiously shouted for help. "You heard it, right? Aunt Yi is being hurt badly. Please open the door and save her." "Boo-hoo," she then shouted into the room. "Aunt Yi, we're coming to save you now. We won't let the thief get away." Everyone. How could they explain such a complicated situation to this young girl who didn't understand anything? A few younger men and women blushed, unsure whether to go in or back away. Suddenly, Xiao Juanxi seemed to realize something. "Are you worried about breaking the door and having to pay for it? Don't worry. If you save Aunt Yi, she'll thank you so much. She won't have time to thank you. Rest assured." Everyone. "They probably wouldn't thank us. They seem a bit worried. But the sound is getting more and more strange. Why is it so intense? Even a bull wouldn't be that fierce. Could something really be wrong? Wait, no. Damn it, Yi Xianghong is a widow now. They're doing something inappropriate inside." In this era, moral issues are a big problem. Because of what happened this morning, everyone's opinion of Yi Xianghong was already very low. Now, she's openly involved in something scandalous. The people's sense of justice burns brightly. Some are just curious and want to watch the gossip, while others are annoyed with Yi Xianghong and enjoy her misfortune. No matter what their reasons, everyone is excited now. They grab tools and start breaking down the door. In less than a minute, it crashes open with a loud bang, revealing the scene inside. Yi Xianghong and Su Deong are almost completely naked, lying on the bed doing something inappropriate. Their movements are difficult and skillful, showing that Yi Xianghong is quite flexible. Suddenly, a sharp scream cuts through the air. Xiao Juanxi quickly covers her eyes and rushes outside, accidentally bumping into Aunt Wu. Xiao Juanxi, with a face flushed red, stammers, they, not knowing what to say. Aunt Wu hurriedly covers her eyes. "Xiao Shi, you're still a young girl. Don't look. You'll get eye trouble." She then pulls her back to her own room on the right. She was too excited earlier and forgot about the girl. After bringing her back, Aunt Wu rushes to see what happens next. She quickly gives a few instructions, kindly closes Xiao Juanxi's door, and then squeezes over to the door of Yi Xianghong's room on the left. Watching the scene live is more exciting. Because of Xiao Juanxi's scream, Yi Xianghong becomes more alert. Seeing the crowd gathered at the door, she screams loudly in fear and tries to break free from Su Deong. Su Deong, still not fully sober, continues his passionate activity. Everyone. Two men, unable to watch anymore, step forward and pull Su Deong away, speaking righteously. "You dare to do something inappropriate in front of us, damaging social morals. We must arrest you and parade you through town and you'll face punishment." Unexpectedly, Su Deong is quite strong. He swings away the two men pulling him and continues enthusiastically. Everyone. How desperate are they? So shameless? Do they just love the attention? Although they didn't fully reveal Su Deong, when he turned sideways and waved at someone, his face was finally visible. Someone immediately recognized him. Su Deong? What?
Su Da-dong.
Doesn't he have a wife? No way. Su Deong usually seems honest and treats his wife well. I didn't expect him to be such a social scoundrel. Shameful. He has a wife but still dares to cheat. Quickly, go call his wife over. Two people hurriedly ran out to call her. Everyone quickly tried to pull the two apart with force. Aunt Wu even went to the kitchen and poured 2 large bowls of cold water on them. The two finally fully regained consciousness. Seeing the crowd around them, they were terrified and scrambled to cover themselves with clothes and blankets. Just then, police officers arrived. It was Wang Jiangwo, who came earlier in the morning. Since the person reporting the incident said there was a thief, he brought 3 colleagues with him. After they dressed, Yi Xianghong and the others looked very pale. They knew they were in big trouble. Yi Xianghong's face was even more expressionless, muscles twitching. Su Deong was still fighting hard, refusing to give up. He felt something was very strange about today's events. With Yi Xianghong's expressionless face, how could he have done such a thing? He looked disgusting, but suddenly he was acting impulsively. He loudly argued, "No, I didn't want to cheat on her. Someone drugged me. Officer, I am innocent. Someone is trying to frame me." If he couldn't clear his name, he might face serious consequences. After all, he was married, and this was an affair. His situation was worse. He didn't want to die. Wang Zhengwo looked at him and asked, "Drugged? Are you saying someone planned this?
Who would want to do that?
How? And when did they drug you?" "Where?" Su Deong hesitated. He had come to Yi Xianghong without even drinking water. How would he know where or when it happened? Seeing his face turn red and his inability to explain, everyone looked at him with disdain. "It's because of people like you, the social scum, that our environment is so chaotic. You can't control your desires and still dare to say someone drugged you. Just tell us who did it. Those two trashy people cheating should be made to walk through the streets with signs and be publicly criticized. Shameless adulterers. A married man and a widow who just lost her husband. How dare they be together? Take them to reform school or put them in detention. I think they might not be together now. Maybe they had an affair a long time ago. Wow, you might be right. Have you noticed? Qin Sihua and Su Deong look very similar," Aunt Wu suddenly said, sharing her suspicion. After saying that, she gasped in surprise, startled by her own guess, and looked carefully at Su Deong. Everyone also gasped, surprised by how bold they are. But looking at their faces, they do resemble each other. They hadn't noticed before, but now it's more obvious. Everyone looked at each other, stunned by whether this was true or not. After a few seconds of silence, someone spoke. "Then old Qin is. Isn't this just bullying honest people? Yi Xianghong, are you serious about old Qin?" A man named Li Guangyao, who lived next door, angrily raised his fist and hit Yi Xianghong. Li Guangyao was a good friend of Qin Yifeng, who had passed away. After Qin Yifeng died, he took good care of Qin Sihua and her brother. Ugh! Yi Xianghong was knocked to the ground, groaning softly, not daring to shout. Li Guangyao then turned and started hitting Su Deong even harder. His punches were fierce, hitting him repeatedly. The neighbors watched but didn't stop him, and some even shouted for him to hit harder. Su Deong, who had already used a lot of energy earlier, was no match for him. Plus, he was disabled and limping. Now he was crying out loudly as he was beaten. Wang Zhengwo and a few police officers seemed to realize what was happening and quickly stepped in to stop the fight. Li Guangyao stopped, knowing he couldn't seriously hurt someone. His hands paused, but he kept shouting, "Police officers, I want to report them. They are having an affair and have a child together." Old Qin was a soldier. When he was fighting for the country, these two betrayed him and had an affair. Police officers, you must punish them. Soldiers bleed and fight on the front lines. They shouldn't be betrayed behind their backs. He was a hero with many medals, and he was seriously injured on a mission before retiring. Because of that, he died in his 40s. He was a hero of our country, a martyr. Even though he's gone, justice must be done for him. Li Guangyao's words were strong and powerful, full of tears and blood. Everyone couldn't help but be influenced by him and began to criticize. Xiao Juanxi also wanted to applaud him, saying, "Well said. Yes, old Qin raised their children for nothing. What a crime. How can people be so unkind? Comrade police, let these two scoundrels face justice. Don't let the soldiers on the front line lose hope." Exactly. We must punish them severely. These two scoundrels deserve to be punished. Wang Zhengwo and others exchanged glances, becoming more serious. Their impression of Yi Xianghong and the others worsened. They assured everyone, "We will verify the situation and make sure to give the public an explanation." Without hesitation, they put silver bracelets on the two and prepared to take them to the police station. Xiao Juanxi, still worried about her image, secretly peeked out from the room, looking anxious and almost crying, asking, "Comrade police, are you going to take my auntie away?" Wang Jiangwo looked at this weak girl, feeling a complex and bitter emotion. Her parents had sacrificed themselves for the country. They were heroes and martyrs, but the country had not taken good care of their daughter. He spoke gently. Yes, you. He was momentarily speechless, unsure how to comfort her. After a while, he continued, if you need anything, you can come to the police station and find me. At 17 years old, she was neither too young nor too old. Some could support a family, while others still needed their parents' protection. Yi Xianghong's muddled mind suddenly cleared a bit. She remembered that when she was dazed, it seemed this scoundrel was the one who called her. Her eyes shot daggers at Xiao Juanxi, coldly saying, it's you, you wicked girl, who caused all this. Before Xiao Juanxi could react, Aunt Wu couldn't hold back anymore. She stepped forward and slapped her, cursing loudly. You homewrecker, corrupting social morals, trash. Still not repentant at this point? Juanxi can make you feel lustful, or can she make you cheat? She's just a child. What does she know? You're cursed by heaven. You should be locked up and shot. Not satisfied with one slap, she grabbed Yi Xianghong's hair and slapped her face left and right repeatedly. Wang Jiangwo and the others didn't know what they were thinking. After a while, they finally called a halt, saying, stop. Aunt Wu quickly withdrew her hand and awkwardly smiled at Wang Jiangwo and the others. Comrades in the police, sorry about that. When I see such social scum, I can't help but act. I just have a strong sense of justice. Wang Jiangwo lectured her briefly, and then led the two away. Yi Xianghong's leg was either still injured or frightened. It was trembling like a noodle, and the two police officers had to drag her along. Although Su Deong was beaten badly, he could still walk. His leg was already lame, so he was walking with a slight bend, limping painfully. Xiao Yunxi looked at his leg with narrowed eyes. If she wasn't mistaken, that leg was the work of Qin Yifeng. About half a year after leaving the army, Su Deong suddenly became lame. It was said he fell while walking, and the injury left him disabled for life. Qin Yifeng might have been too gentle, perhaps because of his military training. For Xiao Yunxi, this kind of revenge was not enough. If he wouldn't do it, she would. She wouldn't let the two people who humiliated Qin Yifeng go unpunished. Not to mention Qin Yifeng's kindness to the original owner, Xiao Yunxi herself deeply respected soldiers. At the start of the apocalypse, the military saved her several times. Moreover, there was also the original owner's life at stake. Thinking about what these two would face, Xiao Yunxi felt a strange sense of satisfaction. In this era, moral issues are a big problem. Su Deong was a married man and should face punishment. Yi Xianghong's words probably wouldn't hold up, since current paternity tests are still in early stages and not used in legal cases. As long as she insisted she hadn't cheated during marriage, it would be hard to prove otherwise. But she wouldn't escape 10 or 20 years of reform through labor, and with her health, who knew how long she could endure. Aunt Wu and the others wanted to comfort Xiao Yunxi, but then they heard noise downstairs. Unable to resist, Aunt Wu ran outside to see what was happening. Xiao Yunxi also went to the corridor to look. It turned out that Su Daiyong's wife had arrived. Downstairs, the crowd was already packed. It was more than enough to describe it as 3 layers deep. Inside, a slightly plump woman was shouting and scolding Yi Xianghong and Su Deong, with no difference between them. This woman was likely Su Daiyong's wife. Her large figure was not just for show, and the police officers struggled to hold her back. The playful fight lasted for more than 10 minutes before everyone finally took the person to the police station. Everyone left feeling excited, but still wanting more. After turning to her room, Xiao Yunxi started packing her things. She had just started her second year of high school, and not long after school began, Qin Yifeng disappeared. She then dropped out of school, so she still had her high school textbooks. She needed to prepare for the upcoming college entrance exam. She had never been to college in her life, but she was quite interested in going. She found her first and second year high school textbooks and stored them in her space. As she entered her space, her body also moved inside. Her space is a still environment. Anything placed inside remains unchanged. At first, people couldn't enter her space. Later, when her psychic ability level increased, She created a separate area with normal time flow, solving this problem. She also added a villa to this area, so she could cook, wash, bathe, and rest inside it. However, her space is different from real environments. She can't grow plants there, and there's no legendary spring of spiritual energy. Her space also has no combat power, it's just a simple space. During the 5 or 6 years of the apocalypse, she searched everywhere for supplies. She collected many items, usable or not. So, her space is almost full of everything except food. Coming from the apocalypse, she definitely doesn't have food. Looking at the supplies in her space, her eyes finally settled on a pile of various seasonings. These seasonings once made her very sad because she had no main dish to go with them. It's like having money but not spending it. She couldn't just drink soy sauce. But now, a smile naturally appeared on her face. She had just graduated from middle school when a heavy acid rain swept across the planet, turning many humans into zombies and causing animals and plants to mutate. Fortunately, many humans also awakened special abilities. She awakened too: space and lightning. The technology of her time was advanced enough. Humans quickly developed various medicines to deal with the powerful zombies and mutated creatures, such as strength-enhancing potions, muscle regeneration agents, bone regeneration agents, detoxifying medicines, and more. They also developed nutritional supplements. With these, humans wouldn't go hungry, but because of the supplements, most of their organs didn't need to work as hard. This has also caused humans to develop many new diseases that never appeared before. Therefore, capable people still go out constantly to find food. Experts have been working hard to solve this problem by researching more advanced nutritional liquids and continuing to study plants that can be grown in the end-of-the-world environment. Unfortunately, she will not see these solutions. By the time she dies, these problems will still be unresolved. She is a person with special abilities and has good physical strength. Later, her power became very strong, so she can still find some food and occasionally drink nutritional liquids to supplement herself. Her health has not had any issues. She looks at a large box of nutritional liquids and 2 big boxes of various medicines in the space, lost in thought. She picks up a strength-enhancing potion. After a long while, she sighs and gently puts the potion down. This is not the end of the world now, so she doesn't need to fight desperately. She wants to slowly get used to her new living environment. Fighting and killing are not good. With her current delicate body, she probably can't handle such powerful medicines. These medicines were originally designed for ordinary people without special abilities. Ordinary people who drink these medicines and can tolerate them will see their strength and speed greatly increase. Those who can't handle them will die from overexertion. Another problem with these medicines is that although they make the body stronger, they usually shorten lifespan. There's no need for that. In this life, she wants to live well. Losing her lightning powers doesn't matter. She can train her body properly. With her past experience, she can still handle a few ordinary people. She looks again at another large box filled with various medicines, including the intense passion, aphrodisiac, and the sweet fool potion she used when she first arrived in this world. There are also some she hasn't used yet, like the Softapill, shaking drug, mute pill, itchy powder, joyful death, and others, quite a few. These are all her treasures. Some were bought through official channels, others from private research institutions. Anyway, they all work very well. Suddenly, she hears the door opening outside. Knowing that Qin Sihua and her brother have returned, she leaves the space and lies on the bed.
Bang!
The door is pushed open forcefully. Qin Sihua's sister, Qin Sirui, looks at Qiao Juanxi lying on the bed, full of hatred and anxiety. Little Qiao Shi, what exactly happened to my mom? How could she be taken away? Qin Sirui has a cast and bandages on her wrist, indicating she was injured quite badly. Qiao Juanxi looked at her and said calmly, "Yes, because she broke the shoes." Qin Sirui almost went crazy. She was fine yesterday, so why did she suddenly change today? She didn't understand and felt like her life was falling apart. She shouted at Qiao Juanxi, "Impossible! How could my mom cheat? They must be mistaken. Yes, they are wrong. Qin Sihua looked at his sister, who seemed a little crazy, and scolded, "Enough. Talking about this now won't help. We need to find a way to save Mom." Qin Sirui ignored him. She stared at Xiao Juanshi with anger. "Aren't you at home? Why didn't you stop it? Why did you just watch my mom be taken away? You're so cruel." Xiao Juanshi sat up straight, her face serious. "Because she broke the shoes." Qin Sirui almost spat out blood. She took a step forward, ready to hit her. Xiao Juanshi looked at her with cold eyes. Qin Sirui felt a tightness in her chest. Her angry, crazy feelings were like being splashed with cold water. Her casted right hand started to ache again. She was scared and took a step back, opening her mouth but unable to say a word. She didn't even dare to look into Xiao Juanshi's eyes. Qin Sihua also noticed that Xiao Juanshi was different from before and didn't dare to confront her directly. He explained softly, "Xiao Sirui didn't mean that. She was just too anxious. Don't take her words to heart." "But your words were too harsh." Xiao Juanshi tugged at her mouth and said, "Your mom cheated. That's the truth. She was caught in bed with the other person and all the neighbors saw it." A flash of anger appeared in Qin Sihua's eyes, but he didn't speak. Xiao Juanshi's voice suddenly sounded like thunder in their minds. "I also heard that you and your mom's lover, Su Deong, look very similar." It took a while for both of them to understand what she meant. They were so shocked that they stepped back, their faces full of disbelief. Qin Sihua shook his head in despair. Impossible, seeing how devastated they looked. Xiao Juanshi kindly reminded them, "Well, Su Deong and your mom might be paraded through the streets in the next few days. When that happens, you can compare him with Su Deong." Qin Sirui couldn't take it anymore and shouted wildly, "How can you be so cruel? My mom raised you for almost 10 years. Zhou Yunxi tilted her head, looking confused. "Are you sure she raised me? Or was it Uncle Qin and I who raised her and you guys? Where are your faces?" She stood up and walked over to the two of them, whispering softly in their ears, "You two are such troublemakers." Qin Sihua took a moment to realize what she said. Feeling embarrassed and angry, he raised his hand as if to hit Zhou Yunxi. Zhou Yunxi looked up at him with a cold gaze. Qin Sihua felt a chill run through his body and staggered back a few steps, retreating into the dining room and sitting heavily on a bench. Qin Shirwei was also deeply upset by the news and left the room softly, feeling lost. Seeing how timid they looked, Zhou Yunxi slammed the door shut and ignored them. That evening, she decided not to go out. She ate steamed buns, eggs, and plain porridge from the space. The next morning, she carried a basket of vegetables and left the house. After 20 minutes, she arrived at Qin Yifeng's workplace. She didn't know where Xiao Bei lived, so she could only wait outside the factory gate. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, she saw Xiao Bei heading to work. Zhou Yunxi hurried to stop him. Seeing Zhou Yunxi, Xiao Bei was a bit surprised. "Why are you here?" Zhou Yunxi looked down and softly said, "I have something to ask you. Do you have a few minutes?" "Just a few." Xiao Bei checked his watch. There were 10 minutes before work started. He nodded and led Zhou Yunxi to a quieter place, asking, "What's wrong?" Zhou Yunxi whispered, "I want to sell my job. Can you help me find someone interested?" "What?" Xiao Bei exclaimed in surprise. Seeing others looking over, he quickly lowered his voice. "What's going on? This was left to you by your master. Why do you want to sell it all of a sudden? Did something happen?" "Yes, I signed up to go to the countryside. Aunt Yi had an accident yesterday. She was caught with someone, and now she can't stay at home. I thought I might as well sell my job and the house," Zhou Yunxi whispered. Xiao Bei was shocked. He didn't know that Aunt Yi was involved with someone. Anger rose inside him. His master had only passed away a year ago, and he couldn't help feeling upset. But then he felt discouraged. He was just an ordinary worker. What could he do? Besides, Aunt Yi was single now. It was good she was caught. She deserved it. But his master's reputation might suffer. Oh well. He looked at the thin young girl in front of him and softly asked, "Don't be too sad. By the way, what about Qin Sihua and the others? Are they very upset?" Xiao Juanshi looked up at him. then lowered her head. They said they look a lot like Aunt Ye's unfaithful husband. He Xiaobei was surprised and thought he had heard wrong. What did you say? Xiao Juanxi didn't reply. A few seconds later, He Xiaobei couldn't help but curse. Damn it, this is too much, no wonder. No wonder the master always mentioned Xiao Juanxi as his adopted daughter, but never talked about Qin Sihua and his sister. The master probably knew everything long ago. He felt a surge of anger in his chest. He clenched his teeth, calmed down, and then comforted her. You don't need to go to the countryside. I will give you the money from the master in the future. I can also help you change to a better house. Don't worry. Xiao Juanxi shook her head. I've already signed up. I can't change it. I want to sell my house and my job right now. Seeing her determined look, He Xiaobei sighed after a long pause. If you're sure about selling, I can buy it. But are you really sure? This is a stable job. Even if I get a position later, many people will still compete for this temporary job. In other words, even if Xiao Juanxi doesn't work, she can still earn 40 or 50 yuan a month, which is more than what ordinary workers make. He really wanted this job, but since it was the master's adopted daughter, he didn't want to take advantage of her. Xiao Juanxi might be the person the master trusted most when he passed away. There are only so many senior technician positions in the machinery factory. Even if he had the skills, he couldn't get promoted. Of course, this position isn't something you can buy just by wanting to. You have to pass an exam. Based on his own strength, He Xiaobei had already reached the level of a senior technician and obtained the certificate. Otherwise, he couldn't have worked in this position for so long in place of Qin Yifeng. So, buying this job was definitely secure. Xiao Juanxi nodded. I'm sure. Whatever the price, just give me the ticket. It's best if it's valid nationwide. He Xiaobei thought for a moment and said, the master's job pays 90 yuan a month, which is a very good position. Usually buying a job costs about 2 years' salary. I can give you 2,300 yuan. Does that work? Note 1. Many readers might think that buying this job is too expensive, but the price depends on the type of work and salary. For example, a job paying around 30 yuan a month might cost about 600 or 700 yuan, but better jobs with higher pay usually cost several hundred yuan. Note 2. Many say that to buy this job you have to start as an apprentice. However, He Xiaobei is already a senior technician at a machinery factory. He has passed the senior technician exam and even worked for Qin Yifeng for a year. He just hasn't been promoted yet. So, when he bought the job, he was directly taking over a senior technician position. For ordinary people, they would have to start from the beginning, which makes more sense. Xiao Juanxi was a bit surprised. Is it too much? He Xiaobei shook his head. No, it's about this price. I'll try to exchange some tickets for you. As for the house, I want to buy one too, but I need to ask my family first. He is 25 years old. His family has arranged a marriage for him, and they plan to get married during the new year. They're also planning to buy a house. But now that he has bought a job, his money is tight, and he might need to borrow some. Xiao Juanxi agreed naturally, so she wouldn't have to look for a buyer anymore. After they agreed on the time and place to meet, Xiao Juanxi left. He Xiaobei immediately took leave and went to the canned food factory to see his father. His father is a small leader there, earning over 60 yuan a month, so his family is relatively well off. Xiao Juanxi went to a department store and bought a few porcelain wash basins, some teacups, 2 thermos flasks, and a few aluminum lunchboxes. Although she didn't lack these items in her space, she still wanted some with a nostalgic, era-specific style. She bought 2 jin of fruit candies, 2 jin of white rabbit milk candies, 2 jin of brown sugar, and 2 jin of white sugar. She also bought 2 sets of clean clothes. She only has 2 old outfits now, and she won't take back the clothes Qin Surui took. She already has enough underwear in her space, so she didn't buy more. She picked out a set of bed sheets, a quilt cover, and a pillowcase. Surprisingly, the department store also sold bamboo products. Her basket wasn't big enough, so she chose a woven basket to carry everything. She also bought a piece of cloth to cover the top. She was short on tickets, or she could have bought even more. Money in this era is quite powerful. Besides the tickets, these items cost less than 100 yuan. She walked to a quiet, deserted place and slowly put her belongings from the basket into her space, leaving a few candies in her pocket to enjoy sweetly. She unwrapped a fruit candy and put it in her mouth. The sweet fruit flavor spread quickly, and a feeling of happiness slowly filled her. She smiled slightly, but her eyes looked a little red. There was still plenty of salt in her space, but she had already finished all the candies. The long-lost taste made her want to cry with joy. While sucking on the candy, she leisurely went to the grocery and vegetable stores. She bought 50 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of flour, 5 pounds of pork, a prepared chicken, and 30 eggs. She also bought some vegetables like green beans, eggplants, and peppers. She bought ginger, scallions, and garlic, along with some goji berries and red dates for making soup. She loved drinking soup. This was her family's monthly ration tickets for food and meat, costing a total of 20 yuan. She usually bought a mix of coarse and fine grains, which was enough for her family of several people for a month. But Xiao Juanxi didn't plan to eat coarse grains. The price was really surprising. Xiao Juanxi didn't know what to say. She wished she could get more ration tickets and fill her space to the brim. Reluctantly, she left the store. Carrying 70 or 80 pounds was too heavy for her current body. She saw a friendly-looking salesperson and asked him to help carry her basket to the store entrance. At the door, taking advantage of others' distraction and hiding behind a cloth, she quickly moved some items from the basket into her space. Then she carried the basket home. Back home, she found Qin Sihua and her brother weren't there, probably out somewhere. She returned to her room, locked the door, and entered her space with the purchased items. She first put the new clothes and bedding into the washing machine, then sorted the rest. After the apocalypse, she collected many generators, so all the appliances in the villa could be used. She steamed 2 pots of rice to save for later. She wasn't very good at cooking, but she could at least prepare food that was edible. The only dish she was confident in making was soup. She loved drinking soup. She used a whole chicken for making soup, adding some goji berries and red dates. She placed rice, grains, vegetables, and other food into the designated areas of her space, waiting for a time when she could study recipes. Now that the apocalypse was over, there was no need to run around escaping or searching for supplies. Before the end of the world, she was raised in a wealthy family and never learned to cook. After the disaster, she was busy escaping and fighting for resources, so she had no time to learn. The original owner was better than her. After all, this past year she was forced to cook and do chores. Her cooking skills were not very good, just able to make a few simple stir-fries. Then she made a stir-fry with green beans and sliced pork, stir-fried eggplant with green peppers and garlic greens. The portions were quite large, and any leftovers were stored in the quiet space. After finishing, an hour had passed. She drank a bowl of chicken soup and ate half a bowl of rice, feeling her stomach stretch full. Once her clothes were washed and dried, she left the space, planning to go out in the afternoon to explore and check on Yi Xianghong. Just then, she heard the door open. Qin Sihua and his sister entered the house looking a bit blank, tired, and with dull eyes. They sat silently on the dining bench after arriving home. After a while, Qin Sirui softly cried, "Brother, what should we do? Mom has to go out for a parade tomorrow, and after that, she'll be sent to reform through labor. What can we do?" Qin Sihua lowered his head, also looking very discouraged. They had gone early to the police station today to find out about Yi Xianghong. They didn't see her, but they learned her sentence. She would be paraded for 2 days and then sent to Inner Mongolia for 20 years of reform through labor. With their mother's current condition, not to mention 20 years, even 1 year would be hard to endure. How did things turn out like this? He felt confused and didn't know what to do or what he could do now. All this is because of Su Deong. He deserves to be punished. With his crippled appearance, what did Mom see in him? Qin Sirui continued to cry softly. Hearing Qin Sirui's words inside the room, Qiao Juanxi raised an eyebrow. The relevant authorities acted quickly. The verdict was swift, and with so many witnesses, the case was clear. What she didn't know was that Wang Jiangwo had already reported Yi Xianghong's affair with Su Deong, and the authorities took it very seriously. Qin Yifeng was a retired soldier wounded in action, a hero who had earned many medals in various battles. Could they just ignore this? Moreover, Qin Yifeng had some connections in Lu City, or they wouldn't have been able to rescue Yi Huairan in the first place. So, Su Daiyong's punishment was quick and harsh. A cold, angry look flashed in Qin Sihua's eyes. At this moment, he hated Yi Xianghong. He didn't understand what was wrong with his father that she would go find such a man to have an affair with. Where did that leave their brother and sister and their father? Thinking about what the neighbor said, he carefully recalled Su Daiyong's appearance. After a long while, he closed his eyes and realized why his father never liked them. It was because of this. He felt a mix of sourness and bitterness inside. He was full of dislike for Su Daiyong and also for himself. He couldn't believe it. He was truly the illegitimate child. Suddenly, he stood up, pulled back the curtain, and went back to his room. Qin Sirui was startled by his sudden movement. She forgot to cry and looked at the still shaking curtain, feeling a bit confused. After a nap, Qiao Junshi went out again. As soon as she entered the police station, she saw Wang Zhengwo hurriedly preparing to leave. Wang Zhengwo had a deep impression of Qiao Junshi. When he saw her now, he immediately stopped and asked, "Qiao Junshi, are you here to see Xianghong?" Qiao Junshi nodded. "Comrade Wang, how is Aunt Yi doing?" Wang Zhengwo sighed inwardly. She was a kind girl, but her life was too difficult, and she was too gentle. Yi Xianghong had caused her trouble, yet she still cared. He also thought about Lu Mozi's case and his current situation. His expression was hard to describe. From the scene, it was clear Lu Mozi had fallen into the water accidentally. However, Lu's mother refused to accept this and insisted her son was a victim. He was cautious and didn't believe that Qiao Junshi's case was related to Lu Mozi's. He even checked at the state-run restaurant. On the morning of September 6th, around 6:40 a.m., she was indeed queuing for breakfast at the restaurant and left after eating. Based on the timing, she had no opportunity to commit the crime.
He spoke gently.
The verdict has been made. She will be paraded for 2 days, tomorrow and the day after, then sent for re-education through labor. Qiao Junshi lowered her head, looking a bit sad. She asked softly, "May I ask how Su Daiyong was sentenced?" Wang Zhengwo looked at her with complicated feelings. He was sentenced to death by firing squad. Before the execution, he was paraded with Yi Xianghong to serve as a warning. After a pause, he continued, regarding whether Yi Xianghong and Qin Yifeng committed adultery during their marriage, both deny it.
Since it was so long ago, it's hard to verify.
So, Qin Yifeng was already dead and currently, no one was pursuing the matter. Also, given Yi Xianghong's current condition, it's uncertain whether she can survive until she reaches Inner Mongolia. Qiao Junshi behaved very politely. "I know, I understand. My foster father is a good person. I just wanted to ask," seeing the small, weak girl in front of her, Wang Zhengwo didn't know how to comfort her. He could only say, "If you have any problems in the future, you can come to the organization or find me. I will help if I can." Qiao Junshi nodded, then asked about the specific location and time of the parade before going home. The next morning, Qiao Junshi woke up to find Qin Sihua and his sister still there. They sat on the kitchen bench, looking as tired as wilted eggplants. Over the past 2 nights, Qin Sirui had been sleeping in Yi Xianghong's room and hadn't fought with Qiao Junshi for the room. When they saw Qiao Junshi, they both looked up at her at the same time. Qin Sihua hesitated, unsure of what to say. Qin Sirui angrily said, "Qiao Xiaoxi, my mom is like this now. Are you happy? You're such a troublemaker." Qiao Junshi looked confused. "How did I harm your mom? Isn't it her own choice to get involved with others? They say you're the result of her affairs. If your mom wasn't so bad, you wouldn't exist. You should thank her for being so reckless." Qiao Junshi looked as if she should be grateful for her mom's reckless actions, with a face full of innocence, not realizing how hurtful her words were. Qin Sirui stared at Qiao Junshi in disbelief. It was the first time she heard such harsh words from her. She froze, unsure of what to say. Qin Sihua's face turned red, and he looked at Xiao Juanxi with a dark gaze. That's her business. It has nothing to do with us. We are innocent. Now that we are siblings, we should help each other. Xiao Juanxi lowered her head. They say you should be surnamed Su, that you are the result of an affair, not Uncle Qin's child, and not my foster siblings, your. Qin Sihua's eyes widened with anger. He couldn't find the words to explain. The idea of an affair was a painful thorn in his heart, but it kept being brought up, making him feel heartbroken. Qin Sirui suddenly stood up, trying to slap him but realized her right hand was in a cast. She cursed loudly. You're the trash. You're the result of an affair. You. Before she finished, Xiao Juanxi rushed at her, slapping her face with both hands, crying as she did so. You can curse me, but you can't curse my parents. They are heroes. They are martyrs. Thud, thud, thud. You insult my parents, you bad person. Thud, thud, thud. You insult soldiers and martyrs, which is insulting our country. Thud, 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 thud. I'm going to report you to the police. The police will definitely arrest you. Qin Sirui was slapped from side to side so many times that her face kept turning, blood splattering occasionally. She felt dizzy and saw circles in her eyes. Xiao Juanxi stopped after tiring out, but Qin Sirui's face kept involuntarily turning from the force. Qin Sihua stared in shock at what was happening. When he finally reacted, Xiao Juanxi had already stopped, gasping heavily, looking exhausted. Xiao Juanxi took out a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe her hands. Strangely, not a single drop of blood stained her hands. Then she used her red-tinged hand to wipe non-existent tears, looking sad and ready to collapse. Wah wah, Qin Sirui, I'm going to report you to the police. She was about to rush outside. Qin Sihua felt something was wrong, but when he heard about reporting to the police, he no longer cared that his sister was beaten into a pig's head and was still shaking her head. He quickly stopped Xiao Juanxi. It's all a misunderstanding. Sihue didn't mean that. Xiao Juanxi raised her red eyes, which she had just wiped. If she didn't mean it, then what does she mean? She was just angry and said things she didn't mean. I will make her apologize to you. Please don't report her to the police, Qin Sihua said through gritted teeth. Xiao Juanxi lowered her head. But you all look so angry, and your apology doesn't seem sincere. I think I should still report to the police. Finally, Qin Sirui, who had stopped shaking her head, wanted Qin Sihua to hit Xiao Juanxi. But as she opened her mouth, 2 teeth fell out along with a mouthful of blood, making her face look fierce with pain. She was furious. It was her first time being beaten like this, and it was Xiao Juanxi who did it. Her face, her teeth, she couldn't swallow this insult. But at this moment, she was in so much pain she couldn't speak, and her whole face was swollen, making speech difficult. Qin Sihua saw his sister's face swollen like a pig's head. He felt heartbroken, but more than that, he was worried about Xiao Juanxi reporting to the police. Insulting martyrs was no joke. She could be arrested and criticized publicly. Thinking about the consequences, he shivered. Their reputation has become so bad that if they are taken out to be criticized in public, they might not have any way to survive. He looked angry and stern, staring at Qin Sirui. You must apologize to Xiaoxi. Qin Sirui looked at Qin Sihua with disbelief. She couldn't understand why her usually caring brother suddenly changed. She cried out loud and tried to run into Yi Xianghong's room, but Qin Sihua grabbed her tightly, with a cold look in his eyes. If you don't apologize, you'll be taken out to be criticized. Qin Sirui stopped crying and opened her mouth, but blood and saliva kept flowing, some dripping onto her clothes and the floor. Seeing her brother's frightening expression and hearing his words, she was scared. Qin Sihua pulled her arm harder. Apologize. His face looked like he wanted to eat her. Qin Sirui trembled, finally calming down and realizing how serious the problem was. Insulting a hero was not a small matter. If Xiao Juanxi really reported her, she might be taken out for criticism. Thinking about the consequences, she felt scared and angry. Being beaten so badly and still having to apologize made her feel terrible inside, but she refused to bow her head. Xiao Juanxi quietly said as she walked out, I know she won't apologize. I think I should go report to the police. No, I will apologize, Chin Sirui said reluctantly, feeling very upset but having to bow her head. She closed her eyes, suppressed her anger, and bit her lip to apologize. Sorry. Xiao Junshi looked at her with red eyes. Your parents won't feel your sincerity. Forget it. You didn't really mean it. I think I should go report to the police. She was about to leave again, but Qin Sihua hurriedly pulled Qin Sirui. What's wrong with you? This is your fault in the first place. He then turned to Xiao Junshi, forcing a stiff smile. Xiao Shi, you know Sirui's personality. She really is apologizing sincerely. I'll make her apologize again. Xiao Junshi stopped and said reluctantly, Fine, but her attitude must be serious. Qin Sihua was speechless. He always felt that Xiao Junshi had changed. She still looked the same, with the same timid expression, and her words seemed normal, but somehow they always cut deep into his heart, making him feel suffocated and angry. Similarly, Qin Sirui, who was also hurt by this soft but sharp attack, clenched her teeth, feeling like her broken teeth and blood swallowing her pain. She squeezed out an apology from between her teeth. Sorry, I was wrong. My thoughts were not right. I shouldn't have insulted the martyr. I will change in the future. She then lowered her head, bent down, and bowed deeply to Xiao Yunxi. Blood mixed with saliva dripped onto the ground. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her vision blurred. A strong feeling of humiliation overwhelmed her, making her feel dizzy and unsteady. Xiao Yunxi looked at Qin Sirui and said after a moment, All right, I forgive you on behalf of my parents. But I am the orphan of a martyr, and you are the child of a traitor. We are not the same, so from now on, don't call us siblings or sisters. I can't tarnish my parents' reputation. I don't want to either. I'm having a hard time. After speaking, Xiao Yunxi shook her head, turned back to her room, took a basket and left. Qin Sihua and the others felt their heads pounding. Traitor's child. Traitor's child. We are not the same. These words kept echoing in their minds, making them dizzy. Their lives had been marked by shame, and at this moment, they hated Su Daong and Yi Xianghong deeply. Xiao Yunxi went to a state-run restaurant for breakfast. Today, she was prepared carrying a clean new thermos. She ordered 5 servings of soy milk. In this era, many people carried thermoses or teacups to buy soy milk, often helping their families too. It was very normal as long as they had tickets and money. Besides meat buns and fried dough sticks, she also ordered 3 servings of wonton noodles, 2 of which she packed in her own lunchbox. She placed the lunchbox into her basket, covered with a cloth to keep it hidden, though it was easy to get squished. After eating, she carried her basket and headed to watch the 2 troublemakers being paraded through the streets. When she arrived, the parade area was already crowded. Yi Xianghong had 2 worn-out shoes hanging around her neck, and a large sign hung on her chest, roughly showing her name, the date, the place, and who she had trouble with. Yi Xianghong's hair was messy, almost covering half her face. Her expression seemed even more blank than usual, her head tilted slightly, twitching occasionally. Her mouth was slack, saliva dripping from the corner. Her hands were tied behind her back, and she seemed to have trouble walking, limping heavily. Su Daong, who was parading with her, was also in poor shape. He was already disabled, and now he looked even more limping, dragging his right leg behind his left. It was not the police forcing them to march through the streets, but a few young men and women wearing red armbands. Spectators pointed and whispered, occasionally throwing small stones and rotten vegetables at them. Zhou Yunxi looked toward the area with the most activity. To her surprise, it was still familiar faces, He Xiaobei and some men around his age. Most of them were people Zhou Yunxi knew, apprentices and workers of Qin Yifeng. They looked angry, each holding a large basket filled with various rotten vegetables. Some even had cow dung mixed in. It was unclear where they got it from, but they seemed well prepared, not caring about the mess, and threw everything they had. Yi Xianghong and another person were hit, their faces and bodies covered in dirt and stains. Their faces quickly swelled, and some blood mixed with dirt dripped down their necks and into their clothes. Looking around, she confirmed her guess. Jin Sihua and her brother hadn't come, nor had Su Daeyong's wife and children. Su Daeyong was a man who married into the family, and since he had children now, his family's importance didn't seem to matter much. Suddenly, a surprised cry came from the crowd. Soon, everyone made way as Lu's mother, looking like a vengeful ghost with a dark face, walked into the circle. She was followed by a silly-looking man, Lu Motzi. The spectators' faces lit up with interest, their curiosity burning. Some couldn't help but boast about the little secrets they knew. Did you hear?
What?
Tell me. This Lu Motzi, I heard he was in the water too long and fainted for a day. When he woke up, his brain was so starved for oxygen that he became slow-witted. Is that true? If it is, it's like heaven's punishment. My sister-in-law's second uncle's daughter's sister-in-law, who works as a nurse in the hospital, said it's definitely true. Serves him right. He deserved it. Why didn't he drown? Wait. What is he doing here? From their looks, do they have a grudge against the couple? Hee, I have the inside scoop. It's that Yi family's plan to harm her adopted daughter, selling her to Lu Motzi, that caused Lu Motzi to fall into the water. Really? Tell me more. Amidst the whispers, Lu's mother and Lu Motzi approached Yi Xianghong. Yi Xianghong, feeling confused and dazed, stopped walking. When she saw the person in front of her, panic flashed in her eyes. She staggered back 2 steps. Lu's mother didn't care about her panic. She pointed at her with a strong voice, hoarse and cold. Tear her apart. Beat her to death. Behind her, Lu Motzi heard her words. He curled his fingers like a flower, stomped his big foot, twisted his hips, and in a sweet, disdainful voice said, "No, she's too ugly, too smelly. And she's covered in dirty blood." The onlookers saw his actions and were first stunned. After a while, they reacted with strange expressions. Was he not only foolish but also changing into a different person? Seeing Lu Motzi still making the flower finger gesture, the crowd couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Jiao Yunxi secretly nodded. The potion she gave Lu Motzi was exactly the daze and flirt potion. This potion causes confusion and cognitive problems. Simply put, it turns people into silly, affectionate fools. Look at the effect. Of course, the daze and flirt potion isn't just that. It also makes a person's movements slow down gradually until they become completely paralyzed. That's the real deadly part. At this moment, Lu Motzi's elegant flower finger was very precise, but it was actually a sign that his nerves were starting to lose control. The real effect of the potion was kicking in. Lu's mother's face grew even more grim. She was both distressed and embarrassed. She roared, "If you don't beat her, you won't get lunch." Hearing there was no lunch, Lu Motzi stopped making the flower finger. His movement slowed as he ran toward Yi Xianghong. First, he spat on her to show his contempt for her appearance. Then he punched her in the stomach. Yi Xianghong was knocked to the ground. Lu Motzi immediately mounted her and slapped her face with loud, big smacks. While hitting, he cursed, "You ugly monster, ugly monster. It's all your fault. Touching you, this ugly monster, made my hands dirty." Lu's mother stood to the side, watching coldly, feeling a sense of revenge and satisfaction. Next to her, Su Daeyong was startled and stepped aside, too scared to help. Hong Xiaobiao also froze for a few seconds before reacting. She tried to step forward to stop him, but unfortunately, Lu Motzi's strength was too great. Even with several people helping, they couldn't pull him away. After struggling for a while with no success, Hong Xiaobiao was instead beaten a few times by Lu Motzi's brute force. Yi Xianghong was crying out in pain, unable to stop. Seeing that he was struggling to breathe, the red sleeve guards became a little nervous, worried about causing a serious injury. One of the red sleeve guards shouted at Lu's mother, "Hurry up and make him stop, or we'll take him away and put him in jail." Lu's mother calmly replied, "My son is just a fool. Everyone knows that. When he's crazy, I can't control him. You." The red sleeve guard was furious. He knew about Lu Motzi falling into the water. Lu Motzi was indeed mentally slow and simple-minded. Just as the red sleeve guard was about to say something, a female red sleeve guard grabbed him. She looked at Lu's mother and threatened, "He has mental problems. According to the law, we can't do anything to him. But you're now interfering with official duties. We can arrest you. Do you want to try?" Lu's mother's eyes flickered with fear. If she was taken away, her son wouldn't have any way to survive. The people she had offended before could tear her apart. She clenched her teeth and spoke to Lu Motzi. "Jenner, stop it. No more hitting." Hearing her voice, Lu Motzi immediately stopped. He stood up, feeling unsatisfied, and kicked Yi Xianghong. He spat and said, "Ugly monster. You dirted my little hands." After saying this, he turned around and ran in front of Lu's mother, speaking unclearly, Mother, can we eat delicious food now?" "Ha, ha." Lu's mother lovingly patted his shoulder. "Let's go home." The two of them walked away proudly, like victorious generals. Yi Xianghong lay on the ground, covered in blood, motionless and seemingly unaware of her injuries. The street parade was temporarily halted. The red sleeve guards carried her to the medical room to treat her wounds simply. The onlookers were reluctant to leave, still eager to watch. This unfinished street parade caused more excitement than usual. Lu Motzi and his mother became famous overnight. Besides their affair, the stories about Yi Xianghong and Lu Motzi's conflicts and secrets were widely discussed. The grudges and rivalries among them opened everyone's eyes. Yi Xianghong's reputation spread as someone who had an affair and mistreated and harmed the orphan children of martyrs. Jiao Juanxi, seeing there was no more excitement, decided to walk around. A few minutes later, she turned into a quiet alley. Soon, footsteps echoed behind her. Jiao Juanxi looked at the approaching person and asked, "Isn't it afternoon?" He Xiaobei scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I just saw you, and thought I'd come over to see you." Haha. Jiao Juanxi couldn't help but smile.
I've fine.
"By the way, have you talked with your parents about it?" Xiaobei nodded and said, "Yes, I want everything." "Do you think 850 is okay for the house?" Earlier, she had planned to go with Qiao Yunxi in the afternoon to handle the work transfer. Coincidentally, Yi Xianghong was out shopping, so he took a day off. If there was enough time, they could also handle the house transfer together. The price was a bit high. Usually, such houses cost around 800. Qiao Yunxi knew he was trying to be considerate of her. She felt a little uncomfortable about the high price and said, "That's too much. You already gave a good deal on the work," but Xiaobei shook his head and said, "The price isn't high. You know how tight the housing market is now, so this is a fair price." Qiao Yunxi looked at him sincerely and didn't argue. She nodded and said, "Okay, then leave the furniture and kitchenware to you. We'll go to handle the paperwork this afternoon." Xiaobei smiled brightly and said, "That's perfect. I'll take the furniture cheaply. I'll give you 150 more, and I've prepared the money and the receipt. See you this afternoon." Qiao Yunxi shook her head and said, I'm giving you the furniture. I can't take it with me, and the old furniture isn't worth much anyway." But Xiaobei insisted, "I've been to your master's house. The dining table and chairs cost almost 70 when I bought them. The beds, cabinets, and chairs in each room, and the 3 pots in the kitchen. Though old, I've really gotten a good deal. Mainly, these things are hard to buy. Furniture needs a ticket, which is even harder to get than industrial tickets. Even with a ticket, there's no guarantee of stock and custom orders might take a long time." Qiao Yunxi didn't know what to say. She originally wanted to give the furniture for free. She had plenty of antique-style furniture in her space, and she didn't plan to take her old furniture from home. They split up to do their tasks. Qiao Yunxi wandered around Lu City and soon reached noon. She went to a state-run restaurant for lunch. The food was pretty good today: braised pork, braised small ribs, spicy pepper and dried tofu, and spinach egg soup. She ordered 2 servings of each, but only ate a little, packing the rest to take away. After eating, she strolled around for a while before meeting Xiaobei. In the afternoon, everything went smoothly. The house and work were transferred to Xiaobei, and Qiao Yunxi received a total of 3,300 yuan. Of that, 400 yuan was exchanged for various tickets. She now had 2,900 yuan in cash, and she was officially a 1,000 yuan household. Xiao Yunxi looked and found a nationwide bicycle ticket. She just happened to be able to buy a bicycle after going to the countryside. These days, she has to walk everywhere. She really feels tired, and her efficiency is low. She spends most of her time just traveling. Her space actually has many vehicles, off-road cars, motorcycles, electric bikes, and bicycles. But does she dare to use them? The house will be taken care of by Hishabe after she goes to the countryside. Anyway, it will only be a few days. Starting the next day, Xiao Yunxi focused on shopping. After a few days, she was exhausted. She was worried about buying too much and attracting suspicion. She also changed her clothes more than 10 times. After so many years in the apocalypse, she is very good at simple disguise. She took some time to visit the hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department and found a doctor she knew who was familiar with Qin Yifeng. When Qin Yifeng was around, he often needed Chinese medicine, and this doctor was the one he usually went to. The original owner also knew him. Based on the prescriptions from Yi Huiren, she bought a lot of Chinese herbs. She was worried about having trouble finding herbs in the countryside, so she bought them here in Lu City, since she had the money. Besides the bicycle ticket, she kept only a small amount of common tickets for nationwide use, planning to see what else she might need once she arrived in the countryside. Most of the other tickets were used up, costing about 600 yuan. She bought 800 jin of rice alone. She was so hungry, she couldn't help herself. If she had enough tickets, she would keep buying more food. She wanted to stockpile enough rice to last her a lifetime. It's true that money was very valuable in this era. The 800 jin of rice cost less than 120 yuan. She also bought plenty of soybeans and black beans. Her space has a soy milk machine, so she can make soy milk herself in the future. She bought a lot of candies, brown sugar, and white sugar. Her space still has plenty of salt, but she really had no sugar left. During the apocalypse, she collected a lot of sugar. When there was no food, she would always chew a little sugar to boost her energy. So, her space's sugar was long gone. She also bought a few cans of malted milk drink, which was popular in this era. She brewed a cup and tasted it, sweet, with a rich, milky flavor. It was really good. He Xiaobei's tickets even included some for alcohol. She bought 10 bottles of mitai, costing 4 yuan each, for a total of 40 yuan. This kind of liquor is said to become very expensive later. She's waiting for it to appreciate in value and hopes to buy more in the future. Of the 600 plus yuan she spent, about 1/3 went on malted milk and alcohol. I bought a lot of meat, including chicken, beef, duck, pork, fish, shrimp, and vegetables. I also bought various spices like Sichuan peppercorns, chili peppers, cinnamon, and star anise, anything I could find. I bought plenty of fruit too, since September is the season when many fruits are ripe. Apples, grapes, persimmons, pomegranates, pears, and citrus fruits were all in my shopping list. Clothes, however, were the least purchased. I only bought a few long-sleeve shirts and jackets for autumn. My space already has many clothes, including hundreds of military coats from the 1970s, which are hard to find now. The style of military coats hasn't changed much. Many look similar to those from the 1970s, so I can use them later. At mealtime, I go to a state-run restaurant. If I like a dish, I order several portions. If I can't finish, I pack the leftovers to take home. Over a few days, my space fills up with ready-to-eat food. After organizing everything I bought, I suddenly remembered that Lu Motzi and his mother hadn't caused me trouble. Given Lu's mother's temper, she probably wouldn't let me go easily. What I didn't know was that after Lu Motzi became silly, he developed a new habit. He liked to stare at pretty young girls. When he saw unattractive girls, he would spit at them. Sometimes, he would even curl his fingers like a flower and wiggle his hips, then run over to hug or kiss the pretty girls. This habit existed before he became silly, but he used to control himself. Now that he's silly, he naturally acts more freely. The medicine he took also amplified his restlessness, so his behavior makes sense. At the same time, because of the medicine, his movements became slower, his reactions lagged, and he ran slowly, like a rusty robot, funny and amusing. Fortunately, He didn't seriously hurt any of the girls. Some of the more bold girls, annoyed by his slow reactions, threw stones at him. Others even called their brothers or friends to beat him up to vent their anger. Overall, Lu Motzi and his mother haven't had an easy time lately. A few days ago, Lu's mother lost track of him for a moment. Lu Motzi stared at a girl from a local leader's family, and not only that, he also wiggled his hips and pouted, then ran up to try to kiss her. The girl ran away, but Lu's mother was furious. She felt insulted and quickly told the leader about what happened. The leader was very angry. No matter if Lu was foolish or not, he immediately reported the incident to the police and had him arrested, planning to charge him with hooliganism and have him executed. Lu's mother was desperately trying to find connections to get her son out, but she had no time to worry about herself. All of this was expected when Xiao Juanxi took the medicine. Before she could become completely paralyzed, he accidentally caused his own death. Soon, the day arrived when the youth office sent train tickets to pick them up. Xiao Juanxi stayed at home, not planning to go out. After breakfast and a short rest, she looked at the time. It was only 9 a.m., and she was thinking about watching some shows in her space when she heard the door open. Xiao Juanxi opened her door and saw Qin Sihua and her brother returning. They looked tired and listless. Seeing Xiao Juanxi peeking out from inside, they didn't say anything and went to their rooms. Xiao Juanxi touched her chin and remembered that today was also the day for Yi Xianghong's arranged marriage. She guessed they had gone to deliver someone. That day, Yi Xianghong was beaten badly. Because of her injuries and her facial paralysis, along with early signs of stroke, the parade was cancelled. There was no way to avoid the labor reform. When the time came, she was taken to the train and sent to Inner Mongolia. Whether she lived or died there was up to her. Su Daiyong's execution was scheduled for 3 days later. Xiao Juanxi wouldn't see him because she was already on her way to the countryside. Around 10 a.m., 2 staff members from the youth office came to deliver the train tickets and the proof of household registration transfer they had prepared. Where are the other 2 members of your family? I also need to give them their things, the male staff asked. Qin Sihua and her sister, who had just been beaten and were lying at home, hadn't gone to school. They felt ashamed and didn't attend classes. Yi Xianghong had an affair and gone out for a parade. Their secret about being the children of the same father was now widely known. Xiao Juanxi nodded. They're at home. I'll call them. Just as she was about to call, she saw Qin Sihue, with her messy hair, rush out of Yi Xianghong's room.
What?
Going to the countryside?
I didn't sign up for that.
You must be mistaken. After a few days of rest, her face looked much better, but the 2 teeth she lost wouldn't grow back. Luckily, they were on the side, so it wasn't very noticeable. Qin Sihua also came out from behind a curtain, looking confused. Did you make a mistake? The female staff looked at the registration form she held. Are you Qin Sihua and Qin Sihue? Both nodded, looking anxious and worried. The female staff member closed the registration form and said, "There is no mistake. This is the registration for you, for the rural support work on September 6th. The male staff member handed their documents to the 2 still stunned people and reminded them, your train is at 9:10 tomorrow morning. You can go to the train station on your own. You can also go to the youth office. We have a vehicle that takes young people to the train station. The car leaves promptly at 8 a.m., so don't be late." After speaking, they prepared to leave. There were several other families to notify, and time was tight with a heavy task. Qin Sirui grabbed him with her uninjured left hand and asked, "I didn't sign up." "You must be mistaken." "Don't leave yet. Clarify this first." The male staff member frowned, pulled her hand away, and softly scolded, "Don't pull or tug. It looks bad. We're just following the notice. You can ask the youth office for details." The female staff member also said, "Yes, without a household registration book, you can't register. Ask your parents if they signed you up." "No way. How could my mom let us go to the countryside?" "You must be mistaken. It's your youth office's fault, and you're trying to shift the blame." Qin Sirui glared angrily at the staff. The female staff member rolled her eyes. "Like I said, you can check with our youth office. What's the use of arguing with us?" After that, she turned and quickly left. Qin Sirui still wanted to argue, but Qin Sihua held her back. It's useless. What's the point of arguing with them? Besides, once you sign up, it can't be cancelled. What should we do? Could it really be that Mom signed us up? Why? Qin Sirui looked anxious. Qin Sihua looked at the documents in her hand and sighed after a while. Going to the countryside might be good. Maybe Mom had a premonition and signed us up early. Jockin Xiang thought to herself, yes, going to the countryside is good. That way, I can find Qin Sirui a better man than Lu Motzi, and then get rid of her. Qin Sirui said that Uncle Zhang on the 3rd floor was not good enough for her and didn't match her. In Lu City, she only had a few days and her abilities were limited. She really couldn't find a good man now. She'd find one slowly after going to the countryside. Qin Sirui opened her mouth to argue but thought about her current reputation in Lu City. With this reputation, they couldn't find jobs or go to school. There might even be some people who take advantage of others' misfortune. It might be better to move to a new place where no one knows their past. Could it really be that their mother signed them up? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Qin Sihua ignored her and looked at the house with a sad and reluctant feeling. After a while, he turned around, took out the property deed from the cabinet, and decided to sell the house. Recently, their expenses were covered by the money Qin Sirui earned from selling old clothes. She had taken many clothes from Qiao Xiaoxi, plus her own, and sold some to pay for food. He hadn't planned to sell the house before because without it, they had nowhere to live. Now that they were moving to the countryside, it was uncertain if they would return. So it was better to sell the house. Soon, he brought out the property deed. Before leaving, he told Qin Sirui, pack your things quickly. We leave tomorrow. Take whatever clothes and blankets you can. Qin Sirui clenched her teeth, her eyes full of unwillingness and anger. She glared fiercely at Xiao Juanxi, who was doing nothing nearby, and started packing her luggage. Xiao Juanxi watched Qin Sihua leave, knowing what he was about to do, but she said nothing. Although he seemed not to have bullied the original owner directly, in reality, he was just a hypocrite who didn't want to dirty his hands and pretended to be noble. For example, if he wanted something but didn't want to do it himself, he would tell Yi Xianghong, who would then instruct the original owner to do it. So, it looked like he hadn't made the original owner do much, but in fact, he enjoyed everything the original owner did for him and felt justified. He watched coldly as the original owner was beaten, scolded, and mistreated, never saying a word to defend her. Xiao Juanxi returned to her room, took out a large travel bag she bought at a department store, and packed some clothes inside. She also put a teacup, lunchbox, and other items needed for the train into a cloth bag, and then put everything into the travel bag. Qin Sirui sneaked a look at Xiao Juanxi's room. Seeing she didn't react, she dared to organize her things. In the evening, Qin Sihua's eyes were red, and he returned home angrily. He pushed open Xiao Juanxi's door and said furiously, "Qiao Xiaoxi, is the property deed for this house in your hands?" He had lived here for 18 years. The neighbors knew which families needed to buy a house. He was in a hurry, so he found someone, agreed on a price, and when they went to the housing authority to transfer ownership, they discovered that the deed he had was fake. At that moment, everyone at the housing office looked at him with contempt and mockery, as if he were a rat in a sewer, always involved in petty schemes and tricks. He was so foolish to even try to deceive the housing office itself. How brave, how reckless, how stupid. It was like an old man hanging himself out of despair. He wished he could just crawl into a crack in the ground. The shame overwhelmed him, and he felt like the whole world was dark. The people from the housing office wanted to take him to the police station. He argued and pleaded, almost kneeling before they believed him. On the way back, he thought all this over and finally saw the truth. His father, Qin Yifeng, had known all along that he and his sister were not his children. Tears started to fall from his eyes. Qin Yifeng was not close to him, but he was responsible for the family and his siblings. He had some affection for him. He never expected to be a joke, to find out that his birth was a joke. At that moment, he even started to hate Qin Yifeng. He knew nothing, had done nothing wrong, so why was he treated like this? Xiao Juanxi looked surprised. This is Uncle Qin's house. Why would he give it to me? He even gave you a job. Isn't it normal for him to give you a house too? At this moment, he looked like a trapped animal. Without the house and money, how could he survive if he moved to the countryside? Xiao Juanxi's eyes narrowed dangerously. Just because he gave me a job, how could he give me the house? She wasn't worried about Qin Sihua and the others finding out she had money, but she didn't want them to talk nonsense after moving to the countryside. Being targeted by others wasn't good. Qin Sihua looked skeptical. If he didn't give it to you, who else could he give it to? Xiao Juanxi lowered her head. Didn't you forget? Uncle Qin's health has always been poor, especially that year when he passed away. He spent a lot on medical bills. The year Qin Yifeng died, he indeed spent a lot on treatment and medicine. Qin Sihua knew this. He remembered that his father even sold his bicycle, which he had ridden for years. Now he believed most of it, but he still couldn't understand. If the house had been sold back then, how could we still live here? And what about the fake property deed? Xiao Juanxi shook her head. Maybe it was sold to his comrade. You know their brotherhood. It's not strange that we continued living here. As for the property deed, maybe it was to reassure Aunt Yi. Qin Sihua thought it made sense. He also remembered that over the years, only a few people had been raised by Qin Yifeng. Although he knew his mother had betrayed him and that they were not his children, he still continued to care for them as before. How could he hate such a noble and loving person? He was truly a kind-hearted man, and he felt ashamed of his own petty thoughts. At the same time, his anger towards Yi Xianghong and Su Daong grew stronger. How could they treat his father like that? His father was so good, and his mother was truly blinded by foolishness. What everyone didn't know was that Qin Yifeng didn't expose Yi Xianghong at first because his parents needed someone to take care of them. Even after he was promoted and could bring his parents to the military compound, he often had missions and didn't have much time to care for them. Although Yi Xianghong had betrayed him, it was undeniable that her family was capable. His family relied on his salary, and she didn't dare neglect his parents, taking good care of them. That time, he was badly injured on a mission and couldn't have children anymore. He didn't want to remarry or raise Xiao Juanxi alone. A man in his 30s, single, raising an 8 or 9-year-old girl. What kind of situation was that? He treated her like his own, but others might not see it that way. He didn't want her to suffer any gossip. If he couldn't give her a life as good as before, what was the point of adopting her? He also hoped she would grow up healthy and happy in a normal family. At that time, he even thought about whether Qin Sihua and her brother could be properly nurtured if their personalities were suitable. Unfortunately, their parents had corrupted them from the start, so he lost interest and just saw her as a helper or a playmate for Xiao Juanxi. Yi Xianghong was arranged by Qin Yifeng's parents. He agreed because he liked her at first, but there was no real love. Knowing she betrayed him, he felt more anger than sadness. That's why he could stay calm and analyze the situation. When he was around, he kept these three in check. None dared to cause trouble, and they all obeyed him. Qin Sihua, thinking carefully, looked at Xiao Juanxi and hesitated, then said, how much money did you make from your work? Can you lend us some? Xiao Juanxi sincerely said, I sold my work, but I donated all the money anonymously to the children's welfare home. I kept only a small amount for myself. What? You? How could you donate the money? Don't you know what life will be like after going to the countryside? That all costs money, Qin Sihua exclaimed. Xiao Juanxi looked confused, as if she didn't understand the world. I get a 10 yuan subsidy each month, which is enough for me. Uncle Qin has always taught us to have great love, right? When we were kids, we even donated money together at the children's welfare home. Don't you remember? Seeing the innocent and naive Xiao Juanxi, Qin Sihua almost felt like vomiting blood. He knew that Qin Yifeng and Xiao Juanxi liked to donate money to the children's welfare home. He had gone with them twice when he was young. The children inside were dirty and smelly, so he stopped going. He never expected. But could it really be? That was a lot of money. Xiao Juanxi continued to add, I didn't go there for a whole year before. I felt guilty for not following Uncle Chin's teachings. Since he passed away, I had no money and felt powerless. So, when I got the money this time, I went straight to the children's welfare home. Qin Sihua was stunned, unsure of what to say. He actually believed her quite a bit. This was truly something Qiao Junshi could do. She was a spoiled young lady raised by her father, unaware of the hardships of the world. He and Qin Sirui had previously borrowed quite a bit of her pocket money. She always gave it easily and never asked for it back. Lost in thought, Qiao Junshi's voice interrupted him. By the way, you still owe me quite a bit of money. When will you pay me back? Qin Sihua hesitated, thinking of a quick excuse. Qiao Junshi continued, you are a troublemaker, and I am an orphan child of a martyr. We are different. It's better to settle the money clearly. His heart was pierced again, and a look of shame and anger flashed in Qin Sihua's eyes. Can you stop always talking about this? Especially after going to the countryside, considering that we are all orphans. Qiao Junshi cut him off. You are not orphans. Your parents will be executed soon for their crimes. Your mother is just in reform through labor. His heart was stabbed again, and Qin Sihua was speechless. After a while, his attitude softened. Xiaoxi, I beg you. After going to the countryside, please don't mention our identities. Otherwise, we won't be able to survive. Zhou Yunxi lowered her head and thought for a while before saying, okay, but after going to the countryside, you can't use Uncle Qin's name to seek benefits outside. Being the child of a highly decorated retired soldier is definitely a proud thing. If others know this, their reputation will immediately improve. Thinking along these lines, Qin Sihua choked. Because of Qin Yifeng's status, they enjoyed many advantages at school and with friends, and people looked up to them. Zhou Yunxi continued, if you're worried about not having a father, you can imagine Su Deong as your father. If you don't want to change your names, you can think of him as Qin Deong. Ha! Qin Sihua felt as if his heart was stabbed again. His expression was a bit blank. He couldn't imagine his father being Qin Deong, no, Su Deong. Moreover, he had only heard of children sharing their father's surname, never of a father and son changing surnames. What the heck was he thinking? He was getting confused. Qin Sihua's expression became very serious. No, I have only one father, and that is Qin Yifeng. Zhou Yunxi shook her head. No, you are illegitimate children. You don't deserve to be his children. I can't let you ruin Uncle Qin's reputation. You understand, right? Qin Sihua. I don't understand anything. Qin Shirwei couldn't hold back and cursed loudly. Zhou Xiaoxiyu. I don't need you to tell me what to do. She originally wanted to curse her as something insignificant, but seeing Zhou Yunxi's cold gaze, she swallowed the words. Now she was a bit afraid of Zhou Yunxi. Seeing her timid look, Zhou Yunxi spread her hands. Who asked you to have such parents? The two felt very frustrated inside but could only endure and agree. They initially wanted to borrow money from Zhou Yunxi but were forced to pay back 36 yuan, which was all the money they earned from selling old clothes these days. They were almost in tears. Helpless, they sold many more items, even their high school textbooks, and finally had about 30 yuan. At the same time, Zhou Yunxi warned them that everything inside the house, from furniture to dishes, belonged to the owner of the house and couldn't be moved. The only things they could take were their personal belongings like quilts and clothes. Although the two of them felt reluctant, they could only follow through. If they added the label of being a thief's child, they truly wouldn't be able to survive, especially with Qiao Yunxi watching nearby. Qiao Yunxi was packing her luggage in the room. She decided not to keep the old quilt, as it was torn and very worn out. Just as she was thinking this, she heard a knock on the door. Qiao Yunxi was a bit surprised when she opened the door and saw Yi Huiren standing outside. He looked at the girl with complicated eyes. Recently, the incident with Yi Xianghong had caused a lot of fuss in the city. He realized that many things had happened these past few days. No wonder she seemed a bit different from before. Maybe this is what it means to break down to build anew, to find life after despair. He handed her a cloth bag. I don't have much to give you, but I made some pear syrup candy. Just think of it as a snack you can enjoy sometimes. The original owner's body was fragile, and coughing was one of her old problems. Qin Yifeng often asked Yi Huairan to make pear syrup candy for her. Eating a little now and then was good for her health. Xiao Yunxi hesitated for a moment and took the bag.
Thank you, Grandpa Yi.
I will take good care of myself. Yi Huairan sighed. If you need anything, you can write me a letter. Uncle Qin would be very happy to see how you're doing now. Not long after Yi Huairan left, He Xiaobei arrived, bringing a few pounds of cotton, saying it was very cold in the northern province and could be used to make warm clothes and pants. Xiao Yunxi couldn't refuse, so she accepted it. They talked for a while before He Xiaobei left. Before leaving, she told him where she kept the keys, so he could come and get them to open the door himself. Back in her room, Xiao Yunxi stored the cotton in her space. She thought for a moment and took out a set of bright red, pure cotton 4-piece bedding set from her space, then cut off all the tags. The quilt cover was embroidered with a big double happiness symbol, looking almost like high-quality goods from a department store. This color of bedding was rarely available in stores. As soon as it was stocked, it was sold out quickly. Even with money and a ticket, it was hard to buy. She didn't dare take out a larger set, so she searched for a long time before finding a 1.5-meter set. Beds in this era were generally small. She wrote a note and placed it on the bedding, indicating it was her wedding gift. The next morning, Xiao Yunxi carried a suitcase and left. The luggage was a bit heavy this time, so she planned to take the bus to the youth office. Qin Sihua and I also left together. They carried large bags and small bundles, looking far less relaxed than Xiao Yunxi. When we arrived at the youth office, Xiao Yunxi realized that 2 of her classmates were among the people going to the countryside. After greeting each other, they all got on the bus one after another. By the time we reached the train station, it was very crowded. Everyone pushed their way into the station, checked their tickets, and waited on the platform. After about 10 minutes, the train clattered into the station. Soon, the train stopped, the doors opened, and everyone rushed inside. Xiao Yunxi, being small, was pushed onto the train while being lifted by the crowd. She didn't even need to use her feet. She was squeezed between various pieces of luggage and got on the train. Xiao Yunxi. Honestly, I've never been so speechless before. Once on the train, it was better. She could finally stand on her feet. She quietly breathed a sigh of relief, carried her luggage, and moved toward her seat. After passing through several carriages, she reached the sleeper car. Yes, she paid extra for a sleeper berth, arranged by the youth office. She couldn't handle the hardship of sitting on a hard seat for 3 days. Many people might argue here, but I checked. According to a 75-year-old citizen who wished to remain anonymous, during that time, there weren't many class distinctions. Ordinary people could sit in sleeper berths. They were just harder to get because there were fewer of them. Don't spread false rumors. After 3 days, the train finally arrived at Pingyi County in the northern province. Pingyi County is a relatively large town, with a station for passengers to get on and off. But since it's a county town, it's quite remote and quiet. Not many people get on or off here. Outside the train station, there was a large area of weeds and wasteland, looking very desolate. Nearby, some ox carts were waiting on a flat piece of land. When they saw the crowd, they shouted out the names of their communes and brigades. This is Dahou Commune, Hushui Brigade, Hushui Brigade.
Dao Commune, Shanjiaku Brigade.
This is Shenjiaku Brigade. Young people going to our brigade, gather here. Xiao Yunxi looked toward the sound and saw a tall young man standing in front of an ox cart, shouting at the people coming out of the station. Behind him, an old man sat on the cart, dozing with his eyes closed. Xiao Yunxi carried her luggage and walked over. When the young man saw her approaching, he looked a bit confused. Young girl, what's the matter? Xiao Yunxi frowned. Isn't this Shenjiaku Brigade? The young man was surprised and asked, Are you a young person sent to the countryside to work? Xiao Yunxi nodded. The young man frowned so deeply that he looked like he could squish a fly. Are you sure? Are you only 13 years old? That's too young to be sent to the countryside. Xiao Yunxi was speechless. Although she looked thin like a bean sprout, she didn't think she was only 13. She forced a smile and said, I am 17 years old. Just as the young man was about to speak again, Qin Sihua and her sibling came over. Qin Sihua looked at Xiao Yunxi, then at the young man, and asked, "Is this Shenjiaka Brigade? We are sent to work here. My name is Qin Sihua, and this is my sister Qin Shuerui." The young man saw Qin Sihua was about 1.72 meters tall and felt somewhat satisfied. Although she couldn't compare to the men from the north, she was still strong enough to work. When he saw Qin Shuerui's casted hand, his face darkened. What was going on? One was just a thin girl, and now there was someone injured. Old, weak, sick, and disabled, 3 of them already. Were these people here to build the countryside, or just to cause trouble and rest? He suppressed his dissatisfaction and waited. After a while, more people came over. Xiao Yunxi didn't see her classmates, so it was clear they weren't assigned to Shenjiaka Brigade. Shundaju, seeing most people arrive, introduced himself. "My name is Shundaju. I am here to pick you up for the Shenjiaka Brigade." He then pointed to the person sitting on the cart and said, "This is Shun Lalu. He's in charge of driving the ox cart. Now I'm calling out names. When I call yours, please reply." Xiao Yunxi. Xiao Yunxi immediately raised her hand. Everyone looked at her with different expressions, mostly similar to Shindaju's. She looked so tiny. Shindaju's face didn't look very happy, but he didn't say anything. He continued, "Qin Sihua, Qin Shuerui, Yang Hongmei, Sun Weijun, Yin Yunting, Ning Zhushao." When he mentioned the last 2 names, Xiao Yunxi raised an eyebrow. These 2 were the main characters in the story. According to the plot, a year later, Qin Shuerui and her brother would graduate from high school. Qin Sihua would exchange his job with Qin Yifeng to get a better position suited for him. Qin Yifeng's job was technical work, which he couldn't do, but his job was very good, with a high salary. He would get a few hundred yuan more by switching jobs. Qin Sirui was unemployed and, whether out of helplessness or other reasons, went to the countryside. When she saw Yin Yunting, who had been in the countryside for a year, she fell in love at first sight. She kept showing affection and setting traps to get his attention, which annoyed Yin Yunting greatly. In the end, Yin Yunting couldn't take it anymore. He used his connections to find out that Qin Sirui and Yi Xianghong had conspired to harm the original owner. He used this information to accuse Qin Sirui, sentencing her to 30 years in prison. The original owner was just a tool used in this case, a victim who appeared in the story. Zhou Yunxi couldn't help but look at Yin Yunting. As the male lead in the story, he was quite handsome, refined and good-looking, about 1.82 meters tall, with a slim build. His appearance suggested he could be a knightly love interest. Yin Yunting was a son of a high-ranking family. His time in the countryside was just to experience life and gain experience. He met the heroine, Ning Zhushao, and was deeply attracted to her. They started a sweet, playful love story, chasing each other. Ning Zhushao had fair skin, a slim figure, and a sweet face that made people feel at ease and very approachable. Zhou Yunxi looked at Qin Sirui again. Maybe she was hit hard emotionally because she didn't even glance at Yin Yunting and kept her head down. Was she trying to avoid the plot? After Shindaju checked the list, everyone was asked to put their luggage on the ox cart. The cart was small, but they had brought a lot of luggage, filling it up with only a little space left. The ox cart can only hold 1 more person. Ladies take turns sitting, and gentlemen can walk back, Shindaju decided quickly. Everyone agreed without objection, all looking at Zhou Yunxi. Even Qin Sirui didn't oppose and kept her head down. Zhou Yunxi. Feeling like the weakest link, Zhou Yunxi smiled and thanked everyone. "Thank you, I'll go ahead and sit." She stepped onto the wooden plank of the ox cart. Old Shin, seeing her settle in, drove the cart along the dirt road, swaying gently. Shindaju didn't get on the cart and walked with the young workers. Sun Weijun asked curiously, "Comrade Shun, how far is it to Shenjiao Brigade? Can you tell us roughly what it's like?" Shindaju was pleased with everyone's cooperation earlier, so his attitude was less cold now. The train station is about 5 or 6 kilometers from Pingyi County Town, and Pingyi County Town is about 10 kilometers from our Shenjiao Brigade, so we have to walk about 15 or 16 kilometers. Everyone took a deep breath, and Sun Weijun asked eagerly. Shindaju shook his head. We're taking a small path that doesn't go through the county, but it's about 12 or 13 kilometers. So we need to walk faster and try to get back in time for lunch. Everyone was speechless. Even if we go faster, it will still take 2 or 3 hours. Just thinking about it made their legs feel weak, but they had no choice but to follow the ox cart. Qin Sihua quickened her pace and caught up with the ox cart. She whispered to Qiao Juanxi, "I didn't see you on the train. Are you okay?" Seeing Qin Sihua trying to fix their relationship, Qiao Juanxi looked innocent and said, "I was in another carriage." Qin Sihua saw she didn't want to say much, so she didn't ask further. About 30 minutes later, Qiao Juanxi voluntarily got off the ox cart. Since it was taking turns, she didn't want to take advantage and annoy others. The second person to sit was Qin Shirwei. Since she was injured, she was less active. She sat for an hour but didn't offer her seat to anyone. Shen Dezhu didn't spoil her. Her hand was hurt, not her leg, so he very bluntly told her to get off and let Ning Zhuxiao sit. Ning Zhuxiao sat for about 30 minutes before she also got off. By then, even the young workers were exhausted. Shen Dezhu let everyone rest for 5 minutes. It was already past 11 o'clock. The sun was blazing hot. Qiao Juanxi's face was red from the sun, and she almost finished a whole military water bottle. She didn't care if the ground was dirty or not. She plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Her body was clearly pampered and mistreated, weak and fragile. Yang Hongmei looked at Qiao Juanxi, hesitated for a moment, and said, "You can sit on the ox cart later. I can keep going." Everyone looked at Yang Hongmei and then at Qiao Juanxi. Both of them left a good impression, except for Qin Sihua and her brother. The girl named Qiao Juanxi seemed very weak. She looked so fragile that a breeze could knock her over. Throughout the journey, everyone heard her heavy breathing, but she stubbornly kept going without saying a word. Yang Hongmei cared for the weak, showing she had a kind heart. She also had good stamina. She walked quite easily and better than some of the boys. Qiao Juanxi felt a little embarrassed. She hadn't felt this fragile in a long time. "It's okay. I can keep going." Yang Hongmei shook her head. "The sun is too strong. If you get heat stroke, it will be trouble. I'm in good health. I'm used to working at home, so I'll be fine. We're almost there." Shen Dezhu spoke at the right moment, saying, "Yes, it's almost there. About 1 or 2 kilometers left. Everyone, keep going." Qiao Yunxi indeed felt a bit uncomfortable, so she stopped refusing and thanked Yang Hongmei. When they arrived at the Shenjiao youth village around noon, the ox cart stopped in front of the village. The yard of the youth village was quite large, with many houses. There were about 7 or 8 in a row, surrounded by a wall over a meter high. The main gate was made of iron. At this moment, the iron gate was wide open. The older youths had just finished work and were getting ready to cook. Shen Dezhu said to Qiao Yunxi and the others, "This is the youth village of Shenjiao Brigade. First, put your luggage inside. You have the afternoon and tomorrow to rest. No work today. Check if you need to buy anything or organize your things. The work starts the day after tomorrow. Also, since you just arrived, you can go to the brigade to get a subsidy of 50 jin of grain." At this time, a few young men and women came out of the youth village. Shen Dezhu pointed to a well-educated man walking in front and said, "This is Lu Qingchuan, the person in charge of your youth village. If you have any questions, ask him." Everyone nodded, greeting him. Seeing that Shen Dezhu had no other business, he left first. Old Shen Lu was waiting for everyone to get their luggage. Qiao Yunxi hesitated for a moment and then went to old Shen Lu, asking, "Uncle Lulu, can you tell me where the brigade leader's house is?" Old Shen Lu looked up at her. "Why do you want to see the brigade leader?" Qiao Yunxi nodded. "It's a personal matter." Old Shen Lu didn't ask further. He pointed to a house in the distance and said, "You see that one? That's it." Qiao Yunxi looked up. Wow, it was at least a kilometer away. Luckily, the land was wide and unobstructed, or she wouldn't be able to see it. There were several houses nearby, but she wasn't sure which one he meant. "Can you take me there?" Qiao Yunxi asked shyly. Old Shen Lu was just heading past the brigade leader's house and agreed without hesitation, as it was on the way. Xiao Yunxi was very happy and grateful. Thank you, Uncle Lu. You're such a good person. I'll put my luggage inside first. Wait for me. She took her luggage off the ox cart. A young male youth nearby stepped forward to help, saying, "Let me help you." Xiao Yunxi gently moved aside and smiled, saying, "Thank you, but I don't weigh much. I can carry it myself." The young male worker also wasn't embarrassed. "All right, you look quite small. Are you 14? You haven't reached the age for going to the countryside yet." Xiao Yunxi didn't want to talk and only gave him a polite smile before following everyone into the youth workers' courtyard. A pretty young female worker led them to a room and said with a smile, "There are only 2 empty rooms now. One for the new male comrade and one for you girls. If anything is unclear, you can ask me. By the way, I am Zhou Yun. I've been working in the countryside for 2 years." Zhou Yun's attitude was very gentle. The 4 of them thanked her and then looked around the room. It wasn't big, only about 10 square meters. Besides a large clay bed on the left, there was nothing else. The wooden sticks of the window were broken in a few places and sunlight shone through the roof, which was clearly prone to leaks during rain. Ning Zhuzhua and Yang Hongmei didn't say anything. However, Qin Sirui couldn't help but feel a bit unhappy. How can people live like this? "Can I see your room?" Zhou Yun's smile remained unchanged. "Of course. But we started out like this too. We bought the furniture ourselves later. The roof and windows can be repaired by someone." This meant that everyone's house was similar. It was okay to look, but living together might not work since the furniture was privately bought by them. Qin Sirui was left speechless, feeling secretly resentful. Xiao Yunxi put her luggage on the bed, ignoring their little argument. "I'm going out for a bit. I'll leave my luggage here." Without waiting for their surprise, she turned and left the room. The people inside looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Xiao Yunxi quickly got on an ox cart. Old Shin was driving the cart, swaying along the village dirt road. Curious, Xiao Yunxi asked, "Uncle Lao Lu, this village is quite big." Old Shin proudly replied, "Yes, it is. Our brigade has 4 villages in total. Our village is the biggest, equal to 3 of theirs. That's why the brigade is called Xinjiao Brigade." Xiao Yunxi looked as if she suddenly understood. "No wonder. Uncle Lao Lu, the village head manages our village very well. It looks very orderly." Old Shin laughed heartily. "Haha, you have good eyes. The village head is also the head of our Xinjiao. By the way, he's my cousin who lives next door." The dirt road was small with a few scattered houses around. Most of the houses at this time were made of mud bricks. In the distance, there was a large rice field, already golden and ready for harvest. It was the perfect time for their visit. As they talked, the ox cart arrived at the village chief's house. Xiao Yunxi jumped down and thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Old Lu smiled warmly, replying, "No need to thank me." Xiao Yunxi hesitated for a moment and, feeling reluctant, took out 2 large white rabbit candies from her pocket. She handed one to Old Lu, saying, "Uncle Lu, have a candy." Old Lu, who was about to get back on the cart, saw the candy and his eyes lit up. He stopped and smiled, his eyes narrowing happily, reaching out to take it. "Oh, I shouldn't accept this." He had not eaten candy for years. As an old man, he couldn't afford such luxury. But when he tried to take the candy, he found he couldn't. He looked down at the candy in his hand. A small, thin hand was gripping it tightly. No matter how hard he tried, the candy stayed firmly in that tiny hand. "Wait, weren't you supposed to eat a candy? Did you change your mind?" "Well, white rabbit candies are said to cost a lot, about $1 or $2 per pound. Expensive." But he swallowed hard. How could this girl's words not count? He looked at the girl, who was staring at the candy with her head lowered. He softly suggested, "Maybe 1 each." Xiao Yunxi looked up, a sparkle seeming to flash in her eyes. "Okay, 1 each." She withdrew her hand, took a candy, and placed it in Old Lu's palm. Then she peeled her own candy and put it in her mouth, her eyes squinting happily. She had been starving in the apocalypse. She wanted to be generous, but when giving out food, her heart always felt like it was being torn apart. She felt she was giving away not just food, but her life. Over time, She had been mentally preparing herself. Now it was no longer the end of the world. In this era, she had money and could buy food, but she just couldn't help herself. Old Lu looked at the small girl in front of him and couldn't help but smile. He carefully put the candy into his pocket. Although he wanted to eat it himself, he kept it for his grandson. After placing the candy in his pocket, he patted his pocket and then called out to the yard, "Shen Jianjun, someone is looking for you." A few seconds later, a voice came from inside the yard. "What's the matter?" Bang. The courtyard gate was opened, and a tall man around 50 years old stepped out. Before he could speak, old Shin-sik said to him, "This young comrade, the new educated youth, is looking for you." He immediately forgot Xiao Junshi's name and just used young comrade instead. Xiao Junshi quickly introduced herself. "Hello, Captain. I am the new educated youth, Xiao Junshi." Only then did Shen Jianjun notice the young girl in front of him. His eyebrows furrowed as he asked, "Are you the new educated youth? Are you 14 years old?" Xiao Junshi was speechless. Perhaps because he had given her a piece of candy, old Shin-sik chuckled and said casually, "You must be. Xiao, the educated youth, has something to discuss with you. You two can go inside and talk." "It's so hot outside. I'll be on my way." He then drove the ox cart away slowly. "Come inside and tell me what you want." Shen Jianjun led the way into the yard. Xiao Junshi raised an eyebrow, thinking that the captain didn't seem very welcoming to the educated youths. A woman, about 45 or 46 years old, came out from the side kitchen. She was wearing a dark blue apron and looked like she was cooking. Behind her was a small girl, about 2 or 3 years old, with big, curious, and slightly shy eyes looking at Xiao Junshi. Xiao Junshi smiled sweetly and said, "Are you Aunt Ho-hot?" "I am the new educated youth, Xiao Junshi. I came to see the captain about something." She had previously asked old Shin-sik about the family members of Captain Shen. She knew his wife was named Zhou Ho-hot. Zhou Ho-hot quickly looked at Xiao Junshi and smiled, saying, "Oh, I see. You two can chat." She then took the little girl into the kitchen and pulled in a girl about 17 or 18 years old who was peeking out curiously from behind the kitchen door. This girl was her daughter, Shen Xiangxiang. Xiao Junshi followed Shen Jianjun into the main hall. Shen Jianjun asked, "What's the matter?" "I want to ask if we, the educated youths, can move out and live somewhere else," Xiao Junshi said directly. Shen Jianjun's eyebrows furrowed even more. "You want to move out and live alone?" Xiao Junshi nodded. "Yes. Is that not allowed? Building a house is possible, but it takes time." She looked at the rice fields, which were about to be harvested soon. She didn't want to wait until after the busy farming season to build her house, as she couldn't stand living with others. Shen Jianjun hesitated for a moment before speaking. "There is actually a house available, but it's not in the best condition. As a girl, it's not very safe." Xiao Junshi asked curiously, "Oh, why is it unsafe?" Shen Jianjun looked at her and saw her determined eyes, then continued, "The house is quite good, one of the few blue brick and tile houses in our village. But it used to belong to a small landlord from Shenjiao. During the time of the political campaigns, that family couldn't bear the shame and all hanged themselves inside the house. 8 people, old and young, all died there." Xiao Junshi frowned. "You mean it's a haunted house?" Shen Jianjun shot her a quick look. "Nowadays, people don't believe in superstitions. Besides, many houses here have been lived in by several generations, and few have had deaths. But that house is a bit strange." Shen Jianjun hesitated, feeling it might not be appropriate to say more, then said carefully, "Years ago, Shendania's family bought that house. On the 3rd night after moving in, a pack of wolves came down from the mountain and surrounded the house." Thinking back to that night, Shen Jianjun still felt scared. He wasn't sure if the house was truly cursed or if Shendania's family was just unlucky. The wall hadn't been repaired yet, and even if it had, it wouldn't have helped much. Wolves can jump several meters high. Dozens of wolves jumped over the broken wall and into the yard. They killed and ate all the dogs, chickens, and ducks that Shendania's family kept. When Shendaniu and his mother went outside to check, they were also attacked and eaten by the wolves. That night, When villagers heard the screams and howls, they gathered all the young men with tools and rushed to the scene. All they found were remains scattered on the ground, blood everywhere, like a scene from hell. The wolves had already left. Shen Daniu's family was relatively well off in Shenjiao, or they wouldn't have been able to keep dogs or buy a house. But in the end, fortunately, Shen Daniu was a brave man. Even as he was attacked and bitten by the wolves, he managed to shout to his family to lock the doors and windows before he died, which allowed the others to survive. His family members trembled inside the house, listening to their older brother, father/husband, and their mother, grandmother, being torn apart and eaten outside. The psychological trauma was unimaginable. The next day, Shen Daniu's family refused to stay in the house anymore. The villagers understood and returned all the money they paid for the house. After that, the house was left empty. Thinking of Shen Daniu, Shen Jianjun sighed. Such a good person was gone, in such a tragic way. It's strange because the wolf pack hadn't come down from the mountains in decades. Behind the Shenjiaku village, there are mountains with wolves and tigers, but they usually stay deep in the forest and don't come down. That day, they did come down and attacked a family, but other villagers' homes were untouched. After Shen Jianjun finished speaking, Qiao Juanxi frowned. She wasn't afraid of death. She had come from a place full of danger. But if there was something else going on, she needed to think carefully. Looking at the captain's expression, she guessed that what he said might not be the full truth. Thinking this, she asked directly, "Captain, is this house at the foot of the mountain, or is it in a more dangerous place?" Shen Jianjun shook his head. "It's a bit away from the foot of the mountain, just behind the Jiqing courtyard." Qiao Juanxi recalled the location of the Jiqing courtyard. It was a few kilometers from the big mountain behind it. If the house was near the courtyard, then it was still some distance from the mountain. She asked, "How is it rented?" Shen Jianjun looked at her. "This is a good house, with several main rooms. There's a well in the front yard, and you can grow vegetables in the backyard. I told you everything about it. We don't ask for much, just 2 yuan a month." Hearing about the well and the possibility of growing vegetables, Qiao Juanxi's eyes lit up. The rent was really cheap, only 24 yuan a year. If she left after the college entrance exam, she would stay for more than 4 years, costing about 100 yuan. If she built her own house, it might cost around the same. But digging a well would be an extra expense, and not every place is suitable for well drilling. Some areas have deep underground water or unsuitable soil. Drilling a well was a complex task, more difficult than building a house, and only professionals could do it. The price was acceptable, but from Shen Jianjun's expression, it seemed the house might have other issues besides these. After hesitating for a moment, Qiao Juanxi took a small cloth bag from her pocket, took out her parents' martyr certificates, placed them on the table, and moved them in front of Shen Jianjun. Shen Jianjun was confused. He looked down and his expression changed when he saw the martyr certificate. He took it carefully and looked at it again. It was real. Both of his parents were martyrs, and his father was a regiment commander. Shen Jianjun felt deep respect. He had come from hard times and knew well that the peaceful life now was built on the blood and sacrifice of many heroes. He carefully returned the martyr certificate to Qiao Juanxi and looked at her with different eyes. "Keep it safe." Qiao Juanxi took it with both hands, put the certificate into a small cloth bag, and then put it in her pocket. After she stored it away, Shen Jianjun spoke again. "Since you are an orphan of a hero and an only child, you probably don't need to go to the countryside." Qiao Juanxi nodded, her eyes full of admiration for her parents. "Yes, but I want to carry on their legacy. I may not be able to give my life for the country like they did, but I can do my part within my ability. I will contribute to our country's development in any way I can. Since the country asks us young people to go to the countryside and help build rural areas, I will follow the call. Maybe my strength is small, but if everyone works together, our country will get better and better." "Good. Well said." Shen Jianjun's eyes turned slightly red. Hearing her words, he felt deeply moved. His heart was filled with passion and pride. Qiao Juanxi seemed a little shy from his praise. "I've been weak since I was young, so I can only do so much. I hope the team leader will continue to look after me." I will try my best too. She was preparing for the possibility of slacking off in the future. Actually, she was overthinking. Shin Jianjun had thought she was too fragile before, worried she couldn't work. Now, seeing her, he felt a bit sympathetic. Such a good girl. Weak in body but strong in will. Truly, she was the daughter of heroes, pure and noble. Shin Jianjun was now quite satisfied with her. But he also thought she was too thin. With her body like that, she couldn't do much work, just staying alive was good enough. He sighed inwardly. Orphan children are also lonely, without parents, it's sad. Xiao Junshi saw he wasn't speaking and tentatively asked, "What about the house?" When she mentioned the house, Shin Jianjun looked a bit uncomfortable. "Well, about that, let's forget it. If you don't want to live with other young people from the countryside, I can give you a piece of land to build a new house." Ju Yunshi secretly thought, sure enough, but she didn't show it on her face. She asked with curiosity, "What about that house?" Cough, cough. "Now that we're family, Uncle will tell you the truth. The house has no owner, but every village has a few troublemakers who often go there to play," Shin Jianjun said awkwardly.
Yao Yingxi understood.
So, the house had become a gathering place for those troublemakers. Seeing the village chief call himself Uncle, she decided to ask more. "Captain Uncle, they do this, but doesn't the village do anything?" Shin Jianjun shook his head. "Not much we can do. Although the house technically belongs to the village now, everyone thinks it's haunted or cursed, so it's been left empty. Sometimes, the troublemakers from the village go inside to do small things, but everyone turns a blind eye. Gradually, a few troublemakers started treating the house as their own. They stole chickens from others, picked vegetables, and handled everything inside the house. Sometimes, they would invite people from other villages to play cards and gamble, or just chat loudly, making the house messy and noisy. Before, some young workers disliked the old youth dormitory, saying it was too cramped, so they rented the house cheaply, at 3 yuan a month. A few people rented it together, paying only a few cents each month, which was very cheap. The troublemakers didn't dare to damage the house openly, but at night, they started causing trouble. They would throw dead mice at your windows, steal clothes hanging in the yard while everyone was asleep, or set fire to the firewood collected by the young workers. They also pulled up the vegetables they had planted and made noise at night. The nearest youth dormitory was about 500 to 600 meters away, farther from the village, so only the young workers renting the house were affected. The young workers often faced disturbances at night and had to work during the day, which was hard to endure. The troublemakers were clever. They didn't come every day, so it was hard to catch them in the act. Within a month, these young workers gave up and moved back to the youth dormitory, and the rent was not recovered. Shin Jianjun explained all this to Ju Yunshi, hoping to dissuade her. But Ju Yunshi became even more interested. "Captain Uncle, how about we go see the house first?" Shin Jianjun suddenly felt a headache. Why was that girl so stubborn? But thinking about the remote location of the house and the old, broken wall, he believed it might discourage her, so he agreed. Both of them were action-oriented. They stood up, ready to go see the place immediately. When they reached the yard, they saw Zhou Guohua coming out of the kitchen again. "Where are you going?" "Dinner will be ready soon." Jiao Qiyunshi looked at the little girl following her and thought for a moment. She reached into her pocket and took out a small handful of white rabbit candies, about 3 or 4 pieces. She originally wanted to take more, but hesitated, so she only took 3 or 4 and handed them to the girl. "Little friend, here are some candies." She bent down and placed the candies into the girl's hand. Zhou Guohua's eyes lit up with a smile, but she politely said, "No need, no need. Candies are precious. Keep them for yourself." Although she said that, she didn't make any move to take the candies back. These candies were expensive, and the girl was only over 2 years old, so she had only eaten them once or twice. Jiaoqi Yunshi smiled warmly. "Auntie, no need to be polite. It's not much. Just a little treat for the girl." Shin Jianjun looked at the eager eyes of the girl and swallowed his words back. He sighed inwardly, thinking he should take better care of her in the future. Shin Jianjun rode his bicycle, which was parked in the yard, and said, "I need to take Xiuyu out for a bit. I'll be back soon." Then he told Jiao Qiyunshi, get on the bike. Watching the two ride away, a woman in her early 20s, who had just come out of the kitchen, asked, "Mom, where did Dad go?" This woman was Shun Jianjun's eldest daughter-in-law, Lu Chunyi. The girl was her daughter. Zhou Guohua glared at her. "Don't interfere with the men's business. Hurry up and cook." Inside the kitchen, Shun Xiangxiang, who was washing vegetables, also spoke up. "Yes, sister-in-law, come and start the fire." The bicycle was moving quite fast. In about 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived in front of a yard. Jiaoqi Yunqi jumped off the back seat of the bike and began to observe the legendary house. The wall was indeed very dilapidated, with many parts collapsed. Surprisingly, the main gate was still standing. The gate was a double wooden door, very thick, with a large iron lock hanging on it. Shun Jianjun was fiddling with the key, humming as he tried to unlock it. The lock hadn't been used for a long time and was rusty, making it difficult to open. Jiaoqi Yunqi had already stepped inside the yard through the fallen wall. Shun Jianjun, feeling lonely, just sighed and gave up. The front yard is not very big, about 10 to 20 meters long and roughly 6 or 7 meters wide. The ground is paved with blue bricks, now covered in moss, trash, and weeds. In the southeast corner of the yard, there is a well. Xiao Yunqi walks over to look at it. The well's frame is made of blue stone, carved with patterns. The water looks to be over 10 meters deep, with about a meter of water surface above the well opening. A few leaves float on the water. In the southwest corner, there is a persimmon tree. Right now, it has no persimmons, and its leaves are scattered and damaged. In the middle of the house is the main hall. To the right is the east room, which has a large brick bed. Next to the east room is the kitchen. The brick bed connects to the kitchen, which is used for cooking and heating. Inside the kitchen, there is a traditional three-eyed stove, with a large pot, a small pot, and a steaming pot for boiling water and cooking rice. Unfortunately, all the pots are gone, so new ones need to be bought. The back half of the kitchen is separated by a door, leading to a separate bathroom. To the left of the main hall is the west room, which also has a large brick bed that needs to be heated with a stove. Next to the west room is a storage room, which also has a cellar. Xiao Yunqi didn't go down to look, so she doesn't know how big it is. What she likes most is that the floor inside the house is made of cement. The windows are glass, although a few panes are broken, most are still intact. It's impressive for a landlord house. These days, getting cement and glass isn't easy. However, the ground is covered with trash, leftover bones, vegetable scraps, cigarette butts, fruit peels, and more, attracting many ants. There are also quite a few mouse droppings visible on the ground. In the backyard, there is a chicken coop, a pigsty, a latrine, and a vegetable garden. The landlord probably thought about safety. The original wall was about 1.5 meters high, made of blue bricks. Sadly, the broken bricks are missing, likely taken by villagers. Shun Jianjun notices Xiao Yunqi's intense gaze and senses trouble. "Sure enough," she says, "Captain Uncle, I quite like this place. I've decided to live here." Great. All previous efforts were in vain. He's about to persuade her, but she continues confidently, "Don't worry, I'll just fix the wall." Shun Jianjun doesn't know what to say. He really wants to slap himself. Why did he talk about this house with her earlier? Now he's only making trouble for himself. Seeing his expression, Xiao Juanxi understood his thoughts. She smiled and said, "I came to the countryside not only to help build it but also to settle here. So, I plan to buy this house. Is that okay?" She did some quick calculations. Renting it out would mean giving away the rent, and the village could take back the house at any time. But if she bought it, those problems wouldn't matter. The main point is, in a few years, when she gets into college, she can sell the house for a profit so she won't lose money. When young people built houses in the countryside, they left them to the village when they left because they didn't have property rights, they only had the right to live there. But if she bought this house, and with Shun Jianjun's help, her household registration could be transferred from the collective youth group to this house. She could live there for a few years without any issues. The house might even increase in value over time. Even if no one buys it later, that's okay. She can come back to live during her vacations or use it as a retirement place. As long as she has the property ownership certificate, No one can take her house away. Hearing her words, Shun Jianjun almost wanted to kneel. He had initially thought about convincing her to rent, since the rent money wouldn't be refunded, and it could help support the village a little. The village troublemakers only harassed her to scare her. They wouldn't dare cause real trouble openly. How long they could keep up depended on her courage and skills. But he didn't expect her to be a martyr's orphan. He definitely couldn't cheat her. Moreover, she lives alone. Although she looks like a bean sprout, someone might have bad intentions. The troublemakers wouldn't dare do anything openly, but who knows if they might use sneaky tricks. There are many ways to harm a girl. If something really happened, he wouldn't be able to explain himself, and his conscience would bother him. Seeing his worried look, Xiao Juanxi understood his concern. She smiled and took a slingshot from her pocket. Actually, it was a slingshot from her space, a vintage-looking wooden one. She picked up 2 small stones from the ground, aimed at a tree about 20 meters outside the yard, and released.
Bang!
A small branch about a finger thick was hit and broke off, falling down. She pulled the slingshot again, and with a click, another small branch was shot, breaking and hanging down, with only a layer of bark still attached. Shun Jianjun stared in shock, his face blank with amazement. Zhu Yunxi felt a little shy. My parents are soldiers, and my foster father is too. They taught me some martial arts for self-defense. Because I am not in good health, I didn't learn those very well, so I started learning this in my free time. She wasn't lying. Both Qin Feng and Xin Jiangwo had taught her military boxing and fighting skills. When they were in Lu City, Qin Feng often took her to fish in the river, go bird hunting in the mountains, and she also played with a slingshot for a few days. Qin Feng was excited and even made her a bow, thinking she could learn something well. But she wasn't very interested in these activities and didn't practice much. In the end, she gave up and didn't stick with it. Captain Uncle, don't worry. I can take care of myself, Zhu Yunxi assured Xin Jianjun. Xin Jianjun closed his slightly open mouth, feeling emotional inside. No wonder she was the daughter of heroes. This must be the legendary family background. A small, delicate girl with such skills. No wonder she dares to live alone. He thought for a moment and nodded. All right, if you want to buy it, I'll sell it to you for 180. How does that sound? Zhu Yunxi raised an eyebrow. Captain Uncle, can you decide? Do you need to discuss it with the villagers? This price was really cheap. It was 5 main houses, and this house alone wouldn't be cheap. Of course, since it belonged to the landlord, the villagers got it for free. Shun Jianjun chuckled. Of course I can decide. I'll just talk to the other village officials later. He was both the leader of Shenjiaku Brigade and the village chief, so he had a lot of influence in Shenjiaku. Let me be honest with you, when it was sold to Denyoshin years ago, it was 280 yuan. The house was good, but not very lucky, and since it was in the village and people didn't have much money, they couldn't sell it for a high price. Denyoshin's family mainly bought it for the well. With 280 yuan, they could build a few rooms. Although the mud brick house wasn't as good as a blue brick house, it was clean and built by themselves. Now, after Denyoshin's situation and the troublemaker, the house was basically useless. Getting 180 yuan for free from the village was a good deal. Zhu Yunxi nodded. Okay, but I need to get the land and property ownership certificates and transfer my household registration here. After that, this house will be mine. Uncle, is that okay? Shun Jianjun looked at her, surprised that she really decided to settle in the countryside. Her sense of commitment was beyond what other young people could compare to. This situation has no previous example, but it is not impossible to handle. The idea of settling in the countryside and building there is definitely positive, and it could serve as a good example. However, to get the land and property ownership certificates, they need to go to the county office. Their town doesn't have a housing bureau, and few rural residents apply for these certificates. After a while, he finally nodded and said, Okay, Uncle, I will go handle it tomorrow. Once they discussed the main matters, both relaxed and started talking about how to build the wall, repair the roof, windows, and doors. Especially the broken glass, which is hard to get. Luckily, Xin Jianjun has some connections and can help get it, as the amount needed isn't large. After the discussion, Xiao Yunxi took out 10 large tokens of unity from her pocket and handed them to Xin Jianjun. Uncle, this is a deposit. Let the villagers help me with the work. I will pay the difference for the house and labor later. Shun Jianjun didn't refuse and took the money, saying, "All right, I'll have someone help you this afternoon. Now, let's go to my house for dinner." Xiao Yunqi smiled and shook her head. "Thank you, uncle, but it's not necessary. I still have some dry food left, and I can manage. You should go back quickly. I'll go get my luggage." Shun Jianjun nodded and didn't insist further. Since he was taking a train for several days, bringing extra food was normal. He helped her onto her bicycle. "I'll go with you to get your luggage. Get on." At the youth cadre's courtyard, Qin Sirui was wiping the Kong with a cloth in her left hand. Ning Zhuxiao was sweeping, and Yang Hongmei was using a bamboo pole to remove spiders from the roof. Yang Hongmei said while working, "This roof needs to be checked and repaired. Otherwise, it will definitely leak when it rains." The old youth cadre said that their previous house was also in poor condition, but this house was probably abandoned because it was the worst. Ning Zhuxiao nodded in agreement. "Yes, we'll go find the squad leader later and see if the villagers can help." While they were talking, Shun Jianjun and Xiao Yunqi entered the youth cadre's courtyard. Lu Qingchuan saw him and hurried over. "Squad leader, why are you here? Is there something you need?" Shun Jianjun smiled. "Nothing special. It's just that Qiao Jing bought that old brick house, and I came to help her with her luggage." Lu Qingchuan looked at Xiao Yunqi with some surprise. Seeing her thin and weak appearance, he opened his mouth to tell her about the house's condition, but seeing Shun Jianjun nearby, he closed his mouth again. It's not worth offending the squad leader over a new youth cadre. Their relationship with the villagers was already strained. As Ning Zhuxiao and the others came out of the house, they heard Shun Jianjun's words, and their expressions varied. Yang Hongmei asked directly, "Comrade Qiao, did you buy a house in the village?" Qiao Junqi nodded and smiled. "Yes, I will take my luggage over first." Lu Qingchuan spoke gently. "Our meal is almost ready. Would you like to eat first and then go?" "No need. I still have some dry food I prepared earlier, so I won't join you." Qiao Junqi went inside to get her luggage. Seeing Shun Jianjun about to leave, Ning Zhuxiao quickly asked, "Are you the team leader of Shenjiao? The roof of this house is badly damaged. Could you ask someone from the village to help repair it?" Shun Jianjun looked at the house and nodded. "I'll have someone come this afternoon." Several young male-educated youths who had just arrived today also gathered around, asking for help to fix their roofs, which were equally broken. After Shun Jianjun agreed, he rode his bicycle and left with Qiao Junqi. Qin Sirui watched her back, full of jealousy and resentment. This girl, as soon as she arrived in the village, started to get close to the team leader, not caring about these rural folks. Yang Hongmei looked envious. "It's so nice to be able to live alone." Lu Qingchuan opened his mouth but finally sighed without saying anything, only calling everyone to prepare for the meal. After Shun Jianjun left, Qiao Junqi placed her luggage on the Kong in the east room. The house had 5 rooms but no furniture at all, completely empty. She had quite a few antique-style wooden furniture pieces in her space, but she needed to find a way to get them out and use them after passing the bright path. She entered her space, took a bowl of chicken soup, a portion of preserved vegetable and braised pork she bought earlier at a state-run restaurant, and a small bowl of steamed rice, slowly eating. Shun Jianjun was riding his bicycle home when suddenly he slammed on the brakes, kicked the ground, and the bike stopped immediately. Only then did he realize what was happening. It seemed he had been tricked by that little girl, Qiao Junqi. Since she took out her parents' martyr certificates, everything had been going according to her plan. Shun Jianjun felt a complex mix of emotions. This girl is not simple. Qiao Junqi didn't know his thoughts. After eating and resting for another 30 minutes, she left her space. Just as she was thinking about how to fetch some water from the well for cleaning, she heard some movement outside. She looked out through the window. It turns out that Shun Jianjun brought 7 or 8 men from nearby villages to help her repair the fence. Most of their clothes and pants had patches, showing how poor people were in those days. Old Shin Lu was also there, pulling a cart of blue bricks. There is a brick factory near Shenjiaku, where Shun Jianjun's eldest son works. When someone needs a small amount of bricks, they are brought directly. At that time, blue bricks were cheap, about 2 cents for 3 bricks. After greeting each other, Everyone started working quickly. They unloaded the bricks and began repairing the fence. Old Shun Lu kept pulling more bricks, while two others used ladders to fix the roof tiles. Shun Jianjun pointed to a man around 40 years old standing nearby and introduced him to Qiao Yunqi. This is our village carpenter, Shun Daqing. He will help fix your doors and windows. Let me know if there's anything else he can help with. Oh, the glass will arrive tomorrow. He'll help you install it then, don't worry. Qiao Yunqi nodded to Shun Daqing. Thank you, Uncle Daqing. Besides the doors and windows, please check the big gate in the yard. If it's too rotten, I'll have to rebuild it. Shun Daqing had already looked at the gate and smiled. No need to rebuild. I'll just fix it up a bit. It's not a big problem. Qiao Yunqi looked very grateful. Thanks, Uncle Daqing. Also, do you have wooden buckets? I want to exchange a few. Shun Daqing smiled more sincerely. Yes, I do. You can come to my house and see. This is my son, Xiao Shu. Let him take you there. He then pulled out a small boy about 7 or 8 years old, who looked at Qiao Yunqi with big, shy eyes. Shun Daqing often brought his son to work, so he could help pass tools or run errands. Now he was using him for that. Qiao Yunqi smiled kindly.
Thank you, Xiao Shu.
Xiao Shu looked a little shy. No need to thank me. Qiao Yunqi felt a bit embarrassed and said to Shun Jianjun, Uncle, I don't have much, no hot water even.
I feel a bit bad about it. You don't need to worry about that.
You just arrived, and everyone brought water for work. Don't worry, Shun Jianjun said casually, waving his hand. Qiao Yunqi naturally noticed that everyone had their own water bottles. Most used aluminum bottles, while a few still used bamboo water containers. Still, she felt it was polite to mention it. After thanking everyone again, Qiao Yunqi followed Shun Xiaoshu to his home to choose wooden buckets. It was a bit far, about a 20-minute walk. Shun Daqing's wife, Zhou Sui, was at home. After greeting her, Qiao Yunqi began to look at the goods. Shun Daqing's family had large and small wooden buckets, as well as simple regular stools and tables, but not many. Usually, they needed to be custom-made, along with small daily items like wooden ladles. She picked 2 large buckets, 1 small bucket for drawing water from the well, and also bought 2 wooden ladles for scooping water. Looking at Zhou Sui, Qiao Yunqi asked, Annie, I plan to use this small bucket for drawing water. Do you have any ropes? Zhou Sui nodded quickly. She efficiently found a suitable length of rough hemp rope from her home, then helped tie it to the handle of the small bucket. She wrapped the rope around a few times to make sure it was very secure before handing the bucket to Qiao Yunqi. Since the water in their home was shallow and they didn't have a pulley, Qiao Yunqi didn't plan to install one. She was confident that tying the bucket with a rope was enough to draw water. Qiao Yunqi took the small bucket, tried it, and was very satisfied. She smiled and thanked her. The large bucket cost 1.50 yuan, the small one 1 yuan, and the wooden ladle 0.20 yuan. The total was 4.40 yuan. Qiao Yunqi once again marveled at how valuable money was. The buckets looked simple, but making them was not easy. Having settled the payment, Qiao Yunqi prepared to take the buckets home. Shun Xiaoshu eagerly took the 2 large buckets. Let me help carry the big ones. Qiao Yunqi was surprised. It's okay, I can carry them, but Shun Xiaoshu insisted, so she had no choice but to go along with him. Although he was only 8 years old, he was nearly 150 centimeters tall. People in the north tend to be taller, and in terms of strength, the slender Qiao Yunqi couldn't compare to Shun Xiaoshu, who was used to working all day. So Shun Xiaoshu carried 1 large bucket in one hand, and Qiao Yunqi carried the small water bucket with a wooden ladle inside, as they walked along the country path. Suddenly, Qiao Yunqi remembered something and asked, Xiaoshu, does anyone in our village weave bamboo baskets? Shun Xiaoshu nodded. Yes, Uncle Zhao's family makes bamboo baskets. Do you want to buy a basket? Isn't the Shun family all surnamed Shun? Are there outsiders too? Qiao Yunqi asked curiously. Seeing Qiao Yunqi speak gently and not so reserved, Shun Xiaoshu replied, Yes, most people in our village have the surname Shun, but there are also quite a few outsiders. Qiao Yunqi nodded. She wanted to buy a basket, So the two of them went to Zhao's house and found that their products were of good quality. She decided to buy 2 baskets, 3 small bamboo baskets, things she often needed. They weren't expensive, so it was good to have extras. She also bought a bamboo broom. On the way home, they passed behind the youth resettlement area and met Ning Zhuxiao and Qin Sihua, who also wanted to buy some furniture. Seeing Qiao Yunxi carrying a basket on her back, holding one in her right hand, and a broom in her left, they greeted each other. Yang Hongmei smiled and asked Comrade Qiao, "Where did you get that? We need some too. Can you tell us the way?" Most of the older resettlers had gone to work, probably told about the routes before leaving. But they had just arrived and couldn't tell east from west. The rural houses didn't have house numbers, so they didn't know where to go. Xiao Yunxi had a good impression of Yang Hongmei. She introduced everyone. "This is Xiao Shu. His family does carpentry work. The buckets are his, and the baskets are from Zhao's family." She then said to Xiao Shu, "These are some young resettlers who came with me today. Maybe you can show them the way since none of us are familiar here." Xiao Shu wanted to sell more of his family's goods, but seeing Qiao Yunxi holding so many things, he hesitated. Yang Hongmei quickly said, "Why don't you send your things back first? Xiao Shu can come with us later. We're not in a hurry." Qiao Yunxi smiled and shook her head. "It's just a few hundred meters." She took 2 buckets from Xiao Shu and put them into the baskets, then gave him a big white rabbit candy, saying, "Don't worry, they're empty and light. We'll be home soon." Qin Sihua looked at Qiao Yunxi with mixed feelings. This sister, strange yet familiar, buying a house meant she had saved quite a bit of money. Why couldn't she help him? They grew up together, but was it because of his illegitimate child status? Qiao Yunxi didn't know his thoughts. When she got home and saw everyone busy, she felt she had nothing to do with it. So she took out the small wooden bucket she had just bought and started trying to fetch water. Seeing her try so hard, Shin Jianjun couldn't help but smile. He came over and shared some tips with her. With guidance from a good teacher, Qiao Juanxi quickly learned how to draw water from the well. Shin Jianjun then took out an old copper bell and handed it to her. "Since this place is quite remote, remember to ring this bell if there's an emergency. We promise to hear it." Qiao Juanxi was surprised for a moment, then immediately smiled warmly and took the bell. "Thank you, uncle. By the way, are you going to help me get the property deed in the county tomorrow? Will you be riding a bullock cart?" Shin Jianjun shook his head. "Bullock carts are slow. I'll ride my bicycle. Are you going to the county to buy some things?" "You can ride my bike." Qiao Juanxi nodded. "Yes, I need to buy pots, bowls, and other household items." "Thanks for your help." "No trouble at all. We're family. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow," Shin Jianjun replied happily. He truly considered Qiao Juanxi as family. Although she's only 17, she looks about 13 or 14, even younger than his daughter. He wasn't worried about gossip. Everyone worked until dark before heading back. The doors, windows, and roof were repaired. The main gate hadn't been fixed yet, and the wall was mostly repaired, with only a small part left. When leaving, Shin Jianjun was a bit worried and asked if she wanted to stay at his house for the night. He suggested waiting until the wall was finished before she returned home, but Qiao Juanxi declined. After everyone left, she quietly let out a breath of relief. In the afternoon, she cleaned all 5 rooms thoroughly. Later, she decided to stay in the east room. While there was still some daylight, she quickly wiped the windows again. Then she took a piece of dark, thick cotton cloth from her space and hung it over the 2 windows. The house was built with large windows at both ends to let in plenty of light, especially the window near the bed, which was about 2 meters wide. After blocking the outside view, she took out a small rechargeable lamp from her space and started dinner, which was the same meal ordered from the state-run restaurant. After eating and resting for a while, she began tidying up the east room. It seemed to be frequently occupied by troublemakers, so the bed was very dirty. She scrubbed the large bed with a mixture of cleaning and disinfectant water repeatedly, even cleaning the walls. Finally, she sprayed disinfectant all over the room. By the time she finished, it was past 8 p.m. She took out a night vision device from her space, put it on, and went to the unfinished wall to set up a few things. A few minutes later, she returned to the east room. She pulled out a bamboo mat, roughly the size of a heated brick bed, from the space and made it into a mattress. She spread the sheet she bought in Lu City on the bed and placed the quilt on top. Seeing how much the east room had changed, Qiao Juanxi smiled happily. She put the desk lamp into the space and then entered herself. She lay in a bubble-filled bathtub, sighing comfortably. She hadn't showered for days on the train, and after busy days at the Shin family's place, she felt dirty. After washing up and drying her hair halfway, she sat on the sofa in the living room and looked through a high school textbook from this era. It didn't seem too hard, but it would be better if she could find some test papers or exercises to practice. At 10:30 p.m., Qiao Juanxi went to bed on time. She lay on the comfortable big bed in the villa, covered with a soft quilt. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Qiao Juanxi suddenly opened her eyes. Her mind was clear, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. With a thought, she was already sitting on the brick bed in the east room. She pulled back a corner of the curtain and looked out the window with a cold gaze. Under the faint moonlight, 5 men were sneaking outside the wall, crouching low. They wanted to climb over the collapsed, unfinished wall into the yard. Suddenly, a bright white spot on the wall caught their attention. When they moved closer, they saw it was a piece of white paper. The leader was a tall man, about 1.8 meters, around 27 or 28 years old, named Shindabeo. He frowned and whispered, "Get someone who can read. Let's see what it says." Immediately, a young man around 20 was pushed forward. The others whispered teasingly, "Come on, Zhu Jiqing, your time to shine is here." The man pushed forward was Zhu Dezhong, a youth sent to the countryside 3 years ago. He was a lazy person from a well-off family, and his family sent him money regularly. Since going to the countryside, he rarely worked and often wandered around the village, doing some petty thefts and mischief. His relationship with the villagers was poor, and Zhu Dezhong was definitely one of the reasons. The moonlight was too dim to see clearly. Shindabeo turned on his flashlight, but the light was still faint. Still, they could barely make out the words, "Trap inside. Do not step in. Disobedience will have consequences." Zhu Dezhong softly read out these 16 words. The group fell silent. After a long moment, Shindabeo looked confused and said, "This woman can't be stupid, right? Heard too many stories about the martial world? Still using traps? Who is she trying to scare?" Everyone else whispered and chuckled. "Haha, exactly. She even set up a trap? That just tells us everything. Something's wrong. I think she's just bluffing." Zhu Dezhong also agreed, with a teasing look on his face. "She thinks she's playing the empty city strategy, huh? Haha, she's just a young girl with no real experience. Let's go inside and see," Shindabeo said, leading the way with a step. The others relaxed their expressions, imagining the small girl trembling in fear of their presence. But unfortunately, she was too thin otherwise, haha. Suddenly, a metallic click sounded, loud and sharp in the quiet night. The group froze, confused about what just happened. Before they could figure it out, a piercing scream echoed through the night. "Ah!" Wu, Shindabeo, stepping into the yard, bent forward slightly, his face tense with veins bulging, hands tightly covering his mouth. He was still rational, worried that loud noise might attract others, so he forced the scream back down his throat. But the intense pain made him whimper uncontrollably. Shan Jinyuan, the main follower, hurriedly asked, "Brother Debeo, what's wrong?" Though concerned, he hesitated to step inside the wall. By now, everyone knew something was wrong. Even a fool could see that Shindabeo was trembling, his body shaking. Despite the darkness, they could see his trembling body and feel his unbearable pain. Zhu Dezhong took a step back in fear and whispered, "It's really a trap." Everyone immediately thought of hidden arrows, flying darts, and other secret weapons from martial stories. Shun Jinyuan quickly grabbed the flashlight from Shindabeo and shone it on him, inspecting for a few seconds but finding nothing. They looked at each other in confusion. Shin Jinyuan asked anxiously, "Brother Debeo, what happened? Are you hurt?" Show us. Shindabeo, sweating heavily from the pain, was about to cry from frustration at his foolish followers. He pointed to his feet and said in a strained voice, "Foot. Foot." Shin Jinyuan shone the flashlight on Shindabeo's foot. Although the light was weak, they clearly saw it, caught in a trap. It was the same type of trap used for catching wild boars and other large animals, with jagged teeth. At this moment, Shindabeo's right leg was caught, and blood was flowing heavily. A few people gasped in shock. Surely his leg was broken. Shindabeo looked at his younger brothers, who were all staring with wide eyes, like fools, not one of them trying to help open the trap. He was both anxious and in pain, growling angrily, "Help me! Open it, quickly! Are you trying to get me killed?" Only then did they seem to realize the danger. But after seeing Shindabeo's injury, they were all terrified and became very careful. Shun Daodu, holding a wooden stick, and Shin Qianduo, standing outside the wall with sticks, kept poking at the ground, worried there might be another trap. Sure enough, after a short while, they found another trap of the same kind nearby. After confirming there was no other danger, they cautiously entered the yard, despite Shindabeo's fierce glare. They had no choice. The bloody example was right in front of them. Honestly, at this moment, they were all thinking about giving up on their older brother. They squatted down around Shindabeo's injured foot and started examining the trap. First, they tried to force it open with brute strength. Shun Jinyuan, who was strong, tried first but couldn't move it at all. Seeing that didn't work, Shun Daoda joined in. Each of them pulled from one side, and they managed to open the trap about a centimeter. Before they could celebrate, with a loud snap, the trap closed again. It closed, and then it closed again. Ugh. A muffled scream of pain escaped as blood and flesh were torn. When the trap was pulled open, Shindabeo endured the pain without making a sound. But when it snapped shut again, he couldn't hold back a low cry. Suddenly, he fell heavily to the ground. The others were startled by his movement and hurried to support him. Seeing Shindabeo's face twisted in pain, sweating profusely, they didn't know what to do. Shun Jinyuan asked anxiously, "Brother Dabeo, we can't open it. What should we do?" Shin Daoda suggested, "Maybe we should go find some villagers to help." Shun Jinyuan disagreed. "Are you crazy? Just this afternoon, old Shin Jianjun warned us not to touch that woman. If he finds out, he won't help us. Instead, he might even report us to the police." Zhou Yunxi was surprised to hear this and didn't expect Shin Jianjun to be so capable. Shun Qian added, "Wasn't Shin Jiangping's family hunters before? He should know how to open those animal traps. Let's go find him." Shin Jinyuan still disagreed. "Are you all stupid? If Shin Jiangping finds out, Shun Jianjun will too. You know how close they are. Maybe he even helped that woman set the trap." Shun Dabeo clenched his teeth and interrupted. "Enough, stop arguing. You two go secretly call Shin Chuan. He used to work with Shin Jiangping." Their eyes lit up. Yes, how could they forget Shin Chuan? Shin Daodu immediately ran to find him. About 10 minutes later, Shin Daodu returned with a young man around 20 years old, running quickly. This was Shin Chuan, also one of the troublemakers from Shenjiaku. Today, he wasn't feeling well, so he didn't go with Shin Dabeo. Seeing the trap, he was startled too. He quickly asked Shin Daodu and the others to give him a stick. He placed one end above the trap and the other below, forming a scissor shape, and applied some force. With a snap, the trap opened.
Oh, ah.
Ouch! Shun Dabeo gasped in pain, but inside, he felt relieved. Shun Chuan looked at his leg and quietly said, "We need to go to the hospital. Otherwise, this leg will be ruined. The bone might be broken." Shin Daodu looked at the dark house with a look of regret. "Are we just going to let that woman go?" Shin Dabeo's face was also grim. "We can't make a big fuss. Otherwise, she could accuse us of breaking in and assault. We might end up in jail." Most importantly, Shin Jianjun was on her side. Otherwise, in the village, they wouldn't be in charge. But there's no rush. There will be other chances. Right now, fixing his leg is the priority. He looked at the house with a sinister expression and told Shin Jinyuan to carry him to find the barefoot village doctor for a quick bandage. Otherwise, he might not make it to the county hospital. Zhou Yunxi watched their backs without any emotion. She let them go because, at this moment, causing trouble wasn't good. If she hurt someone right away, it would leave a very fierce impression, which wasn't good. She was a gentle, hard-working girl with a simple, innocent image. Also, the house still didn't belong to her. Once the property deed is issued, then it will truly be her private territory. Shen Debao even claimed that they didn't know the house already had an owner, although Shen Jianjun had warned them before, but words alone are not proof. Furthermore, at this time, the villagers were still quite exclusive. Although Shen Debao and his group were troublemakers, they were still from the village. She was still considered an outsider. So Shen Debao and his group chose to keep the peace. She was too lazy to argue, and as long as they didn't bother her in the future, that was fine. If they didn't learn their lesson, next time she wouldn't be so lenient. If one beating didn't work, she would give two. Beating people was her specialty, even if it took some effort. The next day, Zhou Yunxi woke up early. After breakfast, she left her space. She first drew water from the well, then cleaned the bloodstains in the yard and on the animal trap. The animal trap was stored in her space. After finishing, it was only 7 o'clock. She left the yard and stood on the open ground outside. She took in the fresh morning air, looked at the Qingjin farm and the village with rising smoke from cooking fires, feeling the warmth of life. The house was in a very good location, about 500 to 600 meters from the Qingjin farm and about 1 kilometer from the nearest house in Shenjiaku village. It was about 2 or 3 kilometers from Wuwei Mountain. To be precise, her house was beside the small mountain path, a few dozen meters to the left. People going up and down the mountain wouldn't disturb her. The location was relatively remote and very quiet. It was easy to go up the mountain, and the house was on higher ground, so she could see the village. These were the reasons she chose to buy this house. Wuwei Mountain was actually a continuous mountain range, the largest in the surrounding villages. It was said to be home to bears, tigers, wolves, and other wild animals. Villagers usually only dared to gather firewood, pick mountain herbs, or cut pig grass on the outskirts of the mountain. She stretched lazily and saw Shen Jianjun walking toward her with a bicycle and several villagers.
He was supporting himself on the bike.
A few minutes later, Shen Jianjun and the others arrived. The villagers continued repairing the wall, and Shen Daqing was there too. Today, he mainly worked on the gate. Shen Jianjun asked worriedly, "Nothing happened last night, right?" Zhou Yunxi shook her head. "No, I slept very well, slept until dawn." Shen Jianjun let out a sigh of relief. He took 2 bags of grain from his bicycle. "This is a subsidy for your new workers. A total of 50 jin of grain, half coarse and half fine. I came by and brought it over. Where should I put it? I'll place it properly for you." Zhou Yunxi's face lit up with happiness, and she gratefully said, "Thank you, Captain. Please help me put this in the kitchen." In front of others, she still called him Captain to avoid any malicious gossip about Shen Jianjun. After Shen Jianjun finished storing the grain, he leaned on his bicycle and said, "Let's go to the county town now. Get on." Zhou Yunxi quickly went to the storage room, grabbed a basket she bought yesterday, and sat on the back seat of Shen Jianjun's bicycle. It took about 50 minutes to reach Pingdi County. They parted ways there. Shen Jianjun went to handle her property registration, and once that was done, he would also help her register her household. Before leaving, Zhou Yunxi asked if he knew any tractor drivers. She wanted to buy some furniture, but couldn't carry it all herself. As the captain of Shenjiaku, Shen Jianjun sometimes needed to use a tractor in the village, and he had some contacts in the county. However, tractor drivers could only help after work or during lunch breaks, charging 2 yuan for transportation. Zhou Yunxi had no objections and agreed happily. After reminding her to stay safe, Shen Jianjun rode off to find a tractor driver he knew. They agreed on a time and place before he went to the housing bureau. Zhou Yunxi wandered around the county, inspecting different spots. When the time was right, she bought the items she needed. First, she went to a grocery store to buy some salt and oil, 2 pounds of pork, a prepared chicken, a fish, over 20 eggs, and a small amount of vegetables. Then she went to the supply and marketing cooperative, choosing 2 suitable iron pots, one large and one small, along with their wooden lids, and also bought a covered aluminum rice steamer. Next, she bought 4 locs, one large and 3 small, a chopping knife, and a hoe, which required an industrial ticket. Luckily, He Xiaobei had given her a ticket that covered almost everything. She also bought some vegetable seeds and a straw hat. After paying, she placed the knife, hoe, and seeds in her basket and wore the hat. Holding the pots, she waited at the entrance of the supply store, which was their agreed meeting spot. It was almost noon. The pots were too big to fit in her basket, so she placed them on the ground in front of her. She rummaged through her basket and, using a cloth to cover it, took out a meat bun to eat. Just after finishing the bun, she heard the engine of a tractor sputtering. Soon, a tractor stopped not far from her. A man in his 30s named Li Daxiong was driving the tractor. He was tall and strong. He shouted to Qiao Juanxi, "Are you from Qiao Jiqing in Shenjiao?" Qiao Juanxi responded with a nod. She carried a basket on her back and held an iron pot, then got on the tractor. She told Li Daxiong the direction, and the tractor moved forward quickly as she instructed. A few minutes later, they reached a small alley. The tractor couldn't go inside, so Qiao Juanxi got off and said to Li Daxiong, "I'll go see if the family has moved their furniture." She quickly walked into the alley. Around the corner was a big gate of a household. The open space in front of the gate was quite large, and the gate was locked. This was the spot she had planned earlier. After making sure no one was around, she released the furniture she had prepared from her space. Then she ran to the alley and shouted, "Uncle Li, can you help me move these?"
Li Daxiong nudda.
He stopped the tractor and went into the alley. The 2 yuan he earned was more than 2 days' wages, and earlier, Shen Jianjun had told him he needed help moving things. When he saw the furniture inside the alley, his eyes lit up. "These look pretty good, and they're quite new." Qiao Juanxi smiled and nodded. "Lucky me. I just happened to find a family in a hurry to move. They sold me these furniture pieces cheaply. They're probably catching a train now." Li Daxiong looked at the locked door ahead. He thought it belonged to that family. He felt the girl was very lucky. Good furniture was hard to find nowadays. Even with money and tickets, it wasn't easy to buy. He quickly started helping to move the furniture. Since some were too big, Qiao Juanxi helped lift them. It took about 10 minutes for both of them to load everything onto the vehicle. Worried about damaging the furniture, Qiao Juanxi placed old newspapers she had brought from Lu City underneath to protect them. Li Daxiong secured the furniture with ropes and then covered everything with a waterproof cloth, which was always kept in the car in case of rain during transport. Qiao Juanxi watched him work carefully. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a meat bun and handed it to him. "Uncle Li, you've worked hard. Here's a bun to fill your stomach." Li Daxiong's eyes brightened at the sight of the bun. He took it gratefully, ate it in a few bites, and then drove the tractor back to the village. On the way home, the tractor was driving quickly and steadily. By the time I arrived, it was already 1 p.m. Most workers had gone home for lunch and a rest, so I didn't see many people on the road. The Jiqing courtyard is near the village entrance. Qiao Juanxi's house passes by the courtyard gate and then turns up the mountain road, so it doesn't go through the village. When the people in the Jiqing courtyard heard the tractor, they curiously looked out to see what was happening. When they saw it was Qiao Juanxi, their expressions varied. Qin Sirui looked full of jealousy. Today, the new Jiqing went shopping in the county town. Because she was injured and Qin Sihua helped buy things, she didn't go out. A few people started asking Qin Sirui about her. "Qin Jiqing, did you come with Qiao Jiqing? Do you know her? Is her family well off?" Qin Sirui felt even more upset. She really wanted to speak badly about Qiao Juanxi. But remembering the threat from Jian Xingzi, she could only temporarily hold back her feelings and said in a not-so-friendly tone, "I don't know." After saying that, she turned and went back to her house. Everyone looked at each other, thinking that Qin Jiqing had a bad temper. Outside the blue brick and tile house, Li Daxiong had already unloaded the furniture from the car and placed it outside the yard. Qiao Juanxi opened the door. The lock had rusted and broken from disuse, so the door was unlocked. All the workers had already left, and the yard was empty and very quiet. Li Daxiong hurried back to work, helping Xiao Juanxi carry some larger pieces of furniture into the house. The smaller items she could carry herself later. Xiao Juanxi took out 2 yuan from her pocket and handed it to him. Thank you, Uncle Li. There's nothing at home yet. I'll invite you for water next time. Li Daxiong took the money, smiling happily. No need to be polite. I'm heading back now. If you need help next time, just ask me. I work at the county building materials factory, responsible for transporting goods. After seeing Li Daxiong off, Xiao Juanxi slowly carried the furniture inside, placing each piece carefully. It took her about 15 minutes to finish. Seeing the house finally look like a home, she smiled happily. The main room had a solid wood table and 4 long wooden stools. In the east room, there was a large wardrobe, a small Kong table, a dressing table with a half-length mirror, a desk, a chair with a backrest, and 2 storage cabinets, 1 large and 1 small. There was no space for a Kong cabinet, and she didn't want one even if it was there. She worried that if the cabinet accidentally fell while she was sleeping, her small body might get crushed. Most of the time, she slept in a different space. In the yard, there was a woven rattan lounge chair, 2 stools under the eaves, and a small low stool beside the well for washing clothes or vegetables. The kitchen had a small solid wood dining table, 2 chairs with backs, a dish cabinet, and a plate rack. She placed 2 porcelain plates on the rack and hung 2 towels. She also put all 3 pots on the clay stove, choosing sizes that fit perfectly, just right, perfectly matched. Then she had time to look around the yard. The wall had been fully repaired and raised to 2 meters, which made her feel safe. The wall had many holes at about 1 meter high, making it easy to see outside. The main gate was also fixed with 2 locks, 1 metal and 1 large wooden lock, adding to her sense of security. A few broken window panes had been replaced with new glass, making everything look nice and tidy. She walked around the wall and didn't find anything wrong. She went to the well to wash her hands and heard the sound of a gong, probably signaling the start of work. Sure enough, Xiao Juanxi went to look through a hole in the wall and saw many young workers wearing straw hats coming out and heading to the village fields. More people were gradually coming out of the village. After understanding the situation, Xiao Juanxi stopped paying attention and went to the main room. She took out braised pork, stir-fried pork with green beans, bone broth, and a bowl of rice, and started eating slowly. After finishing, she rested for a while and then began cleaning the house. First, she swept the yard, especially around the wall, where leftover dirt from repairs was scattered. Next, she cleaned the windows, beds, stove, and storage room in the main room, west room, and kitchen thoroughly, then sprayed disinfectant everywhere. Seeing the house clean and fresh, a smile appeared on Xiao Juanxi's face. She remembered there was also a cellar. She went to the storage room, pulled up a wooden board about 1 meter wide, revealing a dark, damp hole. A musty, moldy smell hit her. She took out a flashlight and shined it into the cellar. It was quite deep, probably 4 or 5 meters, with a wooden staircase at the entrance. Once the smell faded a bit, she put on a mask and carefully descended the stairs. As expected from a landlord's cellar, the floor and walls are paved with blue bricks. It's about 5 or 6 meters long and 3 or 4 meters wide. On the ground, there are some potatoes and white radishes that have started to mold and sprout, indicating they've been there for a long time. I'm not sure if Shindabeo and his group left them there. I forgot and just left them behind. Xiao Juanxi cleaned the cellar thoroughly and sprayed disinfectant, which made the smell more pleasant. She plans to go up the mountain to gather some mugwort to burn in the cellar to remove moisture and mold. While on the mountain, she can also collect some firewood. Although her space allows her to cook, she still needs to do some things outside to keep up appearances. Now it's not the end of the world, and she can enjoy the beautiful scenery. No one wants to stay inside the space villa all day. She locked the doors to the kitchen, main hall, and storage room with new locks. She carried a basket on her back, took her axe, and left the yard. She locked the main gate and slowly headed up the mountain. On the way, she saw many children collecting firewood. They looked at Xiao Juanxi with curiosity. She smiled kindly at them and slowly followed behind. Perhaps the children had been told many times by their parents, because when they reached the foot of the mountain, they stopped and started gathering firewood, not going further inside. Xiao Juanxi looked around and saw that most of the firewood had already been gathered. She rested for a while, took a sip of her water, and continued walking up the mountain for about 10 more minutes before stopping. The area was beginning to have many large trees, lush plants, shrubs, and ground covered with dry branches, leaves, and weeds. After an hour, she had collected a lot of dry wood, leaves, and weeds. Besides what she put in her basket, she stored quite a bit in her space. She also cut some mugwort. She also chopped 2 tea trees about the width of an adult's arm. These trees are very hard and heavy, not easy to deform. She planned to make one into a handle for a hoe and the other into a club for self-defense. The hoe she bought at the supply and marketing cooperative was just a metal head. She needed to attach a wooden handle herself. Before she reached home, she saw Shen Jianjun standing at her door from afar. Xiao Juanxi quickened her steps. "Uncle, why are you here? Have you been waiting long?" Shen Jianjun smiled and said, "No, just 2 minutes. Were you out gathering firewood?" "Yeah, there's nothing at home, so I need to prepare," she replied. As she spoke, she took out her keys, opened the yard gate, and invited Shen Jianjun into the main hall. Shen Jianjun's eyes brightened when he saw the lounge chair and the tables and chairs in the main room. "These pieces are nice. Did you use a lot of furniture vouchers?" Xiao Juanxi put down her basket and the tea tree stick she was holding, sticking to her previous explanation. Shen Jianjun was impressed. "You're really lucky. By the way, have you sorted out all the property ownership certificates and your household registration?" He then placed the new household registration book and a land and property ownership certificate on the table. Xiao Juanxi sat on the stool opposite Shen Jianjun, took the household registration book and the land and property certificate to look at them, and sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, uncle. Sorry for the trouble. By the way, how much did the house materials and labor cost?" Shen Jianjun seemed to know the details. 8 people helped out. It's like working for a day. You can give 50 or 60 cents. As for the materials, the blue bricks for the wall are more expensive. The total is about 15 yuan. 8 people at 60 cents each add up to 4.80 yuan. With the materials, the total is about 19.80 yuan. Plus the 80 yuan difference for the house before, Xiao Juanxi took out 80 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Shen Jianjun. She asked curiously, "Does it cost anything to get these certificates?" Shen Jianjun explained with a smile, "This is a rural house. They usually don't come to measure the size. It's just a small fee, a few dimes. I happen to know the person handling the certificates, so I didn't have to pay." Xiao Juanxi nodded in admiration. "Uncle, you're really capable. That's some good connections." Shen Jianjun felt a bit uncomfortable being praised. "It's just because I often help villagers with their affairs. Over time, I've made some connections." They chatted for a while longer. Shen Jianjun stood up to leave. Xiao Juanxi hurried back to the east room. She secretly took out a pound of brown sugar she had prepared earlier from the space. Shen Jianjun refused firmly. "No need. Keep it for yourself to drink." Xiao Juanxi felt a little reluctant but understood social exchanges. Shen Jianjun had helped her all day, so she insisted on giving him the sugar. Finally, Shen Jianjun accepted it after her insistence. After Shen Jianjun left, Xiao Juanxi locked the door, took some mugwort, and lit it in the cellar. She slowly burned it, taking advantage of the smoke to do so. When the smoke started to rise, she quickly left the cellar. It was late in the evening now. She went to the kitchen and lit the kerosene lamp. She boiled water in a steaming pot to wash 2 iron pots, then took out a piece of pork to start cooking in both pots, so they would be ready for use whenever needed. She took out several sets of bowls, plates, and spoons from the space and placed them in the kitchen cabinet. She also took a few ceramic teacups and put them in the main hall. These small items were bought earlier in Lu City and didn't need to be displayed openly like furniture, since no one knew what was inside her basket. Later, she entered the space to work on 2 tea tree sticks. First, she used a chopping knife to carve the smaller stick into a shape similar to a baseball bat, with one end larger than the other. She felt that a baseball bat would be more effective for hitting people. She tested the feel and found it very good. Next, she worked on the handle of the hoe. Although she had never done this before, she observed how others made their hoes, and the process was simple. She shaved the tea tree stick to fit into the round hole of the hoe head. Then, she cut 2 wooden wedges to secure it in place. After testing, it was very stable. Unfortunately, it was too late today to plant vegetables, so she left the space and placed the hoe in the storage room. She then used a flashlight to look down into the cellar. Seeing that the mugwort had burned out, she covered the cellar with a wooden board, planning to go down tomorrow to clean the ash. When Shin Jianjun was having dinner, he learned from Zhou Guohua that Shin Debao had an accident. He frowned and asked, "Do you know what hurt his leg? Are you sure it was last night?" Zhou Guohua shook her head. He said he fell accidentally. "I think he got what he deserved. He's always sneaking around and not working. Now, he can't even walk properly." Did Shin Jinyuan and the others say anything? Shin Jianjun always felt something was off. Zhou Guohua looked at him with a puzzled expression. "They didn't say anything. What's wrong? Did something happen?" Shin Jianjun didn't reply, but his face darkened. It seemed Shin Debao didn't take his words seriously. He knew Shin Debao and the others weren't as simple as they appeared. Last night, they probably went to Qiao Yunqi's house. If that was true, that girl was really impressive. She made Shin Debao and the others suffer a loss, which explained why they dared to live alone. The next morning, Qiao Yunqi started with some stretching exercises in the yard. Her body needed to get stronger, and the autumn harvest could also serve as physical training. She quickly went to the cellar to clean out the remaining mugwort ash, then had breakfast in the kitchen. Not long after finishing, she heard the bell signaling the start of work. Qiao Yunqi quickly put on her straw hat, carried a military-style water bottle, and left the house. At the entrance to the youth cadre's courtyard, they just happened to meet the young workers coming out. Regardless of everyone's feelings, they all greeted each other with smiles. They all walked together along the dirt road toward the village. Qiao Yunqi glanced around. There were quite a few young workers, about 20 in total, both new and old. Qin Sirui was not there, probably on leave, which made sense since she couldn't do manual work. Zhu Dezhong was also there, examining her carefully with a dark and unclear look in his eyes. He wasn't sure if she had set the animal trap that evening or if Shin Jianjun had asked someone to set it for her. Since she was new, Shin Jianjun had specifically warned them not to bother her, so he thought Shin Jianjun probably had someone help set the trap. After all, a woman wouldn't understand these things. Anyway, this small woman was not simple. She dared to buy this house right after arriving, and Shin Jianjun not only agreed, but also protected her. Qin Sihua looked at her hesitantly, but Qiao Yunqi pretended not to notice and focused on walking. Yang Hongmei quickened her pace, squeezed beside Qiao Yunqi and asked with a smile, "Comrade Qiao, did you go to get your grain subsidy?" Qiao Yunqi smiled shyly. "Yes, I did." "How about you?" Yang Hongmei nodded. "We went to pick ours up the day before yesterday. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had any food yesterday. By the way, I heard you went to the county town yesterday and bought a lot of furniture?" Qiao Yunqi gently nodded. A family had urgent matters and had to move to another province. They couldn't find a buyer, so their furniture was about to be sent to the junkyard. I happened to meet them and bought it. Yang Hongmei looked amazed. "Wow, you're really lucky." She looked around and lowered her voice near Qiao Yunqi. "The house you bought has some issues, you know?" Since they had been in Shinjuku for 2 days, and with many people around, news spread quickly. Especially because Qiao Yunqi's house purchase was the top story in Shinjuku, she naturally heard a lot. The details about the house were talked about openly, which wasn't really a secret, so she knew about it. Everyone in the youth cadre's courtyard thought Qiao Yunqi had been tricked by people from Shinjuku. Most were waiting to see her embarrass herself. The common feeling among the people was envy of the wealthy, allowing special treatment, living alone, buying a house. In a few days, she might be crying and running back to the youth cadre's courtyard, and worse, something might happen. I just can't believe how lucky Qiao Juanqi is. At this critical moment, Shin Debao actually had an accident. I heard he hurt his foot, so he probably can't do any work for a while. Yang Hongmei feels that everyone here is a young, educated person sent to the countryside. In this remote village with no relatives nearby, they should look out for each other and stay united. So she quietly gives her a little reminder. Xiao Juanxi is surprised but not surprised by her kindness. From the way she offered her a seat that day, Yang Hongmei seems to be a kind-hearted girl. Xiao Juanxi smiles warmly. Thank you, Hongmei. I know that everyone in Shenjiao is nice. The team leader also takes good care of me. Don't worry. Yang Hongmei opens her mouth but doesn't know what to say. Seeing Xiao Juanxi's bright eyes, she feels that this girl is a bit naive and simple. Sigh. This naive girl has probably been fooled by the sly old fox, the team leader. But since she just arrived and doesn't know what she can do, she secretly decides to help her whenever she can. It's not easy to be away from home. Thinking this, she quietly chats. You know, Yin Yunting wants to build a house and move out alone. But now it's harvest season, and the team leader said they'll wait until after the harvest to help him build it. Xiao Juanxi raises her eyebrows, thinking to herself, good, at least she's quick. Otherwise, she might have to stay in the youth camp with everyone for a while. She very politely agrees with her gossip. I didn't know that. How long does it take to build a house? Is it expensive? Yang Hongmei nods. It's expensive. He wants to build a single-room house with a kitchen. I heard it costs about 700 or 800 yuan. Building with earth bricks should be quick, just a few days. Xiao Juanxi looks envious. That's so expensive. His family must be doing well. They just spend that much money easily. It's like she bought a house and furniture, and she's talking with real sincerity. Yang Hongmei doesn't notice anything strange. Yes, that's right. By the way, our current house has nothing in it. We went to the recycling station in Pingyi County yesterday and bought a table and a few small cabinets. We still need to fix them up before we can use them. As they talk, they arrive at the village's grain-drying yard. The yard is crowded with villagers standing around. Everyone looks over, some openly, some subtly, watching the new young educated girl. Especially Xiao Juanxi, who receives the most attention. Most of them are seeing her for the first time, this girl who just bought a house in the village. Seeing Xiao Juanxi's small and thin body, everyone was a bit surprised and started whispering. This girl looks so tiny and thin. Maybe she's not in good health. I heard she's a child of a martyr's family. Her health might not be great. I wonder if she can work. She probably has some support. No wonder she could buy a house. How much support can there be? Maybe she bought the house with rural subsidies. I heard those subsidies are about 100 yuan. Kids just don't know how to manage money. If they spend it all, how will they live? Shun Jianjun stood at the front, with a few village officials beside him. Seeing that most people had arrived, he cleared his throat loudly and began a speech to motivate everyone before the harvest. Dear villagers and young comrades from all over the country, it's that time of year again for the harvest. Let's work together, face the hardships bravely, and aim to gather the rice. His passionate and inspiring speech lasted 10 minutes. He spoke smoothly and fluently without notes. After the speech, the new young workers started dividing into groups. The Shenjiao team had a total of 12 small production groups. Xiao Juanxi was assigned to the 9th group. She followed the group members to pick up tools, then went with them to the rice fields. In autumn and winter, the rice fields are dry and waterless, so she didn't need to take off her shoes. Today, she wore long sleeves and had arm covers, with her pant legs tucked into her socks. Although it looked strange, it prevented bugs from crawling inside. The women in the 9th group, including Zhou Yun, were led by the group leader Shin Changyu to learn how to harvest rice. Harvesting rice isn't very technical. Xiao Juanxi watched for a moment and learned quickly. She put on work gloves, grabbed a sickle, and bent over to cut the rice in bunches. Because her hands are small, she could only cut 2 or 3 bunches at a time and then place the harvested rice on the ground, about 1 or 2 meters apart, stacking them in piles. Soon, someone carried the piles of rice to the threshing machine, and the sound of the machine started ringing in the field. In less than 20 minutes, Xiao Juanxi was exhausted from bending and working hard. She felt her back hurt, and her head was a bit dizzy from lack of blood. She stood up again to rest. Zhou Yun was faster than her and had already moved ahead. She turned back and comforted her, saying, "Take your time. Rest when you're tired. Have some water. You're new here, so it will get easier in a few days." Xiao Yunxi wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Thank you, Sister Zhou Yun. I know I will get used to it slowly." Zhou Yun looked at the small girl in front of her, who probably weighed less than 70 jin. She felt a mix of feelings and wondered what kind of family could send such a fragile girl to the countryside. Her tone became gentler. "Yes, we are all young people sent to the countryside, and we should help each other. If you have any problems, you can come to me. I will do my best to help." Xiao Yunxi nodded with a smile. She didn't remember much about Zhou Yun or Yang Hongmei, the supporting characters. She read this sweet novel when she was in middle school. Back then, the end of the world hadn't come yet, and it was a long time ago. She only remembered the main story but had forgotten most details. At this moment, a woman in her 30s on her left stood up and loudly reported, "Report to Team Leader Jiu. These two young workers are wasting time and not working." The air seemed to pause for a moment. People nearby working in the fields looked at her, and Team Leader Jiu also looked at her. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, the woman continued passionately, "These two girls have been talking for at least 2 minutes. That's stealing time and not loving work." Everyone watched as their progress was not much faster than Xiao Yunxi's. They couldn't help but smirk. It was bold of her to report others, especially since they were just young workers sent to the countryside, and so thin and small. Shen Changyu also looked a bit helpless. He knew about Xiao Yunxi's situation. Shen Jianjun had asked him to take care of her. She received a subsidy and didn't care much about work points. Just a little effort was enough.
He sighed.
Zhang Chunhua, mind your own business. She's only been working for a day, and she's almost as fast as you. Do you have the nerve to criticize her? Zhang Chunhua didn't care and confidently retorted, "I work slowly because I was born with uncoordinated hands and feet. I'm not slacking off. I've been working diligently. At least my attitude is correct." A few villagers chuckled, but no one said anything. Everyone knew each other well in the neighborhood. Zhang Chunhua was known for being lazy and sneaky in her work. She also talked a lot, always chattering. Xiao Yunxi and Zhou Yun exchanged glances and smiled quietly. They bent down to continue harvesting rice. Seeing no one paying attention to her, Zhang Chunhua cast a subtle glance at Xiao Yunxi, gritted her teeth, and continued working. Zhu Yunxi frowned. She sensed the malice from Zhang Chunhua just now. She felt confused because she had just arrived at Shenjiaku and didn't know anyone. Why would someone be thinking about her? For the next hour, whenever Zhu Yunxi stood up to rest, Zhang Chunhua would report her. Not only the members of Team 9 but also nearby workers looked over with curiosity, wondering how Zhang Chunhua ended up arguing with this young worker. Shen Changyu's face was so dark it looked like ink. Zhu Yunxi was speechless too. People aren't machines. Everyone needs to rest after working a while. Why was she being watched so closely? Did they think she was easy to bully? Report to the captain. Comrade Zhang Chunhua is slacking off. She stood up and rested for at least a minute, Zhu Yunxi reported this time. Everyone was stunned and looked at Zhang Chunhua with different expressions. Zhang Chunhua paused her sweat-wiping motion. She gritted her teeth and forced a bad smile. "Didn't you see I just worked hard for a long time before taking a break?" Zhu Yunxi continued to speak sharply. "Captain, she hasn't worked that long before. I checked the time. Only 2 minutes. Comrade Zhang Chunhua works for 2 minutes and then rests for 2 minutes. She's not working actively and has wrong thoughts." She waved her left hand, which had a watch on it, showing she wasn't lying. She was watching the time. Everyone looked at her elegant, high-end watch. It was worth at least 100 yuan plus a ticket. Sure enough, she was a spendthrift, buying a house and a watch. No matter how much subsidy they gave, it wasn't enough for her spending. They now seriously suspected that her thinness was because she had spent all her money and had no food. Shen Changyu's cold gaze swept toward Zhang Chunhua. "Zhang Chunhua, what's going on? No slacking off. If you do, your work points will be deducted." Zhang Chunhua glared at Zhu Yunxi angrily. then bent down to continue harvesting. Ju Yunxi slightly curled her lips and kept working. Report to the captain, Comrade Zhang Chunhua is slacking again. She stood up and twisted her waist for 93 seconds. She's not working actively and has problematic thoughts. Report to the captain, Comrade Zhang Chunhua is slacking again, just standing there dazed for 99 seconds. Her attitude toward work is very careless, and her thoughts are problematic. Report to the team leader, Comrade Zhang Chunhua is again pretending to work. She has been standing up and stretching for 102 seconds, avoiding her duties. Zhang Chunhua grits her teeth in anger. After a few times, she no longer dares to stand up easily. When tired, she squats in the field to rest. But it only lasts 3 minutes. Report to the team leader, Comrade Zhang Chunhua has been sitting still in the field for 2 minutes and 58 seconds, avoiding work again. She's using a different way to pretend to work. Her attitude is very problematic. Shin Changyu looks coldly at Zhang Chunhua and indeed sees her rice seedlings in front of her unmoving. Zhang Chunhua, today I will deduct 1 work point from you. If you dare to pretend to work again, it won't just be 1 point. Zhang Chunhua is so angry she almost falls backward. Team leader, you're biased. Qiao Jiqing is also pretending to work. Why don't you deduct her points? Shin Changyu glances at her. Qiao Jiqing isn't lazy. At least she has a high sense of responsibility and is working very hard. Zhang Chunhua feels very frustrated. She doesn't dare to even stand up or rest while squatting. She is exhausted, panting heavily, her face turning red. After 10 minutes. Report to the team leader, Comrade Zhang Chunhua's attitude towards work is problematic. She is deliberately delaying. I can cut a bunch of rice with 1 sickle, but she needs 3. I take 0.2 seconds per cut, but she takes 3 seconds. Zhang Chunhua is furious. She stands up and yells, "You little brat. I only need 3 cuts, and I don't take 3 seconds. I am very fast." Qiao Yunzi remains calm. Comrade Zhang Chunhua, I saw clearly. You are taking 3 cuts, like sawing a tree. Are your hands paralyzed? They look soft as noodles. If all our comrades are lazy like you, can we harvest our crops on time? Failing to finish the harvest on schedule will cause losses. Are you responsible for that? You're leading us to undermine our socialist efforts. You're just trying to get something for nothing. You want us hard-working farmers to do your work. You're exploiting us, like capitalists. This sets a very bad example. After this speech of righteousness and blame, everyone nearby is stunned, staring at Qiao Yunzi with blank expressions. It's just cutting rice and pretending to be lazy, so why bring up capitalism or undermining? Xiao Juanxi felt a bit shy, looking very bashful, but her expression was serious. Captain Jiao, I think Comrade Zhang Chunhua should be sent to the relevant department for re-education. Her thoughts are very problematic. Moreover, she might be a spy turned by the enemy country, deliberately delaying our work progress, which could affect our autumn harvest. They want our entire team to fail in gathering grain and cause another famine in our country. At this moment, Zhang Chunhua was truly anxious. Why did she suddenly bring up socialist ideals? How did she become a capitalist?
And a spy.
If this is confirmed, it's no longer about re-education but about punishment, perhaps imprisonment or even execution. She was almost kneeling before Qiao Juanxi, patting her own mouth. Qiao Jiqing, can I say I was wrong, sister-in-law? We are all part of the same production team, and we should help each other. It was a mistake on my part earlier. Qiao Juanxi looked at her and said, Comrade Zhang Chunhua, you really misunderstood. Whether you are a spy or a capitalist depends on what you do, not what you say. After saying this, she ignored her and continued harvesting diligently and actively. Zhou Yan quietly gave her a thumbs up. She didn't look like a timid girl. She seemed a bit fierce. No wonder she dared to buy that house. Now she thought maybe this girl could really hold her ground. Zhang Chunhua didn't understand what Qiao Juanxi meant at first, but she didn't dare to cause trouble now. She quickly bent down and worked hard, not daring to slack off even a little. Shin Changyu watched as Zhang Chunhua's movements became coordinated and quick. He felt deeply. Indeed, the wicked need to be tempered by the wicked. Evil people need evil to sharpen them. No. Qiao Jiqing is not evil. She is a great benefactor here to save him. When the team leader Shin Jianjun came to inspect, he saw everyone working with high enthusiasm. Even Zhang Chunhua, the lazy troublemaker, was sweating profusely and working without rest. He felt proud that under his leadership, the Shenjiao team was getting better and better. Look, even the troublemakers are working steadily. It's definitely because of him. He felt very pleased and satisfied. Seeing Qiao Juanxi also working diligently, though not very fast but very persistent, he was full of admiration. She was truly a brave and good daughter of heroes. Well done. He encouraged everyone a few words before leaving. Finally, the sound of the work bell rang, signaling the end of work. Qiao Juanxi let out a breath. Her face was already red-hot, and she felt exhausted. Her body was indeed weak. Although she tried very hard because she had been supervising Zhang Chunhua before, she only earned 1 work point. Shin Chengyu was not angry and smiled warmly as he encouraged her. Qiao Jiqing, you're just starting out. Earning 1 point is already better than most people. Keep going, I believe in you. Qiao Juanxi nodded seriously, showing she understood. She said she would keep working hard. Seeing 2 people who dared to praise and accept praise confidently, everyone felt a bit speechless. Zhang Chunhua was very angry. Today, she was supervised so much that her back hurt. She broke her highest record of 3 points and earned 4 points, but then she lost 3 points, ending with only 1 point. Next to her, Zhou Yun was also complaining inside. When she first started working outside, she earned 2 points, but Captain Zhou didn't look pleased. It was clear she was showing favoritism. Qiao Juanxi carried an empty military water bottle and walked home with Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun saw her face was red, and she was breathing heavily. She was worried and asked, Xiaoxi, are you okay? If you're too tired, you can take a break this afternoon. Qiao Juanxi shook her head.
I'm fine.
I'll rest a bit after lunch. I came to help build the countryside, and I won't be defeated by these small difficulties. Seeing her serious and innocent expression, Zhou Yun hesitated for a moment and then said, All right, but take care of your health. Your health is the most important. Don't overwork yourself. Qiao Juanxi panted as she walked. Thanks, Sister Zhou Yun. By the way, do you know Zhang Chunhua? Whose family is she from? She felt Zhang Chunhua's hostility was strange. She had only been in Shenjiaku for 2 days and didn't know anyone, so she shouldn't have offended anyone. Her? She Shindayun's wife. Zhou Yun also thought Zhang Chunhua seemed a bit unusual today. This person was lazy and liked to gossip. When she first started working, she also said a lot about her, but she had never been directly targeted like this. She thought for a moment and added, Shindabeo is Shindayun's younger brother. Zhang Chunhua is Shindabeo's sister-in-law. Qiao Juanxi gasped in shock, feeling suspicious. Could it be that the aunt-in-law was having an affair? Did she know Shindabeo was hurt and was trying to get her brother-in-law's attention? What she didn't know was that Shindabeo and the others hadn't told anyone that they were injured in her house. First, Shun Jianjun had warned them before that knowing their mistakes and still doing wrong could easily make Shin Jianjun hold a grudge. Second, it was very embarrassing. These grown men lost to a little girl, even though the trap might have been set up by Shin Jianjun. Zhou Yun saw Qiao Juanxi's expression, like she had just heard big news. Although she didn't know what she was thinking, her attitude was probably wrong. She explained, Shundabeo and the others often steal chickens and vegetables. Sometimes they catch wild animals too. Besides what they eat themselves, they usually have some leftovers to take home. The house you bought is where they handle these things. Qiao Juanxi suddenly understood. So, these petty thieves are bold with other people's stuff, but they still contribute a little to their own families. Now that she bought the house, Shindabeo and the others won't have a place to deal with their stolen goods. This could directly affect their family income. Thinking about this, she realized she might offend several families at once. While she was thinking, she heard someone calling her. She turned around and saw Yang Hongmei walking quickly toward her, with a woman about 20 years old following her. First day on the job, How do you feel? Yang Hongmei asked casually. Xiao Junshi smiled and replied, not bad. I earned 1 work point. How about you? Yang Hongmei looked proud. I'm doing well too. I earned 4 work points. This afternoon, I'll get 4 more, so I can earn 8 points in a day. Xiao Junshi looked at her with admiration. Wow, Sister Hongmei, you're amazing. Hee, I have good stamina. Once I get used to it, I can get full marks, Yang Hongmei said confidently.
Zhou was a bit surprised.
She didn't expect Yang Hongmei to be so capable. Few people can get full marks, mostly only strong, hard-working men and officials. Right now, she could earn at most 8 points a day, usually around 6. We'll see if you get full marks. It's not easy to get a perfect score. A sarcastic voice came from a woman beside Yang Hongmei. Her name was Feng Yushi, 21 years old, and she had been sent to the countryside for 3 years. Yang Hongmei glanced at her. I'll try my best. After that, she ignored her and continued talking with Xiao Junshi. Feng Yushi was really annoying. If someone did well, she would criticize them. If they did poorly, she would criticize them again. It was unlucky to be in the same work team as her. Feng Yushi felt frustrated by this ignored attitude, like being punched into cotton. Very uncomfortable. She saw 3 people chatting happily but couldn't join in, so she followed behind, feeling resentful. At home, Xiao Junshi went to the kitchen to boil water. She had no choice but to make some smoke from cooking, or others might think she was out of touch with everyday life. When she had free time, she planned to get a honeycomb coal stove so no one would know whether she was cooking or not. While boiling water, she entered her space to take a shower. It was so hot she broke out in sweat. The tiny hairs on the rice grains made her neck itchy and painful, very uncomfortable. After washing up and eating lunch in her space, she took a nap because she was too tired. She only came out when she heard the gongs signaling work. When she arrived at the rice field, she saw that her usual spot on the left was now occupied by a young man named Zhao Rencheng. Zhao Rencheng smiled nervously at Xiao Junshi. This, Comrade Xiao, let's do our best according to our ability. According to our ability, Zhang Chunhua kept her distance, several team members away. When she saw Xiao Junshi looking at her, she quickly lowered her head and kept working.
It was terrifying.
If she was watched as closely as this morning, she thought she might die right there in the rice field. Xiao Junshi shrugged and spoke gently to Zhao Rencheng. Of course, health is the foundation of revolution. We all do what we can. Zhao Rencheng sighed in relief. He couldn't help it. The impression Xiao Junshi gave him this morning was too deep. If he was supervised like that again, he felt he might lose his life in this rice field. Actually, they were overthinking. After a morning of work and the hot afternoon sun, Xiao Junshi already felt some discomfort in her body. She didn't plan to work hard in the afternoon since she didn't rely on work points to live. Sure enough, after less than an hour, Xiao Junshi felt dizzy. She swayed and stood up. Report. Everyone in the 9th squad was startled. Was she going to report again? Zhang Chunhua trembled instinctively, starting to reflect on herself. She wondered if she had been lazy. Xiao Junshi continued, I'm feeling unwell. I request a 20-minute break, her voice weak. Zhou Yin noticed her face was very pale and hurried to support her. What's wrong? Is it low blood sugar? Xiao Junshi shook her head and nodded. She wasn't sure if it was low blood sugar, but she felt very uncomfortable. Her delicate body was helpless in this situation. Shun Chengyu saw her face as pale as a ghost and quickly asked Zhou Yun to help her find a shady spot to rest. He also kindly asked if she needed to take a leave. Xiao Junshi shook her head and said, Thank you, Captain. I'll rest for a while and see how I feel. If I really can't continue, I'll go back. Shun Chengyu noticed that although her face looked bad, she was still alert. He agreed, and after Zhou Yun helped her sit down and checked on her, he went back to work harvesting rice. Xiao Junshi took a few sips from her water bottle, then poured some water on her hands to wash them. She reached into her pocket and ate a piece of candy. Her water bottle contained plain boiled water with no sugar added. In this hot weather, drinking sweet water would only make her more thirsty. After eating a few candies, Xiao Junshi felt much better. She sat leaning against a big tree, closed her eyes, and rested. Suddenly, she heard some rustling sounds. Her eyes snapped open and looked toward the sound. She saw a small boy quietly approaching her. The boy was startled by her cold gaze and immediately stopped walking. Xiao Junshi squinted and looked at him. The boy was about 6 or 7 years old, dirty all over, with 2 runny noses, and his hair was almost stuck together in strands. Her expression softened a little. She stopped paying attention to him and looked at the people working far away. She noticed a woman in her 30s glancing over here now and then. Seeing that Xiao Junshi was no longer paying attention to him, the boy hesitated but continued to walk closer. He stopped about a meter away and watched her silently. A strong smell of sweat mixed with sourness and odor hit her nose. Xiao Junshi frowned and asked, "Do you need something?" The boy looked at her and swallowed nervously. "Are you eating candy?" A flash of understanding appeared in Xiao Junshi's eyes. "Yes." The boy swallowed again and looked at her with longing eyes. He asked, "Can you give me 2 pieces? I haven't had candy in a long time." He had seen some young workers eating, and whenever they showed such eyes, they would usually feel sorry and give him a piece. Xiao Junshi raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "Candy is really tasty and sweet. Do you want some too?" While speaking, she took a piece of candy from her pocket and slowly unwrapped the wrapper. The boy nodded eagerly, breathing a little faster. His eyes fixed on the candy in her hand, and a proud smile spread across his face. He reached out his hand, trying to grab the candy she was about to unwrap. Xiao Junshi smiled with her eyes curved, and before he could reach out, she gently put the candy into her mouth, sighing happily, "So sweet. If you want to eat, hurry back and ask your parents to buy some. Very tasty," she added. She doesn't feel much for human children, especially dirty, snotty little ones. Sharing food and respecting the elderly and caring for children were lost during the end times because only tough people survived then. She isn't sure if she can regain these virtues in the future, but now she treats everyone fairly. The boy's smile froze. His hand stopped in midair. He stared blankly as the candy that should have been his went into this woman's mouth. He was stunned by this strange move. After a few seconds, he finally reacted. The big disappointment made him cry out loud. People working in the fields looked over. The woman who had been glancing this way paused, then threw down her sickle and strode angrily toward them. Xiao Junshi, holding the candy, watched her with narrowed eyes, her expression dangerous. She gently stretched her legs and arms, which had gone numb from sitting. The woman moved quickly, her eyes flashing with annoyance. She was upset that this young girl, who was a city girl, had eaten several candies but refused to share with her son. She cursed loudly. "How can you bully my child, you cursed girl?" Just as she was about to reach Xiao Junshi, she stretched out her rough hand and slapped her hard on the face. Everyone was startled when they saw her slap Xiao Junshi, some even shouted out loud. Xiao Junshi moved her little leg slightly. The woman hadn't yet slapped her, but it was as if she was tripped by something. She staggered to the side, stumbling several steps before falling to the ground. With a loud bang, her face hit the ground. Coincidentally, there was a pile of dog poop on the ground, right at her mouth, and she bit into it halfway. Xiao Junshi touched her nose. She really didn't do it on purpose. The smell of the dog poop wasn't too strong, and it was several meters away. She had been unwell earlier and didn't notice. At this moment, Shun Changyu finally reacted. He hurried over anxiously, shouting, "Wang Zhaodi, what are you doing?" Zhou Yun also ran to Xiao Junshi's side, concerned, and asked, "Xiaoxi, are you okay?" Xiao Yunxi looked innocent and said, "I'm fine." This aunt's mind seems a bit strange. She suddenly rushed over like she was crazy to hit me, even stepping on me, and then somehow she fell down by herself. Seeing her mother fall, the boy cried even louder. He ran forward to help Wang Zaidi up and asked, Mom, what's wrong?" Wang Zaidi, dizzy from the fall, supported herself to sit up. She felt a strange taste in her mouth and spat out mud and dog droppings. When she saw what she had spit out, despite usually being very messy, she couldn't help but bend over and vomit. Shen Changyu and Zhou Yun saw the scene and couldn't help but twitch their mouths, trying to hide their smiles. The little boy reacted quickly. He ran a short distance and picked up the water bottle Wang Zadie brought, handing it to her. Wang Zadie didn't care much. She rinsed her mouth several times to get rid of the bad feeling. She let out a deep breath and finally felt her face hurt, and her nose was bleeding. She shook her hand and touched her nose, feeling sticky. She was bleeding from her nose. Wang Zadie looked at Qiao Yunxi with fire in her eyes. "It's you, you wicked girl. You actually kicked me with your foot. I won't stand for it." She quickly got up and rushed toward Qiao Yunxi. Zhou Yun and a few older women saw her move and hurried to hold her back. "Wang Zadie, what are you doing? Just talk things out if there's a problem. No need to hit anyone." They had been busy harvesting rice in the fields earlier and didn't know what was happening here. When they heard the child's crying and saw Wang Zadie about to hit the young girl, they intervened. Yes, no matter what, hitting someone is wrong. We have the team leader and the village secretary to help us." Zhou Yun didn't believe that Qiao Yunxi would pick a fight without reason. As for Wang Zadie, she knew her well after 2 years in Shenjiaku. She was a hot-tempered woman. She gently advised, "Sister Zadie, Qiao Yunxi isn't that kind of person. Let's hear what she has to say first." Wang Zadie, furious, shouted, "She bullied my little dog. Didn't you see that the dog was crying? You young girls are all no good." Zhou Yun's face turned cold. Just as she was about to speak, Shen Changyu angrily shouted, "Shut up. Stop crying every day. You'll find out who's right and wrong if you ask." He looked at Qiao Yunxi, and his attitude immediately changed. He asked gently, "Qiao Jiqing, please tell us what happened." Qiao Yunxi had already stood up, looking confused. "I don't know either. I was sitting under the tree resting when, Dogwa, right? Dogwa came over and asked me for some candy. Captain, I only took some candy because I had low blood sugar and needed a break. I didn't have enough to give him, and he suddenly started crying. After that, you all know what happened." Wang Zhaodie's eyes flickered with guilt. She had been watching the situation closely. Although she didn't know exactly what Qiao Yunxi and Dogwa had said, she clearly saw whether Qiao Yunxi had hit him or not. But she wouldn't say that out loud. She held her head high and shouted loudly, "You're talking nonsense. I didn't hit him. How could he be crying? My Dogwa is usually very well-behaved and very shy." More and more people gathered around. Hearing Wang Zhaodie's words, everyone's expressions looked a bit strange. It was as if everyone already knew what was going on. Dogwa, this child, would bite anyone who had food. It was okay once or twice, but after a while, people started avoiding him. Strangely, Wang Zhaodie was proud of this. She thought her dog was clever, even at such a young age, knowing how to find food and being mouthy. Shen Changyu looked at Dogwa and asked, "Dogwa, what do you want to say?" Dogwa, feeling scared with so many people around, secretly looked at Qiao Yunxi. He sniffled and said, "Woo, I just asked Sister Jiqing if she could give me a piece of candy."
She didn't and
Woo. Qiao Yunxi raised an eyebrow. This child, so young, already knew how to speak half-truths and act innocent. He was quite clever, but unfortunately, not in the right way. She looked at him with a half-smile. "Oh, what else do you want to say?" Dogwa hesitated. He secretly glanced at Wang Zhaodie, who subtly gave him a signal. Immediately, Dogwa hugged Wang Zhaodie, looking very scared. "Woo, Mom, let's go home." "I'm scared." Woo. At this moment, Shun Jianjun and the village secretary, Shun Zhanqi, came over. Seeing the scene before them, their faces turned cold and stern. Qiao Yunxi nodded at Shun Jianjun and Shun Zhanqi before turning to Dogwa and asking, "The team leader and the village secretary are here, and so are many villagers. With so many people here, they will stand up for you. So, Dogwa, you don't need to be afraid. I really want to know what's wrong with me. Your unfinished words suggest I hit you, right? Let's say it openly in front of everyone." Dogwa became even more scared. He tightly hugged Wang Zhaodie and didn't dare speak. Although he's young, he could sense that he might have upset someone difficult to deal with this time. Everyone understood what was happening. They thought Dogwa was hopeless. He learned nothing good, insisted on using sneaky tricks to take advantage of others, and started deceiving people at such a young age. Wang Zhaodi saw that things were getting worse and was about to speak. Xiao Juanxi raised her clean hands and said, "Everyone saw it. Dogwa's clothes are dirty and, well, you all understand. If my hands had touched him, they wouldn't be so clean." The onlookers looked at the dirty Dogwa, whose clothes looked like they hadn't been washed for months, covered in layers of dirt. His face was also full of runny nose marks from not wiping or blowing his nose, just wiped with his hands. They all burst into laughter. Xiao Juanxi showed her hands to everyone to make sure they saw clearly, then continued, "Besides, many people working in the nearby field saw everything. If I had hit him, I welcome everyone to report me. By the way, seeing how upset Dogwa was and crying so hard, I even wonder if I really hit him. I remember I was just sitting and resting. Did I sleepwalk and hit him without knowing?" Everyone laughed again. The tense and suppressed atmosphere eased with Xiao Juanxi's playful words. People liked her more. She had a good temper. Shun Jianjun saw her confident look and relaxed, just watching the show. Zhao Renqing also had a smile on his face. He hesitated for a moment, then his eyes firmed up. "I noticed earlier that Xiao Jiqing didn't hit him." Dogwa suddenly started crying, and they were at least half a meter apart. He didn't want to interfere in others' affairs or offend the villagers over someone he just met. But seeing Xiao Juanxi's calm and relaxed attitude, he suddenly thought, what's wrong with offending the villagers? People should live honestly. Besides, we're all young people sent to the countryside. If she was bullied today and he stayed silent, what if he gets bullied another day? This dog is aware of what has happened. It has been taken advantage of a few times. It doesn't know if others are kind because they feel sorry for it and give it food. But it knows it's not because they are soft-hearted. It's because it's dirty and it makes it hard to eat. If you don't give it food, it just stands next to you, looking at you eagerly. Its nose is covered with thick, yellowish mucus that hangs down. Sometimes it sniffs, pulls the mucus into its nose, then it comes out again, but it doesn't wipe it away. After a while, it uses its paw to wipe its face, leaving more dark and yellow marks. Thinking about this makes it feel a bit sick. Li Xuehua said, "I saw it too." Xiao Jiqing just ate a piece of candy and didn't even touch the dog. The dog started crying by itself. Today, her job was to carry the small piles of harvested rice to the threshing machine, so she spent most of her time walking through the rice fields. Naturally, she noticed what was happening here. She has long disliked Wang Zhaodi and her son. The good children have been turned into something else. The village has mostly been influenced by them, and everyone stopped paying attention to them. Now they are focusing on Jiqing. Someone took the lead, and soon others came to testify. Wang Zhaodi was so angry she almost vomited blood. Why are these villagers like this? They don't help their own people, but instead help outsiders. She quickly thought of a plan and started crying loudly. "Oh, this is hopeless. Even if she didn't hit my child, falling down was probably her fault. Oh, it hurts so much. She must pay for it. Yes, pay for it." Xiao Juanxi added. Everyone was stunned. Even Wang Zhaodi, who was about to make a scene, froze and looked at Xiao Juanxi blankly. Xiao Juanxi raised her right leg, showing a clear muddy footprint on her shoe. I was sitting peacefully under the big tree resting when Wang Zhaodi suddenly rushed over, looked furious, and stepped on my foot, causing me serious injury. Most importantly, my young and fragile mind was shocked. This might cause me to lose my appetite, have trouble sleeping, and feel weak. In serious cases, I might need medication. Everyone knows I'm not in good health. If this keeps happening, I might become seriously ill, and medicine might not help. I could even die. This is outright murder. So, Wang Zhaodi must compensate me for lost wages, medical expenses, recovery costs, and emotional distress. Since we're all in the same team, I don't want much, just 50 yuan. The onlookers were stunned, some using words like tasteless, sleepless, powerless, and alas. They didn't fully understand these idioms, but they sounded serious. It was just a footstep. How did it escalate to murder? Zhou Yun and Zhao Rencheng also had their mouths slightly open, stunned for a moment. They secretly admired the rich vocabulary. Shan Jianjun couldn't help but twitch his lips, wanting to laugh but holding it back. These troublemaking women should be properly dealt with. The spectators quietly swallowed and turned their attention to Wang Zhaodi. Wang Zhaodi was also shocked and stared in disbelief. She forgot to throw a tantrum, but for some reason, she felt nervous. Wasn't she the one who fell? Why did it seem like she was the one needing compensation? It took her a while to find her voice. Are you crazy for money? Look at my face. I even have a nosebleed. And you're still blaming me? Is there no justice? Qiao Juanxi looked at her calmly. I ask you, is this your home? Wang Zhaodi didn't know what she was planning but could only honestly answer, no. Qiao Juanxi nodded. Then I am sitting here resting. I haven't invaded private property, nor am I breaking any laws, right? Zhou Yun already understood Qiao Juanxi's meaning and hurried to reply, of course not. This is a public place. Anyone can sit here. Everyone nodded in agreement. That was true. Qiao Juanxi spread her hands. So I am just sitting here peacefully. Who did I offend? First, Wang Zhaodi came aggressively to hit me, then she stepped on me, and now her and her son are falsely accusing me of hitting someone. What's going on? If there's no reason in the village, I will go to the police. I will accuse Wang Zhaodi of slander, attempted assault, and extortion. Several charges at once. I wonder how many years I will be sentenced. After a pause, Qiao Juanxi added, actually, I suspect Wang Zhaodi intentionally stepped on me because she didn't succeed in hitting me. I strongly believe she wanted to break my bones. That's attempted harm. I trust the police will give me justice. As for you falling and stepping on my foot and then not being able to stand steadily, should I be blamed? You stepped on me. Should I dig a hole in the ground and bury my foot to make the surface even so you won't lose your balance? This is not just the behavior of a greedy person. It shows a complete disregard for ordinary people like us. You want to become the local ruler of Shenjiaku, but… Shut up, shut up. Wang Zhaodi became anxious. The more she spoke, the worse it sounded, and she even started to believe her own words. Looking at everyone's expressions, it was clear they now understood her point. She took a deep breath to calm her panic. I won't argue with you, a young girl. You don't need to compensate me. At this moment, Qiao Juanxi leaned softly on Zhou Yun, looking exhausted, as if she was the one who had just spoken endlessly. She shook her head. No, I feel dizzy. I must have been too shocked. My foot hurts now, and I wonder if I've hurt a bone. Maybe I should go to the hospital for an x-ray. Zhou Yun suppressed a smile and looked worried. Yes, let's go to the county hospital for an x-ray. Wang Zhaodi became even more anxious. An x-ray costs at least a few yuan. She now deeply regretted provoking her. Why did she have to pick a fight with her? She wasn't a soft pushover. She was a fierce person. Thinking this, she looked at the trembling dog in her arms. She made up her mind and slapped his butt hard, scolding as she did so. I told you not to be greedy, not to be so gluttonous, and not to run around. Wow. The dog cried heartbreakingly, as if he was suffering from the worst torture. Everyone watched Wang Zhaodi's raised hand fall gently, speechless. Did she think everyone was a fool? Seeing no one coming to stop her, the mother and son's act couldn't continue. Wang Zhaodi reluctantly stopped, forced a smile, and begged Qiao Juanxi. Qiao girl, I didn't mean to hit the dog earlier. I was just too impulsive. Please forgive me this time. Wife, what's wrong? What happened? At this moment, a man in his 30s hurried into the crowd. It was Wang Zhaodi's husband, Shen Taixing. He worked in the second production team, diligently doing his chores and occasionally taking a break. When he heard someone call him, saying his wife was in trouble, he hurried over in fear. Seeing Wang Zhaodi, covered in dirt with scratches and a nosebleed, he was even more anxious. What happened? Who bullied you? Speak up. When Wang Zhaodi saw him, she immediately found her confidence. Taixing, sob. Dogwa also hugged him tightly, crying sadly, looking very pitiful, as if everyone had bullied her and her son. The others didn't spoil her and started explaining the whole story one after another. Shen Taixing, after understanding what happened, felt ashamed, angry, and upset. He was ashamed because his wife and son were too naive, and it was embarrassing. He was angry because Xiao Jiqing was making a big fuss over nothing. He was upset because the villagers weren't helping each other. He glanced at Xiao Junshi and saw she was a weak girl. He spoke with a hint of warning. Xiao Jiqing, Dogwa is still young and doesn't understand much. You're an adult, so don't argue with a child. My wife was just impulsive because of a misunderstanding. Besides, aren't you fine now? It's my wife who's hurt. I haven't asked you to pay for the medical expenses. I've already been reasonable. Why make a big deal out of it? Xiao Junshi sneered inwardly. It's true, they're not from the same family. She weakly said, if you think that way, I have nothing more to say. I'll report this to the police. Then she looked at Zhao Rensheng, who immediately understood. He turned to Xin Jianjun and asked, Captain, can I borrow your bicycle? The police station in the county is quite far from here. Before Xin Jianjun could reply, Shen Taixing got anxious. He thought that a gentle, fragile girl like her wouldn't dare to challenge him under threat. He was annoyed but kept a sincere and gentle tone. Xiao Jiqing, we're all from the same village. We don't have 50 yuan, and according to your words, you're also extorting now. Xiao Junshi nodded. We're all from the same village. I just want to keep peace and not make this bigger. If you say I'm extorting, then I'll just go to the hospital to get an x-ray to see if my foot is broken. That's reasonable, right? Oh, and by the way, your wife just came over looking fierce. I was very shocked and need to see a neurologist and a psychiatrist. There's no such department here, so I'll have to go to the city hospital. Everyone looked confused. What's a neurologist? What's a psychiatrist? Does the hospital even have those departments? Oh no. Not only would the transportation to the city cost money, but these tests could also cost dozens of yuan. This was not the end. Xiao Yunxi then said to Zhao Rensheng, the police station asked Zhao Jiqing to go there again. I asked for some compensation, but they called it extortion. I don't want the compensation anymore. Just let me go to the hospital for a checkup. But they falsely accused me and assaulted me, which I can report to the police. Shen Taixing was so angry he almost vomited blood. He knew he was in trouble now. His old tricks wouldn't work anymore. His eyes showed worry. No, Jiqing Qiao, I was wrong. I apologize on behalf of my wife and child. Can we just forget about this? More and more people gathered to watch. Yang Hongmei also came to see what was happening. To her surprise, it was Xiao Yunxi. She pushed through the crowd and asked loudly, What's going on? Is someone bullying you? Shen Taixing was numb. Who was bullying whom? Shun Jianjun saw the commotion was enough. He cleared his throat and said, All right, Jiqing Qiao, just give me some face. Let's settle this in our village. What do you think? Xiao Yunxi was very obedient. She spoke softly and gently. As long as it's fair, I will listen to the team leader. This meant that if it wasn't fair, she would still make a big fuss and report to the police. Shun Jianjun looked at her and gave a suggestion. How about this? Shun Taixing and then pay you 10 yuan? What do you think? No, I can't. My family has no money. Boo-hoo, I was the one hurt, so why should I pay? I don't agree. Before Shen Taixing could speak, Wang Zhaodi started crying loudly. Team leader, you're helping outsiders. Boo-hoo, look at my face, I even have a nosebleed. Boo-hoo. Shun Jianjun rolled his eyes silently. He ignored her crying and looked at Shen Taixing and Xiao Yunxi. Xiao Yunxi lowered her head, pretending to hesitate. If it weren't for Wang Zhaodi wanting to hit her and slander her, she wouldn't bother paying attention. 50 yuan was a huge amount for a rural family that earned less than 100 yuan a year. She didn't really expect to get it. But since it was offered to her, she wasn't going to let it go easily. She bought a house, so she knew people might try to take advantage of her. Now was a good time to show she wasn't easy to bully. Shen Tiexing's face turned pale, and then white. He also felt Shen Jianjun was being unfair. He couldn't help but become anxious and said, Captain, you know my family situation. I don't have 10 yuan. Are you trying to force me? Shen Jianjun glanced at him sideways and said, Force you? Isn't this something your wife and the little dog caused? Fine, if you say I'm forcing you, then let's report this to the police. See how the police officers decide. I won't interfere. Seeing Shun Jianjun act as if he would ignore the matter, Shen Taixing knew he couldn't fool him anymore. He clenched his teeth and suppressed his frustration and anger. At most 5 yuan. My family really has no money. Qiao Jiqing, we are just honest farmers. We barely earn a few yuan a year. This is all we have. Of course, no one believed this. Everyone was from farming families. Even ordinary families usually had a few dozen yuan saved, and a few hundred wasn't impossible, unless they were from a special family. Wang Zhaodi was usually lazy and messy, but her family had no sick people. The elderly still worked and earned labor points. The children and the little dog made 3 in total. Such a family was considered middle class in Shenjiaku. Xiao Yunxi lowered her head and said nothing, looking weak and pitiful. Seeing that Xiao Yunxi wouldn't speak, Shen Taixing turned to Shen Jianjun and said, "Captain, you have to stand up for us. We really can't let this go to the police station. We still want to be a good team." Shen Jianjun glanced at him sideways and asked, "Can I decide?" Shen Taixing nodded eagerly. Yes. Only then did Shen Jianjun look at Qiao Yunxi and say, "Qiao Jiqing, how about this? Let Wang Zhaodi and the little dog apologize to you, pay you 5 yuan in compensation, and give you 30 eggs." Hearing about the eggs, Wang Zhaodi's eyes flashed with anger. She was about to argue, but Shen Taixing glared at her fiercely. Eggs cost only 5 cents each, so 30 eggs are just $1.50. Was this silly woman unable to do the math? His heart was bleeding, but what could he do? Qiao Jiqing, this weak little girl, had been stepped on by his wife. Asking her to go to the hospital for an exam was reasonable, and hospital costs weren't cheap. Moreover, his wife had slandered someone and even wanted to hit her. Everyone saw it clearly, and denying it was impossible. He could only say that he had really gotten into a tough situation this time. He had almost spilled all the benefits little dog had gained over the years. It made him sick. Xiao Yunxi shook her head and said, "Normally, I should give the face to the captain, but my foot really hurts, and I was frightened. So besides the compensation I just mentioned, I need to rest this afternoon and tomorrow. Wang Zhaodi will do my work. This means that the work points Wang Zhaodi did this afternoon and tomorrow all belong to Qiao Yunxi." Shen Jianjun nodded to show he understood. He looked at Shen Taixing and asked for his opinion. Shen Taixing could only grit his teeth and agree. Since the main part was already done, he didn't mind this small issue anymore. Wang Zhaodi, full of anger, clenched her teeth and apologized to Qiao Yunxi with a look of resentment. The dog puppy hid behind her and also whispered an apology. Once the matter was settled, Shen Jianjun sent everyone back to work. After everyone left, he asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Qiao Yunxi smiled shyly at him. "I'm fine. I just didn't want people to think I am easy to bully. I hope Uncle doesn't blame me." Shen Jianjun guessed this would happen, so he didn't push further. Inside, he felt both happy and sad. Happy because she was able to stand up for herself. Sad because she had to do it alone. "All right, you can rest tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, go to the grain drying yard to work. You don't rely on these work points to live anyway," Shen Jianjun decided firmly. The grain drying yard was easier than harvesting rice. You could earn 6 work points in a day. For those earning 8 points a day, it wasn't worth it, but for Qiao Yunxi, it was very friendly. Qiao Yunxi understood Shen Jianjun's good intentions and thanked him several times. She rested under a big tree for about 10 minutes before slowly heading home. What she didn't know was that her 2 battles at Xinjiao made her famous. On her first day working, she defeated 2 of the most difficult people in Xinjiao, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. No one could beat her so far. Although everyone was busy harvesting rice, they couldn't stop gossip. People talked while working and eating snacks, spreading news faster than 6G networks. By the end of the workday, everyone in Xinjiao knew about her impressive achievements. They also realized that this Qiao Jiqing was not someone to mess with. In short, she became famous. When Qiao Yunxi returned home, it was only 4 p.m., still early. She planned to turn the soil in the backyard. If she didn't plant soon, winter would come. Because no one had taken care of it for a long time, The vegetable garden was overgrown with weeds, and the soil had become hard and tough to till. The ground was really difficult to work with. She first pulled out all the weeds and set them aside to dry, planning to burn them and mix the ashes into the soil tomorrow. Land that hasn't been cultivated for a long time becomes poor. The ashes from weeds can also serve as fertilizer. After finishing, it was almost dark. She put the hoe in the storage room, washed her hands, and was about to prepare dinner when she heard a knock at the door. Before opening it, she heard a voice from outside. "Is Qiao Juqing at home?" Qiao Junshi quickly opened the courtyard door. "Auntie Guohua, why are you here? Come in and sit." Outside was Zhou Guohua and her daughter Shin Xiangxiang. Shin Xiangxiang was holding a bicycle, clearly having ridden over with her mother. Zhou Guohua carried a basket and smiled. "Today, I brought eggs from Shin Tiexing's house. My husband told me to bring some over to you quickly." Shin Jianjun was worried that Shin Taixing might delay paying compensation. He said he would deliver the payment to his house after work and handed it to Qiao Juanxi. Qiao Juanxi looked grateful. "Thank you, Auntie Guohua. Xiangxiang, come in and sit." Xiangxiang shyly smiled, put her bicycle in the yard, and Qiao Juanxi locked the main door before entering the main room. The main room was lit by an oil lamp she bought in Lu City, making it look a bit dim. Zhou Guohua placed the basket on the table. "Your table and stools are nice, they look new." Qiao Juanxi poured 2 cups of water from a thermos, adding a spoonful of sugar to each, feeling a bit heartbroken about the expense. Zhou Guohua saw her adding sugar and quickly said, "No need, I was just going to stop you." Qiao Juanxi didn't show it on her face, but smiled warmly. "Auntie Guohua, we don't have much at home, so I can only offer you some sweet water." Zhou Guohua scolded her lightly, but softened her tone. "Child, you're too polite." She reached into her pocket and handed 5 yuan to Qiao Juanxi, then moved the eggs closer. "Count the eggs." Qiao Juanxi took the money with a smile. "No need to count. I trust you, Auntie." "Wait a moment, I'll get a basket to exchange." She went to the kitchen, brought back a basket, and transferred all the eggs into it. Zhou Guohua sipped her sweet water slowly, while talking with Qiao Juanxi. She realized today how impressive this girl was and understood why her own husband looked at her differently. After finishing the sweet water, she stood up to leave. It was dinner time, and staying longer might seem like she was trying to mooch. Qiao Juanxi hurried to the east room, took out a piece of fine cotton cloth about 3 feet long. Today, Shin Jianjun had helped her, or she wouldn't have been able to establish her authority so smoothly. Fine cotton fabric is one of the few supplies she can still use in this era. When she collected supplies back then, she visited a large fabric wholesale market. Her space is big, and she collects all kinds of fabrics and clothing accessories like buttons and zippers, whether they are neat or messy. Many of these are similar to this era. She plans to wait until after the harvest, get familiar with the environment, then sell some of the sellable items on the black market to exchange for tickets and money. In this era, buying grain requires tickets, so she is reluctant to give away her grain. She even wants to stock enough food for her whole life. Although she knows that the world in this book isn't a post-apocalyptic one, she still can't help but want to buy and hoard food. Maybe it's a leftover effect from the end of the world scenario. Thinking about giving gifts today, she suddenly remembered the fabric in her space. Giving away food like sugar isn't as good as giving fabric. 3 feet of fabric looks much more impressive than a pound of sugar. With this width, she could make a short-sleeve shirt, which would definitely look good. When Zhou Guohua saw the fine cotton fabric, she was stunned. The girl was so generous. She touched the delicate texture of the fabric, feeling mixed emotions inside. She knew how precious fabric tickets are. Her family only gets 5 feet of fabric tickets per person each year, which makes it hard to make a whole outfit. Most importantly, this color is a rare pink in the market, probably more expensive. Calculating this way, the 5 yuan the girl received today is almost half gone. Their family, except for the eldest girl, is full of strong laborers. As long as the harvest is good, they can eat well, though mostly coarse grains. But fabric tickets are really hard to come by. They mainly rely on the 5 feet of fabric tickets issued by the government each year. When needed, they borrow from neighbors or exchange, so they rarely have new clothes. Although Qiao Juanxi has the memories of the original owner, she was not born in this era and underestimated the value of this fabric. Aunt Guohua hesitated, but pushed the fabric back. No, Xiaoxi, I can't take this. It's not easy for you these days. I can't take advantage of you. Your uncle's actions today are what he should do. Qiao Juanxi pushed the fabric back again. Auntie, I just arrived at Shenjiaku and have your and Captain Uncle's help. This fabric is 1.5 meters wide. It can be used to make a short-sleeve shirt for Xiangxiang. She will look great in it. Don't refuse, there will be more troublesome times ahead. Look, I just arrived and I have nothing. If your aunt has some greens, just send me a little. She seemed a bit shy and added, this afternoon I pulled out some weeds from the backyard. I can plant vegetables tomorrow. So, Aunt Ho-Hot listened and felt very pleased. She thought to herself, this girl is really good at talking and doing things well. How much are greens? A basket costs only a few cents. The cloth is 1.5 meters wide, which could really make a new dress for Xiangxiang. The price would be higher, and her 5 yuan would probably be mostly spent. She looked at her daughter's eager face and hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. All right, I'll accept your kindness. If you need anything, just come to me. After sending the two out of the yard, Qiao Juanxi started boiling water. She only boiled water and made some steam, but the meal was still prepared in the kitchen. Zhou Ho-Hot went home and saw Shin Xiangxiang holding the cloth like a treasure, bringing it into her room. She sighed to Shin Jianjun. Xiaoxi is a good girl, very honest.
We should help her as much as we can.
It's not easy for her. Shin Jianjun smiled proudly. I told you so. Old saying is right. Dragons give birth to dragons, mice give birth to mice. No matter how great, the children of heroes won't be bad. The cloth is just enough. She said there's no greens to eat, so you can just send her some. She can't eat much on her own. You also said she's starting to take care of the vegetable garden. In less than a month, she can grow her own food. Note: in this era, fabric width was usually around 90 centimeters to 1 meter, with some being 50 or 60 centimeters. 1.5 meters wide fabric was rare and often used for making quilt covers. For a top, if the length is 65 centimeters, you need fabric equal to 65 sleeve length, about 15 centimeters for seam allowances, totaling about 1.95 meters, or 6 to 7 chi of fabric. If the fabric is 1.5 meters wide, then the total length needed is the top length sleeve length 10 centimeters. Long sleeves need about 4 chi of fabric, short sleeves about 3 chi. Each person's yearly fabric ticket was usually only 3 to 5 chi. With 1 meter wide fabric, making a top was often not enough, leading to the saying of patching and mending over 3 years. Auntie Osmanthus scolded him with a glance. You don't need to say anything. Not long after dinner, Zhou Yun, Yang Hongmei, Zhao Rencheng, and Lu Qingchuan also arrived at her house. Zhou Yunxi was a bit surprised. Why are you all here? Yang Hongmei chuckled. I just wanted to come and talk about your great achievement today. Haha, you really made us young workers proud. Zhou Yunxi shrugged and said nothing. Yang Hongmei and Zhou Yun were visiting Zhou Yunxi's place for the first time. Curious, they looked around but couldn't see much in the dark. Lu Qingchuan and Zhao Rencheng looked a bit complicated. When they reached the main hall and looked at the furniture, everyone sighed again. Zhou Yunxi poured each of them a glass of water. The first to speak was Yang Hongmei. Xiaoxi, I didn't expect you to be so impressive. It's a pity I wasn't here earlier. I missed your brave words in the fight. Her work team was far from the scene. By the time she arrived, the incident was almost over. Zhou Yunxi smiled. That's exaggerated. No one bothers me, so I don't bother others. Besides Yang Hongmei, Zhou Yun and the others immediately understood her meaning. Her words weren't just about the villagers. They were also meant for the young workers. The main message was, don't mess with me. The three of them looked at her with admiration and surprise. From her appearance, she looked like someone easy to bully, but she was surprisingly tough. Yang Hongmei gave a thumbs up. Yes, that's how it should be. Lu Qingchuan hesitated but finally spoke. Zhou, young worker, you know about that house, right? Zhou Yunxi looked at his expression and understood. She nodded. I know. The young workers who rented the house before. Was that you? Lu Qingchuan coughed awkwardly. Well, yes, it was a few of us. It was a sad story. About 2 years ago, Zhao Rencheng and the others just moved to the countryside. They disliked the dilapidated young workers' yard and rented this blue brick house with Lu Qingchuan. At that time, Lu Qingchuan had been in the countryside for a year and knew about the house. But thinking that they were all grown men, he agreed. He didn't expect Shen Debao and others to be so reckless, harassing and damaging the place frequently. They also went to Shen Jianjun to ask for an explanation, but Shen Jianjun only gave a verbal warning to Shen Debao and his friends, and nothing more. In less than a month, a few of them were so exhausted that they had no choice but to quietly move back to the youth commune. The only good thing was that they only paid rent for 3 months. At that time, Shen Jianjun asked for half a year's rent in advance. Lu Qingchuan was worried there might be a problem, so after some persuasion, Shen Jianjun agreed to pay only 3 months upfront. The group split the cost, which they could accept. When the story reached me, Qiao Juanxi found it a bit funny. After chatting for a while, they prepared to leave. Qiao Juanxi gave each of them a pair of work gloves to thank them for their help today. Since they couldn't refuse, they took the gloves. They felt grateful and warm inside. The gloves weren't expensive, but they needed receipts. Their families weren't well off, and they usually worked barehanded. Even with calluses, their hands would still get blisters. The next morning, as soon as Qiao Juanxi finished washing up and stepped out of her space, she heard a knock on the door. She ran over and opened it, seeing Shen Xiangxiang fixing her bicycle's kickstand. Qiao Juanxi asked curiously, Sister Xiangxiang, why are you here so early? Shen Xiangxiang stopped her bike and took down a small basket from her back. My mom asked me to bring you some vegetables and seedlings. At that moment, Qiao Juanxi saw that one side of the basket held a few large cabbages, a big lettuce, 2 white radishes, and some ginger, scallions, garlic, and celery. The other side of the basket was filled with dozens of seedlings wrapped in old newspaper, mixed with soil. Qiao Juanxi's eyes lit up. Why are you bringing so much? And seedlings too. That's a bit much to accept. Shen Xiangxiang and Qiao Juanxi had met a few times. After receiving such a generous gift yesterday, she was no longer shy and smiled warmly. Xiaoxi, the seedlings are watercress and chili peppers. I happen to have extra at home. You can plant them and eat them after some time. Qiao Juanxi quickly went to the kitchen and took out 2 baskets, one for the vegetables and one for the seedlings. Shen Xiangxiang sniffed and looked nervous. Xiaoxi, I smell medicine. Are you sick? Qiao Juanxi was surprised and took a moment to realize. She explained with a smile, I've always been in poor health, so I brought some medicine to take care of myself during this rural trip. I was planning to take it after the harvest. It takes a lot of time to prepare, but she sighed with a bitter smile. You know about yesterday. Since yesterday afternoon, I've been feeling unwell. Today, I got up early to prepare the medicine, hoping it will help me recover quickly. I can't let it affect the harvest after all. I am here to help build the countryside, not to hold everyone back. During busy farming times, I can't keep taking days off. Honestly, it's my poor health that limits me. I only managed to work for a morning before. Seeing how Qiao Juanxi was just now full of passion but now looks down and ashamed for not being able to work with everyone, Shen Xiangxiang feels very sad inside. My parents are right. Xiaoxi really has a kind heart. Zhang Chunhua and Wang Zhaodi are so mean to bully such a girl. One day, I must find a way to teach their children a lesson to feel better. Meanwhile, the 2 children who are likely to get scolded are still sleeping soundly in their beds. Deciding firmly, Shen Xiangxiang comforted Qiao Juanxi a few words and also shared some tips on planting vegetables. She is very good at working and takes care of the farm fields well. About 10 minutes later, Shen Xiangxiang hurriedly left. She needed to go back and eat breakfast because work would start soon. Qiao Juanxi returned to the kitchen and looked at the black herbal pot waiting for the medicine to cool. Last night, she scheduled the boiling time, so by morning, the medicine was already ready. Following the doctor's instructions, She boiled 5 bowls of water into 2 bowls, to be drunk twice a day. She planned to drink her medicine after breakfast, so she left the pot to cool. She wanted it to cool slowly, so she could drink 1 bowl now and save the other for later in the evening. But Shun Xiangxiang misunderstood her. Actually, it wasn't really a misunderstanding. She originally wanted to nourish her body with fine grains before taking medicine, especially since boiling medicine during busy farming is quite troublesome. Plans often change. Her body couldn't handle much activity, and she suddenly remembered that the space had stored many electric herbal pots. Yesterday, she found one and just used it. After breakfast and taking her medicine, she lay on a lounge chair in the yard, rocking gently. She watched the white clouds in the sky, feeling the gentle breeze, very comfortable. She thought that living in Shenjiaku all her life wouldn't be bad. As for the college entrance exam, she'd see when the time comes. There are still a few years. She plans to live comfortably and follow her heart. After resting enough, she took a hoe and went to the backyard. She set fire to the dried weeds she had left out yesterday. Luckily, since it's almost October, some weeds are already dry, and most can be burned. Then she started tilling the soil, burying the ashes from the burned weeds as fertilizer for the vegetable patch. Some weeds that weren't burned were buried deeper. While Qiao Juanxi was busy, Wang Zhaodi spread rumors so quickly that she was frightened into illness, and the news that she needed herbal medicine spread very fast. At the same time, her resilient spirit and dedication to building a better rural life were also spreading. However, by the end of the morning, everyone in Shenjiaku knew about Qiao Juanxi. People had a very good impression of her as a hard-working youth, while they looked down on Wang Zhaodi with disapproval, giving her stern looks. Wang Zhaodi had planned to slack off today since she wouldn't earn many work points anyway, but seeing everyone's disapproving eyes, she felt too embarrassed to be lazy. She secretly hated it but dared not anger the crowd. She had to work honestly. By the end of the day, she earned 8 work points, more than she usually did when working alone. Unaware of the village's gossip, Qiao Juanxi spent the day turning over the vegetable garden in the backyard and planting new crops. The next morning, she woke up feeling lighter and more energetic. Yi Huiran's medical skills were indeed good. After breakfast and taking her medicine, she heard the sound of a gong and headed to the grain drying yard. Usually, undried rice wouldn't be stored in the warehouse but was gathered into piles on the drying yard, covered with waterproof cloths to protect against mice and morning dew. At night, someone would watch over the grain. By then, a few women and aunties had arrived, greeting her warmly. Qiao Juanxi was a bit surprised by their friendliness. She didn't know anyone here, but she still responded cheerfully when called auntie or big sister. The person in charge of the drying yard was Zhou Xiuhong, a woman in her 40s with an ordinary appearance and a gentle demeanor. She patiently taught Qiao Juanxi how to operate the equipment. First, she used a wooden board to spread out the rice piles, which also helped turn the rice for even drying. Next, she used a bamboo broom to gently sweep away leftover rice seedlings from the grains. Some rice still hadn't been fully threshed, so she had to rub the rice off by hand. Qiao Juanxi knew the basic process, so she specially chose a pair of rubber gloves to make rubbing the rice easier. Zhou Xiuhong watched her diligently work without saying much. Her positive attitude and hardworking nature reassured her. It was a tough day for 2 outstanding workers, but she was glad to see that she wasn't a troublemaker. The girl, Xiangxiang, was right after all. Working in the drying yard wasn't easy. While turning the rice, they also had to carry back more grain to spread out for drying. Still, it was easier than constantly bending over to harvest rice. Fortunately, there are quite a few people working in the grain drying yard. Groups of 2 or 3 are responsible for a section, and sometimes they have time to sit down and rest. Zhou Xiuhong was worried that Qiao Juanxi might not be familiar with everything on her first day, so she assigned her to her small group. Now, the 3 of them are sitting under the shade of a tree, rubbing rice grains. Zhou Xiuhong looked at Qiao Juanxi's gloves and thought to herself how different city people are. They wear gloves while working, but don't show it on their faces. She said, "Your gloves are nice. Are the palms made of rubber?" Qiao Juanxi immediately opened her hands to show her. Yes, I thought about rubbing rice grains today, and regular work gloves would stick to the rice, so I wore these. While they were talking, they saw a girl around 20 years old walk past them. The girl had fair skin, with two thick black braids, and was wearing a white floral dress. She held an umbrella in one hand and carried a bamboo water bottle in the other. Xiao Junshi was a bit curious. In this era, not many rural women wore skirts, and most wore straw hats when going out. This girl clearly wasn't here to work. Seeing her, Zhou Xiuhong couldn't help but laugh. That's Shun Weiguang's youngest daughter, Shun Xiui. Her family spoils her a lot. She finished high school and has mostly stayed at home since then, rarely working. Another group member, Yi Dama, also chimed in, Xiui is lucky. She has 8 older brothers. Wang Dafeng has been hoping for a girl, and after over 40 years, she finally arrived, the youngest. Of course, they all spoil her. In this era, most rural families valued boys more, so girls weren't as common, and having many children was normal.
8?
Xiao Juanxi gasped. Yi Dama nodded. Yes, 8. 2 more haven't settled down yet, so it could be 10. Xiao Juanxi was amazed. She thought, in her time, many families chose not to have children. She couldn't quite understand why they had so many, but in the original owner's memories, she quickly found the answer. In this era, there was no family planning. People married early, and city folks often used contraception because housing and jobs weren't easy to get. Rural people, on the other hand, believed that many children meant good luck. More people meant more labor, and others wouldn't dare to bully you easily. So, most rural families didn't use contraception. If they got pregnant, they just had the baby. If they were healthy, married at 18 and over 40, they would have had a child roughly every 2 years over 20 years, so their bellies were almost never empty. Xiao Junshi immediately expressed deep respect for Lady Wang Dafeng. Shin Xiui had already gone to Lady Wang Dafeng and handed her some water. Mother, rest for a bit and drink some water. Lady Wang wiped the sweat from her forehead, smiled at Shin Xiui with full affection. Why did you come here, girl? The sun is so hot at noon. You should go back quickly. I brought water, so you won't be thirsty. Shin Xiui spoke gently. Mother, I brought some with sugar. It's easy to get heat stroke in this weather. Drink some first, I'll go back soon. All right, my girl really cares for me, Lady Wang Dafeng said happily, taking the water bottle. She turned to the other group members and said proudly, My Xiui brought me some sweet water. I'm going to drink some nearby. You all can keep working. Her tone was full of pride. 2 other group members smiled and praised Shin Xiui for being obedient and filial. When they walked away, her face immediately darkened. She thought, what's there to be proud of about a girl who does nothing? Zhou Xiuhong and Aunt Yi started gossiping again, talking about whose daughter-in-law had a baby, who was arguing with her husband, or who had eaten meat that day. Xiao Juanxi listened eagerly, asked a few questions, and gradually became part of the group. After a few days, she had learned most of the village gossip and recognized many people. For Xiao Juanxi, the hardest work at the grain-drying yard was turning the windmill. After the rice was dried, it needed to be blown through the windmill to remove small rice seedlings, empty husks, and other impurities before storing it. She was small and found it difficult to pour a full scoop of rice into the windmill's bucket, which was about her height, so she was assigned to turn the blades of the windmill. This job looked easy but was actually hard. Turning too fast would blow away the rice with grains, and turning too slow wouldn't clean out the impurities well. She had to keep a steady speed, which tired her out. Her whole right hand felt like it didn't belong to her, and her arm hurt for days before it eased. 20 days passed quickly. The rice and wheat harvests were finished, but corn, soybeans, peanuts, and vegetables still needed to be collected. The team decided to rest for a day. Xiao Juanxi planned to go to the county town to buy a bicycle. Walking back and forth every day to work was tiring and a waste of time. In the morning, Xiao Juanxi arrived at the village entrance and saw several people already sitting on old Lu Shun's ox cart. Among them were Yang Hongmei, Ning Zhuxiao, Yin Yunting, Qin Sihua, and 2 others named Zhou Xiuhong and Wang Dafeng. After greeting everyone, Xiao Juanxi got into the car. Old Shin Six looked around and saw it was full, then called out, "Sit tight, we're leaving." The cart started to sway gently as it moved, and everyone quickly steadied themselves. Yang Hongmei was very lively. After glancing at Xiao Juanxi, she asked, "Xiao, I feel like you've gained some weight." Everyone looked at her. During busy harvest season with hard work, it's normal to lose a few pounds, so they were surprised. Xiao Juanxi felt a bit speechless. She had actually weighed herself before leaving and was 75 jin, about 37.5 kilograms. She was still thin but no longer looking like a skeleton. She smiled and explained, "Well, earlier I wasn't eating much because of some reasons. After going to the countryside, I received some grain subsidies, so I ate more. Recently, I also took some traditional medicine to improve my health. It's tiring, but I've gained a little weight." She wanted to clarify this so others wouldn't think she was lazy and only gained weight because of that, which could cause misunderstandings. She also knew Yang Hongmei was a straightforward person. It was just an unintentional remark, not meant to be hurtful. Everyone understood and looked at her with a bit more sympathy. It meant she hadn't had enough to eat before, which explained why she was so thin when she first arrived. Yang Hongmei realized her words might have been inappropriate and smiled apologetically. She was clumsy with words and didn't know how to make up for it, afraid of saying too much and making things worse. Qin Sihua's eyes flickered with complex feelings. He knew the truth well and was very glad their relationship hadn't been made public. Otherwise, the rumor of her mother mistreating her foster daughter would have spread. When they reached the county town, they paid 5 cents for the fare. Qin Sihua told Xin Lao Lu that she didn't need to wait for her in the afternoon and would find her own way back. Then she said goodbye and parted ways with everyone. Xiao Juanxi carried her basket and first went to a pastry shop. She bought a lot of snacks like egg cakes, rice flour strips, mung bean cakes, sugar cakes, crispy treats, and sesame biscuits. After putting everything into her basket, she slowly transferred them into her space. Next, she went to a bookstore and bought a few books she wanted to read. The books from this era were quite simple, but they were good for passing the time. Later, she bought a lot of fish, meat, vegetables, and fruits, as well as 50 jin, about 25 kilograms of rice. Unfortunately, her ration tickets were almost used up, so she still needed to find a way to get more tickets. It was already noon when she arrived at the state-run restaurant. Today's dishes included pork with vermicelli, chicken stewed with mushrooms, potatoes with eggplant, and spicy peppers with dried tofu. She ordered 3 servings of each and also added a serving of dumplings. Earlier, she had almost finished the prepared food from the local state-run restaurant in Lu City. Unfortunately, the county town was too far away, so she could only come here every now and then. After the dishes were served, she immediately packed them into her lunchbox and placed it in her basket, hiding it with a cloth cover. Only after packing everything did she start eating the dumplings. While eating, she heard someone calling her. She looked up and saw Ning Zhuxiao and Yin Yunting approaching. Zhou Yunxi raised an eyebrow. "Are the main characters already together so quickly?" She smiled and greeted them. "What a coincidence. Hurry and order your food, or it will be gone soon." That was true. Food at the state-run restaurant sold very fast. Ning Zhuxiao softly replied, "Yes, let's order first." Yin Yunting nodded at Zhou Yunxi and then went ahead to order food with Ning Zhuxiao. Watching their figures walk away, Zhou Yunxi sighed. As expected, the male lead was always aloof, only smiling warmly at the female lead. Until Zhou Yunxi finished eating, the 3 of them didn't speak. Her table was already full, and the main characters sat with others at a shared table. After eating, Zhou Yunxi strolled over to the supply and marketing cooperative. She bought a 26-inch bicycle, got it stamped and registered, spending a total of 158 yuan and a bicycle ticket. She also bought a flashlight. She had a flashlight in her space, but it was very different from this era, making it inconvenient to take out and use when someone was around. Later, she rode her bicycle around the county town, familiarizing herself with the terrain. She roughly located the 2 black markets in Pingyi County, thinking about trying to sell some goods after the autumn harvest. Once she found good spots, she went to buy coal balls. She bought about 150 jin of coal and a coal stove, still having plenty of coal tickets left. The coal balls were packed in 5 hemp bags, tied to the back of her bicycle. Inside her basket, she placed 1 bag of coal and the stove, with 2 hemp bags of coal on each side of the back seat. It wasn't until around 4 p.m. that she finished. She first rode her bicycle to a quiet alley, storing 4 bags of coal in her space, leaving only 1 in the basket. Then she headed home, riding her bicycle lightly along the small country dirt roads. She felt the cool breeze on her face, smelled the fresh air of nature, and enjoyed a sense of peace and contentment inside. This peaceful moment didn't last long. I faintly heard screams, and the sound seemed familiar. Xiao Yunxi frowned. She quickly applied the brakes on her bicycle, which tilted slightly. She pushed her left leg to the ground, performed a smooth skid, and turned the front of the bike sharply to the left, stopping steadily in the middle of the road. Ahead, within a few dozen meters, everything was chaotic. More than 10 men with colorful scarves covering their faces were blocking the road. Robbing people? These men all wore bright, colorful headscarves, making them look very funny and distinctive. Upon closer look, the victims were all familiar people from Shenjiaku who were traveling to the county town with her. Qin Sihua and old Lu Shun were crouched on the roadside, their faces bruised and swollen, holding their heads. Behind them, 3 men with iron sticks stood guard. Next to them, there were 2 baskets filled with unknown items. 2 men with ropes approached, ready to tie up the victims. Meanwhile, 2 burly men were beating Yin Yunting, kicking and punching him. Yin Yunting was on the ground, blood on his face, groaning softly and unable to fight back. The most shocking part was that the ox had also been tied up. The ox was tied to a large tree by the roadside. To prevent it from making noise, its mouth was tied shut, and there was blood flowing from its nose ring. It was clear the ox had been mistreated before. Tears of humiliation streamed from its eyes as it struggled, but couldn't break free. Zhou Xiuhong and Wang Dafeng were both tied up and thrown to the side of the road. They didn't seem injured, but their faces were full of shock, tears and mucus covering their faces. Yang Hongmei and Ning Zhuxiao were being dragged up the mountain with their mouths covered. They struggled fiercely. One of the men holding Yang Hongmei was bitten by her. Furious, he slapped her across the face. He cursed loudly. "Damn it, you bit me. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Yang Hongmei's eyes were bloodshot, and she stared at them with hatred. But as a girl, she was no match for several men. They quickly stuffed a rag into her mouth. Because she was strong, 2 men worked together to drag her up the mountain. Ning Zhuxiao was pulled along by another man. 2 other men led the way, each carrying a bag, probably filled with grain. Behind them, they carried full baskets, but it was unclear what was inside. Xiao Juanxi had a puzzled look on her face. Is there really someone daring to stop and rob people these days? Is it for money or for something else? Many people say that in the 1970s there were only supply and marketing cooperatives, but that's not true. There were also pastry shops, bun shops, and other small businesses, as long as they were state-owned or collective. This photo shows a pastry and candy shop from the 1970s. This place was really well chosen. It was far from any village or shop, about 7 or 8 kilometers from the county town. The main reason was that after passing a few big villages, the road almost only led to Shenjiaku Brigade and a few small villages. It was a dirt road, remote and seldom traveled. It was also the busy farming season, so few people went to the county and it was quite late. Most had already gone home. In those days, most rural areas didn't have electric lights. People went home early, usually cooking dinner before dark to save kerosene. Even if someone passed by and could help report the crime, with travel mostly on foot, by the time the police arrived, the thieves would have already escaped. At this moment, the robbers saw Xiao Juanxi. They froze, apparently not expecting anyone to come at this time. But when they saw the scene clearly, their eyes lit up. This was good stuff, worth a lot of money. In fact, it was more than what they had taken from these people. This trip was quite profitable. As for the girl, she was too thin and rough to handle. Forget it. They decided to bury her in the mountains. Xiao Juanxi didn't realize she was being disliked. She was thinking about how to handle the situation. Although she had been raised for a while, fighting close combat with more than 10 strong men was difficult. But who said fighting had to be close combat? Most people in the apocalypse were cold and indifferent, but as long as it didn't threaten her safety, she was willing to help others. Especially since Yang Hongmei had helped her before. If she turned and left now, Yang Hongmei and Ning Zhuxiao's lives would be ruined. No, Ning Zhuxiao was the heroine and had a heroine aura, so she probably wouldn't be harmed. But Yang Hongmei's situation was uncertain. Was there such a scene in the book? She searched her memory. It seemed familiar, but she couldn't recall clearly. It had been too long. The people from Shenjiaku also saw Qiao Junshi standing in the middle of the road in the distance. Their expressions varied. Old Six from Shenjiaku hesitated, then gritted his teeth and shouted, "Girl, run quickly. Head back to the county." He didn't dare say he would report it, but with this girl's cleverness, she probably would go to report it. He was a bit unsure, but he thought, if she can run, she will. She has a bicycle, so she can still escape. Just as he finished shouting, a man with a red headscarf covering his face struck his hand with a stick, causing Xin Laolu to scream in pain. Yang Hongmei also saw her, her eyes filled with worry. She was making noises, urging her to run quickly. Finally, the crowd reacted. The two men trying to catch her exchanged a quick look and silently rushed toward Qiao Junshi. Qiao Junshi's eyes narrowed dangerously. She pressed down the kickstand of her bicycle, stopped the bike, and stepped in front of it. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, unassuming slingshot. Everyone was surprised when they saw the slingshot in her hand. They wondered, why isn't she running now? Is she planning to use the slingshot to fight? The slingshot looked like a toy for children. The two men rushing toward her hesitated when they saw her reaching into her pocket. When they saw she was holding a child's toy slingshot, they couldn't help but laugh mockingly. The man with the pink headscarf covering his face chuckled and said, "Haha, you're not planning to use that to hit us, are you?" The man with the green headscarf covering his face also laughed loudly. "Girl, can you pull the trigger? Why don't we let Uncle help you?" Qiao Junshi looked at them with her bright, watery peach blossom eyes, expressionless. She raised her slingshot. A steel ball was already placed in the pouch. She pulled back the rubber band, aimed at the green headscarf man's eye. She didn't like the way he looked at her, so she decided to act. The steel ball shot out like an arrow. With a loud pop, blood splattered, and a scream of pain sounded. The green headscarf man's vision went black. He fell to the ground with a loud thud, clutching his eyes with both hands. Blood seeped from his fingers. The girl with the pink headscarf, still running, heard the scream. She turned back in confusion and saw the green headscarf man. She was startled. She quickly stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" A second steel ball shot out and hit the girl with the pink headscarf in the knee.
Ah!
Another sharp, painful scream echoed. The girl with the pink headscarf collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. The iron rod she was holding was thrown several meters away. She covered her right knee and rolled on the ground, crying in pain. After taking down the two men, Qiao Junshi calmly looked at the man dragging Yang Hongmei. She raised her slingshot again. At about 50 or 60 meters away, it is very difficult for an ordinary slingshot to hit a target. However, her slingshot looks normal, but it is made from special, high-strength materials. She is a professional at using it. Her space is filled with almost every kind of weapon: bows and arrows, traditional swords, machetes, hammers, axes, and slingshots. There are even more firearms, but she only uses them when absolutely necessary. The man she is targeting is staring in shock at two companions lying on the ground, crying out in pain. He doesn't understand what just happened. Everyone at the scene is stunned, unable to believe what they see. Suddenly, a steel ball flies through the air. It hits with a loud sound, embedding into flesh and blood. This time, she aimed at the eye. Since she is far away and her strength is limited, she can only aim at weak spots on the body. Otherwise, she might hurt herself, and Yang Hongmei could be harmed instead. She didn't attack the closer enemies first because she was worried these bandits might take Yang Hongmei and others hostage. She wanted to save the most important person first. Plus, Yang Hongmei is very fierce. She might even be a helpful ally. The man feels a black, rushing toward him. Before he can react, a sharp pain hits his left eye. His instinct is to let go of Yang Hongmei and cover his injured eye. Yang Hongmei is still shocked from the sudden event where Qiao Yunxi took down two big men. Suddenly, she hears screams nearby. She loosens her grip on the hand holding her right side, and she feels a warm liquid dripping down her face. She looks confused at Qiao Yunxi in the distance. Qiao Yunxi is also looking at her and shouts, "Run." With her shout, everyone seems to have been paused, but now they finally react. Yang Hongmei's eyes flash with determination. She pulls hard with her left hand, lunges forward. Because she pulls too hard, she falls to the ground and rolls down the hill twice. The man holding her left arm reacts quickly, grabbing a knife and chasing after her. Two men who were leading the way quickly drop their bags and follow. But after only a few steps, they realize the large basket on their backs is slowing them down. They quickly put it down and continue chasing. At this moment, Yang Hongmei becomes extremely calm. She tears off the rag in her mouth with one hand, then grabs some grass and dirt from the hillside, throwing it at the approaching men. She quickly gets up and runs downhill. The man in front, although he dodged slightly, didn't completely avoid the dust in his eyes. He staggered to a stop, unable to open his eyes for a moment. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes with his hands, and after a while, he managed to catch up. The two men behind were not hit and quickly ran past him toward Yang Hongmei. Meanwhile, Qiao Yunxi shot her fourth steel ball, hitting the man holding Ning Zhuxiao in the eye. Although the man reacted quickly and tried to dodge, the steel ball was too fast for him to avoid. Ning Zhuxiao took advantage of the man's pain and loosened his grip. She pushed him back with her elbow, causing him to step back 2 steps. Then she rolled and crawled down the mountain. Seeing that the danger on the mountain was temporarily over, Qiao Yunxi aimed her steel ball at the man who had just hit Shen Laolu with a stick. This man, wearing a purple headscarf, was very alert. He immediately realized he was being targeted and quickly crouched down, trying to use Shen Laolu as cover. But unfortunately, the steel ball was faster. It hit his hand holding the iron stick, causing him to scream loudly. The stick clattered to the ground. Shen Laolu, at his age, was no fool. Having been through many things over the years, he understood what was happening when he heard the scream behind him. He summoned great courage and strength, grabbed the iron stick from the ground, and started hitting the man with the purple headscarf. The man's wrist was torn open by the steel ball, blood splattering everywhere. In intense pain, he lost his weapon and was no match for Shen Laolu, who kept hitting him while he yelled loudly. The two men standing nearby saw the situation was getting bad. The man with the pink scarf immediately rushed over and stabbed Shen Laolu in the back. Just after knocking the purple headscarf man down, Shen Laolu heard the wind behind him. He knew he couldn't escape this time. Desperately, he closed his eyes, thinking he would die here today. But the pain he expected didn't come. It seemed he thought of something, turned around and looked. Sure enough, the pink scarf man, who had been so fierce moments ago, was now bent over, mouth open, crying out in pain. His left hand was covering his lower body, blood constantly seeping out. Shen Laolu felt a sudden tightness in his lower body. For some reason, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat for the pink scarf man. Could it be broken? But at this moment, Shen Laolu no longer cared whether it was broken or not. He had to disable him first, or he would be the one to suffer later. He hit the headscarf-wearing person with an iron rod twice. The person, already weak, fell to the ground with a thud and didn't move. Another man stood behind Qin Sihua, his face covered with a bright red headscarf. In a split second, he judged the situation. With that strange archer nearby, he couldn't escape. Even if he could run away, his injured brothers couldn't. He clenched his teeth, made a tough decision, and held a knife against Qin Sihua's neck, threatening loudly, "Stop now, or I will kill him." Qin Sihua screamed in fear. The red headscarf person, already upset, slapped him and shouted, "Shut up." The scream stopped suddenly. Qin Sihua, with tears and snot on his face, bit his lip tightly to avoid making any sound. His face was full of fear and helplessness. At this moment, Xiao Juanxi couldn't care about him anymore because the two men who had been fighting her earlier had now come within about 10 meters. She didn't hesitate and shot a steel ball.
Bang!
It hit one man's left knee joint, and he fell to the ground. Seeing his companion knocked down again, the red headscarf shouted angrily at Xiao Juanxi, "Do you think I won't kill him just because I told you to stop? Don't think I'd dare to kill him." He pressed his knife against Qin Sihua's neck, and blood started to seep out. Qin Sihua groaned and looked terrified and hopeless. Xiao Juanxi shot another steel ball, hitting the other man's knee, causing him to fall. With the immediate danger gone, she lowered her slingshot and looked confused, asking, "Did you just talk to me?" The red headscarf person was speechless. He strongly suspected she was doing it on purpose, but her eyes looked innocent, even a little confused. Could it be she really didn't hear clearly? He suppressed his panic and anger, saying, "I told you to stop, immediately, right now. Or I will kill him." Xiao Juanxi nodded innocently. "I did stop, didn't I?" "Didn't you see?" The red headscarf person hesitated, unsure how to respond. After a moment, he said, "Throw away the slingshot, or I will kill him." At this moment, Yang Hongmei finally ran down the mountain, stumbling. Behind her, 3 men were chasing closely, still a few meters away. Yang Hongmei works hard all day and is in very good health. Although she is not as tall or strong as 3 men, her speed is quite good. Under the threat of death, she suddenly showed great energy and ran faster than ever, leaving the 3 men behind. While running, she kept an eye on her surroundings. She knew she couldn't beat the 3 big men, so the only person who could help her was Xiao Yunxi. She didn't dare run too far away. She also didn't want to get too close because Xiao Yunxi looked weak and fighting up close wouldn't work. She didn't want to betray her friends. Thinking of Xiao Yunxi's precise skills, as if trained professionally, she felt brave and safe, and suddenly, she wasn't afraid anymore. She kept running around the mountain trail and slopes, staying about 40 to 50 meters away from Xiao Yunxi, so she could act quickly if needed. Old Shenlu also saw what was happening and hesitated whether to help. He had been threatened before and was ready to fight for himself. But now, if he stepped in, he might lose his life. He had been working on a cart for years and rarely did manual labor. He was also quite old. He knew he wasn't a match for the 2 tall, strong men. If he went up, he would just be a distraction. He was just an ordinary person, not brave enough to risk his life. He had only met these young people a few times and wasn't very close to them. He had a wife and grandson waiting at home. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth and ran toward the 4 people who were still crying out on the road after being hit by Xiao Yunxi. He hit one of them on the head with an iron rod, knocking him out. Then, he swung the rod at another man. He didn't dare face the 3 energetic men directly. He was good at dealing with half-injured opponents, so he could slow them down before they recovered and came after him. Xiao Yunxi didn't know old Shenlu's thoughts. When she saw him quickly hitting the man on the head, she couldn't help but smile a little. Old Shenlu was really resourceful and capable. She stopped paying attention to him and looked at Yang Hongmei out of the corner of her eye. She saw that Yang Hongmei was quite strong and could probably hold on a little longer. The big red scarf on her head was forgotten because of Shenlu's quick moves. When she saw him reach for another of her companions, she shouted angrily, "Stop it!" Shenlu, who was busy hitting with the stick, was startled by her voice. He paused and looked up at her. He looked at Xiao Juanxi again, seeing the admiration in her eyes. For some reason, his body suddenly felt stronger, and he was no longer afraid. He thought, "Just do it." He struck the stick again, and with a loud bang, another half-conscious person collapsed. The man with the big red headscarf grew impatient and was about to tell his 3 brothers, who were chasing the woman, to deal with the old man. Then he heard a voice say, "Don't worry, he knows his limits. Your brothers won't die." He looked toward the voice and saw the girl with the slingshot standing in front of the bicycle. He looked blank, feeling a bit confused. Damn, is this a matter of life and death now? He was so overwhelmed that he didn't know what expression to show. The 3 men chasing Yang Hongmei also stopped. Damn, She was too good at running. They bent over, supporting their knees, gasping for breath. After 2 seconds, they exchanged glances and split up. One continued to chase the woman, while the other two went to deal with the old man still hitting with the stick. Old Shin Six was so scared he ran away, heading toward the tree where the ox was tied. Xiao Junshi's eyes flashed with a smile. She looked at the man with the red headscarf and asked, "What did you just say? Are you going to kill him?" The man with the red headscarf saw that his brothers finally remembered to get rid of the old man. He relaxed a little, thinking that his threat had worked after hearing Xiao Junshi's words. His face finally showed some relief. "Yes, since you chose to save him, you must know these people." Xiao Junshi frowned, looking confused. "No, you're mistaken. It's you guys trying to steal my bike that made me fight back. I tell you, I just bought that bike. It was very expensive." The man with the red headscarf looked stunned again, confused by her answer. He recalled the scene earlier. When they saw her, she immediately braked and stopped, then turned her bike 90 degrees as if she was about to leave. Later, Daxiong and the others said her bike was nice and wanted to steal it. That's when she started to fight back. Wow. The man with the red headscarf thought he had figured out the truth. He felt deep regret. Stealing her bike? It would have been better if she had just left. Even if she rode away to report to the county, by the time she did, he and his brothers would have already left. All these thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Junshi raised her slingshot again, aiming at the man chasing Yang Hongmei. A steel ball shot out with a pop. The man was hit in the knee and fell to the ground with a thud. He threw his machete away, and it flew past Yang Hongmei's face. Startled, Yang Hongmei shivered and watched the machete whiz past her and land a few meters in front of her with a clink. She looked back at the man behind her, who was crying out in pain. She clenched her teeth and took a few steps forward to pick up the machete. Then she turned and ran to his side, raising the machete toward him. The man was frightened. He sat on the ground, dragging his injured leg, and kept retreating. His voice trembled as he begged, "Big sister, don't be impulsive. Killing is against the law. If you kill me, you won't escape." Ignoring his pleas, Yang Hongmei swung her blade down. With a pop, it cut into the man's leg, but she applied only enough force, so the cut wasn't very deep. Blood immediately poured out, and the man let out a sharp, piercing scream that tore through the air, startling many birds in the forest. The woman with the red headscarf was startled and instinctively looked toward the sound. When she saw the scene, her hands trembled. She noticed that Qin Sihua's neck was bleeding quite a bit. "Help! Help!" came another cry. It was Ning Zhuxiao. She had run down the mountain in a panic, losing her way and running far out of her path before finally reaching the road. She wanted to escape alone, but Yin Yunting was still held by the bandits. If she just ran away, what would he think of her? While she hesitated, the two men who had been guarding her and Yang Hongmei on the mountain suddenly chased after her. It was unclear if their eyes were popping out from blood loss, but they had bled quite a lot. Since they were farther away, and Xiao Junshi's body wasn't fully recovered, their strength was weaker, and their injuries weren't as serious as others. Seeing Ning Zhuxiao veer off to the other side, worried she might run away to find help, they endured their pain and chased after her. The situation was different now. Earlier, no one was injured, and anyone could leave at any time. As long as the brothers entered the dense forest, no matter how many people came after them, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Catching them wouldn't be easy. But now, most of the brothers were injured, their movements limited, and they were bleeding. Not only would their bloodstains be easy to track, but the smell of blood could also attract wild animals in the mountains. So, at this moment, no one could come near. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape. Under the threat of capture or death, the two of them suddenly showed great resilience, pushing themselves to run just behind Ning Zhuxiao. Ning Zhuxiao no longer hesitated and ran straight back to the scene. Although the two men were injured, she knew she couldn't handle them alone. Mostly, she was afraid and didn't dare face them directly. It was better to go where there were more people, more help. Also, that Xiao Juanxi seemed very powerful. Yin Yunting was beaten and in great pain. He had been lying on the ground, his consciousness fuzzy. He vaguely saw a girl riding a bicycle. Then he heard a sharp scream. His awareness slowly returned, and he saw a scene he would never forget. The girl was standing in front of a brand-new bicycle, looking calm and confident, with a strong presence and a unique style. She held a slingshot, hitting her targets perfectly, knocking down one thug after another. These thugs were quite capable, and he was helpless against them. But in her hands, they were no match, crushed instantly. Decades later, this memory of her helping him out would fade, but the image of that girl would stay clear forever. Yin Yunting's thoughts were interrupted by Ning Zhuxiao's cry for help. He saw her looking disheveled, with two men covered in blood chasing after her. Only then did he realize he had forgotten about Ning Zhuxiao just now. Ning Zhuxiao saw him too, and instinctively ran toward him. Yin Yunting struggled to get up and forcefully grabbed one of the men's legs. The man, already in pain from his eyes and exhausted from chasing so long, was knocked down. He screamed and kicked out with all his might.
Bang!
Yin Yunting was kicked and flew about 2 meters before stopping, coughing up blood. Xiao Juanxi. No, this male lead looks strong, but why does he seem so weak? With this stamina, how could he be pampered every night? Soon, she understood what was happening. It turned out that being pampered every night might be real, just a matter of who is on top and who is on bottom. Ning Zhuxiao saw Yin Yunting being kicked away and immediately turned fierce. She spun around and rushed toward the man with the orange mask chasing her. The man with the orange mask was startled by her sudden change of direction. The intense pain made his head dizzy and blurry. One of his eyes was already not very clear. Before he could stop, Ning Zhuxiao bumped into him, causing him to stumble back a few steps. His iron rod flew out of his hand. Ning Zhuxiao ignored him and shouted as she rushed toward the man who had kicked Yin Yunting. She kicked him hard in the stomach several times, yelling, "I told you not to kick Yunting. I told you not to kick Yunting." After a while, she stopped to catch her breath. Then she remembered Yin Yunting, who was lying on the ground unconscious. She hurried over. Seeing Yin Yunting covered in blood on the ground, tears fell from her eyes. She trembled and dared not go closer. In the chaos, only Xiao Yunxi seemed to be watching like she was watching a show. In fact, she was paying close attention to everything happening around her. Old Lu Shen had reached the big tree where the cow was tied. The people chasing him had tied a tight knot, but he tried to untie it. He untied it a few times but couldn't open it. The chasers were getting closer. Feeling helpless, old Lu Shen had to keep running, circling around the cow. The three of them started a game of chase, running around the cow. The old cow at the center quickly started spinning in circles, tears forgotten. Meanwhile, Ning Zhuxiao had bumped into the orange scarf and staggered to pick up the fallen iron rod. Yang Hongmei, who had been scared into shock earlier, saw what was happening. She grabbed her knife and rushed toward the orange scarf. While he was bending down, she stabbed him hard in the buttocks. The knife hit the target, blood splattered, and he screamed loudly. The person with the big red scarf clenched his hand, holding the knife tightly. Sweat appeared on his forehead. Earlier, these people seemed weak, but now they were all so fierce. Why did they suddenly become so brutal? What was going on? There were 12 brothers, but now only he and Dawei and Agen, who were running around the cow, were unharmed. He thought, I can't go on like this. If I keep running, I will only die. These injured brothers have to give up. Just then, he felt something fly past his face. The person with the big red scarf felt a sharp pain in his right wrist where he was holding the knife. He screamed and dropped the knife with a clatter. His right wrist was torn and bloody. He quickly pressed his left hand against the bleeding wrist, ignoring the knife, and ran away. Xiao Yunxi aimed for his leg this time. Steel pellets shot out and hit the big red scarf in the thigh. He fell to the ground, blood pouring out, unable to run anymore. The guys chasing old Lu Shen, Agen and Dawei, were stunned. What was going on? Suddenly, only the two of them remained. They exchanged a quick look and turned to run into the nearby forest. Xiao Yunxi wouldn't give them a chance. Two steel balls shot out, and both of them fell down one after the other. Seeing more than 10 bandits all fall, the street fell silent, except for a few bandits still screaming in pain. Yang Hongmei and the others stared blankly at what was happening, unable to believe they had truly been saved. Qin Sihua felt the knife that was pressing on his neck was gone. Despite his fear, he looked back and saw the man lying on the ground, bleeding from his hands and feet. He burst into tears. Ning Zhuxiao also calmed down. Tears still wet her face, and more tears fell. Xiao Yunxi put her slingshot into her pocket and slowly walked toward them. As her footsteps grew closer, everyone's eyes turned to her. The bandits, screaming in pain, looked at her approaching figure as if they saw a ghost from hell coming to take their lives. Fear appeared in their eyes, and they clenched their teeth, trying not to scream again. Yang Hongmei seemed to hear the sound of flowers blooming everywhere. She looked at the girl who had saved her. She no longer had her previous strong aura. Now, she looked gentle and fragile, but it still made Yang Hongmei feel safe. She had heard countless stories about heroes and read many books about them. If she had no idea about heroes before, at this moment, her hero in her heart became clear. It's her, Xiao Yunxi. Holding her slingshot and stepping on the earth-colored flowers, she came to her side and saved her. Before, she really thought she was doomed. She saw her fate in the eyes of the bandits. She would be humiliated, then buried in some cold corner. She would never see her parents, family, or friends again. They might not even know what happened to her. Her loved ones might forget her after a few years. But her parents might search for her for a lifetime. Tears she had been holding back burst out. She ran over and hugged Xiao Yunxi tightly, crying loudly. Xiao Yunxi was unbalanced by her embrace and stiffened. She didn't like close contact, but she held back and didn't push Yang Hongmei away. She had been working on her inner strength. This wasn't the end of the world chaos. It was the 1970s. She needed to get used to it. Her hand, hanging in midair, gently patted Yang Hongmei and softly comforted her. Hongmei's sister, it's okay now. Yang Hongmei cried even louder, and Xiao Yunxi didn't know how to comfort her. She felt a bit uncomfortable being around her. Yang Hongmei is about 172 centimeters tall, a little taller than her, with a strong build. She is good at working and has a lot of strength. Old Six Shin looked at the scene in front of him and sighed. He held an iron rod and knocked out several men who were still crying in pain. Then he picked up a sickle, first cutting the ropes that tied the cow, then untied the rope around its mouth. The old cow seemed frightened too, mooing at Shin Old Six. Shin Old Six patiently petted its head and softly comforted it. At this moment, he felt a dull pain in his previously injured hand, which he had ignored earlier because he was too nervous. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiuhong and Wang Dafeng, who were still tied up, looked on. Does no one care about them? Are the cows more important than them? Zhou Xiuhong shouted loudly. Shin Old Six, forget about the cow. Come help us untie. Quick, Shin Old Six remembered that the two women were still tied up and hurried over to untie them. Yang Hongmei was also brought back to her senses by the loud shout. She quickly loosened Xiao Yunxi, wiped her tears, and felt a bit embarrassed standing aside, not knowing what to say. Xiao Yunxi smiled at her. It's okay, Hongmei. I understand. Let's go help. Yang Hongmei's nose twitched again. She nodded fiercely and followed behind her. Xiao Yunxi went to Yin Yunting's side. Ning Zhuxiao was panicked and saw her as a savior. Qiao Jiqing, save Yunting. Boo-hoo, save him. Xiao Yunxi looked at Yin Yunting's condition. He was unconscious now, with dried blood at the corner of his mouth, and his right arm was in a strange position. She squatted down to check him, and then said to Ning Zhuxiao, I'm not sure if he has internal injuries. I don't know if his ribs are broken. His right arm is probably dislocated. We're not professional doctors, so I suggest not moving him for now. Ning Zhuxiao was so anxious she almost cried. What should we do? Can't we use the ox cart? Yunting needs to be taken to the hospital quickly or, she sobbed. She looked at the frightened crowd and spoke gently. Everyone has some injuries. It's best to go to the county hospital for a checkup, especially In Jiching, who is badly hurt. Find some ropes to tie up the bandits so they can't escape or fight back when they wake up. Everyone stay alert. Pick up the knives on the ground for self-defense. Right now, only we can save ourselves. Uncle Lu, can you stay here and watch over them? I'll ride my bike to the police station to report the incident. Old Lu wanted to rush home with the ox cart, but he knew the situation didn't allow it. He nodded and said, okay. However, Wang Dafeng disagreed. I want to go home. I'm afraid to stay with these bandits. If you're not coming, I'll go by myself. There's still time. Jiao Juanxi looked at her with a gentle, serious expression. Are you sure you want to go alone? If you are, that's fine. After you get back, tell the captain and ask him to send some people here. Wang Dafeng felt a little nervous under her gaze. She hesitated for a moment, then touched Zhou Xiuhong and said, Xiuhong, come with me. It's not safe here. What if the bandits have accomplices? Zhou Xiuhong looked at her and then at Jiao Juanxi. She shook her head and said softly, I want to stay with everyone. It's safer that way. Besides, if they have accomplices, you don't know which direction they might come from. Yang Hongmei quickly agreed. Yes, we have knives now, so we can protect ourselves. If we see any pedestrians on the road, we can ask for their help. She gathered her courage, pushed down her fear, and told Jiao Juanxi, Xiaoxi, hurry back quickly. We'll wait for you. Ning Zhuxiao also stood up. Yes, I'll wait here for you too. Jiao Juanxi was somewhat satisfied with their responses. It's getting late. Collect some firewood for later. If I don't come back before dark, remember to build a fire. The fire will keep you warm, scare away wild animals, and help In Jiching if he gets cold. If you have warm clothes, cover him with them. Also, treat each other's injuries simply. It was early October now, and the weather was getting cooler, especially in the mornings and evenings when the temperature dropped significantly. At night, everyone was already covering themselves with thin quilts. Qin Sihua, holding his bleeding neck, still had tears and mucus on his face. He looked pitifully at Jiao Juanxi, opened his mouth as if to speak, but didn't know what to say. Everyone nodded quickly and started working together. Xiao Juanxi left them her new flashlight and a box of matches. She then took the basket off her bicycle and placed it by the roadside. Soon after, she rode her bike quickly toward the county town. Xiao Juanxi pedaled so fast that the chain almost caught fire. It took her about 20 minutes to reach Pingyi County Police Station. She parked her bike at the entrance and rushed inside. Police officers, help. I want to report a crime. The two officers on duty were a man and a woman. The man was about 25 or 26, strong and tall. The woman was around 22 or 23. Seeing her anxious look, the male officer spoke first to calm her down, with a gentle tone. Comrade, what's wrong? Take your time. Don't be nervous. I am Lin Kongnian, and this is Yang Wenjun. Xiao Juanxi panted heavily. It's urgent. We were robbed by more than 10 thieves, and someone was hurt badly. We need a doctor quickly. What? Lin Kongnian and Yang Wenjun exclaimed at the same time. They looked at each other. Such a large-scale robbery hadn't happened in Pingyi County for many years. They immediately asked for details. Xiao Juanxi explained the situation briefly. After hearing it, both officers stared in shock, unable to believe it. More than 10 robbers with knives and sticks had committed the crime, and they had been counterattacked? This was the most unbelievable case they had ever heard of in their years of work. No doubt about it. Lin Kongnian quickly told her to wait. He needed to report to the chief. If it was true, this was a major case. Not only was it a robbery, but it also involved kidnapping and assault of women, carried out by a gang. With their many years of experience, they suspected this case was not simple. Yang Wenjun poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Xiao Juanxi, softly comforting her. Don't be afraid. You're at the police station now. No one can hurt you here. Xiao Juanxi took the cup, but didn't drink. She quietly thanked them and waited patiently. In less than 3 minutes, a man in his 40s came out from inside, followed by 5 or 6 police officers. Lin Kongnian was among them. Only 3 officers carried guns. In this era, resources were scarce, and weapons were limited. It was normal that not everyone was armed. The man looked at Xiao Juanxi with a serious expression. "Comrade, hello. I am Jiang Li, the head of Pingyi County Police Station. This case is very serious. I have already reported it to the County Police Bureau. Soon, officers from the Bureau will come to work with us. Based on his experience, such gang crimes are definitely not spontaneous. They are likely organized repeat offenders or even fugitives. The police station has only 11 officers, and they need to keep some on duty, so they can't spare many people." Xiao Yunxi nodded and said, "Hello, Director Jiang. I am Xiao Yunxi, a young person sent to the Shenjiao Brigade of Daxing Commune. Can you send a doctor with us? It's a matter of life and death." Jiang Li nodded and replied as they walked outside, "I've already called the county hospital and arranged everything.
Don't worry."
As they reached the door, she looked at her bicycle. Jiang Li immediately understood and said to Lin Kongnian behind him, "Xiao Lin, help Comrade Xiao put her bicycle in our garage." Lin Kongnian quickly responded, "Yes." He then picked up her bicycle and hurried to the garage. Xiao Yunxi thought to herself, "My bicycle isn't locked. There's really no need to carry it like this." But seeing Lin Kongnian's relaxed attitude, she decided to let it go. At that moment, a car stopped nearby and a man, about 47 or 48 years old, got out quickly. Jiang Li hurried forward and asked, "Director, why are you here in person?" The man nodded and looked at Xiao Yunxi kindly. "Comrade, I am Qin Jian, the director of Pingyi County Public Security Bureau. I already know the situation you mentioned. Can you lead us there now?" He didn't think anyone would joke about such a serious matter. For such an important case, he planned to lead the team himself. Xiao Yunxi nodded and asked, "Director Chen, shall we leave now?" "Yes, let's go now." "Get in the car." They quickly got into the vehicle. Chun Jian then explained, "Our police bureau only has 1 car. Usually our officers handle cases mainly by bicycle. This case involves many people and has injured persons, so I've arranged for someone to borrow a car from the county station. Other officers will arrive by bus soon." After explaining, Chen Jian began asking about the details of the thieves. As they talked, they arrived at the county hospital, where 2 doctors were already waiting outside. In this era, some big city hospitals might have simple ambulances, but small towns like Pingyi County do not. The 2 doctors put their medical kits into the trunk and quickly got into the car, which became a bit crowded inside. Many readers say that guns are not scarce at this time, but my research shows that the police are actually very short of guns. Lin Kongnian drives, with Chun Jian in the front passenger seat leading the team. Jiang Li did not come along. In the back seat, originally there were Xiao Juanxi and Yang Wenjun, but now 2 more people have joined, making 4 in total. Luckily, Xiao Juanxi is very slim. 2 doctors, probably in their 30s, asked about the patient's condition after getting in the car. Xiao Juanxi answered one by one. The police's efficiency exceeded Xiao Juanxi's expectations. When they arrived at the scene, it was before 6 o'clock, and it was still daylight. Zhou Xiuhong and Wang Dafeng had already collected many dry branches. Ning Zhuxiao stayed with Yin Yunting, occasionally looking toward the county town with a worried and helpless expression. Qin Sihua's wound was simply bandaged by Yang Hongmei. Now he sat on the ground, staring blankly at the ground. 12 bandits had their hands and feet tied together in a chain. The rope was tied to a large tree used earlier for cattle. The rope was too short, so they tore some cloth strips to tie them up. Old Shen Lu and Yang Hongmei held sticks and knives, their eyes wide with anger, staring fiercely at the bandits. Niu Yuze was grazing peacefully by the roadside. Xiao Juanxi, worried about her injury and possible trauma, was not experiencing it. From afar, the sound of a car made everyone tense up. They immediately looked toward the direction of the sound. When they saw it was indeed a car, their expressions became tense yet hopeful. Old Shen Lu and Yang Hongmei clenched their weapons tightly. At this moment, the police car had no special markings, so they couldn't tell if it was friend or foe. When Chun Jian and the others arrived, they saw this scene. Having worked in the police force for many years, it was the first time Chun Jian saw such a scene. both harmonious and tragic, a scene of self-rescue. After Xiao Juanxi got out of the car, everyone relaxed. Old Shenlu sat on the ground, suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, tears almost coming to his eyes. Yang Hongmei immediately ran to Xiao Juanxi's side, silent, just following her. Two doctors got out with medical kits and quickly checked Yin Yunting's condition. Wang Dafeng started crying loudly. "Police officers, help! Help! These murderers tied up my wife. Look at the purple marks on my arm." Zhou Xiuhong also began to wipe her tears. She had lived for over 40 years but was facing such a dangerous situation for the first time. She thought she might not make it back. Yang Wenjun quickly went over to comfort them. Chen Jian and Lin Kongnian carefully approached the tied-up robbers with their guns. After confirming that they were still unconscious and posed no threat, they relaxed. What they didn't know was that as soon as the robbers woke up, old Sixshin would go up and hit them with a stick, no mercy, making sure they couldn't cause trouble while awake. Seeing how injured these robbers were up close, the two men finally understood how powerful Xiao Juanxi's slingshot was. The shots were so accurate, hitting the eyes, knees, or lower body. It was no exaggeration to call her a divine archer. Both men looked back at the small, delicate Xiao Juanxi, who looked like she could be blown away by the wind. With her small frame, any robber could slap her away 10 yards in one hit. Chen Jian pulled off the cloth covering the robber's face. When he saw the robber's appearance, he was shocked. Lin Kongnian was also startled. They exchanged a quick look, then quickly pulled off the masks of the other robbers. Finally, they confirmed their suspicions, both surprised and happy. About 10 minutes later, the main team arrived. It was called a large force, but it was only 13 police officers, 2 rented vans, 1 for villagers and 1 for the robbers. Yin Yunting was already awake. He had 1 broken rib, a dislocated right arm, and minor internal injuries. The doctor had already done some basic treatment and stabilization. The vehicle carrying the villagers quickly left with the injured. Alongside the doctor, Yang Wenjun and a male officer named Zhang Baowen were also present. A police officer drove the ox cart to the county town. Before leaving, old Sixshin told Qin Jian and Xiao Juanxi, "Before you arrived, 2 villagers from the neighboring village passed by. I asked them to deliver a message to Xinjianjun. Help should arrive soon. Only a few villagers pass this road. Usually, not many people walk here, especially since they returned home late today. That's why they only encountered 2 people not long ago. I know these 2 people and have seen them before, but I am not close to them. I originally wanted them to stay with me to guard the area, since they are either injured, elderly, women, or children. Having a few strong men would boost our courage. However, when they saw the more than 10 strong and bloodied bandits, and then looked at the injured and disabled people in Shenjiaku, they were terrified. They dared not stay. Besides, what if the bandits woke up and came back to seek revenge? They have elderly and young at home, and they don't know the people in Shenjiaku well. It's too risky for them, so they refused to stay. But they could pass on messages if needed. Xiao Juanxi wanted to leave with the villagers' vehicle, but Chen Jian told her to stay and help examine the scene, since she was the clearest-headed among the witnesses. A few other police officers and a doctor were busy loading the bandits onto a vehicle. The bandits also needed to be taken to the hospital because they were badly injured. Soon, the vehicle carrying the bandits left. Only Chen Jian, Lin Kongnian, an older police officer named In Lianghong, who was about 50, and Xiao Juanxi remained at the scene. As it got darker, Xiao Juanxi recounted everything she saw and what happened afterward. The 3 of them looked at her with surprise. They couldn't believe that a weak 17-year-old girl had managed to defeat 12 wanted criminals with just a child's slingshot. Yes, wanted criminals. Chen Jian pulled off the bandits' masks and saw who they really were. Over the years, these people had taken dozens of lives. They started out stealing chickens and small things, but later they committed worse crimes, including assault and even murder. After one killing, they continued to go further and further along this path. Police from different areas had been trying to catch them for years. The bandits were very careful, mostly operating in the mountains, moving from place to place after each attack. Surprisingly, they had even traveled to Pingdi County. From the scene, it seemed these bandits targeted the grain bought by Old Liu and others. Since they were wanted and couldn't get official warrants, they rarely appeared in the city. They used black market channels to exchange grain for money. Most of their crimes involved robbing remote roads. They would attack, then force the victims into the mountains, find a good spot, kill them, and bury the bodies there without leaving traces. This made it very hard to track them. In short, once they chose a target, they would not leave anyone alive to prevent witnesses. Despite being wanted for years, they still hadn't been caught. Ian Yunting is someone who has plenty of money and tickets. This time he bought a lot of grain. The young workers who just arrived didn't work long, and even after the harvest, they wouldn't get much grain. So this time, he bought over 100 jin of grain. Besides eating some himself, he plans to share some with Ning Zhuxiao. Yang Hongmei and a few others also bought some, and their ox cart was full. There were also 2 young girls on the cart. If the thieves stole the grain to survive, then the young girls were their favorite targets. Chun Jian and his team returned to Pingdi County. When they arrived at the hospital, 5 wanted criminals had already woken up, and they got clear answers from them. The criminals indeed wanted the grain, and the 2 girls. They had been hiding in the mountains, hunting small animals, but their main food was rice and flour. They also wanted the cow from Shenjiaku. That was beef. With the grain, they could eat for quite a while. Unfortunately, the cow was stubborn and refused to go up the mountain. It even bled from its nose, and the person leading it was dragged and thrown down. The cow even showed signs of going mad. Once it went crazy, it was hard to handle. Reluctantly, they had to tie it by the roadside for now. Chun Jian looked at the injury report he just received about the thieves. He was silent for a moment, with a complicated expression. Lin Kongnian, standing beside him, rarely saw him like this. He took the report and read it. After finishing, he didn't know what to say. After a long while, he sighed and said, "That young girl is really amazing. She shot the thieves in the eyes, almost bursting their eyeballs. Eyes are a weak spot, but her aim was too precise." Chun Jian's eyes were complicated. Yes, and one was also shot in the lower body. Oh, and she hit the knee joint precisely, right at the weak spot of the bone, making them unable to move. The force and destructive power aren't as big as a bullet, but the damage is even greater. "Can you shoot such precise shots with a gun?" Chun Jian asked him. Lin Kongnian used to be very accurate with guns in the army. After joining the police station, he had made several achievements thanks to his precise shooting. Lin Kongnian shook his head. "I can shoot in the eye, but the knee joint, I can't do that. Because with a gun, you don't need that much precision." Chun Jian nodded and said, "Yes, she knows very well. With her strength, she can't break through hard bones, so she can only use clever tricks. The steel ball just fits into the cartilage and the front ligament," Lin Kongnian agreed, "but her strength is also quite good. After piercing through flesh and blood, it gets stuck inside. Such a person can't be just a young worker. She probably joined the army. She would definitely be a top sniper." Chun Jian looked at him with a complicated expression. "That girl looks fragile. Can she run 10 kilometers cross-country, or hide and stay still for days?" Lin Kongnian also remembered this and awkwardly scratched his head. "Haha, forget I said that." Then he sighed. "It's just a pity. For snipers, talent is more important than training. An ordinary person who trains hard for 5 years, with average talent, often can't compare to someone with good talent who trains only 2 years. Ordinary people rely on practice, experience, and calculation. Some geniuses, however, rely only on instinct. This feeling is hard to explain, but he believes Qiao Yunxi is such a genius. Qiao Yunxi doesn't know what they are thinking. She is sitting in the hospital corridor, feeling very tired, but her mind is very clear. She finally remembers this part of the story. Old Xinlu, Zhou Xiuhong, Wang Dafeng were kidnapped and threatened to go up the mountain, where they were killed by bandits. In the book, Qin Sihua didn't go to the countryside, so he wasn't there. When Yang Hongmei and Ning Zhuxiao were about to be assaulted, perhaps influenced by the heroine's aura, Ning Zhuxiao took advantage of their distraction and managed to escape. After escaping, Ning Zhuxiao ran to the police station to report the case. The police immediately contacted the Public Security Bureau, and together with the armed forces, they went up the mountain that night to catch the criminals. However, when everyone arrived, they only saw a field of corpses. Especially Yang Hongmei, who was naked, covered in wounds, with her eyes wide open, dead with no peace. While preparing the bodies, they found Yin Yunting still alive and immediately sent him to the county hospital. He had seen the bandits kidnapping Ning Zhuxiao and, in his panic, tried to resist. The bandits first beat him at the foot of the mountain, then dragged him up and beat him again, looking very miserable. They thought he was dead and didn't finish him off. Because Ning Zhuxiao escaped, they didn't have time to bury the bodies. He survived this ordeal, which shows how magical the hero's aura can be. By the way, the cow was not spared either. Before the bandits left, they killed the cow and took over 100 pounds of the best beef, leaving only the cow's head and a mess on the ground. The police tracked them overnight, but unfortunately, the bandits were very experienced and cleaned up all traces, so there was no result. It wasn't until 3 months later that the group was caught in a nearby county. During those 3 months, they committed more crimes and killed over 10 people. While thinking about this, I suddenly felt the bench I was sitting on shake. Xiao Yunxi looked over. It turned out that Chen Jian had sat down next to her. "You probably haven't eaten dinner either. Come on, let's go eat," Chen Jian said with a smile. Xiao Yunxi shook her head. "If everything is okay here, I want to go see the people in our village. By the way, has anyone come from our village?" Chen Jian looked at her with a very complicated expression and didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "Who taught you to use a slingshot?" Xiao Yunxi lowered her head, sounding a bit sad. "My foster father." Chen Jian frowned. "Foster father? What about your parents?" Xiao Yunxi was silent for a while before whispering, "They are soldiers. They sacrificed themselves many years ago, while on a mission. My foster father and my parents were comrades. He was there too, seriously injured. After that, he retired because of his injuries and adopted me. I used to live in the military family compound. He often came to my house for meals. He and my parents were very good friends. I grew up watching him. My foster father is a very, very good man. He was worried I might be bullied in the future, so he not only taught me to use a slingshot and shoot arrows but also martial arts. He always said that relying on oneself is better than relying on others." Chen Jian looked at her with pain and pity in his eyes. He was also a former soldier. Like him, many of his comrades and colleagues had sacrificed their lives. He understood this pain. He opened his mouth, unsure how to comfort her. After a while, he said, "You are very brave. Your parents and foster father must be proud of you. I am proud of you too. But in the future, don't do such dangerous things. Those bandits are very vicious," Chen Jian warned seriously. Xiao Yunxi nodded. "Yes, I was actually very scared at the time. But Sister Hongmei helped me and Uncle Lulu, Aunt Xiaohong, and others from our village. We worked together on the job and I couldn't just watch them get hurt or possibly die, so Chen Jian thought to himself, not just that they might die but that they would definitely die. From what he knew about this gang's crimes, they didn't leave survivors. Good child, you did very well. I mean, your safety is the most important," Chen Jian gently explained. His daughter is a few years older than her. She got married last year. Thinking of his restless daughter, he sighed. "Did your foster father give you the steel beads too?" Chen Jian still asked his doubt. Xiao Junxi nodded. "My foster father works at a machine factory. Sometimes he gives me steel beads, but I rarely use them. I usually practice with small stones." She then nervously asked, "Did I hurt those robbers too badly?" "It was my first time using a slingshot, so I might not have controlled the strength well," Chen Jian hurried to comfort her. "No, you did very well. They deserved it." Looking at the thin girl in front of him, he guessed that her foster father might also have had trouble. Otherwise, why would he raise such a weak child and send her to the countryside? Girls like her should be pampered.
But he didn't want to ask now.
He planned to find out more about her situation from the relevant authorities later. "She is a good child. When others helped her, she dared to stand up to more than 10 criminals. She is grateful and honest, truly a child of 2 martyrs. Xiao Juanxi nodded obediently. I will be more careful in the future. Can I go see the people in our village now? I'm worried about them. Chunjian nodded and took her to Yang Hongmei and the others' hospital room. The next afternoon, Shen Jianjun drove a bullock cart with Shen Laolu, Yang Hongmei, Qin Sihua, Zhou Xiuhong, and Wang Daping. They also carried the food and supplies they bought yesterday, which the police had helped load onto the cart. Now everything was returned to its owner. In the morning, they all gave statements at the police station. Only now could they go home. Everyone's mood was very complicated, especially Shen Jianjun. Xiao Juanxi rode her bicycle behind them, with her basket still tied to the back seat. Yin Yunting's injuries were too serious for him to leave the hospital, so Ning Zhuxiao was taking care of him there. Yang Hongmei and Qin Sihua got off at the youth cadre compound. Yang Hongmei looked at Xiao Yunxi with admiration and a hint of dependence she hadn't noticed herself. She asked, Xiao Shi, can I come see you when I have free time? Xiao Yunxi smiled and nodded, of course, Sister Hongmei. Feeling satisfied, Yang Hongmei then went into the youth commune. At this time, only Qin Sirui was in the youth commune. Everyone else had gone to work. She hurried over anxiously and asked, Brother, are you okay? Qin Sihua shook his head and looked at Xiao Yunxi with complicated eyes. He was increasingly unable to see through this adopted sister. Seeing Qin Sihua only looking at Xiao Yunxi, jealousy flashed in Qin Sirui's eyes. She quickly lowered her head, suppressing her emotions. Shen Jianjun watched the siblings and sighed. The new youth in the commune was only sick before, but now, surprisingly, only Sun Weijun was healthy and uninjured. What is going on? No, there was also Ning Zhuxiao in the hospital, unharmed, but what good does that do? He then looked at Xiao Yunxi, and his mood immediately improved. She was truly a treasure. The case this time was very big, especially big. He didn't know if there was a reward in Xinjia village, but Xiao Yunxi definitely deserved one. The team had a standout individual like her, so this year's advanced team was probably secure. Unfortunately, her achievements couldn't be made public now. According to the police, there were 14 people involved, but only 12 had been caught. 2 others, for unknown reasons, weren't in Pingyi County. They didn't participate in the robbery and thus escaped. They were still active outside, and there was fear that Xiao Yunxi might be targeted for revenge. Even if she was skilled with a slingshot, she was still a weak woman with no power. Besides, the real danger wasn't theft but the threat of revenge. There's no such thing as being too cautious. He who knew the inside story, and the 7 others who were robbed, had all been briefed by the police officers. The consistent report was that some passers-by saw what happened and secretly reported it to the police, who then rescued everyone. As for the 50 young men from the village who came yesterday, once they confirmed that Shen Laolu and others had been rescued, they returned to Shenjiaku that night. They didn't know the full details of the incident. Zhou Xiuhong and Wang Dafeng hadn't been seriously injured. They also wanted to go home last night, but had to give statements first. Shen Laolu was older, and the hospital examined him. The blow he received was quite serious, but the others were fine. His wife, Feng Guifang, was not in good health. She only gave birth to 1 son. A couple of years ago, his son went up the mountain to hunt some game, but encountered a wild boar and he was lost. After his son's death, his daughter-in-law remarried shortly afterward. Now, besides him, only Feng Guifang and his 5-year-old grandson are at home. Shen Jianjun was worried that Feng Guifang couldn't handle the stress, so he didn't tell her the full truth, just made an excuse. So, Feng Guifang still doesn't know the real situation. She only thinks Shen Laolu is busy with affairs in the county town. Thinking about yesterday, Shen Jianjun felt scared again. He heard from 2 people in the neighboring village that Shen Laolu and others had encountered bandits. He almost fainted from fear at the news. Without waiting for nightfall, he gathered 50 young men from the village, took torches and the only hunting rifle, and rushed toward the scene. When they arrived, Xiao Yunxi and others had already left. They hurried to the county police station to ask about the situation, then went to the hospital. At the hospital, He learned the basic details of what happened. It scared him a lot, but he was grateful for Xiao Yunxi. Without her, many of these people might not have come back today. In the morning, they learned more about the wanted criminals from the police. Everyone was very frightened and grateful to Xiao Yunxi. Xiao Yunxi said goodbye to Shin Jianjun and the others. I'm heading back now. Shin Jianjun smiled and nodded. Okay, be careful. Don't ride too fast. You were frightened yesterday, so you don't need to work tomorrow or the day after. Rest well, and I'll count your work points. The busiest time for harvest, the autumn harvest, was already over. The remaining crops, like corn, soybeans, and some radishes and vegetables, are not planted in large quantities. They should be all harvested in about 10 days. Zhou Xiuhong and the others also expressed their gratitude sincerely. After returning home, Xiao Yunxi first checked the house to make sure no one had been there. Only then did she feel at ease. She moved her bicycle to the storage room and took the basket off. Then she took a shower in her space, feeling refreshed. She dried her hair and went to sleep. She hadn't slept all night last night, so her body was a bit exhausted. She slept until more than 5 p.m., then left her space and went to water the vegetable garden in the backyard. In 20 days, the water spinach was almost ready to be picked. The other vegetables were growing well, lush and green, looking very pleasing. After watering the vegetable field, it was almost completely dark. She returned to the front yard, took a basket from the storage room, and brought out the coal balls and coal stove. She placed them under the eaves and tried to light a fire. First, she opened the stove's air vent, lit some old newspaper, and placed it at the bottom of the stove. Then she added some small dry twigs. Once the fire caught, she added slightly larger dry branches, and finally, she put in the coal balls. After about 10 minutes, when she confirmed the coal balls were fully lit, she placed a kettle filled halfway with water on the stove. With the coal stove, she no longer needed to light a fire in the kitchen every day. It wasn't very cold now, so there was no need for a heated bed or firewall yet. However, it's said that winters here are very cold, with temperatures dropping below freezing. She planned to gather more firewood when she had free time, as the firewall and stove use a lot of wood. She couldn't stay inside the space all the time. By mid-November, it would be time to hibernate, and she needed to prepare enough firewood before then. The next morning, Xiao Juanxi went up the mountain. Since she had paid leave, she took the chance to cut firewood and look for game. It was still early, so she didn't meet anyone. The road was quiet, and she quickly reached the place where she had collected firewood last time. She didn't stop and kept walking. After about 30 minutes, the path was almost gone, clearly rarely visited. There were many dry branches around, which she collected into her space. A few dead trees were also there. She took out an electric saw from her space and cut the dead trees into her space. After finishing, she was exhausted and panting. She took out her water bottle to rest and drink. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a black object fell about 5 meters in front of her. She looked down at the ground. When she saw what it was, she almost dropped her water bottle in shock. It was a coiled black snake. The snake was completely black, and she wasn't sure of the species. It was about the thickness of her arm and coiled into a ball about half a meter wide. Xiao Juanxi was overjoyed when she realized snake soup. She licked her lips, her eyes shining. She stored her water bottle in her space and drew a tang sword, ready to hunt the snake. The black snake seemed to sense someone's deep affection. Its head slightly lifted, as if it looked at her. Then, with a whoosh, the coiled snake suddenly turned into a shiny, slender coil and quickly darted into the nearby grass, disappearing from her sight. Zhou Yunxi held a tang sword in one hand and reached out with the other. Her joyful expression froze before she could even react. No, how can the speed of this snake be faster than the mutated snake from the end of the world? Wait, it's not that the snake is faster. It's that her own speed has slowed down. She is now just an ordinary person, or rather, her body is weaker than that of an average person. Realizing this, Zhou Yunxi felt a sudden chest tightness. She was unhappy about missing the snake stew. She stored the Tang sword in her space and took out her water bottle to drink more water. She secretly decided to exercise and strengthen her body. After resting for a few minutes, she continued walking, collecting dry wood she found along the way, stopping and moving as she went. Suddenly, she heard a noise from the trees. Looking up, she saw many gray-black squirrels on the branches. Zhou Yunxi paused to think, can she eat squirrels? Before she could decide, she saw some squirrels holding hazelnuts with their front paws. Her eyes lit up. Hazelnuts. That meant there must be hazel trees nearby. The squirrels saw her and didn't run away. They froze, tilted their heads, and looked at Zhou Yunxi with curiosity. Zhou Yunxi ignored the squirrels and started searching for hazel trees nearby. A few minutes later, she found about 10 hazel trees scattered in the forest. Some were as tall as 6 or 7 meters, others only 2 or 3 meters. There were also dozens of squirrels stealing hazelnuts from her home in the trees. Yes, stealing from her home. The mountain is unclaimed land, and what she found naturally belonged to her. She had ignored it before, but now they dared to steal from her. She wouldn't be polite. Zhou Yunxi took out her slingshot, aiming at one of the squirrels, preparing to shoot. Feeling her hostility, the squirrels were all startled. The one targeted quickly dropped the hazelnut in its paws, leaped lightly, and disappeared into the dense forest in just a few moves. The other squirrels scattered quickly, and soon the forest was silent again, leaving only Zhou Yunxi as the living creature. She snorted coldly, put away her slingshot, and went to pick up the hazelnuts the squirrels had dropped. These were her food. Then she carefully examined the hazel trees. Although many had been picked by the squirrels, there were still plenty left. It was the season for hazelnuts to ripen, and the timing was perfect. Zhou Yunxi immediately set down her basket. She first collected the fully ripe hazelnuts on the ground into her space. It took her half an hour to gather them all. Feeling satisfied, she stretched her slightly sore back and kicked a hazelnut tree with one foot. Most ripe hazelnuts fall easily when the tree is shaken, and she was ready to enjoy a sweet, hazelnut rain. However, the hazelnut tree didn't move at all. The forest was very quiet, no falling leaves, let alone hazelnuts. Zhou Yunxi. All right, she overestimated her strength again. She decided to pick the nuts by hand. She picked the lower ones directly, and for the higher ones, she used a hooked stick to knock the nuts down. If some didn't fall, she used the hook to pull them off. For the even higher ones, she climbed the tree. If she couldn't reach some nuts, she chopped down the branches with a small axe and brought them home to pick later. In short, leaving even one hazelnut on the tree was considered a loss for her. After finishing all 10 or so hazelnut trees, it was about 1 p.m. She felt very tired but also very excited. This era is wonderful. She loved it. She went back to her space to eat lunch, rested for a while, then continued her treasure hunt in the afternoon. She found a few more hazelnut trees nearby. There were also over 10 wild grapes. She tasted a few. They were surprisingly sweet, though many had been pecked by birds. She moved quickly and picked all of them. Happy times always pass quickly. Before she knew it, her alarm clock went off. Yes, she set the alarm to remind herself to go home, so she wouldn't get too lost in her harvesting. During the apocalypse, she was a lone wolf. No one cared about her life or death. But now, things are different. If someone found out she went into the mountains and didn't come back, they might think she was in danger. The village would probably send everyone to look for her, as villages do in this era. Fortunately, she finished picking all the hazelnuts and wild grapes she found. Tomorrow, she planned to come back and look around nearby. She felt there might still be more hazelnuts. On her way home, she spotted 2 wild chickens. With her slingshot and steel pellets, she shot them in the head and caught the chickens. She also gathered some wild mushrooms. By the time she reached home, it was almost dark. Twilight covered the land, and the village was filled with curling smoke from cooking fires. Everything looked a bit hazy. From afar, she saw a figure standing at the gate of her yard. As she approached, she recognized it as Yang Hongmei. Hongmei's sister, why are you here? Zhou Yunxi hurried a few steps with her basket. Yang Hongmei saw her and clearly relaxed a little.
You went up the mountain.
I was wondering why you weren't home. Xiao Yunxi smiled and nodded. The team leader told me to rest for 2 days, so I thought I'd go up the mountain to see if there's any wild game or mountain produce I can gather. Yang Hongmei quickly stepped forward and took off her basket. Let me help you. You must be tired. Why are you back so late? When she took down the basket, she smelled a strong scent of blood. She was a bit surprised and quietly asked, Did you really catch some wild animals? Xiao Yunxi wanted to say she didn't need help, but Yang Hongmei was very quick. She was taller and easily took the basket from her. Xiao Yunxi didn't mind and smiled as she explained, Yes, I was lucky. I caught 2 wild chickens. Yang Hongmei thought about her slingshot skills. It was no surprise she caught wild chickens. She was happy for her. That's good. You should eat more to strengthen yourself. You're too thin. Xiao Yunxi replied. She looked at Yang Hongmei, who was dirty and a bit surprised. Did you go to work today? Isn't the team leader letting you all rest for 2 days? Of course, Yang Hongmei and the others didn't earn work points when they rested.
Yang Hongmei sruged.
I just wanted to earn more work points. I'm not hurt, so I'm healthy. They entered the yard and Yang Hongmei put her basket down. Xiao Yunxi washed her hands, boiled a pot of water, and placed it on the coal stove, opening the vent cover. They sat in the hall and started talking. Yang Hongmei put a bag of things on the table.
Xiao Shi, you saved me.
I don't have much to give in return. This is the best I can do right now. Please accept it. Many people say hazelnuts aren't trees. The author hasn't seen a hazelnut tree himself. I looked it up online. They say it can grow up to 7 meters tall. Xiao Yunxi opened the bag and looked inside. It was rice, about 10 jin, around 5 kilograms. She knew this was all the fine grains Yang Hongmei bought this time. Sure enough, Yang Hongmei continued, I only bought 10 jin of rice in the county. The rest is coarse grain. Once the grain distribution happens, I'll bring you some. Xiao Yunxi looked at the rice, hesitated for a moment, then pushed it back. Sister Hongmei, I have food. You should know my situation. I get a subsidy every month. Although it's not much, I can eat enough. And I can earn work points too. Yang Hongmei saw that she wouldn't take the money and became anxious. Xiao Shi, it's yours and mine is mine. You don't know, if I were gone yesterday, my whole family might have been gone too. She spoke with slightly reddened eyes, trying to hold back her emotions. You might not know our family situation. I have a twin brother. Yang Hongmei's family is considered middle class. Her parents are ordinary workers, so taking care of her and her twin brother shouldn't be too difficult. Unfortunately, her brother's health was poor. In the womb, he almost didn't get any nutrients because I absorbed most of them. He was born weighing just over 2 pounds, while I was over 5 pounds. Everyone thought he wouldn't survive, but with the efforts of our parents and doctors, he was very stubborn and survived. However, from then on, he became a fragile child needing constant medication. During this birth, my mother was injured and couldn't have more children. Her health also sometimes suffers. Since then, our family's living standards dropped quickly. Luckily, my parents are normal, caring people and didn't blame me or treat me unfairly because I am a girl. Over the years, our family's finances were tight, but my parents still sent us to school. My brother and I are very sensible. We often help with chores around the house, so our parents don't get too tired after work. Especially me, Yang Hongmei. I started helping with housework at a very young age. I am healthy and rarely get sick. Although my family isn't wealthy, I grew up in a loving home, so I have a simple personality. Our family was selected for a rural assignment, and my parents finally chose me. That was also my own idea. Not because my brother is a boy, but because if he went, he might not survive more than 3 days. Still, my parents and brother felt very guilty about me. When I left for the countryside, they prepared everything they could for me. I can't imagine what would happen if I got into trouble. My parents and brother already feel guilty and indebted to me. Would they be able to hold on? After Yang Hongmei finished explaining her family situation, the main hall fell silent. Xiao Yunxi couldn't help but recall this part of the story. After the police station contacted Yang Hongmei's family, They only came to handle her affairs half a month later. Only her father came. Everyone thought her family was cold and heartless for not coming sooner. Later, they found out that when her family heard about her accident, her brother couldn't bear it and believed he was responsible for hurting his sister. He is the only son in the family. Since he was young, his sister has done most of the household chores. He often falls ill, and his sister always takes care of him. Originally, he was supposed to go to the countryside, but he caused his sister's death. His weak body couldn't handle it and collapsed after 2 days, passing away. Yang's mother couldn't accept the sudden death of her daughter. She was overwhelmed by shame and grief, and her son's death was the final straw that broke her. A few days later, Yang's mother also passed away. Yang's father aged 20 years overnight, losing his spirit. After handling his wife and son's affairs, he came to Pingyi County. It's clear that Yang Hongmei understands her family well. She predicted what would happen next. In this way, it's fair to say that Xiao Junshi saved her whole family. Yang Hongmei looked up with teary eyes and said, "You can take it. I earn enough points, so I won't go hungry." "Don't worry." Xiao Junshi sighed and nodded. "All right, I'll take it. In the future, we shouldn't give things away. Everyone is struggling, and we should help each other." Yang Hongmei nodded. She knew Xiao Junshi wasn't short of food and planned to help her in other ways later. At that moment, the sound of boiling water came from outside. It was ready, and Xiao Junshi was about to go out. Yang Hongmei stood up and said, "Xiao Shi, are you planning to handle the wild chicken? I'll help you." Honestly, Xiao Junshi didn't really know how to handle it. In some ways, she was a complete novice in life. She didn't know how to kill chickens, fish, or pigs. Before the apocalypse, she was a young lady. Afterward, all plants and animals mutated and became toxic, so even if she processed them, they wouldn't be safe to eat. So, she only kills but doesn't bury. Although the original owner had a year of cooking experience, she usually bought prepared meat from Yi Xianghong, so she never had to handle raw chickens or fish herself. Seeing her blank expression, Yang Hongmei smiled and asked, "Do you have a basin?" Oh. Xiao Junshi finally remembered that she needed to scald the chicken first. She hurried to the kitchen and took out a large enameled basin from her space. Yang Hongmei poured boiling water into the basin, then added some cold water. She pulled aside the weeds from the basket and said, "Oh, there are also hazelnut mushrooms." "Nice." She carefully took out the mushrooms and placed them in the basket prepared by Xiao Junshi. Finally, she took out the wild chicken. Putting the chicken into the basin, she began to work while instructing her. Her movements seemed slow but were very efficient. In just 30 minutes, both wild chickens were cleaned thoroughly. All unnecessary organs were discarded, and edible parts were kept. I also told Xiao Yunxi how to cook them to make them taste better. Yang Hongmei washed her hands and smiled, saying, "I'm going home now. The youth camp should be having dinner soon." Xiao Yunxi felt a rare sense of embarrassment and asked, "Would you like to eat at my place?" Considering she had brought food and helped out, she was willing to share some of her meal. Since she had been in this world for a month, she had seen a lot of food and had become less possessive about it. Yang Hongmei shook her head with a mischievous look on her face, saying, "I've already exchanged food at the youth camp. If I don't eat it, I'll lose out." It was already completely dark outside, with no moonlight at all. Xiao Yunxi quickly called her back, went to the east room, and took the flashlight she bought yesterday. Shun Laolu had returned it to her when she came back yesterday. Yang Hongmei politely refused, saying, "Just shine the light for me. I can see well enough." Xiao Yunxi felt helpless. Everyone was poor these days. Yang Hongmei thought she only had one flashlight and was worried she wouldn't have it to use herself, so she refused. They left the yard. Xiao Yunxi used the flashlight to watch Yang Hongmei walk along her small path to the mountain road, then down the dirt road toward the youth camp. Flashlights in this era weren't very bright. They cast a dull yellow light, and only a few dozen meters could be seen clearly. But Yang Hongmei walked steadily because she knew there was light behind her. Xiao Yunxi stood in front of the yard, watching Yang Hongmei walk to the front of the youth camp, where dim lights cast her shadow. Yang Hongmei turned back, waved in her direction. Xiao Yunxi also waved with her flashlight, then went back into the yard and locked the door. She took a small pot from the kitchen, placed it on the coal stove, and planned to cook chicken with mushrooms tonight. Although her cooking skills weren't great, with good ingredients, the dish turned out very tasty, and she ate happily. The remaining mountain chicken was stored in her space. Tomorrow, she planned to go up the mountain to look for wild chestnuts. Chestnut chicken soup would be very delicious. At night, she entered her space and started organizing the hazelnuts she had gathered today. On the mountain, to save time, she pulled the hazelnuts along with their green shells in bunches, and some were even cut from small branches. By around 11 p.m., everything was finished. The hazelnuts weighed about 320 jin, and the wild grapes were over 50 jin. Xiao Juanxi felt very happy, almost flying, and she kept smiling even in her dreams. The next morning, she just finished washing up when she heard a knock on the door. It was Zhou Xiuhong and Wang Dafeng. Xiao Juanxi was a bit surprised. Aunt Xiuhong, Aunt Wang, why are you here? Zhou Xiuhong smiled and said, Little Xi, thank you for what you did the other day. We don't have much to give, only these eggs. Please don't mind. Wang Dafeng added, Yes, it was lucky to have you that day. Without you, I don't know what we would have done. Thinking about it still makes me scared. Xiao Juanxi couldn't refuse and had to accept. She went to the kitchen, took a basket and filled it with eggs. Each of the two women took 50 eggs. In the countryside, that was quite a lot of money. After they left, Xiao Juanxi kept about a dozen eggs in the kitchen and stored the rest in the space. After breakfast, she ate some wild grapes and then went back up the mountain to look for more treasures. Today, she was lucky. Besides hazelnuts, she found a few wild chestnuts and picked up many rice spikes. She caught 2 wild rabbits and 3 wild chickens. She wasn't sure if her luck was good or bad, but she didn't see any large wild animals, only lots of pig droppings and footprints. That night, she sorted the hazelnuts and chestnuts she had collected on the mountain. The chestnuts still had their spiky shells on, which was hard to remove. She had collected many, so she couldn't finish shelling them all in one night. She wasn't in a hurry and planned to do a little each day. The next day, her paid leave ended. After breakfast, she rode her bike to the cornfield, which they called Bumi, in the village. People watched her ride her bike to work. Some were envious, some jealous. Since she'd just arrived, she was one of the few families in the village with a bicycle. Xiao Juanxi ignored their feelings and parked her bike by the roadside. It had been windy lately, so many people wore headscarves. She also wore a pink headscarf and went to the 9th team's land. Shin Chengyu handed her a corn skewer and started assigning tasks. You're responsible for shelling the corn. Zhou Ziking, teach Xiao Ziking how to do it. He was speaking to Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun looked up at Xiao Juanxi and smiled. Okay, little Xi, come over. Xiao Juanxi took the corn skewer, thanked the person, and squatted next to Zhou Yun, in front of already cut corn stalks. Zhou Yun began teaching her how to quickly and accurately peel back the corn husks without hurting herself or damaging the corn. Xiao Juanxi listened carefully and soon mastered the skill, peeling quickly and neatly. Her teammates nearby watched and nodded in approval. They thought, this young girl seems weak, but she works very efficiently. Just when Xiao Juanxi was working happily, she saw a figure running over, explaining as they ran, Oh, sorry, I was delayed today and came a bit late. The person was Zhang Chunhua. Everyone else was too lazy to pay attention to her. Shin Chengyu rolled his eyes. Lazy people are often late. Zhang Chunhua, panting, ran up beside Xiao Juanxi and said casually, Come over here, I'll stay right here. Xiao Juanxi looked up with a calm gaze and asked, You want to stay next to me? Zhang Chunhua froze halfway in a squat, unsure whether to sit or stand, her hips sticking out as she paused. She looked at Xiao Juanxi, blinked, and showed a fear she didn't realize she had, like she was being controlled. Wait, why is this girl here? Oh, right, no need to sun the grains now. A few days ago, she was reportedly scared off by a robbery and took 2 days off. How could she be so easily scared? So unlucky. Inside, she was cursing, but she didn't dare show it. She hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly smiled and said, well, Xiao Jiqing, haha, I'll go to the other side. Not here. You busy, you busy. Then she ran off quickly, staying far away from Xiao Juanxi. Someone chuckled first, then more laughter spread out. Zhou Yan also smiled secretly and whispered, little she is really impressive. Xiao Juanxi shrugged.
She didn't know what to say.
It was just a small argument. Why make such a fuss? So timid. A week passed quickly, and the autumn harvest was almost over. Tomorrow, they would deliver the grain to the government. After that, everyone looked forward to the grain distribution. Xiao Juanxi didn't go to deliver the grain. She stayed home for a day, loosening the soil and weeding her vegetable garden. Finally, the day of grain distribution arrived. Xiao Juanxi rode her bike to the granary next to the village committee, where many villagers were already waiting. The village leader, the secretary, the scorekeeper, the statistician, and other village officials were all there. 2 hours later, Xiao Juanxi finally received her share of the grain. She was given about 70 jin of rice, 40 jin of popcorn and peanuts, and several jin of carrots, potatoes, and large cabbages. Xiao Juanxi thought it was pretty good, considering she had only been working for about a month. The team leader also said that if the new educated youth didn't have enough to eat, they could borrow or buy grain from the team later. Xiao Juanxi planned to buy some grain from the team in a few days. Today, since the team was distributing grain, the team officials probably didn't have time. She also just learned today that she could buy grain from the team without a ticket, but there was a limit. Each person could buy up to 300 jin. Of course, this was only possible because the harvest was good this year, and there was plenty of grain. The Shenjiao team also had a pig farm. Besides the grain they paid as taxes, they kept 3 pigs to be shared during the new year. Yang Hongmei was standing next to her. Since she earned more work points, she received more grain, and she looked very happy. At this moment, she was excitedly helping Xiao Juanxi tie the grain-filled burlap bags to the back of the car, constantly asking, "Are you okay? Do you want me to help you carry it?" Xiao Juanxi smiled and said, "Hongmei, you underestimate me. It's only about 100 jin. I can do it. I've gained quite a bit of weight now. Recently, she wasn't very busy. The medicine she took earlier worked well. She ate well and ate more, now weighing about 80 jin and growing an extra centimeter taller." Yang Hongmei laughed and said, "Not only have you gained some weight, but you also look prettier. By the way, why does your face look so much whiter and softer lately? Everyone worked every day under the sun and wind, so most of their skin was dark and rough." But Xiao Juanxi's face was fair and smooth, looking like it could be squeezed for water. Although she was still quite thin, it was clear she was a little beauty. Xiao Juanxi smiled with her eyes curved. "Is it possible that I was already very pretty before, but you just didn't notice?" Yang Hongmei laughed loudly. "Ha, yes, maybe you've just blossomed now." They chatted and laughed, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Not far away, Qin Sihua and Qin Seer looked gloomy. Qin Seer hadn't done any work since arriving at Shenjiao. Qin Sihua was someone who hadn't suffered much. Earning 5 work points a day was considered good. He had injured his neck during a robbery and had to rest for several days before returning to work. Naturally, he earned fewer points. Now, his total grain was less than 60 jin. Both felt a wave of despair. This was their only food supply. Not only would it be difficult to eat until the new year, but even for a month it would be hard. Although they had some subsidized grain from before, it was not enough. Relying on borrowing food to survive, how could they repay next year? They also worried about winter clothes and blankets, as the winter here is said to be very cold. Qin Sirui looked at Xiao Juanxi nearby, anger flashing in her eyes. This mean girl, why can she live so well even though they both went to the countryside? It feels unfair. Xiao Juanxi naturally sensed her hostile gaze, but she didn't care. She hadn't even found a good man yet. Finding a top-quality man these days isn't easy. At home, she stored the grain in her space. She planned to go back to the mountains again. Picking mountain produce was so enjoyable. She wished she could store all the treasures from the mountain in her space. She sorted out the hazelnuts and chestnuts she picked that day. There were 280 jin of hazelnuts, plus the previous 320 jin, totaling 600 jin. The chestnuts weighed about 300 jin. The rice was not much, only a few dozen jin. Her goal in life was simple: fill her space with food, enough to last her a lifetime. She knew this era didn't have apocalyptic events, but food had become her obsession as someone from a different world. Her second goal was to make some money. If she got into a university in the capital, she planned to buy more than 10 courtyard houses there. She wanted to be a happy, wealthy woman. It was almost noon now. This time she didn't go far, just picked some mushrooms and chestnuts. She also chopped a lot of firewood, both dry and wet. The wet wood could just be left to dry at home. She had her space, so she didn't mind heavy, wet firewood. When she returned, she saw a cart parked in front of the yard. Old Six Shin was sitting on the cart, smoking a pipe. When he saw her, he stood up with a smile. "Girl, you're back." "Old Six Uncle, why are you here?" "Come in and have some water." Xiao Juanqi hurried to open the yard gate. But Old Six Shin didn't go inside. Instead, he took a bag from the back of the cart and handed it to her. "Girl, I brought you some candy.
Try it."
I was busy with the autumn harvest earlier and didn't have time to go to the county. Thanks for what you did last time. I don't have much good to give you, but if you need anything, just come find me," he said. Worried she might refuse, he pushed the candy toward her and then hurriedly left on his cart. Xiao Juanqi held the candy, feeling both amused and touched inside. Old Six Shin thought she liked eating candy, so he waited until the harvest was over and bought her some in the county town. Actually, she didn't like candy itself. She liked all kinds of grains. She opened the paper bag, which contained white rabbit milk candies. She picked one, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. It was very sweet. When Old Six Shun returned home, he took out 2 white rabbit candies he had kept specially from his pocket. He gave one to his grandson, Xiao Shun, and the other to his wife, Feng Guifeng. Feng Guifeng took the candy and asked unexpectedly, "Where did you get this candy?" "You can eat it yourself." "I don't like candy." Old Six Shin actually loved eating candy. As a grown man, he felt it was embarrassing to like candy, so he never said anything. Feng Guifeng and Old Six Shin had lived together all their lives. They knew his preferences. But because their family was poor, they couldn't afford to eat candy often. After Xiao Shun was born, they saved the best for him. Old Six Shin smiled and said, "Here, you eat it. I'm a grown man, I don't eat these sweet things." Xiao Shun looked up at his grandpa and grandma, hesitated for a moment, and handed the candy to Old Six Shin. "Grandpa, Grandma, I don't like candy either," he said, swallowing hard. Old Six Shin and Feng Guifeng looked at each other, feeling both happy and a little sad inside. Feng Guifeng peeled the wrapper of her white rabbit candy, broke it in half, and handed one piece to Old Six Shin. "We both have some. Even if we don't like it, we'll eat it." Old Six Shin took it, muttering, "You, wife, keep saying I don't like it, but you still give me some." He put the candy in his mouth, his eyes squinting happily. His dark face wrinkled more, but he looked satisfied. This candy was bought with his secret savings, saved over 10 years, and exchanged for candy tickets. It was really delicious. Honestly, he felt a little reluctant. 10 years, over 3,000 days, saved little by little just to buy a bag of candy. But he thought it was worth it. Xiao Juanqi saved not only his life, but his whole family's. He couldn't imagine what would happen to this family if he were gone. He didn't tell Feng Guifeng about this. First, because of the police warning, and second, because he didn't want his wife to worry. So, he used his secret savings to buy the candy, not family money. Xiao Juanqi didn't know about the warmth in Old Six Shin's family. She stored the about 1 jin of white rabbit candies he gave her in her space. I was about to prepare dinner when I heard someone calling her outside the yard. After opening the door, Xiao Juanqi saw Yang Hongmei carrying 2 large bundles of firewood, smiling as she looked at her. Confused, Xiao Juanqi asked, "Sister Hongmei, why are you here?" Yang Hongmei smiled and said, "I saw you didn't have much firewood, so I brought some for you. Winter is coming soon, and you need to prepare your firewood." As she spoke, she placed the firewood in the yard. Xiao Junshi followed and asked, "No, Sister Hongmei, why did you bring me firewood? I have enough already. You don't need to chop more for me." At this moment, Yang Hongmei saw 2 stacks of firewood already piled in the yard. "That's not enough. It's okay. I may not have many talents, but I am strong and quick at work. We went up the mountain this afternoon to gather firewood. I finished my task, and this is extra I cut." Xiao Junshi couldn't help but laugh and say, "Sister Hongmei, really, I don't need it. I can manage on my own." Yang Hongmei looked at her seriously and said, "I know you can, but I have nothing else. I can only do what I am able to help with." Xiao Junshi sighed inwardly. She thought this person is too honest and stubborn. She also became serious and said, "Sister Hongmei, what happened last time is really not a big deal to me. If you keep doing this, it will cause me trouble." Yang Hongmei opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She had helped her, and giving her 10 jin of rice was not enough. Isn't helping more in daily life what she should do? Why would it cause trouble? Seeing her expression, Xiao Junshi understood her thoughts. "Sister Hongmei, if I ever need your help, I will definitely ask. We don't know how long we'll stay here, so there's plenty of time." Yang Hongmei lowered her head, biting her lip and twirling her hands around the edge of her clothes, looking like she had done something wrong but didn't want to admit it. Xiao Junshi was speechless. After a moment, she said, "All right, just chop firewood one more time." Yang Hongmei didn't speak. She stretched out her hands, fingers spread, indicating 10 times. Xiao Junshi pressed down on one of her hands and said, "That's enough, no more." Yang Hongmei tried to reach out again, but Xiao Junshi held her steady, preventing her from moving. However, she was not so easily defeated. Soon, her trembling little finger stood up again. Xiao Junshi. Finally, with Yang Hongmei's firm support, the two reached an agreement 6 times. After the deal was made, Yang Hongmei immediately put on a smile, no longer looking upset, and started sharing gossip. "Xiaoxi, tomorrow the village is organizing people to go up the mountain to gather mountain goods. Are you going?" Xiao Junshi nodded. "Yes, I've heard it takes a long time to hibernate here. We should prepare more food. Relying on the mountains for food, Wuwishan is rich in supplies. The village organizes several treasure hunts into the mountains each year. Although it's risky to go deep into the mountains with many people, it's still safe to go a little further out." Xiao Junshi mainly wants to see where the villagers usually go into the mountains, so she can have a rough idea. Yang Hongmei was very happy. "Then we'll go together tomorrow." As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and whispered, "Ning Zhu Xiao came back today. She went to see the team leader, planning to help Yin Yunting build a house tomorrow." Xiao Junshi almost forgot about the main characters. She was a bit curious and asked, "Yin Yunting also came back?" Yang Hongmei shook her head. After her explanation, Xiao Junshi understood what was happening. Yin Yunting was badly injured. Although he could come back now to rest in the youth workers' dormitory, only a few people sleep on one bed, so she was worried about accidental bumps. He wanted to wait until the house was built before returning, so he could move directly into the new house. The location for the house had already been chosen. Yin Yunting was quite wealthy. With enough money, someone would build him a house. With many people, it wouldn't take long to finish. After sharing the gossip, Yang Hongmei hesitated and asked, "That Qin Sihui, do you know her?" "She's Qin Sihua's sister." Xiao Junshi frowned and asked, "What's wrong? I feel she has some hostility towards you. Also, she's on good terms with Su Jiqing, do you know that?" Xiao Junshi had gained a bit of weight. Though still slim, she was a natural beauty, especially her peach blossom eyes, which seemed to draw people in. Beautiful girls are often the subject of gossip. When the youth workers' dormitory mentioned Xiao Junshi, Yang Hongmei noticed several times that Qin Sihui's eyes revealed unhidden emotions. That look, how to describe it? Yang Hongmei couldn't quite tell if it was jealousy or resentment. It was very complicated, full of malice. Xiao Junshi nodded. She now knew most of the people at the youth village. Su Xiangdong was the young man who had tried to help her carry her luggage when she first arrived but was refused. "Are they dating?" Xiao Junshi asked with a strange look. With Qin Sirui's proud personality, it was hard to believe she would be interested in Su Xiangdong. Su Xiongdong's family was average. He was 21 years old, about 1.7 meters tall, and looked quite ordinary, just the kind of person who would stand out in a crowd. Yang Hongmei shook her head. Probably not. I just see Su Xiongdong often helping her with chores. Although Qin Sirui didn't work, everyone in the youth village shared meals from a big pot. They took turns cooking in groups of 3 each day. When they divided into groups for cooking, Qin Sirui, Qin Sihua, and Su Xiongdong were in the same group. Over time, they became familiar with each other. Xiao Juanxi nodded, saying she understood. The two of them talked a little longer before Yang Hongmei left for the youth village. The next morning, after breakfast, Xiao Juanxi went to the vegetable garden to check on her plants. She watered them and then heard noisy voices from afar. She quickly carried her basket and left the yard. Sure enough, many villagers were already on the mountain path. Leading the group was Shun Jiangping, carrying a hunting rifle on his shoulder, walking confidently in front. Yang Hongmei was in the middle of the group, waving at her. Xiao Juanxi locked the door and hurried to join everyone on the main mountain road. Yang Hongmei asked, "Did you have breakfast?" Xiao Juanxi nodded and greeted Zhou Yun, Lu Qingchuan, and other young villagers walking with her. Today, Qin Sihua and Qin Sirui's siblings were also there. Standing next to Qin Sirui was indeed Su Xiongdong. Qin Sihua glanced at Xiao Juanxi but said nothing, quietly following the group up the mountain. After walking for about 40 minutes, they reached their destination. Xiao Juanxi looked around. It was several kilometers from where she last picked hazelnuts. The mountain terrain was tough, most paths were gone, and it would take a lot of time to get through. The area was familiar to the villagers, and some experienced elders had been there before. They knew generally what mountain products were available. Of course, the mountain was large, and some remote places might still be undiscovered. Everyone quickly split up to search. Xiao Juanxi and Yang Hongmei followed Zhou Yun, who had been there a few times before and was quite familiar with the area. She introduced to the two, "Go about a few hundred meters to the left, there are some large wild chestnut trees. If you want, we can go now or they'll be picked clean soon." Yang Hongmei's eyes lit up. "Great. Chestnuts are good. Let's go quickly." After agreeing on the goal, the three quickly headed toward the chestnut area. When they arrived, they saw several huge wild chestnut old trees. Unfortunately, either because the trees were very old or because someone had picked from them before, there weren't many chestnuts on the trees. The ground beneath was already crowded with people, some picking up fallen chestnuts, some hitting the trees with sticks, and a few climbing up. Xiao Juanxi and the others prepared to work together. Yang Hongmei, being strong, grabbed a big stick and started knocking the chestnuts off the trees. Once the chestnuts fell to the ground, Xiao Juanxi and Zhou Yun took charge of collecting them. To do it faster, they didn't bother with the spines and threw everything into their baskets. Later, at home, they would crack open the spines. The spines could also be used as firewood, so it was a good deal. The three worked vigorously, and several nearby people were hit by the falling spines knocked off by Yang Hongmei. She apologized while continuing to work, without holding back. People around were speechless. Luckily, everyone was wearing hats or thick scarves, or they might have been hit in the head. Seeing how fierce the girl was, everyone quickly moved aside, and soon only the three of them remained in the area. Zhou Yun lowered her head, carefully picking chestnuts. She felt a bit embarrassed, but also excited. In previous years, the local villagers had always outcompete the educated youth, and managing to gather half a jean was already good. Xiao Juanxi also enjoyed gathering. As long as it was food, she didn't mind having more. After about 10 minutes, the group finished dividing the chestnuts from several trees. They had collected quite a lot, over 20 jean. Most still had spines, but after removing them, they probably had about 10 jean. Each person could get around 4 jean. The three looked at each other and smiled. Led by Zhou Yun, they went nearby to pick some hazelnuts, wood ear mushrooms, and other mushrooms that Xiao Juanxi didn't know the name of. Suddenly, they heard a commotion in the distance, followed by gunfire. Xiao Juanxi was startled, but quickly realized there was likely game. She wasn't sure about Shen Jiangping's marksmanship, whether he hit anything or not. The three hurried toward the sound and saw Shindeju smiling, carrying a fat rabbit. Standing next to Shin Jiangping, a young man smiled and complimented him. Uncle Jiangping's shooting skills are still so accurate. You just hit the rabbit's leg without damaging its fur. Wow! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Shin Jiangping spoke calmly. There should be a rabbit burrow nearby. Everyone, watch for rabbit footprints and droppings. The group immediately split up to search carefully for the rabbit burrow. After a few minutes, someone finally found it. Rabbits often have multiple exits, so everyone was very cautious while searching, preparing to catch them all at once. Jok Yunshi and two others watched from afar, their eyes bright. These are valuable experiences. They've learned a lot, and in the future, they can go up the mountain to hunt some rabbit meat. Led by Shun Jiangping, the experienced hunter, everyone quickly found 2 more exits of the rabbit burrow. Then they used smoke to drive the rabbits out. There were quite a few rabbits in this burrow, 8 in total. With the one they caught earlier, that made 9. Everyone was very happy. Finally, they could enjoy some fresh meat. These days, most people rarely eat meat more than twice a year, so everyone was very pleased. Some were happy, others worried. Seeing them catch rabbits, a few young men wanted to go deeper into the mountains. Shun Jiangping shouted, "Don't go further inside. The mountains are dangerous, and we don't want anyone to get hurt." Hearing a shout, the few who were about to go in stopped and hesitated. After a moment, they turned back and obediently picked mushrooms instead. Jok Yunshi and the other 2 still wanted to continue picking mushrooms. Just then, they saw Lu Qingchuan waving at them from not far away. Confused, they went over and found out that Lu Qingchuan and Zhao Rencheng had discovered some wild mountain walnuts. They couldn't pick them all alone, so they wanted to find others to help. They had all seen Yang Hongmei's impressive fruit-picking skills earlier. Since she was so good at harvesting, they decided to invite her to join. The 3 happily agreed and followed Lu Qingchuan to the walnut trees. As they went further, the area became more remote. After about 10 minutes, they finally heard voices. Turning past several large bushes, they saw a few wild mountain walnut trees. Under the trees, 4 people were already picking walnuts. They were Chao Shaoqin, Zhao Rencheng, Sun Weijun, and Zhang Hongbing, all young people from the youth brigade. After greeting each other, everyone started picking walnuts together. Yang Hongmei saw the wild walnuts, and her eyes lit up. She immediately put down her basket, grabbed a wooden stick, and started hitting the tree. Zhou Yun and Lu Qingchuan also quickly joined in. Xiao Junshi thought for a moment, found a thick wooden stick, and tied her chopping knife to the top of it. She usually carries a rope when going up the mountain, so she used that. After tying it, she raised the stick, gently hooked a bunch of walnuts with the knife, and the walnuts fell down. Everyone's eyes brightened. This method was good. Why hadn't they thought of it before? Unfortunately, not everyone in the youth education camp had a chopping knife. They only had 2 among so many people. Following Xiao Junshi's method, they tied the knives to sticks. Without ropes, they used some vines instead. Their speed immediately improved. Yang Hongmei took over the chopping knife from Xiao Junshi. Holding the knife up high was not easy. Xiao Junshi was a bit tired. She rested for a while and watched everyone's harvesting. The longest stick was about 3 or 4 meters, and with a person's height and arm movement, it was about 5 or 6 meters. Some of these mountain walnuts trees were about 5 or 6 meters tall, but the taller ones could reach over 10 meters, making it impossible to reach the top. Although there weren't many walnuts at the top, they couldn't waste them. Xiao Junshi went to a tree over 10 meters tall, wrapped her arms around it, and quickly climbed up. Everyone stopped what they were doing, watching her skillfully climb the 10-meter-high walnut tree like a monkey, with wide eyes. They were all from the city and didn't know how to climb trees. But after going to the countryside, they had seen villagers climb trees, though no one climbed as smoothly as Xiao Junshi. Yang Hongmei covered her mouth with her hand, afraid she might scream and scare Xiao Junshi. Inside, she was like a startled squirrel. Her gaze was different from everyone else's. Since she learned that Xiao Junshi was a master archer who saved her, she had a special admiration for her. Now, Seeing Xiao Juanxi climb the trees so skillfully, she thought she was even more amazing and admired her more. After a while, Yang Hongmei finally let out a breath, suppressing her excitement, and softly said, "Xiao Shi, be careful." Everyone also reacted and whispered, "Be careful, stay safe." Xiao Juanxi was light and agile. She quickly picked a lot of walnuts and threw them down. It took about 2 hours to finish harvesting all the trees. The group sat under the trees, eating their prepared dry food. This time, going up the mountain was quite far to save time, so we usually didn't go back at noon. We would return home together around 3 p.m. in the afternoon. After eating, we put the remaining small walnuts on the ground into our baskets. The harvest this time was very good, about 400 pounds of mountain walnuts. Most of these walnuts still had green shells, so we needed to process them when we got back. Xiao Juanxi is the shortest and weakest. Her basket held chestnuts and hazelnuts collected by the 3 of us earlier, but she didn't carry walnuts. The roughly 400 pounds of walnuts were shared among 7 people, with each person carrying about 60 or 70 pounds. Along with the hazelnuts they had collected earlier, everyone was working hard. But everyone was happy. These walnuts are good, and they can be kept for eating or sold. When we returned to the main group, we sat down to rest. We didn't plan to go back to gather more mountain produce because it was too difficult to carry everything back. Suddenly, we heard arguing from a distance. "That's mine first." "Why are you picking?" a loud voice shouted. It sounded like Qin Sirui. Xiao Juanxi looked over and saw Qin Sirui pointing at Feng Yushi, who was busy picking mushrooms on the ground. Feng Yushi kept working quickly and sarcastically said, "I thought all the mountain goods belonged to me. I saw everything."
Ha!
Does that make sense? If you pick it, it's yours. If I pick it, it's mine. Yu. Qin Sirui pointed at Feng Yushi, unsure how to reply. She saw a small patch of mushrooms and was about to pick some, when suddenly Feng Yushi appeared. Seeing Feng Yushi still picking mushrooms quickly, Qin Sirui was about to lose her temper. She took a few steps forward, stepped on Feng Yushi's hand, and squeezed it hard. Then she stomped all the mushrooms on the ground that Feng Yushi hadn't finished picking. She cursed loudly. "I told you to pick. I told you to pick. You trash. How dare you waste the mushrooms?" Feng Yushi cried out in pain. She didn't expect Qin Sirui to really hit her, no, to kick her. She was not someone to be easily bullied. Enduring the pain, she pushed back hard at Qin Sirui, who was still stomping on the mushrooms, shouting, "You're the trash. How dare you waste food?" Qin Sirui looked at the crushed mushrooms beneath her foot, a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. Just as she was about to smile, she was suddenly pushed and fell hard onto the ground, hitting her head on a nearby stone. Qin Sirui let out a scream, feeling dizzy and disoriented. She lay on the ground, unable to get up. Feng Yushi thought she was pretending, quickly stepped forward, mounted her, and grabbed her hair, slapping her face. Qin Sirui was powerless to resist. After a few slaps, seeing she didn't move, Feng Yushi felt something was wrong. She hurriedly got off Qin Sirui, shouting, "I didn't hit her hard. Don't lie about me." At this moment, Qin Sihua ran over. "Xiarui, what's wrong?" He helped Qin Sirui to her feet. Qin Sirui felt dizzy and her face was burning with pain. The worst pain was in her head. She tremblingly touched the back of her head with her left hand. Blood on her hand. Blood. Brother. She pushed me. And hit me.
Boo-hoo.
Seeing her sister's hands covered in fresh blood, with her right arm in a cast, a scar on her forehead from a previous bump, and her face swollen and red, he thought, how terrible. Although his sister wasn't spoiled like Xiao Yunxi, who grew up pampered, she hadn't suffered much hardship before. Yet in less than 2 months, she had been injured repeatedly. A wave of anger surged in him. Frustrated with recent life, he pushed Feng Yushi down, mounted her, and slapped her face fiercely. Feng Yushi was stunned by the blow. When she recovered, she was both scared and angry. She scratched at his face with her hands and shouted, "Help! Help! You're a man hitting a woman? Help!" Although she had been working on farms for 2 years, Qin Sihua was still a big man with strength she couldn't match. She struggled and was slapped several more times. Everyone was first frightened by Qin Sirui's blood-covered hands, then shocked by Qin Sihua's fierce reaction. They were all confused. What was going on? They had never seen Qin Sihua care so much about his sister before. When they heard Feng Yushi scream for help, they finally reacted and hurried to intervene. Qin Sirui was also startled by her brother's sudden bravery. Soon, she felt relieved and, ignoring her head pain, shouted, "Brother, beat her to death. Kill this wicked woman." After a chaotic struggle, everyone finally managed to pull Qin Sihua away from the frantic Feng Yushi. Feng Yushi's face was swollen and red, with tears and runny nose covering her face. She cried out unclear words. Sob, "I want to report that you hit a woman." What kind of man hits a woman? Sob, "Unfortunately, she didn't have many friends and no one came to speak for her. Today, Shun Jianjun didn't come. The person in charge was Shin Jiangping." He looked at this and that with a displeased face. What is going on here? Seeing him, Feng Yushi felt like she had found her support. She looked at Qin Sihua with anger. "He hit me and bullied me. He's not a real man, shameless, only good at hitting women. I want to report him." Thinking about how he had just slapped her repeatedly while riding on her, she felt furious and ashamed. She wished she could immediately punish Qin Sihua. Before Shin Jiangping could speak, Qin Sihua patted his slightly red hand. "Go ahead and report. I also want to report you for trying to kill my sister, Xiao Rui." The injury on the back of her head is clear proof. His face was also scratched with a few blood marks. His hair was messy, and he was covered in mud, looking quite disheveled. This time, Qin Sihua learned his lesson. With Su Xiangdong helping him, he stood up. "Yes, she tried to kill me. Look at the wound on the back of her head. It's all blood." Everyone finally saw her headscarf soaked with blood and her red neck. It looked quite frightening. Shin Jiangping was startled when he saw her condition. He quickly shouted, "Shinguo-chun, hurry, check her." Shinguo-chun was the barefoot doctor of Shenjiaku. Usually, villagers came to him for headaches, colds, minor injuries, and so on. He stepped forward, gently untied Qin Sihua's headscarf, looked at her hair behind her head, and touched her. "Ow, ow, ow. Is the wound deep? Does it need stitches?" Sob, sob. Qin Sihua gasped painfully, crying and trembling with fear and anger. Her forehead scar hadn't healed yet, and now another scar on the back made her feel hopeless just thinking about it. More importantly, if she needed stitches, her hair at the back would have to be shaved off.
How could she face people then?
At this moment, Shinguo-chun spoke. "The wound isn't deep. There's a bump, but it shouldn't be serious. Just stop the bleeding." He took some herbal medicine from his bag and applied it to the wound. It worked well. In about 2 minutes, the bleeding stopped. "You can't wash your hair these days, and the wound can't get wet, or it might get infected," Shinguo-chun warned. Qin Sihua and Qin Sirui both sighed in relief. Qin Sihua asked Shinguo-chun for some medicine to reduce inflammation and swelling for the wound. The medicine was not free, but it was cheap, made from herbs Shinguo-chun picked himself, and only cost 5 mao. Qin Sihua looked at Feng Yushi and said, "My sister's injury was caused by her pushing, so of course she will pay." Seeing that Qin Sirui was fine, Feng Yushi was no longer afraid and sneered. "Haha, Qin Sirui's injury is real, but mine isn't. With such a wound, she dares to accuse me of trying to harm her. This matter isn't my fault. Why should I pay? I haven't even checked my own injuries yet." She raised her swollen, scraped hand and said to everyone, "She was the first to step on me. I was in pain and instinctively pushed her. It was unintentional, but she stepped on me on purpose. Also, look at these mushrooms on the ground. They are food, and Qin Sirui ruined them. Wasting food is a serious mistake." Qin Sirui, hearing this, stomped in anger. "You're shameless. I found those mushrooms first. Everyone knows my hand is injured, and I was slow to pick them. You rushed over and stole them. While mushrooms on the mountain are usually considered whoever picks them first, small clusters like these are not worth fighting over. Usually, People won't compete fiercely when they see others gathering. Shen Jiangping was speechless about their fighting. Although everyone was poor these days, it wasn't a famine year. There were only about 10 or 20 mushrooms, no need for such a bloody fight. He felt headache and regretted coming up the mountain today. Handling such matters was not his strong suit. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Both of you are at fault. Each should take responsibility for your own injuries." "No way," Qin Sirui and Feng Yushi said at the same time, both feeling they had been wronged. Especially Qin Sirui, who might have a scar on the back of her head. The head is a vital area, and if there are any lasting effects, it wouldn't be easy to fix with just a few slaps. Shen Jiangping looked expressionless and said, "Fine, I can't settle this. Go back and see the team leader. If that doesn't work, go to the police station and see how they decide." After that, he ignored them and turned to everyone, saying, "Everyone get ready to leave. We leave in 5 minutes." Qin Sihua and the others were unhappy but had no choice. They could only argue among themselves as they headed down the mountain. Especially Feng Yushi's mouth, which could make people feel angry and upset, made Qin Sihua and her brother want to vomit blood. Particularly Qin Sihua, who tried to fight several times but was stopped by others, preventing another fight and bleeding incident. The crowd followed the three of them, listening eagerly and enjoying the lively scene. When they returned home, it was already after 5 p.m. Yang Hongmei and the others first went to Qiao Junqi's house, where they packed some mountain walnuts into several cloth bags and placed them in the storage room. The green shell of the mountain walnuts is hard to remove and needs to be soaked for 2 days first, then broken with a wooden root. Since the youth commune had many people and was crowded, they decided to leave the walnuts at Qiao Junqi's place first. After removing the shells, everyone would share them. Starting the next day, Qiao Junqi no longer followed the main group. Since she already knew their activity area, she was more confident. She woke up early and, living closest to Wowishan Mountain, no one knew she had already entered the deep mountains early in the morning. Unexpectedly, she was very lucky today. Not long after reaching her destination, she encountered a group of 13 wild boars, 8 large and 5 small. The wild boar herd was grunting and digging for roots and grass, unaware of Qiao Junqi's presence. She moved quietly and slowly approached, thinking it would be difficult to catch all 10+ wild boars at once, but at least she saw them. Not all were killed, which made her feel guilty. After all, they were all meat. She had a rifle in her hand, quickly fitted with a silencer. This type of rifle was powerful enough to shoot through the tough skin and thick meat of the wild boars. When she got within about 20 meters of the boars, they noticed her, and all looked up at her. Qiao Junqi stopped and looked at the herd. Both sides stared at each other, ready for a fight. Seeing that the wild boars didn't seem to be rushing over, she felt a bit frustrated. She waved her finger at them. "Come over here." The wild boars looked at her with a stupid expression, lowered their heads, and continued digging for roots, ignoring her completely. Qiao Junqi. Had these wild boars never been down from the mountains or seen humans before? Why are they so calm? Feeling looked down upon, Qiao Junqi could only continue to approach, preparing to chase after them if they ran away. When she was collecting supplies in her space, she could gather items within 2 meters if they were in the air, but only within 20 centimeters if they were on the ground, and only dead objects. If she shot now, the wild boars would likely run in all directions. How could she chase them? Which one should she pursue? This is a dense forest, not a plain. Once wild boars run away, they can disappear in an instant. Of course, she could shoot them all at once, but she didn't want to turn the meat into ground pork. One of the wild boars, covered in black hair, seemed to sense her hostility. It stopped digging for roots, lifted its head, snorted twice, and charged at her. The wild boar was very fast, reaching her in seconds. She even caught a whiff of its strong, wild smell. Joyful, Qiao Junqi fired a shot at the boar.
Bang!
It hit the head. The shot boar ran a few more meters before collapsing, making a loud, distressed squeal. The other boars saw the black-haired one fall suddenly and froze, confused about what had happened. Seeing their stunned faces, Xiao Juanqi smiled at them. The herd of boars saw this and, angry that their friend was hurt and challenged, immediately charged toward her. 4 of them ran at her. Xiao Juanqi raised her gun and fired 4 shots in quick succession, all hitting the boars in the eyes. The 4 boars fell behind the black-haired one. She then aimed at the remaining few boars. In an instant, 3 more fell to the ground. The other boars finally realized something was wrong. Feeling threatened, they started to run in all directions. Xiao Juanqi quickly followed, aiming her gun at the fastest boar heading into the forest. She fired a shot, blood splattered, and the boar let out a loud, distressed squeal before collapsing. She ignored it and shot at the other 3 boars that had scattered, 2 in the legs, 1 in the hip. The forest echoed with the sharp, painful screams of the boars, creating a lively scene. The last 2 boars ran in the same direction and disappeared from sight, but their sounds and footprints gave away their location. Xiao Juanqi hurried after them. The boars were fast, but she wasn't determined to catch them. She only needed to be in the right position to see them and shoot. Soon, she spotted the shadows of the 2 boars. She kept close behind, waiting for the right moment. After 2 minutes, she finally found her chance and took down both boars. Xiao Juanqi quietly exhaled in relief. Her shooting skills hadn't declined. All 13 boars had been taken down neatly, without waste. She was very talented at shooting, whether with a bow, slingshot, pistol, or sniper rifle. Of course, she discovered her talent after the end of the world, when buying guns had become legal. She quickly walked to the wounded wild boar, took out a hunting knife from her space, and delivered 2 more cuts, speeding up its death. After storing the 2 wild boars in her space, she quickly returned the way she came. 7 out of 11 pigs had already died. She quickly stored them in her space, and after Xiao Yunxi finished cutting the other 4, she stored them as well. At the same time, she picked up 2 bullets that had pierced the wild boars and fallen to the ground. These bullets were very different from those in this era. She was used to being cautious, so she made sure to recover the bullets. Then she left quickly, as the strong smell of blood could attract other wild animals. Once she reached a safe place, she took a deep breath and entered her space. First, she removed all the bullets from the wild boars' bodies. Looking at the time, it was already noon. She ate lunch in her space: chestnut chicken soup, pork with vermicelli, some greens, and a bowl of rice. After eating, she didn't rest, but instead used her phone to watch videos from the Encyclopedia of Life. She remembered that wild boar needs to be bled to taste better. She quickly found a video on how to bleed a wild boar. She immediately moved the smallest one to her villa and followed the instructions to bleed the pig. Looking at about 2 or 3 gene of pig blood in the bucket, Xiao Yunxi fell into thought. Pig blood, if prepared well, might taste quite good. She decided to find more videos and learn some recipes for pig blood dishes. She stored the bloodied wild boar and the pig blood in her space. She decided not to worry about the other wild boars for now. She could bleed them later when she had time. Since her space was static, there was no issue with the blood flow stopping after the pigs died, so she could recover the blood easily. The village's activity of gathering mountain goods continued for 2 more days, after which everyone returned home to prepare for winter. In these 2 days, Xiao Yunxi thrived in the mountains. Besides the 13 wild boars, she also hunted 3 foolish roe deer, 8 wild rabbits, and 12 wild chickens. She collected a lot of mountain produce: pine nuts, wild chestnuts, mountain walnuts, mountain plums, and various mushrooms. After dinner that night, she heard the voices of Yang Hongmei and others outside the yard. Xiao Yunxi hurried to open the door. Yang Hongmei and the others were very excited. After greeting each other, they started to act. First, they carried several bags of mountain walnuts from the storage room into the yard. Xiao Juanqi took the kerosene lamp to the yard, along with the lamps brought by Yang Hongmei and others. Together, the 2 lamps provided just enough light to see clearly. Xiao Juanqi took out 2 old burlap bags and laid them on the ground. Everyone poured the mountain walnuts onto the bags, then used prepared wooden sticks to smash the walnuts hard. The green shells, which had been stored for 2 days, broke easily. After removing the shells, they rinsed the walnuts several times with water to clean them. Then, the group divided the walnuts into 8 parts, one for each person. They felt it was too much trouble to turn the walnuts over regularly for drying, so each person decided to dry and keep their own share. Each person received about 40 jin of walnuts. Everyone was happy and chatted in the yard for a while. Yang Hongmei smiled and asked, "Xiaoxi, we're going to cut firewood in the mountains tomorrow. Do you want to come along?" Xiao Juanxi shook her head. "I've collected quite a bit of firewood these days, so I won't go with you." Everyone saw that she had indeed stacked a lot of firewood in her yard and didn't say anything. However, Lu Qingchuan reminded her, "Winter here is very cold and lasts a long time. These pieces of firewood might not be enough." Xiao Juanxi nodded. "Yes, I know. I go up the mountain to gather supplies and also pick up some firewood. Don't worry." Her home was closest to the mountain, and she went out early and returned late every day. No one really knew what she brought back each day. Speaking of this, Lu Qingchuan felt a bit regretful. "I heard that the deep mountains are rich in resources, but it's too dangerous. Even Shin Hunter doesn't dare go deep into the mountains." Zhou Yan added, "There are wolves, tigers, and I heard there are bears and wild boars too. Wild boars are very dangerous. Even a few adults might not be able to handle one." "That's right." Shen Lalio's son was apparently trampled to death by a wild boar, Zhao Rencheng said with a sigh. Everyone fell silent. After a while, Zhao Rencheng continued, "But Shen Hunter is tough. Last year, he even fought a wild boar. Our youth brigade also shared some of the meat." Yang Hongmei was curious. "Is wild boar meat tasty?" Zhao Rencheng smiled. "It's not as good as pork from a pig, but it's still meat, and it's very fragrant." He couldn't help but swallow hard. They all chatted happily, talking about the recent fight between Qin Sirui and Feng Yuxi. The argument escalated and even reached the team leader, Shen Jianjun. Shen Jianjun's judgment was the same as Shen Jiangping's. If they were unhappy, they just went to the police station. He didn't want to get involved and didn't try to. Neither of them wanted to go to the police station. Seeing that Shen Jianjun wouldn't help them, they angrily cursed at each other and went back to the youth commune. These days, they were always arguing. Whenever they saw each other, it was either a glare or a spit. Nothing was peaceful. Around 9 p.m., Yang Hongmei and the others got up to leave. They happily carried mountain walnuts back to the youth commune. The next day, Xiao Juanxi, Yang Hongmei, and Zhou Yun went together to see the team accountant, telling him they wanted to buy some grain. The accountant didn't make things difficult for them. He quickly gave them a receipt. They happily paid him. Now, rice from the paddy was usually 60 to 70% polished, meaning 100 pounds of rice would produce about 60 to 70 pounds of refined rice. The price was 9 cents per pound, and no ticket was needed. Xiao Juanxi and Zhou Yun each took 300 pounds of rice. Yang Hongmei only took 200 pounds, mixing coarse and fine grains. When they arrived at the grain storage, Old Shen was already waiting with a cart pulled by oxen. Yesterday, Xiao Juanxi had told him to help transport the rice home. After the harvest, the ox cart was free, and Old Shen happily agreed. They showed the grain storekeeper their receipts. After checking, the keeper weighed the grain. They prepared several large hemp bags. Once packed, the keeper helped load the grain onto the ox cart. At the youth commune, they first unloaded Yang Hongmei's grain, then moved the rest to Xiao Juanxi's house. Old Shen curiously asked, "Juanxi, why is Zhou's grain here with you?" Xiao Juanxi shyly said, "Old Shen, please don't tell anyone. I want to send some grain to my relatives back home. It's hard for them to get ration tickets in the city. Zhou Yun has a quota, so I thought." Old Shen understood. This was normal. Many villagers had relatives in the city and often sent them grain as support. Zhou Yun also said, "Some of us send grain back home every year." It's true that ration tickets in the city are hard to get. They arrived at the yard and moved all the grain into the storage room. Old Shen couldn't help but remind them, "Juanxi, you can't leave the grain on the ground like this. When spring comes, it might get damp." Zhou Yunxi nodded and said, "It won't last long. I have only a small amount of grain, so it will be used up quickly." When that happens, I will put some in the west room or the cellar. Old Sikshin chuckled. As long as there are no mice in your house, you'll be fine. Before Zhou Yunxi moved in, there were indeed mice, but after using some mouse poison a few times, they were mostly gone. Zhou Yunxi smiled and said, "Now there are no mice. I used some mouse poison before. By the way, Uncle Six, do you know where I can buy some large jars?" Old Sikshin looked confused. "Why do you need jars?" "Your water well is right at the kitchen door," Zhou Yunxi explained. "I'm not buying water jars. I want to buy a few jars for backup in different sizes. The small ones can store soybeans, peanuts, and such. When there's time, I can also make pickled vegetables or salted vegetables. The larger ones can hold rice, grains, or cured meat, especially in winter. Placing jars under the eaves or in a storage room without firewalls makes a natural refrigerator. It's better than hanging cured meat outside the eaves." Old Sikshin immediately understood and volunteered to help her buy them, since he had nothing else to do now. About 10 minutes later, the three finished moving and stacking the grain. Zhou Yunxi was about to pour them each a glass of water when old Sikshin had already left the yard with the ox cart, heading to buy the jars. Zhou Yunxi was speechless. She hadn't even paid yet, so she hurried to catch up. Old Sikshin chuckled shyly. He knew the price and told her the cost based on the amount she wanted. Zhou Yunxi gave him an extra 30 cents as a tip for his help today. Old Sikshin pushed a few times but accepted it. The ox and cart belonged to the brigade, and during free time, he could also use the ox cart to take villagers to the county or help transport goods. This was considered extra work for him, and he had to pay a fee to the brigade. Although not much, it was still part of the brigade's income. When Zhou Yunxi returned to the yard, she said to Zhou Yun, "Sister Zhou Yun, come inside and sit for a while." Zhou Yun shook her head. "I'll go up the mountain later to gather some firewood, so I won't sit." Zhou Yunxi didn't insist. She took 28 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun returned 1 yuan. "You gave me too much. It's 27 yuan. Zhou Yunxi pushed the money back. "Sister Zhou Yun, I really took advantage of you. I don't have anything good to give you." Zhou Yun still refused. "Xiaoxi, everyone here has a quota for buying grain. It's not a difficult thing. In the countryside, as long as the harvest is good and you have money, it's easy to buy grain. That's also the main reason Qiao Juanxi came to the countryside." Qiao Juanxi smiled and insisted. "But it depends on whether people are willing. Sister Zhou Yun, just keep it. It's not much money. Otherwise, I'd feel embarrassed next time." With Qiao Juanxi's insistence, Zhou Yun finally accepted 28 yuan. The two talked for a while longer before Zhou Yun left. Qiao Juanxi went to the storage room and looked at the neatly stacked 600 jin of rice, feeling very satisfied. She stored all the purchased rice in her space. Her space has a small rice mill, so she can shell the rice herself. 600 jin can produce about 400 jin of rice. Seeing that it was only 10 o'clock, she rode her bicycle and went to Zhao's house to buy more than 10 bamboo baskets of various sizes. She also bought a few small baskets, almost clearing Zhao's stock. Recently, she collected a lot of shiitake mushrooms from the mountain. Well, actually winter mushrooms. They need to be dried, so she planned to spread them out on the heated bed in the west room using the round bamboo baskets. These round baskets are very convenient for drying or storing things, and they are not expensive. Today, she bought so many bamboo items for only 6 yuan in total. When she returned home, old Sikshin had just come back. He helped Qiao Juanxi move the jar into the storage room before leaving. They had a simple lunch and rested for another 30 minutes before carrying a basket up the mountain. She only had half a day today and didn't plan to go deep into the mountains. After 40 minutes, feeling the occasional sounds behind her, she slightly curled her lips. Some people, after being beaten, still haven't learned their lesson. Shen Taixing, sneaking behind her, watched as Qiao Juanxi turned past a few big trees and disappeared from sight. He quickly took a few more steps, hiding behind some trees and looking around. He was almost sick from being scammed out of 5 yuan and a basket of eggs by that girl. Recently, he was busy with the autumn harvest and had no time. Now that he was free, he kept trying to find her, but Qiao Jiqing always left early and returned late, so he never had a chance to catch her. Today, luck was on his side. He was wandering at the foot of the mountain when he saw her going up alone. Without thinking, he followed her, planning to get back the money he had given her. No, he intended to double it. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Some audio recordings are made to scare enemies, while others are used to hide bad deeds. She used a voice changer to record many such audios. Of course, after her powers became stronger, she rarely used these recordings anymore. After all, if she could handle things directly, she preferred not to resort to tricks. Shen Taixing awoke groggily, feeling pain all over his body, especially his head. He was dizzy and opened his eyes to a dark, empty space, unable to see anything. Where was he? What happened to him? What was he doing? Oh, right. He had been following that stubborn girl Xiao Yunqi. Then he was attacked. He had been attacked.
Who was it?
A beast? No, that didn't seem right. Could it be Xiao Yunqi? Impossible. With her weak body, how could she attack him? Absolutely not. Now, what was really going on? Had the attacker left? As he wondered whether he should call for help, he heard a rough male voice nearby. Damn, this guy is so ugly that he ruined my good mood today. What bad luck. He got beaten up because he was ugly? Shen Taixing looked confused. Haha, we should also go beat up his parents. Who let them give birth to such an ugly kid, ruining our boss's eyes? Shen Taixing was shocked. Not just one person was hitting him. The voice sounded clearer now, not the same man who was talking earlier. Wait, they were planning to beat his parents? Just because they made him ugly? His already foggy mind couldn't keep up. It felt like he was hearing a fairy tale. He wondered if he was hallucinating. Yes, boss, second boss, take a break. I'll beat this ugly thing a little more. Anyone who makes us unhappy must learn a lesson. Pink bait. Shen Taixing felt he had caught an important clue. So, the people beating him were from the Pink Bag Gang? A group of 3? While he was thinking, he heard footsteps approaching. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his body. Frightened, he hurriedly begged for mercy. Big pot, spare me. Before he finished, he was hit several more times. The pain made his whole body spasm. After a brief relief, he continued to beg. It's not my fault I'm ugly. Help!
Don't hit me.
Help!
Don't hit me.
Please, hero, good man, stop hitting me. I was wrong. Stop hitting me. I shouldn't be ugly. I shouldn't come up the mountain to bother you. Please, let me go. I'll just leave, then you won't see how ugly I am. Stop hitting me, big pot. It's all my fault, my parents' fault. I was wrong.
Please stop hitting me.
Boo-hoo. Zhou Yunqi ignored his pleas and kept hitting him. After more than 10 minutes, Shen Taixing fainted again. This time, he was unconscious for a longer time, about half an hour, and didn't wake up. Zhou Yunqi lost patience and kicked him hard, finally waking him up, then continued to scold and hit him. They kept doing this back and forth for 2 hours. Shen Taixing felt like he might die on the mount. He was overwhelmed with sadness and wanted to cry, but he had no strength left. The person hitting him seemed tired too and stopped, cursing under his breath. A rough male voice said, "All right, that's enough for today. Let's let him go. Come on, let's go get some supplies and head back." A clear male voice replied, "Follow Big Brother's lead. Let's go. Bah, I'll let you go this time. But next time, don't let me see you looking ugly again," or the last voice was probably from the third person in charge of hitting him. Then, footsteps gradually faded away. Shen Taixing felt a surge of joy inside. He was saved. The pink bag didn't take his life. That's great. That's wonderful. He tried to move his body to get up but found he couldn't. His whole body hurt, and he was bleeding. He struggled for a few minutes but remained on the ground. There was no sound around him. He didn't know what time it was, or if it was already dark. He could only lie quietly on the ground. This place was deeper than where villagers usually gather firewood, so few people came here. If no one found him, would he freeze to death tonight? Or worse, maybe wild animals would find him and eat him before he froze. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He imagined several terrible ways he might die. Being trampled by wild boars, with his intestines spilling out. Being bitten and eaten by wolves, leaving only bones and torn clothes. Having his head smashed by a bear, with his brains splattering, leaving only his headless body. He was bitten by a snake and poisoned, his body turning black and oozing pus, attracting ants to eat his corpse. His body trembled uncontrollably, feeling cold all over. At this moment, he deeply regretted why he had gone up the mountain in the first place. Why did he pick a fight with a young girl? What trouble was he looking for? Why was he trying to extort money? 5 yuan, that was money he should have just given to Qiao Jiqing. It was his wife and son's fault. Because the girl was helpless and alone, he thought about bullying her to get some money. Was this retribution? Yes, it must be retribution. Heaven couldn't stand him bullying a lonely girl, so it sent a pink bag to punish him. Just as he was feeling hopeless and repentant, he heard a scream. The voice was shaky from fear, but Shen Taixing recognized the owner, Qiao Juanxi. How is she here? Oh, right. She was out gathering mountain goods. She should be on her way down the mountain now. His spirit lifted, thinking there was still hope. He moved his body and called out weakly, "Help! Qiao Jiqing! Help, help!" He thought he was shouting loudly, but his voice was actually very soft, and he himself could barely hear it. Suddenly, he heard a loud thud, as if something heavy had fallen, followed by hurried footsteps running away. "Help, help!" Shen Taixing moved his lips desperately, shouting in despair, but his voice was trapped in his throat, unable to form complete words. Finally, he couldn't hear any sound at all. His only hope was gone. He closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. He was finished. He didn't know how much time passed before he heard noisy footsteps and faint voices. Just as Shen Taixing, overwhelmed with guilt and ready to accept death, felt his consciousness fading, a sudden jolt woke him up. His survival instinct made him make a choking sound. "Qiao Jiqing, are you up front?" It was Shindaju's voice. Qiao Juanxi, looking terrified and out of breath from running too fast, replied, "Yes, just ahead." "There's a pink bag. It seems to have a person inside." Lu Qingchuan asked curiously. "Do you know who it is?" Qiao Juanxi shook her head. "No, I only saw the feet. It scared me to death. Luckily, you guys were collecting firewood at the foot of the mountain, or I would have had to run down to find someone." As they spoke, they saw the moving pink bag and a pair of legs, with faint blood seeping onto the ground. A few people were frightened by this strange scene and stopped in their tracks. There were 5 people following Qiao Yunxi, including Shindaju and Lu Qingchuan, as well as 3 village women. They were chopping firewood or gathering mountain goods at the foot of the mountain when Qiao Yunxi called out to them. Just as they were unsure what to do, they heard faint cries for help coming from a burlap sack. Shindaju was braver. He held a firewood chopping knife and carefully approached, asking, "Who are you? Are you from our village?" There was no sound from the sack. Shindaju squatted down and gently tapped the sack with the back of his knife. The legs underneath the sack twitched violently a few times, and a muffled groan came from inside. Finally, Shindaju was sure the person was still alive. "Quick, it's a person alive. Let's help." Hearing that the person was still alive, everyone dared to step forward. Luckily, Shindaju had a chopping knife, or else the knot might have been hard to untie. They cut the tight rope and hurriedly removed the sack. Inside, a battered pig's head with a swollen face was revealed. Everyone was startled. After a moment, Shindaju recognized who it was. "Is that Shen Taixing?" "Taixing, is that you?" Taixing's eyes filled with tears of excitement. He trembled and said, "Yes, yes, save me. Save me." Before he finished speaking, a tooth mixed with blood fell from his mouth onto his shirt, then rolled onto the ground, mixing with dirt. Everyone. Although it was very tragic, some of them couldn't help but feel like laughing. Shindaju didn't like Shen Tiexing's character, but at this moment, he definitely wanted to help. He asked about Tiexing's injuries and checked him over carefully before lifting him onto his back and heading down the mountain. Shindaju was tall and strong, and carrying Taisheng didn't seem too difficult. As he walked, he instructed, Aunt Yanxiao, you're quick on your feet. Please go tell the team leader. Tiesheng's injuries look serious. We might need to take him to the county hospital, so prepare a bullet cart. Oh, and also inform his family, he added. The woman called Aunt Yanxiao was about 40 years old, sturdy and strong, with a round face that looked very fortunate. She responded and ran down the mountain quickly, moving at a good pace. Li Qingchuan looked at the basket on the ground nearby and turned to ask Qiao Yunxi, Qiao Jiqing, is this your basket? Let me carry it for you. He quickly stepped forward, picked up the basket, and carried it on his back. Oh, yes. Thank you, Li Jiqing. Qiao Yunxi finally reacted, seeming a bit stunned. She jogged to catch up with the group. Li Qingchuan adjusted the shoulder strap of the basket and smiled. No need to thank me. What did you pick? It's a bit heavy. It had to be heavy. She had specifically taken out over 20 gene of hazelnuts and a small amount of hazelnut mushrooms from her space. Gathering these mountain goods took a lot of time, and this was her strongest alibi. With the audio recording and the small basket of mountain goods, even she couldn't believe she was the one who beat him. Qiao Yunxi nodded. Yes, I picked some hazelnuts and hazelnut mushrooms. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, it was almost dark. Shun Jianjun, Wang Zhaodi, Shun Tiesheng's father Shindawan, and several villagers were already waiting at the foot of the mountain, rushing to greet them. Seeing Shun Tiesheng's miserable state, Wang Zhaodi's legs went weak, and she kept crying, Taisheng, Taisheng, what happened to you? If you're gone, how will we live? Boo-hoo. Shun Jianjun looked speechless. Stop crying, he's not dead yet. Hurry and take him to the hospital. Shun Dawan also scolded angrily. Come help. My son isn't dead yet. Stop crying. He was actually scared stiff too, but he had to hold on. Otherwise, who would take care of his son? Finally, Wang Zhaodi stopped crying and, sniffling, went to help. They helped Shin Taisheng from Shindaju's back onto a bullock cart, where a quilt had already been spread. Then Shun Jianjun drove the cart, taking Shindaju, Wang Zhaodi, Shindawan, and 2 villagers quickly toward the county town. Watching the departing cart, everyone slowly headed down the mountain, still discussing as they walked. Do you think Shin Taisheng must have offended someone? He looks so badly beaten. Who knows?
Serves him right.
His family always tries to take advantage of others and cause trouble. It's only a matter of time before something happens. Exactly. Sigh, what a mess. From now on, we should be more careful when going up the mountain. Yeah, and do you think the people who beat him have left?
Or are they still in the mountain?
Ugh, if they're still in the mountain, aren't we in danger? Thieves wouldn't just attack anyone, right? Will we still be able to go up the mountain in the future? Surely not. If there's any danger, aren't these educated youth even more at risk? They thought they were speaking quietly, but Qiao Juanxi and Lu Qingchuan heard clearly. Lu Qingchuan's face changed, showing worry. Qiao Juanxi remained expressionless and silently followed behind, listening to their conversation. Suddenly, an aunt turned to her and asked gossipingly, Qiao, educated youth, I heard you were the first to find it? Qiao Juanxi nodded obediently, looking shaken, and said, It was so scary. I thought it was a wild animal, but then I saw the legs and realized it was a person. Aunt Yan Qiao also agreed. Don't say. At first, I thought it was a pink wild animal. That pink sack was quite pretty. Really? You actually got it in a sack? Was the sack big? Sturdy. Definitely big and sturdy. Otherwise, how could it hold Shin Taisheng? He's not tall, but he's at least 1.75 meters. Yes, he's a bit shorter than my son, probably around 1.75 meters. His family isn't tall either. Shindawan, his father, is only about 1.7 meters. What about the sack? Did you pick it up? I didn't see it just now. Probably not. Everyone was busy saving people. We should check tomorrow if the pink sack is still there. If it's sturdy, it could store grain. Listening to their increasingly off-topic chatter, Qiao Juanxi remained calm inside. It was clear that Shin Tiesheng's family didn't have a good reputation, and few cared about them. Lu Qingchuan carried a basket on his back and walked beside Qiao Juanxi. Remembering something, he asked softly, Why did you go so deep into the mountain to pick mountain goods? It's dangerous. You shouldn't go there again. Xiao Junshi responded quietly. I heard that winters here are very long. I just wanted to gather more mountain goods to prepare for winter. You know, I've already spent all my money on the house, and the harvest isn't much. That's why. I didn't expect to encounter something like this. Yes, try not to go too deep into the mountains in the future. It's very dangerous. Today it was Shun Taixing. Next time, who knows? Plus, there are wild animals in the mountains, Lu Qingchuan advised. Xiao Junshi knew he was genuinely concerned. She politely thanked him for his care and advice, nodded in agreement. Soon, they reached the fork in the path leading to Xiao Junshi's home. Lu Qingchuan took the basket off his shoulder and handed it to her. Do you need help carrying it home? Xiao Yunxi then carried her basket and said, No need, I can do it myself. Looking at the sky, which was completely dark now, she asked again, Should I get you a flashlight? Lu Qingchuan shook his head and said, No need. I know this road well, and I'll be there soon. You also be careful. Remember to lock the door at night and shout if there's trouble. Some of what these people said was right. If the thieves are still on the mountain, the village could be in danger. Especially since they are young workers, living closest to the mountain. If the thieves come down, they will be the first to suffer, with Xiao Yunxi at the front. After returning home, Xiao Yunxi checked the house thoroughly to make sure no one had been there. She felt relieved and started preparing dinner. Today, she had fought someone and she felt happy and relaxed. She planned to cook a spicy rabbit stew to reward herself. Looking at the prepared rabbit, Xiao Yunxi was unsure how to start cooking because she wasn't a professional chef. She took out her phone from her space and played a video of how to make spicy rabbit stew. Following the video, she took out potatoes, onions, dried chili peppers, and other ingredients and cooked step by step. After 40 minutes, a rich aroma filled the air. Xiao Yunxi swallowed hard, quickly served a bowl of rice, and took a bite of the rabbit. The taste was really good. It couldn't compare to a professional chef's, but she was very satisfied. The rabbit was spicy and tender, the potatoes soft. She sighed happily and enjoyed her meal. Heping County Hospital. Shun Taixing, wrapped up like a mummy, lay peacefully on the bed. He looked very calm, truly at peace. Having survived, he felt grateful and content. Thank heaven, thank earth, thank Xiao Yunxi. Lin Kongnian and An Lianghong entered the ward. Seeing the scene, they exchanged glances. It was the first time they saw such a peaceful victim. They introduced themselves and then began asking about the case. Yes, after arriving in the county, Shun Jianjun asked Shindaju to report the case at the police station. The police took the case seriously and immediately sent the two of them to find out what happened. And Liang Hong sat by the bed and asked, Do you recognize who hit you? Shun Taixing, speaking unclearly, replied, I don't know. I was just wrapped in a sack and didn't see anything. Did the other person say anything? Shun Taixing endured the sharp pain in his mouth and continued to answer. They said I was too ugly, that I blocked the pink bag's view, and they boo-hoo. Lin Kongnian paused his note-taking, then looked up in surprise at Shun Taixing, who was crying. And Liang Hong also stopped his actions, with a strange expression on his face. Are you saying that because you're ugly, they beat you up? It was because I was ugly, boo-hoo. Who did I block? Boo-hoo. And I'm not even that ugly, boo-hoo. Shun Taixing kept crying, looking very wronged. And Liang Hong and Lin Kongnian exchanged a glance, then both looked at Shun Taixing at the same time. Honestly, he did look quite ugly right now. But this reason sounds so far-fetched. How could anyone beat someone just because they're ugly? And Liang Hong quickly focused on the main point. You just said, pink bag? Shun Taixing wanted to wipe his tears, but he realized he couldn't move his hands. He looked at Lin Kongnian, signaling him to help wipe his face. His nose was running and tears were streaming into his mouth, hurting so much he couldn't speak for a moment. Lin Kongnian understood his look. For the first time, he realized that reading people's expressions too well might not be good. He really didn't want to touch this ugly thing. But he was a police officer, here to serve the people. After mentally preparing himself, he picked up a cloth from the table and wiped Shun Taixing's face. and Liang Hong saw that he was using a cloth meant for cleaning tables and made a face. Shen Taixing didn't notice anything wrong. He just thought that the police officer's rough movements hurt his face and mouth. It would be better if a female officer was doing it. After wiping his nose and tears, Shen Taixing continued. It's called the pink bag. There are 3 people, big brother, second brother, and third brother, he thought for a moment and added. All men. The big brother has a rough voice, the second brother's voice is clearer, and the third is probably the youngest. And Liang Hong frowned, feeling even more uncomfortable. Pink Bay. Is that their code name? Or the name of their gang? He had been working on cases for decades, but this was the first time he encountered such a case. It felt a bit like a joke or unreal. He started to doubt whether Shen Taixing's mind was okay. Shen Taixing nodded and said, It was steamed. They said I spoiled the boss's view, and if I made the pink bag unhappy, they would beat me up, sob. He didn't want to cry, but when he talked about being sad, he couldn't help but cry. He continued intermittently, They also said they would beat my parents because they said I was born too ugly. Comrade police, please catch the pink bag. Otherwise, my parents might also face their trouble someday, sob. Lin Kongnian hesitated, picked up a cloth, and wiped his face again to prevent him from losing his voice later. Shen Taixing trembled as he thanked him, and Liang Hong couldn't help but twitch his mouth, suppressing his strange feeling, and asked, So, what are you going up the mountain for today? Shen Taixing's eyes flickered. The harvest is over, so I want to go up the mountain and see if there are any mountain goods. Seeing his expression, and Liang Hong immediately knew something was wrong. His eyes sharpened. Picking mountain goods without a basket, a chopping knife, or a bag.
Be honest.
Confess and be lenient. Many people appeared to be victims, but in fact, they were the perpetrators. Such situations are not uncommon. Under Liang Hong's sharp gaze, Shen Taixing quickly broke down and told everything about planning to extort Xiao Juanxi, only to be saved by her, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. He was just an ordinary farmer, facing police comrades for the first time, especially an experienced old police officer like Liang Hong. It was understandable that he quickly lost his composure. The next morning, after breakfast, Xiao Juanxi was watering the vegetable garden in the backyard when she heard a knock on the door. She opened the door to see Xin Jianjun, with Chen Jian and Yang Wenjun standing beside him. Xiao Juanxi was a bit surprised and smiled. Good morning. What are you all doing? Come in and sit. Xin Jianjun waved his hand and said, I won't go in. You all chat. I'm going up the mountain to take a look. At this moment, Xiao Juanxi saw 2 more police officers on the mountain road. From their backs, they looked like Liang Hong and Lin Kongnian, with Xin Dazhu and Lu Qingchuan beside them. Chen Jian probably came to see her, so Xiao Juanxi didn't keep Xin Jianjun. All right, uncle, stay safe. Xin Jianjun waved and quickly left to join Liang Hong and the others. She welcomed Chen Jian and Yang Wenjun into the main hall, poured them some water, and asked, Why do you 2 have free time to come today? Chen Jian's attitude was gentle. He smiled and said, I wanted to come find you earlier, but I've been busy. Now, since I happen to have a case involving a pink sack, I thought I'd come by and check. When he mentioned the pink sack, he deliberately emphasized the words, keeping his expression unchanged but fixing his gaze on Xiao Juanxi. He didn't doubt that Xiao Juanxi was the one who hit him. After all, Shen Taizhu heard a few men talking and was sure that 3 men were involved in the fight. But from Xiao Juanxi's success in catching 12 wanted criminals, she's definitely not an ordinary person. The pink sack and her knowing about it might not be a coincidence. Also, the reason that she was beaten up because of her looks is too far-fetched. He doesn't believe it. Because this case might involve Xiao Juanxi, he decided to come and take a look. Usually, their police station wouldn't need to get involved in such cases, and he wouldn't have to personally oversee it. Xiao Juanxi frowned in confusion. Pink sack. After a moment, she finally understood. Are you talking about yesterday? Chen Jian looked at her expression, very sincere, without any acting. He secretly relaxed, glad he didn't recognize her. Being followed isn't a big deal. Self-defense is okay, but this clearly was excessive force. No, that's not right. Shin Taiju was already tied up in a sack before he even made a move, and the beating was too harsh. If the pink sack and Xiao Junshi really had a connection, she would definitely be pulled into it. He didn't want anything to happen to her. But it's also true. She's a brave orphan of a martyr, pure and upright. How could she do such a thing? Confirming that Xiao Junshi and the pink sack had no relation, the atmosphere immediately lightened. Yang Wenjun began to ask questions. Xiao Jiqing, what time did you go into the mountains yesterday? Did you hear any sound at that time? Xiao Junshi thought for a moment and replied, I left around 2:30 in the afternoon. I arrived at the mountain gathering place around 3 o'clock. I didn't hear any sounds. Yang Wenjun took notes and then asked, when did you find Shin Taiju? Probably after 5 o'clock. Xiao Junshi answered. Yang Wenjun asked a few more questions, then finished. They also questioned Shin Taiju, Lu Daju, and Lu Qingchuan, but found no issues. Chen Jian took out 2 envelopes from his pocket and said seriously to Xiao Junshi, last time, you caught 12 wanted criminals. We should hold a commendation ceremony for you. You know there are still 2 accomplices at large, so the celebration will be held later to prevent retaliation. However, these 12 wanted criminals have all been offered rewards. The highest bounty is 500, and the lowest is 150, totaling 2,950 yuan. Here is the money for you. Just sign your name on the document. He took a file from an envelope, which listed the reward details, the names of the wanted criminals, and the amounts. Then he handed her another large envelope, smiling as he said, all 2,950 yuan is here.
Count it.
Zhou Yunshi's eyes lit up. She thought this is a good thing. She smiled happily and said, of course I trust Director Chen. No need to count. She took the document, looked it over to make sure everything was correct, then signed her name to claim the reward. Yang Wenjun saw she was young and quietly advised her, keep the money safe. Store it in the bank if you can. Almost 3,000 yuan is a lot of money in this time. A young girl should be careful and stay safe. Zhou Yunshi nodded, happily adding a spoonful of brown sugar to Yang Wenjun's cup. Feeling good, she decided to be generous. Chen Jian. He actually also likes sweet drinks. Seeing his expression, she hesitated for a moment, but still added a spoonful of brown sugar to his cup, smiling and saying, Director Chen, drink water. Watching the usually serious leader with a strained face, Yang Wenjun couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Yunshi and Chen Jian both turned to look at her. She quickly stopped laughing, clenched her fists to her lips, and pretended to cough a few times, saying, it's nothing. Just remembered something happy. The 3 of them chatted for a while. Chen Jian left for the county town first, as the head of the police station is always busy. Yang Wenjun went around the village, checking on Shin Tiexing's family and other details. Considering there are so many people on the mountain, Zhou Yunshi decided not to go up today. She stored the 2,950 yuan in her space and went to the west room to prepare the stove for drying winter mushrooms. After lighting the stove, she cleaned the bed again, then spread a thin layer of rice straw she had prepared earlier and placed a round bamboo basket on top. The bed was quite large, and she placed 7 round baskets of different sizes, filled with the winter mushrooms she had picked. Once everything was arranged, she stuffed a few thick logs into the stove, estimating they would burn for a long time. Afterward, she locked all the doors of the house and rode her bicycle out. Today, she planned to go to Pingyi County. She hadn't received her pension for nearly 2 months. When she had time, she wanted to try her luck at the black market. Passing by the youth village, she saw that Yin Yunting's house was almost finished, and they were starting on the roof. The progress was very fast. She estimated it would be ready for occupancy in about 2 days. She arrived at the Civil Affairs Department of Pingyi County Government and found the relevant office. She was greeted by Director Wang. Director Wang was in his 40s, slightly chubby, and always smiling warmly, very friendly. He spoke kindly. Xiao Jiqing, I can tell you're a good kid. If you need anything, be sure to ask the organization. Xiao Junshi showed a shy smile, the kind elders love. Director Wang, you're flattering me. Director Wang chuckled. Lu City called us and praised your efforts in supporting rural development. They exchanged compliments for a few minutes before she received a slip of paper and went to the finance department to collect her 2-month subsidy, totaling 90 yuan. Her monthly subsidy was usually received at the end of the month. She didn't get it in September, and October was almost over, but Director Wang kindly arranged for her to receive it early. After leaving the Civil Affairs Department, she rode her bike to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative to buy a cloth ruler and a scale. It was lunchtime, so she went to the state-run restaurant and ordered several meals, some to eat there and some to take away, which she stored in her space. After leaving the restaurant, she turned into an alley with her bike, entered her space quickly, and changed her outfit. Her most striking features were her almond-shaped eyes and fair skin. She used some tricks to lower the slight upward tilt of her eyes. Her eyes looked much more ordinary now, and she applied some skincare products to darken her skin a few shades. She made her lips look fuller and added 2 slightly prominent buck teeth to her front teeth. The weather was getting colder, so she started wearing a thin cotton jacket. She layered several clothes on herself, finally putting on a blue work uniform. She looked a bit bulky, no longer so thin and fragile. She still wore her clunky shoes, choosing a pair 2 sizes larger. She padded the insoles to make herself appear about 163 centimeters tall, even though she was actually 161. She also put on a wig with dull yellow hair, thick bangs, and 2 thick braids. After her makeover, even Qin Sirui wouldn't recognize the ordinary-looking woman with yellowish skin and slightly buck teeth, who was actually Qiao Juanxi in her 20s. Regardless of appearance, skin, height, body shape, or even hair, everyone is different. After checking that no one was around, she carried her basket out of the space and headed toward one of the black markets she had seen earlier. According to Qiao Juanxi's observations, Pingyi County has 2 black markets, one in the town and one in a forest near the train station outside the town. Today, she planned to go to the market in the alley. From afar, she saw 2 women standing at the alley entrance, seemingly chatting. She watched for a while and saw a few people go inside. Only then did Qiao Juanxi step forward and softly ask, "Auntie, may I ask if Mr. Wang from the Zhou family lives inside?" Based on her previous observations, everyone who entered asked the same question, probably a secret code. The 2 women looked her over. Seeing she was an ordinary-looking woman with nothing unusual, the round-faced woman smiled and asked, "Young lady, you look a bit unfamiliar. Is this your first time here to visit your relatives?" Qiao Juanxi nodded. "Yes, it's my first time. I only know that Mr. Wang lives in that area." The round-faced woman pointed inside the alley and said, "He lives inside there. You can go in." After thanking her, Qiao Juanxi entered the alley. She walked about 10 meters, then turned into another alley and saw a tall man. He asked, "Selling or buying?" Qiao Juanxi still spoke softly, "Selling." The tall man replied, 3 cents. Qiao Juanxi reached into her pocket and handed him 3 cents. He took it and asked, "You look new. Is this your first time here?" Qiao Juanxi nodded silently. The tall man softly called out, "Xiao Yi, take her over." From a nearby alley, a teenager about 15 or 16 years old came out and smiled at Qiao Juanxi, saying, "Come with me." Qiao Juanxi stayed silent and followed him. He turned left and right through many small alleys. This place was well chosen. Bicycles couldn't easily get in, and with so many small alleys, people disappeared quickly when turning corners. Catching someone would really be difficult. The 2 women at the alley entrance were probably lookout people. If there was any trouble, they could give a secret signal, and the tall man nearby would respond accordingly. After walking for a few minutes and turning a small alley, the view suddenly opened up. It wasn't that they left the alley, but that the alley in front was quite wide, about 3 or 4 meters, and about 30 meters long. On both sides of the alley, some people are either squatting or standing, likely vendors. In front of them, there are baskets or woven containers, and some goods are laid out on the ground covered with old cloth for buyers to choose from. Everyone speaks quietly, and although the alley looks busy, it is not noisy. The young boy took her to a spot and then left. Qiao Juanxi found an empty place, took down her basket, and placed it in front of her. She lifted the dark blue cloth covering the basket, revealing neatly folded light blue fabric inside. People around, noticing her as a newcomer, watched her closely. When they saw the fabric in her basket, their eyes brightened. This bright blue color is rare and suitable for both men's and women's clothes. Immediately, two older women stepped forward to ask for the price. Although it is not the season for making clothes from this fabric, when the weather gets hot after the new year, it can be used. Xiao Junshi calmly unfolded the fabric and said, "My fabric is 1.5 meters wide. It costs 2.6 yuan per yard, no bargaining. I accept food coupons, meat coupons, and wine coupons. This price is quite reasonable." The supply and marketing cooperative's fabric costs about 1.2 yuan per yard, with a width of 1 meter. For 1.5 meters, only 2.6 yuan. This is the black market, where prices are often doubled or even tripled. This price is very fair. A sturdy ant touched the fabric to check its quality and immediately ordered, "Young lady, give me 8 yards. Here's the money." Although only a few seconds passed since Xiao Junshi spoke, she quickly calculated how much fabric her children would need for shirts. Most people coming to the black market are not short of money. When they see suitable goods, they tend to buy quickly before they're sold out. Xiao Junshi was also fast. She took out her prepared fabric from the basket and quickly cut 8 yards, leaving a few extra centimeters. The sturdy ant smiled happily and paid 20.8 yuan. Another ant immediately ordered 5 yards and paid 13 yuan. After the ant left, new customers quickly gathered around. Today, Xiao Junshi was just testing the market. She only brought about 15 meters of fabric, and within 20 minutes, everything was sold. She earned a total of 92 yuan, plus over 20 yuan in food coupons and meat coupons. Satisfied, Xiao Junshi left the black market, strolled around the street for a while, and, once sure no one was following her, turned and headed to the grocery store. She didn't buy food on the black market because it was too expensive. Although she had money, she wasn't foolish. She could hunt meat in the mountains and buy grains from the collective, as there was always a quota each year. Most importantly, she had stored enough food in her space to last about 10 years, so she no longer felt urgent about food. Now, she is not a post-apocalyptic Joe, but a 1970s Joe. She used the food coupons and meat vouchers she just traded for, buying 60 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of pork, 3 chickens, and replenishing spices like star anise, cinnamon, and sesame. She spent a total of 22 yuan. Carrying a basket, she left the grocery store, turned into a quiet alley, changed her clothes in her space, and chose a smaller basket to hold half a pound of pork and about 4 or 5 pounds of rice. She carried the basket on her back, then rode her bicycle home. Just near the youth commune, she saw several young people happily coming out. Yang Hongmei had just left the youth commune and immediately saw Xiao Junshi riding a bicycle. She rushed over excitedly. "Stop, stop." Fortunately, Xiao Junshi had strong mental strength, or she might have been startled and fallen. She stopped her bike. "Sister Hongmei, what's wrong?" Yang Hongmei chuckled and said, "Just going to watch the fun. Come along and give me a ride." Xiao Junshi. No, she wanted to go home. She wasn't interested in watching the excitement. In the post-apocalyptic world, watching the fun was dangerous and could cost her life. Seeing she hesitated, Yang Hongmei quickly asked, "Can't carry me?" "No problem, I'll give you a ride." Xiao Junshi sighed inwardly but couldn't refuse. She decided to go see what was happening. She handed her the basket. "It's fine, I can manage. You hold the basket for me." "Haha, okay." Yang Hongmei smiled happily. Xiao Junshi greeted Zhou Yun, Lu Qingchuan, and a few other young people before riding her bike. After riding a short distance, Yang Hongmei jumped onto the back seat, causing the front of Xiao Junshi's bike to tilt. Yang Hongmei grabbed her clothes from behind. "Can you handle it?" Xiao Junshi tried to steady the bike. A woman can't say she can't. "I must be able." Yang Hongmei didn't understand why women couldn't say they couldn't. She pinched Xiao Junshi's waist. "Your waist is so thin, not as thick as my thigh." Xiao Junshi's bike tilted again. "Don't pinch my waist, don't touch me." Yang Hongmei angrily withdrew her hand, supported herself on the back seat, and still asked, "Did you go to the county town? What did you buy?" Xiao Juanxi carefully rode her bike and said, "You can see for yourself. By the way, where did you go to watch the excitement? What's going on?" She was quite curious. What kind of excitement could cause such a commotion that even the youth village was buzzing? Yang Hongmei looked confused and clueless, but her expression was still excited. "I don't know. I saw many people from the village went, and quite a few from the youth village too. I just followed along." Well, she rushed ahead without understanding anything. No wonder she didn't get it. "I checked the price of genuine fabric. I saw a ledger from the 1970s. Genuine fabric cost 1.2 yuan per foot. In a Shanghai store in the 1970s, a genuine fabric shirt cost 11.8 yuan, and genuine fabric pants cost 22 yuan each. Of course, prices might vary by region, so don't worry about exact numbers. Rough estimates are fine." She was about to ask which way to go when she saw many people heading in one direction in the village. "All right, no need to ask for directions. Just follow the crowd. Looks like the event is quite lively." After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a courtyard surrounded by a crowd. Yang Hongmei quickly jumped off her bike, and Xiao Juanxi also stopped her bike swiftly. Yang Hongmei hurried forward, found a good spot, and jumped over the wall, which was about a meter high. She sat on top of the wall, smiling foolishly and waving back at her. Xiao Juanxi twitched her lips. It was clear that this family had some background. The wall was made of blue bricks. There were already quite a few spectators sitting on the wall, which looked sturdy and hadn't collapsed. Xiao Juanxi parked her bike under the wall, then quickly jumped over and sat with Yang Hongmei. At this moment, she finally saw the scene in front of her. The house in front had a total of 8 rooms, 3 made of earth bricks and 5 of blue bricks and tiles, all within 1 yard. The big gate of the yard was open, and the crowd was already packed inside. Some people sat or leaned on the sparse wall. In the middle of the yard stood a tall man, with his back facing them. His face was hidden, but his posture was straight, tall, and well-built. He had a crew cut and was dressed in a military uniform. Judging by his height, he was probably around 188 or 190 centimeters. Nearby, on the ground, was a large military green bag. Not far in front of the man, an angry-looking old woman stood, and an old man squatted under the eaves. In the yard, there were 3 pairs of middle-aged men and women, 2 teenagers aged 17 and 18, and about 5 or 6 younger children. She recognized all these people. The old man was Pei Fonghai, and the elderly woman was his wife, Ma Qiushui. The 3 pairs of middle-aged men and women were their son and daughter-in-law, and the children were their grandchildren. She knew these people because they often worked together, but she didn't know where their home was. Pei Fonghai's family in the yard didn't speak, and the atmosphere was a bit heavy. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Yang Hongmei lowered her voice and asked Aunt Yi sitting beside her, "Auntie, what's going on?" Aunt Yi whispered back, "You don't know." Yang Hongmei nodded eagerly, showing she was curious and needed an explanation. Aunt Yi then explained slowly, "Actually, this iron egg is also quite sad." "Oh." Yang Hongmei quickly interrupted her, with a strange look on her face. "Iron egg? Who? You're not talking about the man standing in the middle, are you?" Although she only saw the man's back, his straight posture and neat military uniform didn't match the name Iron Egg at all. Aunt Yi, annoyed by the interruption, glared at her and continued, "He used to be called Iron Egg, but I think he changed his name now. I don't know what it is. He hasn't come back since he joined the army." Just as Aunt Yi was about to share more gossip, she saw the crowd at the gate automatically make way. The team leader, Shen Jianjun, and the village secretary, Shen Zhanqi, entered. The man turned around and called out, "Uncle, you're here." At this moment, Xiao Juanxi finally saw what the man looked like. His skin was a healthy wheat color, his face was sharp, with a high nose bridge and cold, stern eyes. Shen Jianjun and Shen Zhanqi nodded to him kindly. "It's good that you're back." After greeting, Shen Jianjun looked at the old man squatting on the ground with a serious yet helpless tone. "What are you all arguing about again?" Pei Fonghai looked up at him, sighed, and said, "Captain, it's not that I want to cause trouble. It's really hard." "Oh." Ma Qiushui then cried out loudly, "Captain, you know Iron Egg was injured and discharged from the army. He can't do any work anymore, so the family has to take care of him. I think it's fair for him to use his discharge allowance for household expenses. This day, he just wouldn't agree. I really feel like I raised him in vain. Oh, my life is so hard. I gave birth to him and ended up sick. I can't go on living. Everyone, please judge this situation. Shun Jianjun frowned. Stop crying. Let's talk calmly. Then he looked at the tall, straight man standing there and sighed inwardly, though he didn't show it. He asked, Pei Yuan, why don't we go inside and talk? The Pei family has 4 sons and 1 daughter. The oldest is Pei Xinghua, the second Pei Xinhua, the third Pei Xinmin, and the fourth Pei Chunchao. The 5th child, the man in front of them, was not given a name by Pei and his wife. They usually just called him Tai Dan, Iron Egg. Pei Yuan's name was given after he joined the army for 2 years and learned some culture. He applied to change his name himself. Of course, from the day he joined the army, his household registration was no longer with the Shun family team. But he sent money back every month or every few months. The remittance slips were sent to the team office, so Shun Jianjun knew his name. When others called them over, they already explained the current situation. Pei Yuan was discharged because of an injury. When he first got home and talked with his family, he was soon driven out of the house, and his luggage was thrown out too. Pei Yuan shook his head. I have nothing I can't say openly. Let's just talk here. Shun Jianjun nodded and looked at the whole family in the yard. After a moment, he asked, What is the situation? Pei Yuan's voice was steady. When I just got home, my parents told me to give them my discharge allowance, saying I was disabled and would rely on the family from now on. He smiled bitterly. My leg is indeed lame, and I can't do heavy work. I am willing to give the discharge money to the family, but my parents want me to live at Deju's house, saying there's not enough room in ours. Ma Qiushui immediately jumped up. You used to live there too. Why can't you stay now? You saw it yourself. Our family has more than 10 or 20 people. The house is already too small. Pei Yuan sighed. Deju has married now. How can I stay at someone else's house? Mom, we should speak honestly. Shun Jianjun looked at Pei Fonghai and the 3 brothers, Pei Xinghua, Pei Xinmin, and Pei Guangrong, and asked, What do you all think? Pei Fonghai lowered his head, looking troubled. Our family really can't fit everyone. Guangrong's family is about to get married, and there's no way to fit everyone. Even if all of us live in one room, it's not enough. Pei Xinghua chuckled awkwardly and said, I always listen to my parents. Pei Xinhua and Pei Xinmin kept quiet with their heads bowed. Old 5 had been gone for 8 years. If there was any brotherly love, it was very little. Their mother had almost lost her life giving birth to him and couldn't do heavy work afterward. The family's heavy burden was shared among the brothers. Moreover, their parents always said that old 5 was cursed by their grandparents, so they didn't like him much from a young age. Big brother Pei Xinghua was even more unhappy with Pei Yuan. At that time, he had just started seeing someone, and everything was going well, even planning to get married. But then their mother was injured during childbirth and fell ill. Soon after, their grandfather passed away. When the girl heard about these things, she quickly found an excuse to cancel the marriage. 2 years later, they found the current wife. To him, she was not as good as the previous one. Because of this, Pei Xinghua disliked his brother the most, thinking he had broken up his good marriage. Seeing how the whole family behaved, Shun Jianjun was so angry he almost laughed. Does the family not have his house? Those 5 brick and tile houses were probably built with the allowance Pei Yuan sent home every month. Your family of over 10 or 20 people, without Pei Yuan's monthly money, how could you live so comfortably? You probably can't even raise these 7 or 8 children. Now he's injured and you say the family doesn't have his house? Pei Fonghai, I'll ask you again, does the family have his house? Pei Fonghai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Ma Qiushui was fed up. She sat down heavily on the ground, slapped her thighs, and started crying and complaining. Oh heavens, open your eyes. He's born from my belly, and I gave him life. To have him, I almost lost my own life. Now that he's successful, what's wrong with sending some money home? But now he's back and causing trouble, making our family restless. This is driving me to death. I should have drowned him when he was born. What kind of sin did I commit to give birth to such a thing? Pei Xinggua's wife, Sister Pei, gently advised Pei Yuan, it's not like you'll stay forever at De Zhu's house.
It's just temporary.
Once we have a bigger house, you can come back. Sister Pei also started talking softly about the family's difficulties, many children, heavy burdens, not enough space, matching her words, showing no sign of the usual sister-in-law conflicts. Aunt Yi softly spat and said, this family treats people like fools. Even if they are well off now, they won't be comfortable for 100 years. Yang Hongmei's eyes lit up with curiosity and she quickly moved closer, eager to hear more. Aunt, tell me what happened. Aunt Yi sighed and explained, Ma Qiushui was already over 40 when Iron Egg was born. Her eldest son, Xiangua, is already 19, and even the youngest, Chun Chao, is 10. At that time, there was no system of work points, and Pei Yuan's grandparents were still alive. The family had many people and plenty of land. Note: the work point system was used from 1958 to 1984. Grandpa Pei was good at hunting, and sometimes he could catch game in the mountains, so the Pei family was relatively well off. Having a child late in life made everyone happy. The family shared everything good, and Ma Qiushui was well cared for during her pregnancy. However, there was a problem during childbirth. The baby was too big, and it took 3 days and nights to deliver him. The baby survived, but Ma Qiushui was left with health issues. Her uterus prolapsed, and she had urinary leakage. Of course, Ma Qiushui didn't understand what a prolapsed uterus was. She just noticed a swelling protruding from her lower body. It cost her a lot of money to get treatment, and she gradually recovered, but the root of the problem remained. She couldn't do heavy work anymore. Because of her health issues, she couldn't take care of the children. So Pei Yuan was raised by Grandma Pei from birth. Pei Yuan was very close to his grandma and looked nothing like Ma Qiushui. Instead, he resembled his grandmother, which was one reason Ma Qiushui didn't like him. She didn't like her mother-in-law, feeling she was aloof and pretentious, even though her mother-in-law never treated her harshly. She just didn't like her. When Pei Yuan was 3 months old, Grandpa Pei went into the mountains and never returned. Later, villagers found his blood-stained and torn clothes on the mountain, and they believed he was eaten by wolves. When Pei Yuan was 1 year old, Grandma Pei also passed away. The Pei family lost 3 workers and gradually fell into hardship. Yang Hongmei listened with some sympathy and couldn't help but feel curious. Was Iron Egg born very heavy? And he looked at her and said, of course. In our Xinjia cow, he was the heaviest, 8 Jin 6 Liang. During that time, resources were scarce and most people couldn't eat enough. Having a baby weigh over 6 Jin was already good, and over 8 Jin was very rare. Yang Hongmei nodded and said, no wonder he's so tall. Speaking of which, this Iron Egg doesn't look anything like the Pei family members. Maybe he's not even a biological child. Old lady leaned in and whispered, he really doesn't look like them. Iron Egg looks just like his grandmother, handsome. His grandmother was a very beautiful woman in the area back then. I heard she was once a wealthy young lady, but something happened, and his grandfather took advantage of the situation. I think the whole family is very bad, especially Iron Egg, who follows his grandmother. Yang Hongmei's eyes lit up, feeling she had uncovered a big secret. She already guessed 10 or more of Grandma Pei's love and hate stories. Old Lady Yi smiled proudly. Sharing gossip made her happy. Meanwhile, Shun Jianjun was getting impatient with the complaints from sister-in-law Pei and others. Everyone in the neighborhood knew each other's stories. He asked bluntly, Pei Fonghai, what are your plans? Tell me your plan. Pei Fonghai was still sitting under the eaves, looking at Pei Yuan's leg. After a long pause, he sighed and said, 5th brother, our family really can't fit everyone now. Maybe you can stay at an old friend's house for a few days while we figure out how to build 2 more rooms. Ma Qiushui immediately opposed. Old man, what are you thinking? We don't have the money to build a house. Shun Jianjun spoke up at the right moment. Many families in Techuancan have bricks. When the time comes, you can go back and help build. The harvest is over now, and neighbors can help. It won't cost much. Ma Qiushui continued to oppose. Even if it doesn't cost much, it still needs dozens of yuan. Our yard is already full, and there's no space left to build. Shin Jianjun held back his anger and asked, "What do you suggest?" "This is your son. He has been away for 8 years, working hard for the family. Are you going to drive him away now? Besides, Pei Yuan has his military discharge pay. We can use that to build a house. It should be enough." Ma Qiushui felt guilty, but thought about Pei Yuan's leg. Now he's disabled, and his future work points won't be enough to support himself. The family will have to help. Moreover, since he's disabled and can't support her in old age, she plans to keep his discharge money for her own retirement. She gritted her teeth and said, "Split the family. Let him go. Didn't he say he has a military subsidy? We only need 220 yuan. He can keep the rest to build his house." Shan Zhanqi, listening nearby, was speechless. He asked Pei Yuan, "How much is your discharge pay?" Pei Yuan looked up at him and said, "I was discharged due to injury with a pension of 245. In this era, discharge benefits vary by region and military rank, usually ranging from a few dozen to over 100. Those discharged due to injury are given some medical expenses based on their injury, but the amount is usually small." The onlookers murmured again. "Wow, only 25 left? Can't even afford a house." "Exactly, even if you buy a house, you still need pots and pans. Besides, winter is coming and you need thick blankets and warm clothes or you'll freeze. If I hadn't seen Iron Egg being born, I'd think Iron Egg was something Ma's wife picked up." "Yeah, I thought the same. That's pretty harsh, no way to survive. His leg is already useless. How will he live in the future?" "Sigh, you're joking, right? His leg isn't useless. He can still have a house when he gets home. Even if Iron Egg loses his allowance after discharge, with his build, he deserves a full score. The Pei family will definitely keep taking from him. The Pei family isn't good at all. Don't forget who has been supporting them all these years. Even the blue brick house was built with their allowance, not to mention the money Iron Egg has sent back over the years, more than 200 now. My whole family hasn't received that much in 2 years. This son is truly worth raising. Hee, you want a son like that too, don't you?" Of course, who wouldn't? Hearing the whispers and murmurs, the Pei family looked uncomfortable. They knew they looked bad, but what could they do? Fifth brother was disabled and couldn't contribute to the family, so they had to squeeze every last bit of value out of him. Otherwise, that 200 yuan wouldn't be enough to benefit anyone. Moreover, without fifth brother's allowance, life at home would be much harder. They'd have to live more frugally, and they felt resentful about it. Shun Zhanqi and Shun Jianjun exchanged glances and shook their heads silently, knowing they couldn't reason with the Pei family. Jianjun sighed deeply and asked Pei Yuan, "What do you think?" Pei Yuan lowered his head, voice low. "If I don't have a place in this family, there's no need for us to stay connected. We might as well cut ties completely." Everyone was surprised and looked at him. These days, it's common for parents not to split the family if they're alive, and more children mean more family conflicts. It's normal to have disagreements. Today, after finishing work, I still have to live with others tomorrow. There are very few who truly cut ties completely, except for those who voluntarily severed relationships for their family's future. The Pei family members didn't expect Pei Yuan to say this, and all froze in surprise. Ma Qiushui reacted quickly, patting her thigh and crying out loud, "Oh heavens! Open your eyes and see. If I had known I was giving birth to such a thing, I should have thrown him into a potty and drowned him back then." Pei Yuan ignored her crying and shouting. He looked at the crowd around him calmly and said, "Since I was 3 years old, I was asked to help with chores at home, feeding pigs and chickens, cleaning the house. By age 5, I was washing clothes, cooking, going up the mountain to cut firewood and gather pig grass, working in the fields. Even so, I often didn't get my share of the meals. You could say I started supporting myself from age 3. By the time I was 5 or 6, the work I did for the family was more than enough for my daily meals. Later, when the work point system was introduced, everyone knew I always scored full marks. Yet, our family still had no place for me to sleep. Either I slept in the kitchen or shared a bed with Daju and others. When I was 15, my mother said our family was poor and suggested I join the army. I went, and because I was healthy, even though I was underage, the army recruited me specially. During the first year, my monthly allowance was 6 yuan, the second year, 7 yuan, the third year, 8 yuan, the fourth year, 10 yuan, the fifth year, 15 yuan, the sixth year, 20 yuan, the seventh year, 26 yuan, and the eighth year, 32 yuan. I sent almost every penny back home. Over 8 years, a total of 1,402 yuan. Everyone was stunned. What does 1,402 yuan mean? It was the income of a family for over 10 years. No wonder the blue brick and tile house was built so quickly. Pei Yuan ignored the gossip and continued. Dad, Mom, you say I caused my grandparents' death. The leaders have said to eliminate all superstitions, so I don't believe that. Mom, you say that because giving birth to me directly caused your health problems. That's undeniable. But is it really my fault? Everyone looked at Ma Qiushui with contempt. It was her greed, eating too much, gaining weight, and having a huge baby that led to the difficult birth. No matter what, it couldn't be blamed on the fetus. It was just her own fault. Pei Yuan lowered his head, feeling exhausted in body and mind. Since you all don't like me, let's part ways peacefully. Each go their own way. Let's cut ties. My house and the money I sent before, I don't want them anymore. I give everything to you as a way to repay your kindness in raising me. Hearing Pei Yuan's words, Ma Qiushui suddenly felt a bit anxious. She knew very well that it wasn't his fault, but if it wasn't his fault, then it must be hers. How could it be her fault? She worked so hard to give birth to him. Shouldn't he do something for her in return? She looked up, somewhat dazed, at her unfamiliar son. He didn't look like a member of the Pei family at all. He resembled his grandmother, her proud mother-in-law. She didn't like the son. Since he was young, she had been harsh on him, but he never fought back. No matter how she scolded or pushed him around, he never argued. Now, was he about to break free from her control? Sure enough, he was born to be a troublemaker. Although she sent back more and more money, he was only 23 and already useless, just a burden for a few years. She felt unwilling and a little anxious. This son, after all, had been raised in vain. Just as she was about to speak, Pei Fonghai interrupted her. No, Tai Dan, we are your parents. Let's just split the family as we discussed. If you become capable in the future and can help us, then help. If not, we won't rely on you to support us in old age. Ma Qiushui looked at Pei Fonghai. The two exchanged a glance. They had been married for decades and knew each other very well. One look was enough to understand what the other was thinking. Everyone around looked down on them. They still hoped that if Pei Yuan could succeed, they could continue to take advantage of him. After all, he was a retired soldier and might have some connections. Moreover, he wasn't completely disabled. Pei Yuan's strong physique meant that even with one leg injured, he could still earn 7 or 8 work points. Cutting ties would mean there would be no relationship at all afterward. If he became successful, they wouldn't get anything. If he didn't, and they didn't support him in old age, others would criticize them. Their family, the Pei family, would never suffer losses. They wouldn't leave any opportunities for Pei Yuan. Shun Jianjun also sneered inwardly. They thought everyone was stupid and couldn't see their plans. Now, Pei Yuan might not be so easy to manipulate anymore. Sure enough, Pei Yuan's cold voice sounded. Splitting the family is fine. With 8 rooms besides my parents, I should at least get 1 brick house. Also, I have reached the age to get married. I hope my parents can help me arrange it. My requirements are simple. Just follow the same standards as my older brothers when they got married. They will give as much bride price as they receive, hold as many banquets as they do, and I will do the same for them. Whatever they buy for their family, I will buy for mine. Additionally, I need to keep my military discharge money. I can't work now, and I will rely on that money to support my future wife. I think that's fair. Qiao Yunxi initially thought he was a soft person, but he surprised everyone with a strong stance. First, he showed everyone how the Pei family looked down on him, portraying himself as a victim. Then, he talked about his contributions to the family, exposing how the Pei family was greedy and shameless, using their selfishness to highlight his helplessness and sadness. Next, he demanded to cut ties and split the property equally, asking his parents to treat all children fairly. This made others see that he wasn't being unreasonable, but was pushed to the limit and had no choice but to stand up for himself. Immediately, many villagers started to support him. It's not unreasonable at all. In fact, the brick and tile house was built with your money. Asking for 2 rooms isn't too much. You only asked for 1, which shows you're thinking of the family. Yes, Brother Pei, this is where you went wrong. Tai Dan is your son. We've watched him grow up. He's such a good kid. He's 23 now, right? It's time for him to settle down. Exactly. Even if he's injured, it was for the country's benefit. You should treat him well. He's a hero of our nation. That's right. Over the past few years, your 3 brothers have been supported by your younger brother. Now that he's in trouble, you should help him. Yes, yes. If parents want their younger son to support them, that's fine. But you brothers not only support yourselves, but also your children. This is just, the words trailed off, but everyone understood. They looked at Ma Qiushui's family with disdain, and soon others echoed the sentiment. Yes, we can't let this break our hearts. We must be kind and fair. Everyone is watching. That's right. We should have a conscience. Everyone criticized the Pei family, all speaking in support of Pei Yuan. The 3 Pei brothers felt ashamed and couldn't lift their heads. They knew they had done wrong, but what could they do? If the house is really divided and given to the 5th son for him to marry, they will have nowhere to live immediately, and life will become impossible. Ma Qiushui saw that the situation was getting worse and started to slap his thigh. Oh no, we can't go on like this. Are you trying to force us old folks to death? We're both this old, and we still have to worry about you. You ungrateful person, I feel like I raised you for nothing. Is there no justice in this world? Shin Jianjun, tired of the scene, scolded. Just shouting loudly doesn't make you right. Everyone is watching. Pei Yuan's request isn't unreasonable.
Just do as he says, and split the family.
Ma Qiushui was shocked.
No, y disagrá.
If we split a room with him, where will we live? I don't have the money to let him marry a wife, Shin Jianjun sneered. Then break off the family ties. You can't keep bullying him forever. He's already done enough for this family. Honestly, as a village leader, he didn't want his team members to reach the point of breaking family ties. It wouldn't sound good if others heard about it. But Ma Qiushui's family was acting so badly, they were making it impossible for Pei Yuan to survive. If that's the case, breaking ties might be for the best. Pei Yuan could free himself from these blood-sucking relatives and maybe live a better life. Ma Qiushui's lips trembled as she looked at Pei Fenghai. Pei Fenghai's face was dark and unreadable. After a while, he nodded slightly at her. Ma Qiushui's mind was in chaos. After a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine. I raised him, so the retirement money should all go to us old folks. Consider it his contribution to our retirement." Shin Jianjun's eyes grew colder. You should leave some for building a house. He's your son, not an enemy. Winter is coming soon. Do you want him to die? Yes. I think we've already sent enough money. Pei Yuan should keep his retirement pay himself. Uncle Pei, you've gone too far, said Shindaju, pushing through the crowd with a few young men. He had gone up the mountain with his brothers today. When he returned to the village, he heard that Pei Yuan was back. Excited, he rushed over and overheard this conversation. He felt both surprised and not surprised. He just felt sorry for Pei Yuan and hoped he could see his family's true nature early and free himself from such relatives. Pei Yuan turned to look at him. His stern face showed a hint of warmth. He dragged his injured leg forward 2 steps and patted Shindaju's shoulder. Shindaju was very excited. When he saw Pei Yuan's leg, a trace of emotion flickered in his eyes, but he kept it hidden. He stepped forward and also patted Pei Yuan's shoulder hard. After 8 years apart, the brothers instantly felt no strangerhood. The young boy from back then has grown into a man now. Everything has changed, but his original kindness remains. A few young men who came with Shindaju and who are old friends of Pei Yuan greeted each other happily. Ma Qiushui impatiently said, "I gave him his life. As long as he gets over 200 yuan for his retirement, what's wrong with that? Shindaju wanted to speak, but Pei Yuan shook his head at him. He looked at Ma Qiushui and nodded, saying, "That's fine, but besides the normal formalities, you need to publish a notice in the newspaper." Ma Qiushui was surprised. In the countryside, it's rare to publish such notices. She looked at her unfamiliar son. After a while, she turned to Pei Fonghai and his 3 sons. When their eyes met, she understood what they meant. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth, saying, "Okay." Shin Jianjun frowned and asked Pei Yuan, "Are you sure?" Pei Yuan nodded, with a look of helplessness and sadness in his eyes. Shin Jianjun and Shin Zhanqi looked at each other and sighed. They didn't say anything more, and let everyone go. The 2 men took Pei Yuan, Ma Qiushui, and Pei Fonghai to the village office to write a statement. The official stamp was kept at the village office. They wrote the proof. Both sides signed and pressed their thumbs. Then it was taken to the county police station for stamping and filing. There were 3 copies in total. 1 kept at the village office, 1 for Pei Yuan and 1 for Pei Fonghai. After the busy scene, Yang Hongmei still wanted to hear more gossip. She said goodbye to Qiao Yunxi and left with the others, eager to listen further. Qiao Yunxi rode her bike home. As soon as she arrived, she smelled a strong mushroom aroma, so delicious. She unlocked the main door and entered the west room. The smell was even stronger. She turned the mushrooms over, continued to dry them, and added some firewood to the stove. The next day, after leaving the space, Qiao Yunxi felt the temperature had dropped again. She looked around in the space and found many old-style clothes among the many cotton-padded jackets, such as floral cotton-padded coats and some vintage styles. She thought she could deal with some of them later. She hesitated for a moment between the floral cotton-padded coat and a dark red vintage cross-collar jacket with frog buttons, then finally chose the dark red one to wear. Many people still wore this kind of cross-collar, button jacket in this era, so it didn't look out of place. After breakfast, she looked at the bed in the west room again. The mushroom still needed more time, so she added some firewood to the stove. After resting for more than 20 minutes, she carried her basket and went out. She still decided to go up the mountain to gather some wild food and mountain goods. She woke up early today and planned to walk further inside to see if she could catch more game. As she left the yard and reached the mountain path, she saw Shin Jianjun, Shin Zhanqi, Pei Yuan, and Shindaju from afar. The 4 of them were talking on a flat area about 100 meters from her house. Qiao Juanxi frowned and had a bad feeling. She quickened her steps, smiled, and greeted them. "Captain, Secretary, good morning." Shun Jianjun and the others saw her and greeted back. Shun Jianjun introduced her. "Xiao Shi, this is Pei Yuan. He just finished his military service. He wants to build a house here. The author has something to say." Many people criticize Pei Yuan, calling him foolish, weak, and unworthy. But is he really? In the army, standing firm depends on both background and character. Those who understand this know it well. No need for me to explain. When he didn't have time to handle family matters, he used his modest salary to support his family, which actually kept his rear safe and allowed him to serve without worries, fulfilling his filial duty. After he injured his leg and returned home, the first thing he did was cut ties with his family. Thanks to this preparation, everyone supported him. No one criticized him for that. Spending over 1,000 yuan bought him peace for 8 years, a good reputation, and severed his blood ties. Although his parents didn't raise him, they still cared for him. Overall, he didn't lose. Many readers focus on the 1,000 yuan, but have you thought that for him, it might not be much? This shows that Pei Yuan is not as simple as he appears on the surface. If others are honest, they might accept the 1,000 yuan. But if they want to keep taking advantage, with Pei Yuan's methods. I didn't want to spoil the story, but everyone says he's a softa, like a black sesame filling, but they only see the surface and think he's weak. I want to emphasize that Pei Yuan has no messy affairs. He manages his family well and handles things cleanly. Just keep reading, and you'll see. Please be patient, everyone. Only then will the characters' personalities gradually become clear. Shun Jianjun introduced again. "This is Qiao Juanxi, a young girl sent to our village from the city. She bought the landlord's house before." Qiao Yunxi asked curiously, Why did you decide to build a house here? Living in the village might be more convenient. Pei Yuan smiled and said, "It's quieter here." Qiao Yunqi nodded. Although she didn't want many neighbors, the land wasn't hers, so she had no right to say anything. Besides, it was nearly 100 meters away. Shun Jianjun looked worried as he saw her carrying a basket up the mountain and asked, "Are you going up?" "It's too early. There aren't many people on the mountain now, and it's not safe," Qiao Yunqi said casually. "Don't worry, Captain Shun. I'm just collecting firewood at the foot of the mountain. It's going to get cold soon, and I still need quite a bit of firewood." Shun Jianjun looked at her with suspicion. Yesterday, he had followed the police to the place where Shin Taixing had an accident. That area was no longer just the outskirts, and she was planning to go even further inside. Qiao Yunqi immediately straightened her attitude. "Don't worry. Shun Tiexing's incident scared me enough. I definitely won't go deeper inside." Shun Jianjun was half convinced but thought about her fierce determination and didn't say much. He only reminded her to be careful before letting her go. Shin Dezhu was wearing a patch-thin cotton coat, hands tucked into his sleeves, and asked with a smile, "Uncle, why do I feel like you take good care of Qiao Jiqing?" Shin Jianjun shot him a sidelong look. "It's not easy for anyone. Don't always give Zhijiang a hard time. Some of them are actually pretty good." Shun Dezhu nodded perfunctorily. Then he looked at Pei Yuan and asked, "Are you sure you want to build a house here? It's not convenient just to get water. Are you planning to dig a well? There are 2 wells in Shenjiao. One is at the east end of the village near the entrance, where the Zhejiang and villagers living close to the entrance go to fetch water. The other is at the west end, near the back of the village. If Pei Yuan doesn't dig a well, he can only use the well at the east end, which is over 1 kilometer away and requires carrying water uphill." Pei Yuan nodded. "Yes, let's build here." Then he turned to Shin Jianjun and Shin Zhanqi. "Uncle, how much land do you think I can get for building a house? Also, can you ask around where I can find someone to dig a well?" Shin Jianjun looked at him and said, "Digging a well isn't cheap. It's okay. My brothers and I can chip in. We can manage." Shin Dezhu immediately added. Pei Yuan smiled and patted his shoulder. "Thanks. I'll pay you back as soon as I can." Shin Dezhu chuckled happily and said, "It's just family brothers helping each other." "Thanks. We just spent some money digging the well. The house was built by a few of us brothers, not much cost involved." Shin Jianjun shook his head. Even if labor is free, buying doors, windows, pots, and utensils still costs quite a bit. He and Shin Zhanqi quickly marked out land for Pei Yuan. The group then discussed how to build the house before heading home for breakfast. Soon it was noon. At the foot of Wowishan Mountain, Shin Xiangxiang watched from afar as Goa was gathering dry firewood. She spoke to 2 young boys behind her, about 8 or 9 years old. "Go over now and find a reason to scold Goa." One boy was her cousin's son, Shin Fu, 9 years old. The other was a neighbor's son, Shin Jizu, 8 years old, who was friendly with her.
Shen Fu hesitated.
"Auntie, I can't find a reason. Can I hit him without a reason?" Shin Xiangxiang glared at him. "I told you to study hard in class. You always want to play. You can't even handle simple things. Just walk over, pretend to fall next to him, and say he pushed you."
"Dumb."
"Go quickly." She gave what she thought was a perfect excuse. Shin Fu wiped his nose. "Okay, Auntie. Watch me." He ran toward Goa. When he was about 2 or 3 meters away, he suddenly fell with a loud thump. Shin Xiangxiang, watching from afar, felt her forehead veins bulge. That kid, from 2 or 3 meters away, claiming Goa pushed him? Who would believe that? But this didn't stop Shin Jizu. He rushed over and pushed Goa, shouting, "If you pushed Fuji, I'll beat you up." Goa was startled at first when Shin Fu suddenly fell beside him. Then Shin Jizu pushed him, and he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Before he could react, Shin Jizu was already on top of him, hitting him repeatedly. Shin Fu got up and joined the fight, swinging his fists and shouting, "You bad kid. You deliberately pushed me with your foot, making me fall. I spit on you." The 2 boys fought together, causing Goa to cry out loudly, unable to explain himself. Shin Xiangxiang, watching from a distance, thought the fight was getting serious. If they kept going, something bad might happen. People nearby were drawn by the noise. She quickly ran over. What are you doing?
Stop.
Stop right now. When Shen Fu and Shun Jizu heard her voice, they quickly stopped their actions and muttered, "This time, we'll let you go for Auntie's sake." Afterward, they spat on Goa, showing their disdain for him. Goa was already bruised and swollen, crying as he lay on the ground, looking very miserable. Before the onlookers could intervene, Xiangshen quickly took control and asked, "What happened between you two?" Shun Fu angrily complained, "Goa deliberately pushed me, causing me to fall. Look at my clothes and pants. They're dirty. When I go home, my mother will definitely scold me." Everyone saw dirt on his patched-up knees and elbows, clearly from falling. Goa endured the pain from the beating and explained, "I didn't do it. I was just here gathering firewood. He suddenly fell next to me. I didn't touch him at all." Jizu immediately responded as a witness, "You're lying. I saw you deliberately trip Brother Fu with your foot. You're just asking for a beating." Shen Fu added, "I'm a grown-up. If you didn't push me, how could I fall?" Xiangshen agreed and scolded Goa. "Goa, this is your fault. Why did you deliberately trip Shen Fu?" The others looked at Goa with disapproval. Since they all came from the same village and had often taken advantage of him, their impression of him was not good. Now, with a witness present, they naturally believed Shen Fu. Goa cried out, "I didn't do it. I didn't trip him. Boo-hoo. Why doesn't anyone believe me?" Boo-hoo. Seeing that no one believed what he said, he wiped his nose, cried, pushed through the crowd, and ran down the mountain. Xiangshen watched Goa run away and sighed. That Goa. Oh, with a sigh, everything was left unsaid. Everyone nodded in agreement. They thought the boy had been spoiled. After everyone dispersed, Shen Fu and Shun Jizu happily boasted, "Auntie, how did we do?" Xiangshen smiled and said, "You did well." She then took a large white rabbit candy from her pocket, unwrapped it, and split it into 2 halves, giving one to each of them. This candy was the first gift from Qiao Juanxi when she visited their home. She had only given a few pieces, and her mother had divided 2 for her. She had been reluctant to eat it. Shen Fu and the other person swallowed hard, quickly putting the sweets into their mouths. They were so fragrant and sweet. Shun Xiangxiang also swallowed hard. She wanted to eat too, but she held back. She needed to save one more piece of candy to hit Zhang Chuanhua's family's tiger head. Qiao Junxi didn't know that Shen Xiangxiang had already completed one of her 2 big goals. Today, she had entered a deeper part of the mountain. If Mount Wuwu is divided into 10 zones, the villagers usually stay within zones 10, 9, and 8. Hunters and young adults are in zones 7 and 6. She was previously around zone 6, but today she moved to zone 5. Along the way, she had already caught more than 10 wild rabbits. She didn't set traps. The rabbits came out on their own. She simply collected them and also found a silly roe deer, which she took too. She remembered watching a documentary that said in the 1970s, rabbits and wild boars were overpopulated on the mountain, damaging crops. It seems to be true. She also saw many animal footprints, but today her goal wasn't meat. She was after different kinds of fruit. Animals can be hunted anytime, but fruits only last for a season. Right now, she was busy picking wild persimmons. These persimmons weren't big, just a little larger than tangerines, but they were very sweet. She had already eaten 2. The persimmons were fully ripe, soft and squishy. She couldn't squeeze them hard, or they would burst and spill juice. If they fell to the ground, they would be smashed. Since the best season for persimmons had passed, only a few remained on the trees, mostly eaten by bugs or birds. Her basket was stored in her space. She picked each persimmon carefully, placing it into her space without squeezing too hard to avoid bursting. There were 7 persimmon trees in this area. It took her 2 hours to finish picking them all, totaling over 100 jin, about 50 kilograms. Seeing the ground covered with rotten persimmons, she silently decided to come earlier next year, so she wouldn't waste them. In the afternoon, she found more than 10 wild pear trees. It was the perfect season for pears. Qiao Juanxi rushed excitedly to the pear trees. They were sugar pears. She picked one and tasted it juicy and sweet. Xiao Junshi couldn't help but feel happy. She liked this era. Although many pears had been eaten by bugs and birds, there were still plenty left on the trees. By 4:30 p.m., her alarm went off, signaling it was time to go home. She had finished picking from 3 trees. She resisted the idea of cutting down the remaining wild pear trees to expand her space. She silently reminded herself that this is not the end of the world, and sustainable development is the best choice. By the time she reached the foot of the mountain, it was already 6 o'clock. The sky was darkening, and everything was hazy. She quickened her steps toward home. From afar, she saw a tall figure sitting on the ground, smoking. Smoke curled around his fingertips. In the flickering red glow of the cigarette, Jiang Juanxi finally recognized him. Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan also saw Jiang Juanxi and nodded at her. The land Pei Yuan chose had already been cleared of weeds, and they had started laying the foundation. Jiang Juanxi nodded back at him and carried her basket home. Pei Yuan watched the lights turn on in the village below as dusk fell. His expression was a bit distant. When he was a child, he truly believed he had caused his grandparents' death and that his mother's illness was his fault. Later, he became a soldier, learned to read and write, and saw the wider world. He realized it wasn't his fault, nor because he wasn't good enough. It was because they had never truly considered him family. He even doubted whether he was their biological son. He secretly checked for a while, and finally found out he really was. That's when he understood. There are parents who truly do not love their children. He remembered once being so hungry he stood on a stool to cook for his family. He secretly ate a leaf of greens but was caught by his second brother. His brother immediately told their mother. She came into the kitchen and slapped him without a word. He fell off the stool and hit his head on the stove. Blood immediately flowed out. He sat there in shock, feeling the warm liquid run down his face, while his mother pointed at him and scolded him loudly. The pain was indescribable. He was only 5 years old that year. Now, he returned with a last hope, but unfortunately, he knew deep down he had no real parental bond. If that's the case, then he would cut off this blood relation completely. Today, he went to the county to settle everything. All the paperwork was done. The news would probably be published in a few days. He felt melancholy, but also relieved. He extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and hobbled down the mountain. First, he went to wash in a nearby river. Although the weather was getting colder, he was in good health, so it was not a problem. Afterward, he headed to Shindeju's house, where he had been staying these past few days. When Xiao Junshi got home, she didn't have time to wash up before going to the west room to check on the drying mushrooms. Sure enough, they were ready, and the aroma was even stronger. Xiao Junshi used sealed bags stored in her space to pack the mushrooms, one bag at a time, then put them away. She also took out the remaining fresh mushrooms to continue drying the next batch. After dinner, Xiao Junshi entered her space and selected a wild boar weighing about 100 jin. She had previously prepared all the blood from the boar when she had free time, so now her space had several buckets of pig blood. She burned the pig hair with fire but wasn't very skilled at it. Some pig skin was burned to a red and black color, and some was half-cooked. Well, that's the best she could do. She's not a professional pig butcher. Later, she cut open the pig, but the smell was quite unpleasant. It took her until after 11 p.m. to finish processing this young boar. Feeling dirty and smelly, Xiao Junshi soaked herself in the bathtub, adding plenty of rose petals. The next morning, she went early to the wild pear trees, spending almost a whole day picking the remaining pears. There were about 10 pear trees, and they yielded around 2,000 jin of pears. She didn't plan to sell them. Since her space can keep them fresh, she wanted to save them to eat slowly. That evening, she cooked a braised wild boar dish. Whether because her cooking skills are not very good or because wild boar meat is naturally gamey, the taste was not very good. The meat was tough and dry. Despite adding many ingredients and seasonings, it still had a strong gamey smell. As her space stored more and more food, she felt more secure and gradually developed her own taste in food. So, She decided that when she had time, she would sell all this wild boar meat and use the money to buy better-tasting meat. In the following days, Qiao Juanxi went into the mountains every day. She acted like a squirrel storing food for winter, constantly collecting supplies into her space. Whether it was winter mushrooms, hazelnuts, or wild fruits and animals, she didn't miss any opportunity. Thanks to her space's chi device, her collection was very fast. Ing Hongmei also completed her 6 rounds of firewood chopping, and now her front yard was piled high with firewood. She also cut a lot of wood in the mountains and stored it in her space, enough to last through the winter. Soon it was November, and Qiao Juanxi received an invitation from Yin Yunting. He had returned from a hospital a few days ago and moved into his new house. Today, he planned to invite the same group of educated youths for dinner as a warm gathering. Qiao Juanxi didn't really want to go, but she thought it was better not to make things too special, so she agreed. Yang Hongmei saw her and immediately ran out. Looking at Qiao Juanxi, who had nothing in her hands, she looked puzzled and whispered, "Why didn't you bring anything?" Qiao Juanxi was confused. "What should I bring?" Yin Jiqing said, "We don't need to bring anything." She couldn't help because her space was full of delicious food, and she was reluctant to give any away. Well, wild boar meat isn't very tasty, so she was willing to part with it, but she hadn't been to the county recently and couldn't explain where the wild boar meat came from, so she decided not to bring it. She couldn't possibly bring a piece of cloth for him. Could she? After all, she had saved his life, and sharing a meal with him wasn't too much. Moreover, didn't Yin Yunting himself say that nothing needed to be brought? Inviting someone to dinner and asking them to bring something. Would that still be called an invitation? She didn't think it was a big problem. Yang Hongmei looked at her clear, somewhat naive eyes and held back her words, saying nothing in the end. What did Xiao Shi do wrong? It was Yin Yunting himself who said nothing needed to be brought, so she shouldn't have brought anything. Oh, she even brought 1/2 kilogram of rice. Now, going to get it back might not be a good idea. Yin Yunting stood at the door of the house, looking even thinner, with a more refined and elegant aura. When he saw Qiao Juanxi, a flash of light appeared in his eyes, gone in an instant. He smiled and said, "Qiao Zhizhi, you're here." Qiao Juanxi also smiled and congratulated him. "Congratulations on your new home." Yin Yunting looked gentle and replied, "Thank you." The 3 of them talked and then went inside. Although the house was built as a single room, it already felt like a small apartment. The entrance led to the kitchen and dining area, with a bedroom separated by a wall in the middle. The house was quite spacious. Outside and inside, curtains hung over the doors, making it comfortable for one person to live alone. In the kitchen, Ning Zhuxiao was already cooking, while Qin Sihua and Sun Weijun helped wash and cut vegetables. Qin Sirui had already removed her plaster cast and seemed fine, helping to light the fire. They greeted each other and Yang Hongmei immediately stepped forward to help serve the dishes. The group chatted happily. Yin Yunting's preparations were quite thorough: a small chicken stew with hazelnuts, dried tofu with spicy peppers, 3 fresh vegetables, and egg soup. The portions weren't large, but were filling. The main food was rice, although it was steamed with quite a bit of sweet potatoes. It was still very good. Ning Zhuxiao's cooking skills are quite good, and everyone ate happily. Qiao Juanxi also ate very satisfied. Qin Sirui lowered her head to eat without speaking. After finishing, she eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes. She didn't sneak a look at Yin Yunting, didn't send any subtle signals, and didn't deliberately tease Ning Zhuxiao. Qiao Juanxi raised an eyebrow. This script doesn't seem right. Isn't the supporting female character supposed to oppose the main female? Or does she not like Yin Yunting? After eating, the group chatted for a while. Sun Weijun left first because he sensed that Yin Yunting and Ning Zhuxiao had something to say to Qiao Juanxi. Qin Sihua knew the situation but said nothing. He took Qin Sirui and left together. He knew that Yang Hongmei and others had given gifts to Qiao Juanxi, but he had nothing to give. He couldn't give anything. They all grew up together, so she probably wouldn't mind. Qiao Juanxi and Yang Hongmei also stood up, ready to leave. Ning Zhuxiao hurriedly called out to Qiao Juanxi, "Qiao Jiqing, thank you for what you did last time. I don't have much to give you, just some candies." Please don't dislike them. She then took a cloth bag she had prepared and set aside. Een Yunting also thanked her. If it weren't for you last time, we might have been in trouble. I also prepared something. Please don't mind. He then went into the inner room and quickly brought out a large cloth bag. Xiao Juanxi quickly waved her hand. It's nothing, it's just a small favor. You don't need to thank us. Een Yunting shook his head. For you, it's just a small favor. For us, it's life. If we lose it, we lose everything. Xiao Juanxi didn't want to get too involved with them. She accepted their thanks, and everything was settled. She declined a little but smiled and accepted. Yang Hongmei helped by taking the bag. Let me help you carry it back. The bag Een Yunting gave was quite heavy, probably over 30 jin. Xiao Juanxi and Yang Hongmei had become familiar with each other and didn't refuse. She carried the small bag Ning Zhuxiao gave her, and Yang Hongmei carried the one Een Yunting gave. They chatted and laughed as they returned to Xiao Juanxi's home. Ning Zhuxiao looked at Een Yunting and saw that his gaze was still following Xiao Juanxi's back. She lowered her head, bit her lip, and softly asked, "Do you like her?" Een Yunting was stunned. He seemed confused and looked back at Ning Zhuxiao. He paused for a moment and shook his head. Girls like her are like the moon in the sky, something we ordinary people look up to. She's different from us. He felt complicated about Xiao Juanxi, but he knew it wasn't love, more like admiration and longing. Ning Zhuxiao still kept her head down. After hearing his words, she finally relaxed a little, but inside, she felt a strange, hard-to-explain emotion. When Xiao Juanxi got home, she planned to generously offer Yang Hongmei some brown sugar water. Yang Hongmei immediately refused, saying she was too full and couldn't drink any more. They sat in the main room talking. Yang Hongmei excitedly shared gossip. Do you know? Xiao Juanxi said she didn't really want to know, but seeing Yang Hongmei's bright, sparkling eyes, she played along and asked, No, what happened? Yang Hongmei chuckled softly. Zhuzi from Zhang Chunhua's family was beaten up by Shin Fu yesterday. It was really bad. I didn't expect kids in the village to fight so fiercely. Xiao Juanxi took a moment to remember who Zhang Chunhua was. She was the nagging woman who reported everything on her first day at work. She wasn't very interested in this. Kids fighting is normal in the village. They're just children. That's true, but I found something interesting, Yang Hongmei said mysteriously, leaning in. Xiao Juanxi, feeling helpless but curious, asked softly, What is it? Yang Hongmei smiled proudly. I saw it myself. Tiger from Zhang Chunhua's family didn't do anything, but Shen Fu said he pushed him, and immediately, he was beaten up. Do you think they have a grudge and are picking fights on purpose? Yang Hongmei's eyes were full of curiosity. Xiao Juanxi was genuinely interested now. Why didn't you say anything? Yang Hongmei said naturally. Why should I? Zhang Chunhua is so mean. Her son got beaten, and I was happy about it. There's no way I'd say anything. Besides, he wasn't killed. It's just kids playing around. No need to mind it, hee, she added mischievously. All right, Xiao Juanxi thought she was right. If it were her, she wouldn't say anything either. She'd secretly feel pleased inside. A few days ago, Shin Fu and Shin Jizu also beat up Goa. I heard Goa knocked down Shin Fu. Maybe. Hee. Yang Hongmei continued to gossip. Xiao Juanxi raised an eyebrow, lost in thought. Yang Hongmei nudged her with her shoulder. I didn't tell anyone. If she hadn't seen Shin Fu's small actions that day, she wouldn't have thought of what happened a few days ago. Whatever the reason, seeing those two kids being beaten up made her feel quite happy. They exchanged a knowing smile. Everything left unsaid. When Yang Hongmei left, Xiao Juanxi was still outside with a flashlight until she entered the youth commune. Xiao Juanxi returned to the main room and opened the gifts from Een Yunting and Ning Zhuxiao. Ning Zhuxiao gave her a bag of white rabbit candies, about a pound, along with a box of egg cakes and a green bean cake. Een Yunting's gifts were more, including about 20 pounds of rice, plus various candies and pastries, around 7 or 8 pounds. Besides these, there were also several packs of different brands of cookies. She didn't plan to put these gifts into her space. She was cautious by nature, and she felt that gifts from men and women could be a bit mysterious, so she preferred to be careful. She put the rice in the kitchen and the candies and pastries in a small cabinet in the east room. Since the weather was cooler now, they wouldn't spoil. That night, it rained, and the next morning, the temperature dropped again. Xiao Junshi took out a thermometer. It was only 4 degrees Celsius. No wonder it was so cold. After breakfast, she left the yard and saw that the road outside was wet and a bit muddy, with rainwater dripping from the trees and weeds by the roadside. Xiao Junshi frowned. Such weather wasn't suitable for going into the mountains. She thought for a moment and decided to go to the county town. Note: many people think that in that era, you needed a letter of introduction to go out, but that's not true. I asked my elders, and they said you didn't need a letter to buy daily supplies in the county town. However, for bigger purchases like buying cattle, or for accommodations, or when dealing with other provinces or cities, then you needed an introduction letter. It was still early, so she went to the backyard, picked all the vegetables she could, and stored them in her space. Then she went to the west room and stored her last batch of dried shiitake mushrooms. She slipped into her space, weighed all the dried mushrooms, and was surprised to find they weighed 68 pounds. These were dried winter mushrooms, and she was very pleased. Stockpiling, she really was a professional. Feeling satisfied, Xiao Junshi left her space, carried her basket, and rode her bicycle toward the county town. When she arrived, she still looked like a toothless girl. She paid 30 cents to enter the black market smoothly, found a stall, and uncovered the cloth in her basket, revealing the wild boar meat she had prepared. Her large basket was filled with meat, which she had carefully cut into strips. Others couldn't see how much meat was inside. When she set down the basket, she transferred all the meat from the wild boar into it. The boar weighed about 100 jin, but the actual meat was only around 70 jin. Although wild boar meat isn't as tasty as pork, it's still meat, so many people immediately asked about the price. Xiao Junshi had already found out the price, which was 0.9 yuan per jin. In grocery stores, pork costs about 0.75 yuan per jin with a receipt. On the black market, the price could double, and without a receipt, selling at 1.2 or 1.3 yuan per jin was definitely possible. Wild boar meat isn't as good as domestic pork, so she set a lower price. This price wasn't expensive. Although she made some mistakes when preparing the pig's hair due to her inexperience, the meat was fresh. As the new year approached, many people bought it to make cured or smoked meat. Within 30 minutes, all the meat was sold, earning Xiao Junshi 60 yuan and a small amount of receipts. She carried her empty basket, ready to go to the black market. Just then, she saw Xiao Yi bringing people into the black market. She asked, "If I go in again, do I need to pay again?" Xiao Yi was a bit surprised to see her but nodded. "Yes, you need to pay each time you go in." Xiao Junshi nodded, feeling a little unfair, but since it was still early, she decided to go back into the black market. She entered a quiet alley, took out 6 large red floral cotton jackets from her space, changed her basket, put the clothes inside, and turned to leave. 2 older women watching the black market recognized her and greeted her with a smile. "Young sister, you're here to see Grandpa Wang again." Xiao Junshi smiled and nodded. "Yes, I just went in. I'll come back to chat with you when I have time." Just as she was about to walk further inside, a sudden sense of danger hit her, as if someone was watching her. She quickly looked back, but saw nothing. The feeling of being watched disappeared, and she frowned. Could it be just her imagination? The 2 older women looked at Xiao Junshi, who suddenly froze, and asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" Xiao Junshi smiled at them. "It's nothing. I'm going in now." She was sure she had felt eyes on her, but no malice. Trusting her instincts, she decided to follow her plan and proceed carefully. After all, it wasn't easy for her to come to the county town. Today, the roads were slippery and muddy, and her bicycle got dirty. She would need to wash it when she got back. Pei Yuan watched Xiao Junshi disappear into the alley with a serious look. His senses were very sharp. His house in the village had already been built with the help of more than 10 villagers. Today, he came to the county town to buy kitchenware, bedding, and other daily necessities. He didn't expect to see a familiar figure, though he couldn't really say she was familiar. She was disguised, and very successfully so. However, he was part of a special forces unit and often carried out secret missions. He had learned how to disguise himself. Of course, he didn't recognize her by her appearance, but by her subtle movements and the way she carried herself. This girl, Qiao Jiqing, was definitely not an ordinary person. She dared to mix in the black market. Xiao Juanxi, in the black market, didn't expect her bright red coat to become so popular. When she lifted the cloth covering her basket, several nearby women's eyes lit up and they quickly gathered around her. Such a festive color was rare these days. The bright red base with pink flowers and green leaves, red paired with green. So beautiful. The women loved it even more once they touched it. Nowadays, cotton-padded clothes are usually thick and heavy because of the padding inside. But this coat had very soft padding, bouncy, and very comfortable to the touch. Several women asked her the price eagerly. Qiao Juanxi directly quoted, 69 yuan each, no bargaining. Although wages back then weren't high, good cotton-padded coats weren't cheap. Similar coats in stores could sell for 100 or 200 yuan. The author has something to say. Honestly, I'm not sure if this price is reasonable or not. But I checked, and in the 1970s, coats in department stores could sell for over 100 yuan. I also saw some data indicating military coats cost about 70 or 80 yuan. Many things were quite cheap back then. However, because light industry wasn't well developed, textile products were expensive. In the late 1970s, a good quality shirt in a Shanghai store cost about 11.8 yuan, and a pair of good quality pants about 22 yuan. If the coat was made from good fabric like tencel, which costs about 1.2 yuan per yard, and considering a typical coat might need around 10 yards or more, it would be quite costly. The coat also had lining, which used 2 layers of fabric. The lining was usually made of cotton cloth, which was relatively cheap, about 0.5 to 0.6 yuan per yard. These are the prices that require a ticket. Just the fabric costs nearly 20 yuan, not including cotton and labor, so the total cost is quite high. Black market prices don't need tickets, and it's normal for them to be several times higher. Therefore, I think setting the price of this unique cotton-padded jacket at 69 yuan without a ticket is quite reasonable. If you think it's too high, you can just accept it. The fine cloth shirts sell for about 12 yuan each, and the fine cloth pants can go over 20 yuan. Her bright, large floral cotton jacket selling at 69 yuan isn't expensive, especially since she chose very thick styles. The aunties hesitated when they heard the price. Nearly 70 yuan is not cheap, but with its color and feel, wearing it during the new year would definitely make her the most stylish girl on the street. 2 wealthy women quickly chose the right size and paid happily. A few more aunties gathered around, worried that the jackets might be sold out. They also paid after biting the bullet. The aunties who didn't buy felt disappointed. They saw the patterns and styles they hadn't seen before. They all refused to leave, asking if there were more jackets and when she would come back. They also wanted to buy one. Zhou Yunxi, feeling happy with the 414 yuan earned, smiled and said, I'm not sure. Ladies, maybe we'll meet again if we're lucky. After saying that, she ignored their persistence and carried her basket away. This time, she sold 6 jackets in just 5 minutes. Unfortunately, the cotton jackets take up a lot of space, and her basket couldn't hold many more. If it could, she would sell more. Just as Zhou Yunxi was shaking off the enthusiastic aunties, Xiao Yi came over quietly and said, Our boss wants to see you. Are you free? Zhou Yunxi raised an eyebrow. What happens if I'm not free? Xiao Yi was speechless.
It was the first time someone said that to him.
But he didn't underestimate her. They are professionals and serious about their black market work. Xiao Yi held his head high. Of course, nothing bad will happen. Business is business, and it has to be voluntary. We don't force anyone. We do honest and fair deals. He wanted to say legal deals, but then remembered they're doing black market work, which isn't exactly legal. Zhou Yunxi nodded. All right, lead the way. Hearing her agree, Xiao Yi was immediately happy and led the way ahead. After several turns, They finally arrived in front of a courtyard in an alley. Xiaoyi stepped forward and knocked on the door, using a rhythm of 3 long knocks followed by 1 short knock. After knocking 3 times, the door finally opened. A man in his late 20s or early 30s opened the door. He nodded at both of them but did not speak. He closed the door behind them and led them into the main hall, where a man in his 30s was already sitting. The man was tall, about 6 feet tall, with dark skin and a strong build. Xiaoyi smiled and said, "Brother Black Dog." Zhu Yunxi twitched her lips. That name sounded like a nickname. As the boss of the black market, shouldn't he have a more impressive name? The man nodded at Xiaoyi with a smile, then looked at Zhu Yunxi with a gentle attitude. "Big sister, I am Big Black Dog. May I ask your name?" Zhu Yunxi looked up and smiled at him, showing her prominent teeth. Her tone was friendly. "Just call me Bucktooth Beauty. Big Black Dog. Although I know your name is just a code name and not serious, it's a bit too casual." "Bucktooth Beauty? How can someone be beautiful with buck teeth?" Big Black Dog cleared his throat and got straight to the point. "Bucktooth Beauty, do you still have the good quality fabric and the cotton padded jackets you sold before? We can buy them directly so you won't have to run around all day." Sure enough, as black market sellers, they kept a close eye on the market. The good quality fabric and cotton jackets were in short supply. When they appeared on one person, it caught their attention. Zhu Yunxi answered vaguely, "Brother Black Dog, do you buy wild boar meat?" Big Black Dog was surprised. "You still have wild boar meat?" "Yes, a little," Zhu Yunxi nodded. Meat was also in short supply, especially as the new year approached, increasing the demand. He quickly replied, "Yes, we buy whatever you have." After mentioning the wild boar meat, he returned to the previous topic. "Bucktooth Beauty, do you still have fabric and cotton jackets?" Zhu Yunxi shook her head. "No more good fabric now, but I have about 10 cotton padded jackets. Items in short supply are more valuable." Zhu Yunxi understood this well. It wouldn't be reasonable to sell too much at once. There's plenty of time, so she could take it slow. Big Black Dog looked a bit disappointed, but from her tone, it seemed she could still get fabric in the future. This was a long-term plan, and they could maintain a good relationship. The two began discussing prices. They bargained back and forth, settling on a price of 0.7 yuan per jean for wild boar and 66 yuan for a cotton padded jacket. They agreed on the time and place. Xiao Yunxi stood up, ready to leave. She smiled warmly, but her eyes slightly narrowed. "Brother Go, in business, honesty is very important. If you're honest, I trust you. Only then can we have a long-lasting partnership. What do you think?" Big Black Dog's expression turned serious. At that moment, he felt a strong sense of danger from this woman, who looked quite ordinary and had slightly crooked teeth. This feeling was even stronger than when he faced the most dangerous people. His previous casual attitude immediately changed. This woman is not easy to mess with. He quickly regained his natural expression. "Of course. We are in this for the long run. I guarantee honesty. Rest assured." Xiao Yunxi nodded.
Good.
"Let's work well together." After seeing Xiao Yunxi off to the gate of the courtyard, Xiaoyi returned to the main hall. He saw Big Black Dog leaning on a chair, lost in thought. Xiaoyi hesitated and asked, "Brother Go, should we continue the deal? Are you sure no one is following us?" Big Black Dog looked up at him and took a long breath. "Don't try any tricks with her. This woman is very dangerous." Xiaoyi scratched his head, a bit confused. She looked weak, just an ordinary woman, and her clothes didn't suggest she had any background. Black Dog shot him a sidelong glance. "Listen to me. In business, honesty is key." Xiaoyi pouted but nodded in agreement. They try to be honest in their business, but for long-term cooperation, they usually investigate the other party's background to avoid being cheated or involved in trouble. However, this woman felt too dangerous to him. He had been in the underworld for many years and had always relied on his sharp instincts to avoid danger. So this time, he decided not to investigate her. It wasn't a big deal right now anyway. Xiao Yunxi didn't know about his decision. At this moment, she was in a very awkward situation. While eating, she accidentally drooled. After leaving the black market and confirming no one was following her, she went to a state-run restaurant to eat. Of course, the woman with crooked teeth had crooked teeth herself. Her mouth was slightly unable to close completely. While eating, she accidentally drooled. Even more exaggerated, she occasionally dropped rice grains. Xiao Yunxi kept glancing left and right. Luckily, no one noticed her. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling speechless at herself. Since she had a trade later that afternoon and wanted to make the most of her trip to the county town, she decided to have a meal at the state-run restaurant and pack a few portions to take home. She didn't change her outfit and just came as she was, with her charming crooked smile. Oh well, being natural is better than pretending. After quickly finishing her meal, she wandered around the town, looking for a good place to conduct her transaction. When it was almost time, she slowly headed toward the meeting spot. By then, Xiao Yi was already waiting there. He carried a large basket on his back, and beside him stood a strong man also carrying a basket. Two more strong men pushed carts with side rails, loaded with a lot of coal. Coal is cheaper than coal balls, so many people buy coal directly and make coal balls at home. Carrying half a cart of coal was normal. After greeting each other, Xiao Yunxi led the way, with Xiao Yi and the others following at a distance. This time, the place she chose to hide the goods was the same as where she stored furniture before, an isolated spot with a locked gate. She first entered the alley, checked that no one was around, and then released 2 wild boars and 2 large bags filled with cotton-padded clothes from her space. She then stuck her head out and waved to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi quickly led the 3 others into the alley, seeing the 2 wild boars on the ground and the 2 bags nearby. He didn't ask how they were brought here. In this line of work, everyone has their own skills and ways. He took off the basket, pulled out a dirty, old waterproof cloth, and quickly spread it on the ground. One of the strong men opened the back of the cart, tilting it so all the coal spilled onto the cloth. Soon, the large scale and a thick wooden stick were revealed. The strong man picked them up and cleaned them briefly. The other 2 strong men and Xiao Yi efficiently tied the wild boars with ropes, threading the ropes through the sticks and the scale's steel ring. Each of the 2 strong men lifted a wild boar, while Xiao Yi kept adjusting the scale weights until balanced. He softly said, "This one weighs 256 jin. Take a look." Biaoyame looked at the weighing scale and nodded to confirm it was correct. Using the same method, she weighed another wild boar, which was 289 jin. 3 strong men then moved the wild boar onto a cart, covered it with coal, and it was clear they were experienced. The amount of coal was just right, completely hiding the boar. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunxi opened a large hemp bag, revealing a red and green floral cotton jacket. She was very happy. She checked the clothes one by one, then examined another hemp bag. In total, there were 19 pieces. After confirming everything was fine, she happily paid. The wild boar meat cost 381.5 yuan, and the cotton jacket cost 1,254 yuan, totaling 1,635.5 yuan. At Xiao Yunxi's request, she paid 1,550 yuan, and the remaining 85.5 yuan was exchanged for grain coupons and meat coupons she wanted. The deal was completed, and both sides were satisfied. After watching them leave, Xiao Yunxi carried her basket into the grain shop. With the coupons, she naturally wanted to buy a lot. This time, she bought 80 jin of good quality rice, costing 12 yuan. She also bought some pork and pork fat from a grocery store, spending 15 yuan. She had never tried pork cracklings before, but heard they taste good. She planned to try making pork lard herself. Using the cloth covering her basket, she stored some items in her space, leaving about 10 jin behind. She then entered a quiet alley with her basket. It was less than 5 p.m. when she got home. She stored the rice and pork in her space, took some pastries from the cabinet to fill her stomach, and watched videos to learn the correct way to make lard. Next, she started preparing the pork fat. First, she washed it, then cut it into pieces. Since she bought a lot, she planned to use a large pot. She put cold water in the pot, added some cooking wine, blanched it for 2 minutes, then rinsed and drained it. She also prepared some ginger and scallions. When the pork fat was almost cold, She added half a bowl of cold water to the pot, then added the pork fat and brought it to a boil over high heat. Gradually, the water turned milky white. When it became slightly transparent, she quickly took out 2 pieces of wood from the stove and started simmering the lard over low heat. The aroma grew stronger. Xiao Yunxi swallowed hard. This pork lard smelled really good. After about 10 minutes, the pork fat started changing color. She added ginger and scallions and continued simmering, which made the smell even richer. She kept simmering on low heat for another 20 minutes. Feeling it was almost done, she removed the remaining firewood. Using a strainer, she scooped out the golden pork fat residue and placed it on a large basin prepared beforehand. Once the oil cooled slightly, she took out a big jar, added a handful of soybeans and a small half-spoon of salt, then filtered the oil through a sieve. After finishing, she covered the jar to keep out dust and set it aside to cool. The pork fat residue had cooled. She sprinkled a little salt on top, picked up a piece with chopsticks, and tasted it. It was really delicious. She ate 2 more pieces, then happily stored the remaining pork fat residue. The pot used for rendering the fat was not to be wasted. It was perfect for stir-frying the water greens she picked in the morning. That evening, with the pork fat residue and water greens, Xiao Junxi ate 2 bowls of rice and finished a bowl of soup. As a result, she had to lean on the wall to walk. She let out a happy sigh, slumped into a lounge chair, and looked at the stars in the sky, feeling peaceful and safe. About 100 meters away at Pei Yuan's house, 7 or 8 young men were eating warm home-cooked food. Shun Jiefeng kept sniffing and said, "It's hard to believe that Xiao Jiqing's life is pretty good. The pork fat is so fragrant." Sitting next to him, Shun Dajua smiled and said, "Such delicious food can't keep your mouth shut." He continued eating, and the others did the same. Tai Dan, no, it was Pei Yuan, had prepared a hearty meal. They had 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. It had been a long time since they ate meat, and they were very eager. Pei Yuan looked at his childhood friends and felt very happy. There aren't many dishes, but enough. Everyone eat as much as you want. His house was built so quickly thanks to these brothers. In 8 years, many things had changed, but many things remained the same. After dinner, everyone was lively and cheerful. Shun Dajua and Shun Jiefeng, who didn't cook, naturally went to wash the dishes. Pei Yuan was not polite and wiped clean the main table in the main hall, which Uncle De Qing had extended credit for. Soon, Shun Dajua and the others finished washing the dishes. Everyone sat in the main hall, chatting and joking. Pei Yuan took out 260 yuan he had prepared and placed it on the table. "This is the money I borrowed from you earlier. I'm paying you back now." His main house had 3 rooms, a main hall, a bedroom, and a kitchen. The kitchen had a separate bathroom, and the backyard had a vegetable garden, except for the outhouse. He also built a wall over a meter high. His house wasn't big, but with a well, the total cost was 245 yuan. Previously, these brothers borrowed 20 yuan from one family and 30 yuan from another, totaling 260 yuan. He actually had the money, but it was inconvenient to take it out at the time. Otherwise, those so-called relatives might come to ask for it, and his reputation could be damaged. Still, he understood how hard it was for these brothers, and he couldn't keep owing them forever. Shun Dezhu frowned and asked, "Where did you get the money?" Pei Yuan smiled and said, "That day, when I went to Pingyi County to write a letter ending a family relationship, I also called my comrades and borrowed some money. I have a few comrades whose families are quite well off. When I asked, they agreed quickly. Today, the remittance slip arrived just as I was in the county, so I withdrew the money." Shindaju felt uncomfortable and said, "Can those people keep lending you money? What is our relationship? We grew up together. Can your comrades compare? My money isn't urgent. You don't need to pay me back right now. If you need to be freed, you can take it back first." Shun and the others also said there was no rush. Pei Yuan looked at their patched-up clothes, with sleeves rolled up and necks pulled in, clearly indicating their clothes were too thin. Only a few of them were healthy and young. Every winter, besides cats on the bed, they mostly relied on toughing it out when going outside. Pei Yuan felt a bit uncomfortable seeing this, but He kept a smiling, teasing look. You underestimate me, don't you? Although I'm limping, I can still go up the mountain to hunt. I can take care of myself. Besides, we're brothers who see each other every day. If I need something, I'll ask you. It's cold, so you should buy some thicker clothes. When he mentioned his leg, everyone looked a bit sad, feeling a bit anxious inside. Pei Yuan used to be very capable at home, in the fields, and outside. He was good at hunting and had even killed 2 wolves and a wild boar. Some of them were older than him, some younger, but he was always the leader, and everyone respected him. But now, everything has changed. Pei Yuan could tell what they were thinking from their expressions and shook his head. All right, my leg is just a limp. I can easily beat you all. Do you believe it? They were amused by his words, and the atmosphere became lively again. When everyone left, he returned the money. Watching their backs disappear, he closed the courtyard door, sat back in the main room, lit a cigarette, and took a puff. He used to smoke rarely, but since his leg was injured, he smoked more. Looking at her right leg, she appeared uncertain and gloomy. The next day, the temperature dropped again, but the sun was out. Xiao Juanxi decided to go up the mountain anyway. This kind of free resource is like a zero-cost gift in a post-apocalyptic world. Very exciting. Moreover, given the temperature, it might snow in a few days. She needed to hurry and gather as much as she could. In the following days, Xiao Juanxi went to the mountain every day, enjoying herself. This time, she explored a bit more deeply and indeed encountered many wild animals. She met a pack of more than 10 wolves. Since wolf meat isn't tasty, she entered her space to hide. She also encountered wild boars twice, once 3 of them and once 8. She killed them and stored the meat in her space, planning to sell it later. Once, she saw a tiger. She hesitated for a few seconds between killing it or letting it go. In the end, she decided to release it. Tiger meat is said to be not very tasty, and she had enough clothes for winter, so she wasn't interested in tiger pelts. Maybe she was doing a small favor for this rare animal. Since the 1950s, many regions experienced serious tiger problems, leading to large-scale hunting of tigers. By the 1970s, the number of wild tigers across the country had become very low, and some tiger species had even gone extinct. On November 10th, Xiao Juanxi estimated that after 2 more days in the mountains, she would stop her trips. While walking up the mountain, she suddenly stopped and listened carefully. Sure enough, she heard faint sounds nearby. She held her slingshot carefully and moved closer. The sounds grew louder, and soon she saw the scene clearly. Not far away, a wild mountain goat with its hind leg caught in a thick rope. The other end of the rope was tied to a large tree. The mountain goat looked weak and was lying on the ground. Its trapped leg was bleeding quite a bit, and it had many wounds on its body, showing it had struggled for some time. Startled by the noise, the goat stood up and tried to run. It struggled to the limit of the rope and was pulled back, falling heavily to the ground. Watching the struggling goat, Xiao Juanxi couldn't help but think of all the ways to cook lamb, especially lamb soup. She swallowed hard, feeling hungry. She had never seen a place selling lamb in Lu City or Pingdi County. It was just bad luck. She hadn't encountered a single wild goat after so long in the mountains. Now, seeing it, she felt tempted. This was clearly a trap set by someone else, and stealing without any grudge or conflict is not right. However, she can study the trap. If she learns how to make it, she can set many traps and come to collect prey when she has time. Just thinking about it makes her happy. Suddenly, she hears footsteps. Xiao Yunxi carefully turns her head to look at the sound. She sees Pei Yuan walking over with a limp. He looks surprised when he sees her, but not really surprised. Since they are close, she has to pass by his house when she goes up the mountain, so he knows she has been going up almost every day. He looks at the wild goat in front of him, and then at Xiao Yunxi. His tone is calm as he states the facts. This is my trap, and this wild goat belongs to me. Xiao Yunxi nods and softly responds, then continues to watch the trap. Pei Yuan frowns. Does Xiao Ziking not believe that he made the trap? This is the first wild goat he has caught this year. If he let it go, he would feel reluctant. He steps forward, pulls on the rope, ignoring the goat's struggles. He flips the rope over and points to the writing on it. "Look, my name is on it." Qiao Yunxi looks at the thick rope in his hand and sees the words, "Pei Yuan," written in black ink. The writing is strong and quite good. Qiao Yunxi. That she has learned something new. It's the first time she has seen someone write their name on a trap tool. Animals can't read, or they might pee on it to show their disdain. She finally understands Pei Yuan's intention. He is afraid she might cause trouble and steal his prey. She slightly smiles and says, "Comrade Pei, you misunderstood. I was just looking at your trap." It's very clever. Pei Yuan is surprised and looks a bit embarrassed. "Well, I was being petty. If you want to learn how to make traps, I can teach you." Qiao Yunxi cheerfully replies, "Thank you, Comrade Pei. I'll learn from you another day." She turns to leave, takes a few steps, then looks back and asks, "Wild goat, are you selling it?" Pei Yuan shakes his head. "This is the first wild goat I've caught this year. If you want to try some, I can give you a piece of meat." Qiao Yunxi smiles and asks, "How much can you sell it to me for?" "I like lamb. I can also take the bones to make soup." Pei Yuan understood that he was a wealthy person and also realized that his previous words might have been inappropriate. Since they had no close relationship, it wouldn't be proper to send him off. He smiled and said, "All right, come back this afternoon. I'll handle things and leave some for you then. Today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. I wish everyone a happy year of the dragon, good health, continuous good luck, everything goes smoothly, and all your wishes come true. For those who wanted to leave bad reviews, you can do so in a few days. During the holiday, everyone should be happy and cheerful." This wild mountain goat wasn't very big, probably only about 20 pounds of meat. Besides eating it himself, he planned to give some to his brothers for a feast. So, in total it wasn't a lot. Seeing Qiao Yunxi about to leave, Pei Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still warned, "Qiao Ziking, the mountains are dangerous. There are fierce animals. Don't go too deep." Qiao Yunxi smiled and said, "I'll be careful." After saying that, she turned and left. Pei Yuan frowned, watching her back for a long time before lowering his gaze. He looked into the frightened goat's eyes and smiled. He grabbed the goat's neck with his big hand and twisted hard. There was a cracking sound, and the wild goat's 4 legs immediately stiffened. Its body twitched constantly, then gradually relaxed. After dealing with the goat, Pei Yuan checked the other traps he had set. They all yielded some small game, 3 wild chickens for rabbits and a nest of wild eggs. He packed all the prey into a large backpack specially made by the Zhao family. Then he started chopping firewood. Winters here are long and cold. Without enough firewood, people could die. By the time he returned to Shinjuku, it was almost November. The house was finished just at the start of November, giving him very little time. He had to hurry and gather more firewood. Meanwhile, Qiao Yunxi was also using a slingshot to shoot 2 wild chickens. She found several nests of eggs nearby. She took out a powerful flashlight from her space to check the eggs. All were good. There were over 40 eggs in total, all stored in her space. She continued moving forward. When she returned home full of harvest, she found the yard crowded with people. Because it was cold, everyone was huddled with their necks bent, hands in their sleeves, some even stomping their feet to keep warm. Despite the cold, no one wanted to leave. They all stretched their necks, trying to see inside. Qiao Yunxi paused, a bit confused. What's going on? Finally, the crowd noticed her and greeted her with smiles. Qiao Ziking is back. Quickly make way for Qiao Ziking. Yang Hongmei and a few young workers were also joining in the fun. When they saw her, they made silly faces at her. The onlookers politely made way, and Qiao Junxi finally saw what was happening inside. She saw a cart in front of her house, with Shun Taixing sitting on it. When Shun Taixing saw her, his eyes lit up. He forcefully swung his arms, causing the old gray cotton coat draped over him to fly off and land on the ground behind him. In theory, if a handsome man did this, it would look cool and charming. But unfortunately, Shun Taixing was not handsome. His awkward, slightly creepy look, combined with his purple-tinted pig-like face, made him look out of place. He was unaware of his appearance, showing his pale chest and a slightly rounded belly. His face was still bruised from her earlier hitting, his eyes swollen, and he was missing a front tooth. Overall, he looked pitiful but a bit funny. Strangest of all, several thin vine-like sticks were tied to his back. Xiao Juanxi couldn't help but grimace. Was this a plea for forgiveness? She guessed right. Shen Taixing had heard that people asking for forgiveness usually did so shirtless, but it was too cold for that. He had just come back from the hospital, feeling weak. Unable to bear the cold, he reluctantly put on his coat at Wang Zhaodi's suggestion. When he saw the main person, he naturally took off his coat to show sincerity. Now he looked a bit regretful, thinking he should have taken off his coat earlier before seeing Qiao Jiqing to seem more genuine. He was sincere, with slightly red eyes. Though trembling from the cold, his voice was firm and strong. Thank you, Qiao Ziying, for saving me. I also thank you for being generous and not holding my past mistakes against me. Today, I come to ask for forgiveness. His attempt to follow Qiao Juanxi and harm her was easily uncovered by the police. Although the plan was ultimately foiled because of a pink bag, he had indeed carried out the action, which was very serious. The police planned to sentence him to 6 months as punishment. With his weak body, another prison sentence would be deadly. Plus, anyone who had been in jail would find it hard to lift their head in the future, including their family. A few days ago, Shen Dewan and Wang Zhaodi brought 50 eggs to Qiao Juanxi, asking her to forgive Shen Taixing. If she did, the police might reduce his sentence. Seeing the two people begging desperately, Qiao Juanxi sighed. Her kind heart softened, and she forgave Shen Taixing. Shen Dewan and Wang Zhaodi were very grateful and thanked her many times. Although she didn't press charges against him, Shen Taixing was badly hurt, especially his leg, and couldn't leave the hospital immediately. He stayed in the hospital for a few more days. Watching the money being spent so quickly made Shen Taixing's family very worried. Most importantly, the weather was getting colder, and snow could fall at any time. The roads might become slippery, and heavy snow could even block the roads. After talking with the hospital, they decided to go home first. Shen Taixing was truly grateful to Qiao Juanxi. At that time, he really thought he might die in the mountains. Not only did Qiao Juanxi save him, but she also forgave him for planning to harm her. He had been full of bad intentions toward her. Although he didn't want to kill her, he thought about extorting money and hurting her to vent his anger. Thinking about himself back then, he felt he was truly terrible. How could he do such cruel things to a kind and gentle girl? It must have been heaven watching over her, sending a pink bag to punish him. That's what he believed. So, after leaving the hospital and resting for 2 days at Shen's house, he hurried to apologize in person. However, he didn't expect Qiao Juanxi to be away from home. He could only wait. Instead of seeing her, many onlookers gathered around, curious. These people were really persistent. Even though they were shivering from the cold, they refused to leave and kept asking about the situation. There was no need to ask much. The story of him being caught in the pink bag was already known throughout the entire team, or rather, almost everyone in the commune knew. Everyone looked down on Shen Taixing. It was his own fault, and he even went to trouble a young girl. He deserved to be caught in the pink bag. Qiao Jiqing was too kind. The girl was too easy to forgive. If it were up to them, Shen Taixing should be sent to jail. Qiao Juanxi spoke softly. Didn't I tell you last time? I forgive you. You should go home and rest now. Shen Taixing was moved to tears. He patted his chest hard. My benefactor, you saved my life and my whole family's life. Wow, I was really terrible before. I now realize my mistakes deeply. I am grateful for your kindness. I won't say much. If Qiao Jiqing needs anything in the future, just call me. Wang Zhaodi immediately took down a bag full of food from the cart, smiling awkwardly and saying, Qiao Jiqing, we work all day in the fields, so we don't have much. I brought you 50 pounds of rice. Please don't mind. She placed the bag in front of the door and then called out to Goa standing nearby. Goa, hurry and give the eggs to Qiao Jiqing. Her family had already given away all their eggs last time, and this time she borrowed from neighbors again. She also felt grateful to Xiao Juanxi. If she hadn't discovered her husband's situation, he would definitely have died, either from the cold or from wild animals in the mountains. Without her husband, the family would fall apart. The elderly are old, and the 3 children are still young. Although she spent over 100 yuan on hospital treatment and borrowed a lot of money, she was alive, and she believed she could pay it back gradually. Moreover, since Shen Taishan was gone, where could she find such a compatible man? He was diligent, and surely would dislike her laziness. If he was even lazier than her, how could she have a good life? Both she and Shen Taishan were sloppy, liked to slack off while working, and enjoyed taking advantage of others. Neither of them minded the other's flaws. They were a perfect match, like a lid fitting a pot. She was very satisfied with her current life. She earned about 5 or 6 work points a day, and Shen Taishan earned 6 or 7, just enough to get by. Goa responded with a sound, wiped his face with his hand, smearing yellow-green snot all over his face and hand. Then he used that hand to pick up a basket and walk toward Xiao Juanxi. Xiao Juanxi instinctively took a step back. The power of that snot was like biological weaponry. She felt a bit nauseous and even lost her appetite for her favorite food. Yang Hongmei saw her retreat and roughly understood her feelings. That wouldn't do, there was a basket of eggs involved. She stepped forward, took the basket from Goa's hand, and said, "Xiao Jiqing, carrying that basket is too heavy. Let me hold it for her." Goa chuckled foolishly, wiped his nose again, and then stepped back to his parents. Xiao Juanxi looked at her kindly and said, "You can't keep persecuting your comrades. If there's a next time, I won't let you off easily. We're all in the same team, so we should help each other. I accept your thanks, and let's forget about this. You should go back quickly. It's cold outside." She had no guilt about fighting to save her life. This wasn't the end of the world. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Wang Zhaodi quickly helped Shen Taishan put on his cotton coat and covered him with a blanket from the cart. The couple thanked Xiao Yunxi again. Then Wang Zhaodi and Shen Dewan pushed the cart home, with Gouwu following behind. The onlookers, still eager, gradually left. Xiao Yunxi opened the courtyard gate. Yang Hongmei helped her carry the grains and eggs into the kitchen before leaving. This time, Xiao Yunxi generously gave her 1 egg. Yang Hongmei couldn't refuse, so she accepted it. After Yang Hongmei left, Xiao Yunxi stepped out of the yard and went to Pei Yuan's house, knocking on the door. Soon, the door opened, revealing Pei Yuan's tall figure.
"Come in," he said.
He had seen the earlier fuss. He found the pink sack strange, but didn't investigate further. Xiao Yunxi nodded. It was her first time visiting Pei Yuan's home. The house was smaller and less decorated than hers, but it was very clean. In the yard, there was a well and some firewood stacked neatly. Pei Yuan didn't invite her inside. Instead, he went to the kitchen and brought out prepared mutton and some sheep bones. "Only 3 jin of meat for you.
"The bones are my gift," he said.
Xiao Yunxi handed him her basket to put the meat and bones in. "How much is it?" Pei Yuan's voice was cool. "You decide. Anything is fine." Mutton was more expensive than pork. Xiao Yunxi thought for a moment, then took out a few 5 yuan notes from her pocket and handed them to him. "Is this okay?" This price was a bit higher than in the grocery store, close to black market prices without receipts. Pei Yuan understood the value.
He took back 2 yuan.
"Just 3 yuan is enough. No need for extra costs."
Xiao Yunxi didn't mind.
She accepted the money, thanked him, and carried the meat home. At home, she made mutton bone soup. In this cold winter, a warm bowl of thick, white mutton broth sprinkled with a few cilantro leaves was truly a happy thing. Before it got completely dark, Xiao Yunxi went to the backyard vegetable garden to harvest various vegetables until she couldn't see anymore and had to stop. The rich aroma of the mutton broth was already filling the air. She quickly washed her hands, poured herself a bowl of soup, took a sip, and found it delicious. It made her feel warm all over. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at old Pei's house was not as good. The smell of meat from Shindaju's house nearby drifted over, making Ma Qiushui feel angry and distressed. I said it before, that person is ungrateful, not respecting their parents even when they have food, and giving it to unrelated people. Pei Fenghai sat on the bed, smoking a dry pipe, not speaking, with a bad look on his face. Pei Xinmin stood nearby, hesitating to speak. It might not have been Tai Dan who gave the meat. He's crippled, so he probably can't do that. Ma Qiushui glared at him. Are you stupid? Since that ungrateful person came back, Shindaju and the others have eaten meat several times. Humph, they used to get meat less than twice a year. We underestimated this ungrateful person. He's good at the army, sister-in-law Pei whispered. Today's dish probably has lamb. Wild mountain goats are not small game. This prey must be from the government. Should we report him? Ma Qiushui's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to suggest a good idea, she heard Pei Fenghai speak. Did anyone see Tai Dan hunt the wild mountain goat, or see him give the meat to Shindaju and the others? Ma Qiushui choked. Yes, no one saw anything. They could say they bought the meat. It's already cooked, so no one knows if it's from a wild mountain goat or a farmed one. Besides, a wild mountain goat usually has only a few dozen pounds of meat. With thousands of villagers, no one would get even a bite. Compared to large prey like wild boars, it's hard to share. Usually, everyone just turns a blind eye. The Pei family looked at each other, speechless for a moment. They felt very resentful but helpless, full of frustration. Late at night, Qiao Junshi, sleeping in the space, heard the rain falling softly.
Then
she turned over and continued sleeping. Let it rain. Her biological clock woke her at 6 a.m. She listened and thought the rain had stopped. She quickly washed up and left the space. But as soon as she stepped out, she was pulled back into the space by the cold. In her quick glance, she saw the outside window was covered in white. It was snowing. It was actually snowing. She searched in the space and found a super warm base layer, the legendary thermal underwear. She also found a pair of thick, fleece-lined corduroy pants and put them on, then wore a thick military coat. Thinking it might not be enough, she found a Lei Feng hat and gloves in the space for backup. Only then did she dare to come out again. Fortunately, she was well prepared this time, so she didn't feel very cold when she went outside. She left the room and stood under the eaves, where she saw the yard was completely covered in white snow. The snow wasn't very thick, probably just a few centimeters. A gust of wind made her fingers exposed outside feel slightly painful. She looked down and saw her fair fingertips had turned a little red from the cold. She went to the kitchen, removed the partition that separated the fire wall and the Kong, heated bed, and prepared to warm the Kong. She usually slept in the space at night and spent most of the day outside, so the Kong in her east room hadn't been heated yet, and she rarely used the stove in the kitchen. Quickly, she started the fire. After thinking for a moment, she decided to steam rice on the steaming pot, as rice steamed with wood was said to taste better than rice cooked in an electric rice cooker. She took out a few large, old-fashioned clay steaming basins from the space, washed some rice, and slowly steamed it in the pot. Then she moved the coal stove from under the eaves into the kitchen, installed the chimney, and boiled some hot water on the stove. She also washed a basket of eggs that Dogwa had taken yesterday, then placed them in the steamer. While waiting for the food to steam, she went to the backyard vegetable garden to harvest vegetables. It had started snowing, and most of the vegetables would freeze and die. After more than an hour of work, she was so tired she could hardly straighten up. She stored most of the vegetables in the space and kept a small portion in the cellar for show. When she returned to the kitchen, the rice was already steamed, and the east room's Kong finally had some warmth. The firewall was working, and the room had a faint warmth, no longer so cold. She put the steamed rice and eggs into the space, then took out some previously ordered dumplings from the state-run restaurant for breakfast. After breakfast, she ate a wild mountain pear as a fruit dessert. She rested for a while and then went to the west room. She dried the shiitake mushrooms she had picked over the past few days. Once everything was done, the sun had come out and the snow started melting, but it felt even colder. Qiao Junshi shrank her neck and returned to the east room. She exhaled a breath of warm air, about to do something for a while, when she heard a knock on the door. Xiao Junshi put on her Lei Feng hat and gloves before opening the door. She saw Yang Hongmei wearing a faded cotton-padded jacket with a few thin scarves wrapped around her head, clutching her hands and shivering, standing outside her yard. Xiao Junshi asked with visible breath, "Why are you here?" Yang Hongmei also exhaled visible breath, looked at Xiao Junshi's new military coat and fluffy Lei Feng hat, and a flicker of envy appeared in her eyes. "It suddenly snowed, and I was worried about you, so I came to check on you." Zhou Yunxi saw her lips turn purple from the cold and took her to the kitchen, pouring a bowl of sugared water for her. Yang Hongmei took the sugared water, warmed her hands, and then drank it, exhaling a comfortable mist. "That feels good. Your kitchen is so warm. Do you also have a firewall?" Zhou Yunxi nodded. "Yes, the wall shared with the east room is a firewall, and the stove in the kitchen has been burning all along. That's great. It's much warmer than our youth commune. We only have a heated Kong bed. It's too cold. I think it's below 0 degrees, Yang Hongmei sighed. Zhou Yunxi added 2 pieces of wood to the stove. "I heard it just started, and the temperature will keep dropping." Yang Hongmei nodded. "Yes, Sister Zhou Yun said it could go down to dozens of degrees below 0. It will only get colder. If there's anything to do, we should do it quickly." Zhou Yunxi also had this plan. The snow last night wasn't heavy, and with the sun out today, it should melt by noon. She planned to go to the county town. "Hongmei, are your winter supplies ready?" Zhou Yunxi asked, noticing she was wearing only a thin cotton coat. She also saw her layered with several colorful scarves. "What are those?" Yang Hongmei sighed helplessly. "I didn't expect it to get so cold so quickly. I didn't prepare a hat. The scarves I had were too thin, so I just wore all the scarves I had to stay warm. By the way, I received a package notification a few days ago. It should be my family sending me thick quilts and warm clothes. I was planning to gather some mountain goods for a couple of days and then go to the post office to pick it up. But now the temperature suddenly dropped below 0. Once the snow melts a bit, I'll go to the county town to get it, or I'll freeze to death." When the package arrives, the recipient gets a notice from the post office. They need to show their ID to pick up the items. In this era, communication and transportation are not convenient, so it's okay to pick it up within 15 days. That's why Yang Hongmei wasn't in a hurry before. Zhou Yunxi poured some hot water into her cup again. "You should go get it soon. If you get frozen, it won't be good. By the way, will there be a cart to the county town later? Honestly, it's too cold." She didn't want to ride her bike.
Yang Hongmei sruged.
"I don't know. Probably not. On such a snowy day, Uncle Lu probably won't go out. Most villagers are prepared for winter, but only the new youth workers, who don't know the situation well, are caught off guard by the sudden cold and snow." Zhu Yunxi thought for a moment and said, "I also want to go to the county town. Do you want to ride my bicycle?" Yang Hongmei's eyes lit up. "Really? Then I can give you a ride. With your small size, you probably can't handle me." Zhu Yunxi smiled warmly. Sure, she didn't want to be in the front to feel the wind, and with Yang Hongmei's build, blocking her completely was no problem. However, the back seat of the bike needed some padding, or her bottom would be uncomfortable. Yang Hongmei looked at her gratefully, feeling thankful for her help. "Xiao Shi, you're so kind to me. It's a pity you're not a man. I would have married you." Zhu Yunxi laughed. "I don't want that. Supporting myself is hard enough, let alone supporting you. Forget it." Yang Hongmei glared at her and sneered. "I have hands and feet. Do I need you to support me?" "Humph, I look down on that." She rubbed her hands, feeling warmer and less numb. "All the firewood in your yard is wet. Why haven't you brought it inside?" "That's because it suddenly snowed. The storage room already has a lot of firewood, enough for now. Once the yard firewood dries, I'll bring it in," Zhu Yunxi replied helplessly. Yang Hongmei nodded, indicating she would help later. They chatted for a while longer, agreed on a time to go to the county town, and only then did Yang Hongmei curl her neck and run back to the Knowledge Youth courtyard. Zhu Yunxi pushed her bicycle into the storage room, took out a square cotton-padded seat cushion, folded it in half, and held it against the back seat to check the size. It was about right. She also picked a small floral cloth from the storage, tore off 2 strips, and tightly tied the folded cushion onto the back seat. She tested it. It was soft enough, so it was fine. Thinking about the cold wind she would face later, she added a wool sweater over her autumn shirt, then put on a military coat, a lei foam hat, and fleece gloves. She also took out a plaid wool scarf from the storage. Seeing that it was already past 11 o'clock, Ju Yunxi, fully dressed, carried a basket on her back, supported her bicycle, left the yard, locked the door, and set off. When she arrived at the Knowledge Youth Courtyard, she called out loudly. Soon, Yang Hongmei ran out, wearing a slightly old lei foam hat and work gloves.
Yao Yungshi frowned.
Are you sure these gloves can keep you warm? Yang Hongmei chuckled softly. Better than nothing. I'm borrowing a hat from Sister Zhou Yun. No worries, I'll check my package later to see if my family prepared a hat and gloves for me. If not, I'll buy some at the supply store. Qiao Juanxi tugged at her indigo scarf. This scarf looks a bit familiar. Yang Hongmei touched her scarf and looked natural. Yes, it's my pants. It's pretty cold, so I didn't have a scarf, just wrapped a thin pair of pants around my neck. Surprisingly, it keeps me warm. Qiao Juanxi silently nodded in approval. Very clever, Yang Hongmei tilted her head proudly. Hee so. Your scarf is really nice. Where did you buy it? Qiao Juanxi touched her woolen plaid scarf. I bought it in Lu City. By the way, can I sit with my legs apart on this bicycle? Yang Hongmei looked confused. Why sit apart? Isn't that a kid's way to sit? I'm just worried about falling, Qiao Juanxi said, rubbing her nose. Yang Hongmei rolled her eyes. I see you don't trust my riding skills. Let me tell you, at home, I can ride my dad's big bike with 28 gears smoothly. Yours is only 26, so it's easy, she signaled to Qiao Juanxi, who was holding the bike, and said softly, if you sit with your legs apart, you might be mistaken for a troublemaker. Just sit sideways. Qiao Juanxi looked very helpless. All right, you go first. I'll hop on later. Yang Hongmei adjusted herself for a moment, then helped Qiao Juanxi onto the back seat of the bike. Other than the slight wobble when Qiao Juanxi got on, she rode very steadily all the way. Most of the snow on the road had melted, leaving muddy patches mixed with snowmelt. The mountains and fields on both sides still had a lot of white snow, giving the scenery a special charm. When they reached the county town, Yang Hongmei stopped her bike. Xiaoxi, I'll walk slowly to the post office. You go ahead and take care of your business. Qiao Juanxi frowned. Have you eaten? She hadn't eaten on purpose. Since she rarely came to the county, she planned to eat at the state-run restaurant and maybe pack some food. Yang Hongmei's nose was red from the cold. She huffed and said, I steamed 2 steamed buns at the youth farm. Don't worry, I'll meet you at the supply store entrance later. After saying that, she waved and headed toward the post office. Qiao Juanxi waved her hand and said, see you later. She rode her bike toward the state-run restaurant. Today, there were few people on the street, making it look very quiet. After eating and packing some food, Qiao Juanxi left the restaurant. She found a quiet alley to enter her space. When she came out again, she looked like a charming girl with a big smile. Today, she planned to advertise her cotton clothes and pants. So she wore a green base floral red cotton jacket, a matching pair of pants, and a green headscarf of similar color. Walking on the street, she looked like a green chicken, with her pale yellow face and big teeth. Her confident yet slightly sly look made her overall style hard to describe. There were few people on the street, but she did meet a few. One man kept looking back at her and accidentally bumped into a street pole. Qiao Juanxi didn't think her outfit was a problem. She believed her advertisement was very successful. She went straight to the yard of the big black dog and knocked on the door with a special, agreed method. The yard door opened quickly. The big black dog, wearing a red and green big cotton jacket, looked very happy. When he saw her outfit, his face froze for a moment, but he quickly adjusted his expression. Big teeth girl, you finally arrived. Come in quickly. Qiao Juanxi pointed at his floral cotton jacket, unsure of what to say. Can you imagine a strong man with dark skin and a bit of stubble, wearing a red base green floral jacket? It was a bit shocking to look at. She didn't know that the big black dog was also secretly criticizing inside. Such a good jacket, but it was worn by this yellow-faced girl with big teeth.
It was a real waste.
But he managed his expression well and smiled as he explained, "Your floral cotton jacket is warm and soft. I kept one for myself. The quality is good." Xiao Juanxi also smiled naturally and said, "Of course. If it was poor quality, I wouldn't give it to Brother Black Dog." They talked as they reached the main room. Inside, two tall men sat and nodded at Xiao Juanxi. Xiao Juanxi nodded back to greet them. The big black dog excitedly looked at her basket and rubbed his hands. "Do you have new stock today? Do you still have the same kind of cotton jackets as before?" Xiao Juanxi placed her basket on the table. "Yes, I have jackets in other colors like the green one I'm wearing now, as well as blue and red. By the way, this time I have a small amount of cotton pants, just like these I'm wearing. They are definitely warm and thicker." The big black dog and two men began to look at the goods in Xiao Yunxi's basket. Inside, there were 2 pairs of cotton pants in different colors and 3 cotton jackets. Finally, the price of the pants was set at 55 yuan each, and the jackets were the same as before. After agreeing on the transaction time, Xiao Yunxi left the big black dog's yard. She was walking on the road, heading to the grocery store to buy some things. A slightly chubby auntie quietly approached her and whispered, "Big sister, your clothes look really nice. Where did you buy them?" Xiao Yunxi looked at her. The auntie was about 50 years old, with many wrinkles on her face. Her skin was dark yellow with a bit of shine. Her face was somewhat square, her eyes small and squinting, her nostrils large and slightly turned out, and her lips thick. Well, to say the least, this Annie's appearance was a bit abstract, not at all pretty, just completely unrelated to beauty. But she couldn't be called ugly either because she was beyond the category of ugly, just a little different from the average person's appearance. She was wearing a nearly new bright red cotton jacket with a red headscarf and carrying a small basket. The contents were covered with cloth, so it was unclear what was inside. However, some green celery and scallions were sticking out, and Xiao Yunxi also caught a whiff of fishy smell. Clearly, the Annie's family was quite well off. Xiao Yunxi also whispered, "Big sister, I made this clothes myself. It's very warm." The auntie's eyes lit up. "Big sister, this color is so beautiful. Do you have more? Can you give me a set?" Xiao Yunxi hesitated and asked, "Big sister, do you wear it yourself?" The auntie quickly nodded. "I feel that wearing this color will keep me spirited." Xiao Yunxi took a deep breath, unable to imagine the scene of the auntie dressed in a full green and red floral cotton jacket. Although she wanted to make money, she couldn't go against her conscience. She thought carefully and said, "Sister, I think you're so pretty, you don't need to wear clothes that are that beautiful." "Beautiful flower, no, sister, you look so good." "Do others know?" Auntie shyly patted her shoulder again. "What are you saying, little sister? My husband has been sticking to me every day since we got married. It's so annoying. We already have several children." Zhou Juanxi opened her mouth, looking blank. Inside, she admired that older brother. No, that older gentleman more and more, like a never-ending river. Seeing her dazed expression, Auntie's face flashed with a mischievous smile. She flicked her gray, chubby hand through her slightly white hair. "Little sister, I really like this dress." She looked around and whispered to Zhou Juanxi, "If you're willing, you can take this outfit off and give it to me. I'll pay you." Zhou Juanxi glanced at her, feeling a bit discouraged by her confidence. "Sister, I won't hide it from you. I actually made another set of this outfit, just in case I want to change. If you really want it, I can take it. But this fabric and cotton are good quality and not cheap." Annie asked softly, "How much? Do you have that green headscarf on your head too?" "I want the whole set." Zhou Juanxi nodded. "Yes, the headscarf, the dress, and the pants. 3 pieces for 160 yuan. Hearing the price, Auntie didn't look surprised. Pingyi County doesn't have department stores, but she had been to the city's department stores. There, a regular thick cotton coat costs around 60 or 70 yuan, and expensive ones can go over 100 yuan. Especially this kind without tickets, with pretty patterns. Now it's a 3-piece set. Cotton coat, cotton pants, and a headscarf. It's not expensive. She nodded without bargaining and pointed in a direction. I don't have that much money. My home is over there. Why don't we go to my place first? Joe Junshi nodded. The two entered an alley and walked several dozen meters to Auntie's house. They followed her into the yard. I'll go inside and get the money now. Wait for me a moment, Auntie said before rushing into the house. Joe Junshi stood in the yard, taking advantage of no one around, and transferred a set of larger-sized, matching three-piece outfit from her space into a basket. The clothes and pants she had in her basket had already been given to Black Dog. All 308 yuan worth of her money was exchanged for the tickets she needed. 10 minutes later, Joe Junshi came out of Auntie's yard, trembling and leaning on the wall. She was overwhelmed. This auntie, whose real name is Niu Jiao Jiao, had caused quite a stir. It's about my sister. When she saw the clothes, she liked them so much she insisted on trying them on and proudly showed off by walking around in front of everyone. Can you imagine a 50-year-old woman, looking a bit strange, walking like a model in front of you? It's hard to fully describe how awkward she was. She was wrong. She was guilty. She shouldn't have traded with that spoiled sister just to earn a little more money. Her mind and eyes were greatly influenced. No, wait. She is indeed guilty. She should have asked for 200 yuan to be fair to herself. But she lost this round. At the same time, she started to reflect. Maybe today, she shouldn't have dressed so flamboyantly, or else this sudden misfortune wouldn't have happened. Oh, it's all because she is naturally beautiful. Even with a makeover, her charm is irresistible. The spoiled sister was so captivated, she insisted on buying the same style. After a while, Xiao Yunxi finally calmed down and turned into a confident, lively girl heading to the grocery store to start shopping mode. She also bought many pastries from the bakery. The trading spot was still the same as before. This time, she brought 4 wild boars, 3 big and 1 small, totaling 958 jin, and received 676 yuan. She bought 20 pieces of cotton-padded jackets for 1,320 yuan, 18 pairs of cotton pants for 990 yuan, totaling 2,310 yuan. Besides the previous receipts, her total income this time was 2,980.6 yuan. When she changed into her new clothes and arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, Yang Hongmei was already squatting by the door, drawing circles. Next to her was a huge package. She had also changed her clothes, now wearing a brand new dark red cotton-padded jacket with a matching hat. Seeing her, Yang Hongmei's eyes lit up. Xiaoxi, you're here. Xiao Yunxi nodded and lowered the kickstand of her bicycle. Hongmei, have you been waiting long? Yang Hongmei stood up, stretching her slightly stiff legs. No, just a little while. Are you here to buy something? Hurry inside, I'll watch the bike. Xiao Yunxi nodded. I'm going to buy 2 jin of sugar. It'll be quick. She entered the supply store, bought a lot of different kinds of sugar, and also bought 10 bottles of mitai. Hidden behind the basket cover, the alcohol was stored away, with only a small amount of sugar left in the basket. Yang Hongmei's package was too big to carry easily. So, she put her cotton pants and some smaller items into Xiao Yunxi's basket. Only a large quilt was too big to fit and had to be carried by hand. Yang Hongmei felt a little shy. Xiaoxi, can you carry this? I didn't expect my family to send me so many things. If I can't, I will walk back with the quilt on my back. Xiao Junxi checked the weight and smiled. It's okay. Your cotton clothes and quilt look big, but they aren't heavy. The problem is, I can't jump into the car while holding things. Can you do it? Yang Hongmei patted her chest loudly. Of course I can. So, Xiao Junxi carried a basket on her back and held a thick quilt in front, sitting in the back seat like a sandwich cookie. Worried that she might be tired from holding the quilt and the bike, Yang Hongmei wrapped the quilt around her to free her hands. But Xiao Junxi was short, and with the basket and quilt in the middle, only her head was visible. She had to stretch her neck like a duck to see, or she might get overwhelmed. At that moment, she regretted not letting Yang Hongmei walk back herself. But there was a good side, she stayed warm. Yang Hongmei didn't know her thoughts. She steadied her bike, took a few quick steps, and quickly got on the car, riding steadily. When they reached the Jiqing courtyard, Xiao Juanxi leaned against the quilt on her chest and almost fell asleep. She got used to the rocking, and it felt quite comfortable. Yang Hongmei looked at Xiao Juanxi's face, which was flushed red. She moved her fingers, wanting to pinch her cheek, but she held back.